Morong unparalleled gnawed his teeth and said, "Yu Wuyang, this mean man, thanks to me, I used to regard him as an idol. I'm really blind." Ning Xiaochuan slightly stared at Lin Sanji's hands and said, "Why are 7 fingers missing from Master Lin?" Lin Sanji pondered for a long time, raised his hand, and said gloomily, 700,000 troops. They died in front of me one by one, but I was helpless. I was also guilty, so I cut off 7 fingers to make up for my guilt. Ning Xiaochuan slapped his fist on the table. This fact is ridiculous. In those days, the 3 gorgeous people died, injured and disabled, while the shameless villain was granted the title of prince, enjoying 10 years of glory and wealth, and became the idol of countless talents in the world. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Lin Sanji warned solemnly, "You are not allowed to mention this matter to anyone until you two have grown up completely, otherwise, it will bring you death." Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang nodded. A sleepless night. The next day, Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang dressed up as 2 little beggars and returned to the alley where Morong Wushuang once lived. From a distance, they saw many sergeants surrounding the whole alley and interrogating the residents living here. Yu Wuyang didn't come personally. It seems that he didn't take this matter to heart. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Morong Wushuang said, "Who would have thought that the 2 people killed by him 10 years ago are still alive?" Besides, Lin Xiao, whom Yu Wuyang knew, was a man with sound hands, while Lin Xiao, whom Ji Hanqing saw, was a cripple with only 3 fingers. Even if Ji Hanqing ran back and depicted Lin Zhao's model to Yu Wuyang, he would never think of the dragon warrior 10 years ago. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and Morong unparalleled returned to Haitang Manor. To Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, Yu Wuyang didn't send anyone back to Haitang Manor, and didn't even ask someone to cross-examine. This was a great surprise to Ning Xiaochuan, which made Ning Xiaochuan's original prepared words useless. Ning Xiaochuan felt that he could start auctioning blood-toad pills 3 days before the enrollment of Tiandi Academy. On the same day, Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang drove the Qinglu carriage towards the imperial city. Sitting in the car, Morong unparalleled holding a blood-toad pill in his hand, his saliva kept flowing downward, and said, "Brother Chuan, this is really the legendary intermediate pill? Send it?" Ning Xiaochuan lay on his side in the carriage and said with a smile, "The blood-toad pill can be more effective than the general intermediate pill. Your current cultivation is infinitely close to the 9th weight of Xuanqi. If you take this blood-toad pill, you may have a chance to reach the spiritual realm before the enrollment of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. Blood-toad pill can make martial artists below the 7th weight of the divine body improve a small realm in a short time, which can be called the best of intermediate pills. Of course, it is only effective for martial artists with King Kong divine body, and what Ning Xiaochuan cultivates is celestial divine body. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan would have taken a blood-toad pill for himself and broken through to the 2nd level of divine body." Morong Wushuang was finally reluctant to eat. He packed the blood-toad pill in a cold jade box and hid it under his armpits, as if he was afraid of being robbed. Rather than go to Jinpeng auction house immediately, Ning Xiaochuan spared a circle and came to King Dajinpeng's mansion. King Dajinpeng's mansion is quite magnificent. In front of the house, there are 2 more than 100-meter-high dragon statues, with teeth and claws, imposing. Ordinary people, seeing these 2 dragon statues from a distance, have been stunned and dare not approach the gate of the palace at all. Who is it? The guards guarding King Dajinpeng's residence are all martial arts masters. Their voices roar like thunder. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation reached the first priority of the divine body, which was also regarded as entering the ranks of martial arts masters. He operated the dark qi in his body, formed a circle of invisible vigorous qi on the surface of his body, and gave the attack power of sound waves to both sides. Seeing that the young man's cultivation in front of him was so powerful, the guard thought that he might be an outstanding successor of a big force, so he didn't immediately expel Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Please go in and inform me that I want to see Princess Cece in Ning Xiaochuan. As for the reason, Princess Cece should already know. Then please wait outside for a moment, Master Ning." The guard turned and walked into King Dajianpeng's mansion. Ning Xiaochuan secretly thought that his own strength was the last word. If I hadn't blocked the sound wave he just sent, I'm afraid he wouldn't look down on me, let alone help me deliver a message. After hearing the message from the guard, Princess Shimu frowned slightly and said coldly, "Then go back and tell the boy that Princess Cece is not convenient to see guests recently." "Send him back." "Yes." The guard stood up and was about to leave. "Wait a minute." The guard stopped. Princess Shimu thought for a moment, and then asked, "How old did you say that boy is?" "About 16 or 7 years old." Princess Shimu said again, "Have you asked his name?" "Whose son is he?" The guard said, "His name is Ning Xiaochuan." "Oh. Ning Xiaochuan." Princess Shimu's face was suddenly happy, and she hurriedly ordered the maid beside her, saying, "Suaping, go and tell Sissy that Master Ning has come to find her." The guard was speechless. What happened to Princess Shimu? After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's name, how much has changed? Princess Shimu was also quite curious about Ning Xiaochuan, so she wanted to test him to see if he was really as good as Gushi Dao and the sixth deacon said. She had a decision in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan waited for a cup of tea outside the palace, but he didn't wait for Cece. The first one to come out was the guard who went to deliver the message. The guard stared at Ning Xiaochuan strangely. Ning Xiaochuan just wanted to go up and ask. The guard then drew out the sword on his waist, pulled out a piece of red mysterious gas, shone brightly, the soles of his feet kicked on the ground, and a knife cleaved down to Ning Xiaochuan. Holding a knife in both hands, he jumped more than 10 meters high, and the power of breaking mountains and cliffs erupted. "What are you doing?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't understand what was going on, so he moved Xuanqi to his legs. On both legs, electric currents formed, and the speed became extremely fast. The body retreated backward, retreating more than 10 feet in a row. However, the guard's cultivation was also very high, reaching the second weight of the divine body. The speed was not slower than Ning Xiaochuan, and he followed suit. The knife light is stacked layer by layer, just like a water wave, which is airtight. On the high wall of King Dajianpeng's mansion, Princess Shimu sat on it, and behind her were 2 maidservants scouting, staring at the fierce battle below. Among them, a beautiful maidservant with a grain of cinnabar in the middle of her eyebrows said, "Madam, Qinglin's guard has cultivated the fire pung formula to the 4th level. He was once a general who had experienced many battles and came through the sea of corpses. If young Master Ning was injured by him, the princess might lose her temper. I have told Process Lin that if he hurts Ogawa, he will break his arm by himself. His hand should be heavy." Princess Shimu sent Qinglin to test Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts and wanted to see how many moves Ning Xiaochuan could stop him. Princess Shimu stared at the slightest current on Ning Xiaochuan's legs, smiled, and said, "The celestial body is good, which is worthy of the 7 orifices Demon Heart Palace." Although Princess Shimu ordered that Ning Xiaochuan should not be injured, Qinglin did not dare to perfunctory, and his action was still quite fierce, trying to force out Ning Xiaochuan's real strength. To deal with the warrior with the second cultivation of the divine body and the first cultivation of the divine body, he has a steady advantage. He is not afraid to hurt Ning Xiaochuan by mistake. Morong Wushuang said, "Hey! Is there any royal law in your Dajianpeng mansion? We just came to visit the princess, not to rob the princess." "You don't need to kill?" Morong Unparalleled rolled up his sleeve and said, "I really can't stand it anymore. If you don't stop, believe it or not, I'll cut you." Morong Unparalleled said, "Who can't bear it? I'll fight with you today. You talk too much nonsense." Bang! Qinglin played a Shangang sword qi in the air, turned into a Xuanqi huge sword, and blasted Murong Wushuang out over a distance of more than 20 meters, lying on the ground coughing up blood. Although Qinglin didn't dare to hurt Ning Xiaochuan, he still dared to hurt others. Seeing Murong Wushuang being blasted to the ground and spitting blood in his mouth, Ning Xiaochuan felt angry. Xuanqi sword, 9 consecutive cuts. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body was wrapped by Shangang, and a Xuanqi sword condensed in his hand. He fought back at Qinglin, and the sword qi rushed out 3 feet long, turning the surrounding 10 feet into an attack range. 9 swords were cut in a row, and one sword was fiercer than the other. Bang, 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 bang. When he reached the 9th sword, the sword qi became 10 feet long, like a huge sword that could split the world, and directly blasted all the swords in Qinglin's hand out. Huiyun fist. Qinglin also made a real fire. You know, Princess Shimu was still watching from above. If he was defeated by a warrior with the most important divine body, he would lose his face. How can there be a place for him in King Dajinpeng's mansion in the future? So he played the magic weapon. With a punch, a huge cloud of fire rose from his fist, making a crackling burning sound. The temperature in the air rose rapidly, and the stone slabs on the ground were melted. Lightning beast. Roar. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth gave a long roar, his hands spread out, and more than 20 flashes of lightning appeared in the air, like flowing electric snakes, converging into a huge electric ball. Inside the electric ball, a claw is stretched out. One claw tore up the fire cloud, bombarded Qinglin's chest, smashed Qinglin's protective body Shangang, and blew it upside down, spitting blood out of his mouth. Bang! Qinglin fell to the ground with an unbelievable look on his face. What a powerful magic power! He unexpectedly broke the Huiyun fist and defeated himself. Qinglin stood up from the ground and was going to fight Ning Xiaochuan again. Qinglin, what are you doing? Yusasai came out of the palace and scolded Qinglin so hard that she stood in place and dared not fight against Ning Xiaochuan. Qinglin's eyes looked at Princess Shimu above. Princess Shimu shook her head at him, and he retreated with confidence. Princess Shimu was also a little surprised, and the result was really beyond her expectation. Although Qinglin Gangkai didn't use all his strength, he also used at least 5 levels of cultivation, which was enough to sweep the top martial artist in the divine body realm. Ning Xiaochuan was able to defeat him, which seemed to have the ability to win by leaps. The 7 Orifices Demon Heart Palace was really powerful. Princess Shimu glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai below, with a smile on her lips, and then left. UCC was wearing a relatively simple moon-white luo shirt, with a ring pendant on her body. Her eyelashes were slender, her red lips were crystal clear, her eyes were bright, and her figure was slender like a moon. She smiled apologetically at Ning Xiaochuan. I'm really sorry. I'll tell them that Ning Xiaochuan is my friend. After that, no one dares to fight you. Hey! I said that the guards of King Dajinpeng's mansion are all crazy? It's too arrogant to beat people without saying a word. It's too arrogant. Next time, you remember to tell them that Murong Wushuang is also your friend, and ask them to pay attention to the young master. Murong Unparalleled wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, complained aside, and showed a white tooth to Qinglin in the distance. You are a friend of Ogawa and naturally my friend. I will tell them not to hit you next time. Royal Sissy smiled softly. She is as beautiful as a fairy daughter. Murong Unparalleled saw this scene, and blood flowed from his nose and his mouth. Yusasai has spread the news that the blood toad pill will be auctioned in Jinpeng auction house in advance. Now many young martial artists know this kind of intermediate pill, which makes many people crazy and look forward to. Almost every day, someone stood outside the auction for fear of missing the auction of blood toad pill. After learning that Ning Xiaochuan was going to auction blood toad pills tonight, Yusasai immediately sent 32 servants to send out the auction invitation without stopping. Royal Sissy has bright eyes and bright teeth, and is elegant and moving, laughed. The demand for blood toad pill is bigger than you think. A few days ago, as soon as I released the news, many old people in the prince's mansion immediately came to me and asked me to inform them in time, such as Ji Tianho Mansion, Tian Xiangho Mansion, Lu Xuanwu Mansion, Jianhua Sect, and so on. In order to send the talents of the young generation to the Tiandi Academy, these powerful old guys are probably going to lose money. By the way, how many blood toads have you refined in total, Dan? A total of 48 pieces were refined, but only 40 pieces can be auctioned. The remaining 8 pieces, 1 for the dog, and the remaining 7, I want to keep them for my own use. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Blood toad pill is the most useful for martial artists who cultivate Vajra divine body, and can directly improve a small realm. However, blood toad pill also has the ability to quickly recover blood gas. If Ning Xiaochuan is injured in the future, blood toad pill can be used to recover blood gas. Therefore, it is a wise decision to leave 7 blood toad pills. Yucici tightly pulled her small fist. It was so hateful. In just more than 10 days, she refined 48 intermediate pills. This guy was indeed a batch manufacturer of pills, and would kill all other heart-nourishing masters. Outside the Jinpeng auction, there are many martial artists gathered here, which is 10 times more prosperous than the Jinpeng Heart-Nourishing Hall. After all, Jinpeng Heart-Nourishing Hall can only be regarded as a holy place where heart-nourishing masters gather, and not many people go there to buy xianyao. Jinpeng Auction House is the real hypermarket. It's not just an auction pavilion, but a huge manor, with a large auction house, 4 medium-sized auction houses, and 17 small auction houses. 17 small auction houses are open-air auction houses, each equipped with a small square. Now they are overcrowded. Martial artists with big swords on their backs, military experts in armor, the proud women of the graceful big family, and so on. These people gather in the auction house and constantly bid. The 3 streets outside Jinpeng auction are full of stalls, some selling mysterious drugs, some selling weapons, some selling mysterious beasts, and some even turning red one by one. Naked slave women are locked up in cages and sold. Morong Wushuang and Ning Xiaochuan both saw such a grand occasion for the first time. My darling, how much does such a big auction house earn a day? Your Highness, your family is too rich. Morong unparalleled was like a hillbilly entering the city. He cited everything he saw, especially when he saw someone selling female slaves on the street. He squatted beside the cage and observed the female slaves for a long time. The female slave was naked, her skin was quite white, and she looked pretty. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "What are you looking at?" Morong Matchless stared at the timid female slave with relish, nodded constantly, suddenly jumped up from the ground, grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and shook it hard, saying with great joy, "Brother Chuan, I found a great phenomenon, she looks different from us. It seems that there are 2 big Japanese melons on her chest, powerful, powerful, does every woman look like this?" Ning Xiaochuan was stunned directly. Royal Sissy sat in the gorgeous ancient car. After hearing Morong's unparalleled words, 2 black lines appeared on her forehead. Morong Matchless was as excited as discovering the new world and said, "Has anyone found this problem before? By the way, the princess is also a woman. Does she also have 2 big Japanese?" Woo. Melon. Ning Xiaochuan covered Morong Wushuang's mouth for fear that his words would be heard by Yucici. If the Princess Sisi was annoyed, maybe Morong Wushuang would fall to the ground with an order. Sitting in the ancient car, Yucici naturally heard it. Her teeth itched with anger, her face blushed, and her fingers kept pulling at the corners of her clothes. If it weren't for Morong's unparalleled friend Ning Xiaochuan, maybe she would really let this guy head down. Morong Wushuang said, "Hey, hey. I found that women's chest is always bulging. At first, I thought they hid money in their chest. Once I went to touch their chest, but as soon as I touched it a little, I was scolded as a hooligan by them. Isn't that the one you touch the most bulging chest? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Of course, if you want to steal, you can steal the most money. This is my principle. Morong Wushuang said, I always wondered why they were caught stealing money before. What they called catch thieves turned into catch hooligans this time. Today I finally understand. Ning Xiaochuan sighed and said, now that you understand, don't grab it next time. Morong Matchless nodded cautiously and said, indeed. It is estimated that they will be very painful if I grasp so disorderly. People are always making progress in continuous learning. Today I understand some doubts of life. Jinping Auction House gathered many martial monks, most of whom are young martial artists, and naturally, there are also some amazing young masters. The vast majority of them gathered in the imperial city because of the Emperor of Heaven Academy. All of them are the pride of heaven and want to become famous in the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan saw a group of people in front and suddenly stopped. Morong Peerless looked down Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and saw more than a dozen men and women in royal robes, all between the ages of 14 and 20. Among them, several teenagers were beautiful and handsome. Several other women are also unparalleled in beauty, with some unique spirituality. Especially one of the graceful women, carrying a blue ancient sword, was simply beautiful and enchanting. Who are they? Do you know them? Morong Wushuang asked. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, nature knows them. They are the favored sons and daughters of heaven in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. The 3-month experience of the gifted children of the Marquis of Jianghe in the Barren Mountains has ended. They returned to the imperial city. More than a dozen of them came to Jinping Auction House to buy blood-toad pills for the final sprint. Ning Hingqing, who was scolded by Ning Xiaochuan and vomited blood, is also among them, and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of Xuanqi. Walking in the crowd, he exudes a proud temperament that stands out from the crowd. There is also Ning Meyer, the second most favored woman in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Her talent is only second to Ning Xiner. Before taking part in the training, she reached the 9th level of Xuanqi. Now her cultivation is further, and it is not far from breaking through the spiritual realm. She exudes a proud temperament, and seems to be the strongest among those teenagers. Everyone is pleasing her, making her feel quite superior. When Ning Xiaochuan saw them, someone also saw Ning Xiaochuan. Hey! You see, that's not Ninjian Leo. I can even meet him here. A genius of Jianghe Marquis Mansion, whose cultivation reached the 8th level of Xuanqi, laughed. He was not demoted by the Marquis to guard the Haitang Manor. Why did he still hope to run in the imperial city? Ning Meyer glanced at Ning Xiaochuan lightly and said, he is just a waste who can't cultivate Xuanqi, but now we are all geniuses who may become students of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. We and his status are doomed to be one heaven and one earth. It's a waste of time to say a word with such people. Ning Meyer has always looked down on Ning Xiaochuan, a waste. This time, she came to Jinping Auction House to buy blood-toad pill and hit the spirit state. Once she reaches the divine body state, she will no longer be pressured by Ning Xiner, and will become the most watched talent pride of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Hingqing had been scolded by Ning Xiaochuan and vomited blood. He had a deep hatred for Ning Xiaochuan in his heart. He walked up to Ning Xiaochuan and sneered, Ning Xiaochuan, it's really you. We are really enemies. Ning Hingqing scolded Ning Xiaochuan and vomited blood because he insulted him first. In fact, the two of them have no deep blood feud, they are just quarrels. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, this is just a small matter, there is no need to brood about it, so he said magnanimously, Ning Hingqing, I have forgiven you. It's better to solve the enemy than to tie it up, otherwise we shake hands and make peace, and the previous gratitude and resentment will be written off. Have you forgiven me? Ning Xiaochuan flew into a rage, clenched his fists, and immediately sneered, want to shake hands and make peace, are you a bitch? Ning Xiaochuan had already stretched out his hand and planned to shake hands with Ning Xiaochuan to make peace, but when he heard this, he took his hand back. Ning Xiaochuan sneered and said, after this experience, I am now the 9th-level martial arts master of Xuanqi, and I have become the key training object of the Marquis. In the future, I will enter the Heavenly Emperor Academy and become a strong man respected by countless people, and you? Hey, you are not even a slave in front of me. Boy, who are you? Try scolding again? Believe it or not, I'll cut you? Morong Matchless couldn't see it anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush up and beat Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stopped Morong Wushuang and said, let me solve this by myself. Seeing this, Ning Xiaochuan laughed more arrogantly and said, that's right. Rather, take care of your dog. You aim at the egg. Believe it or not, I beat you all over the ground. Morong has no way of anger. Ning Xiaochuan was also angry, and Xuanqi condensed on his palm, where did the Dalits dare to scold me? Today, I cut your tongue and sold you to be a slave. Wow, dash. Xuanqi condensed into Xuanqi's sword, which fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan actually cultivated Xuanqi's sword. His cultivation is superior in Xuanqi 9th. He has at least 7 opportunities to enter the Emperor's Academy. Around, many martial artists have envious and respectful eyes on their faces. At this age, it is quite remarkable to cultivate the 9th level of Xuanqi and cultivate Xuanqi's sword. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was naturally quite proud. At the same time, his eyes sank, dragging a long sword qi, and a sword split towards Morong unparalleled. The sword is like a white wave. Ning Xiaochuan's face sank, and Ning Xiaochuan was too cruel. If Morong Wushuang was really just an ordinary person without martial arts cultivation, wouldn't he be killed by his sword? Ning Xiaochuan's step moved slightly, leaving a residual shadow. More than 10 flashes of lightning condensed on his palm. With one palm, he smashed the Xuanqi sword, and the palm print fell on Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan flew out and hit a wall, rolling down like a dead dog. His body was blackened by lightning, and his chest was covered with blood mud, lying on the ground dying. Silent. It's terribly quiet. The geniuses in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion were shocked and couldn't even breathe. Is this really Ningbing? Being regarded as a tuberculosis for more than 10 years, Ning Xiaochuan, the 9th highest in Xuanqi, was beaten into a dead dog with one palm. The cultivation of martial arts is too terrible. Absolutely the top master of the younger generation. Ning Meyer also stared at Ning Xiaochuan in shock, and couldn't believe his eyes. He actually reached the divine body state, and his cultivation was higher than himself. She used to look down on Ning Xiaochuan and feel that she is superior to him. Now, she finds out how ridiculous she used to be. Ning Xiaochuan took back his palm and all the lights in his body. Morong Matchless walked over with a smile, squatted down and looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who was split into coke by the flash. He held a brick in one hand and stretched out the other, saying, shake hands and make peace? Ning Xiaochuan raised his head hard, stared at the familiar and strange teenager in the distance in shock, and looked at the brick held in Morong Wushuang's other hand. He laughed bitterly, which was more ugly than his dead father. We must shake hands and make peace. He just held out his hand. Pa! Morong Matchless knocked down a brick and directly beat Ning Xiaochuan to death, completely fainting on the ground. This kind of person is simply shameless and deserves to be beaten. Those geniuses in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion stared at Ning Xiaochuan in a daze. For a time, no one dared to help Ning Xiaochuan up. Dada! In the distance, a gorgeous car drove over. Shelly was sitting in the car. From a distance, he saw Ning Xiaochuan standing in the crowd. His eyes suddenly burst into a hot flame. Ning Xiaochuan, I want you to die. 2 months ago, Shaoli almost died in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. He was extremely hateful to Ning Xiaochuan, and his body erupted into a powerful mysterious gas. After Shaoli was taken to the Tiandi Academy by an expert of the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp, he healed his injury and survived the catastrophe. Instead, his cultivation went further. He was taken in by a big man of the Tiandi Academy and accepted as a disciple, so that he could enter the Tiandi Academy to practice exceptionally. The dean of the Tiandi Academy, King Kong Martial Arts Academy, also called him a once-in-a-century genius, whose talent can be comparable to that of Hou Yu Wuyang in the clouds. In the past 2 months after this incident was spread from the Emperor Academy, Shaoli's name has been heard all over the imperial city. Many people have heard of this figure. He is the only genius who has been admitted by the Emperor Academy, and many big forces want to admit him. Shaoli's status naturally rose, and he became a man of the moment in this session. Ning Xiaochuan ignored Ning Hengqing, who was stunned on the ground by Murong Wushuang. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard a familiar voice in the distance. Ning Xiaochuan, I want you to die. Shua. In the distance, on the car. Shaoli suddenly kicked on the soles of his feet, and his body took off. A huge sound of animal roar broke out in his body, which shocked more than a dozen young geniuses who were blocked in front of him, and hit Ning Xiaochuan with one palm. The 2 guards accompanying UCC greeted him and shouted, Come on, get back quickly. Otherwise, you will die. The 2 guards are the most important cultivation of the divine body. They are strong in martial arts and have a lot of identities in King Dajinpeng's mansion. Shaoli's eyes were only Ning Xiaochuan, and he didn't care about the 2 guards at all. Get away from me. Taoli's claw. Roar. His palm slammed out and hit a 5-meter-long giant beast claw, which blasted the first heavy guard of the 2 gods out. Who is this man? He is so young and powerful. He can fly the guards of 2 divine bodies with one palm. I'm afraid such accomplishments will become the top 10 of the current Tiandi Academy. Don't you know him? He is Shaoli. I heard that he has become a disciple of a big man in the Heaven and Earth Academy. His talent is terrible. I'm afraid few geniuses of this generation can compete with him. Shaoli made a fierce move, condensed a huge Xuanqi sword, and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan with overwhelming force. Phew! Sword like waves. You're not dead? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, his palms hit each other, and the palm also condensed a Xuanqi sword, with lightning flowing on the blade, and a sword came up. Bang! The 2 swords hit each other, sending out tumbling sword waves. The slate on the ground cracked like a spider's web. Be well matched in strength. Shaoli fell to the ground with a bit of surprise in his eyes and said, I didn't expect you to break through the divine body realm. Unfortunately, I have reached the peak of the first level of the divine body realm, and I have cultivated the first talent divine power to Mahayana. I'm about to break through the second level of the divine body. Today, I want you to die. Bang! Shaoli crushed the Xuanqi sword in his hand and turned it into 18 sharp sword pieces, like 18 sword chi streamers, pounding at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his hands, and countless lightning broke out in his body, forming a lightning hood that wrapped his body. Those swords bombarded the lightning hood and instantly turned into wisps of smoke. One more sword. 9 Xuanqi swords condensed around Shaoli's body and flew around his body. The 9 swords were combined into one, breaking the lightning gas shield, and a sword stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. At the heart of Ning Xiaochuan, an extremely strong sword intention erupted, and there was a momentum of monarchy emanating from the body, smashing the Xuanqi sword and shaking Shaoli back. The swords in the hands of those martial artists around were also trembling, as if they were about to fly out of the sheath. They were so surprised that they pressed the handle of the sword and retreated quickly. Lightning beast. Roar. Ning Xiaochuan's body is surrounded by a 10-foot radius, and countless lightning roars, converging into a huge electric ball with a diameter of 1 meter. A beast's claw integrated by lightning, stretched out from inside. Claw of glutton. Shaoli was also unwilling to be outdone. He mobilized the mysterious spirit of martial arts all over his body, condensed into a huge claw 7 meters long, and bombarded it out. Bang! The claws of the lightning beast and the claws of the glutton bombard, bursting out with tearing power. Both of them retreated at the same time. Princess Cece was angry and walked out of the ancient car and said coldly, "Does the guard commander of Jinpeng Auction House want to continue doing it? The auction house has become a gladiatorial arena." Shuizhentian, the guard commander of Jinpeng Auction House, was so scared that his face changed dramatically. He hurriedly took the martial arts master of Jinpeng Auction House and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and Shaoli. "Your Highness, do you want to take off these 2 people and cut them off?" Shuizhentian asked for instructions. Yusasai said, "Believe it or not, I'll cut you first." Shuizhentian knelt on one knee, sweating like rain. Yusasai naturally heard Shaoli's name and knew that he was a disciple of a big man in the Heavenly Emperor Academy. Although her identity was noble, it was not good to offend the big man in the Heavenly Emperor Academy. Naturally, she could not really drag Shaoli to beheading. The Emperor Academy is above the Imperial Court, which is the reason why Yusasai is taboo, and also the reason why all talented children want to break their heads to enter the Emperor Academy. Naturally, Shaoli didn't dare to argue with King Dajinpeng's house, otherwise, he was looking for death, so he found himself a step and bowed respectfully to Yusasai. It turned out that the princess's highness entered here, and Shaoli didn't mean to offend the princess, so he was extremely frightened, and asked the princess to atone. Royal Sissy snorted coldly, "Jinpeng Auction House is not a place where you can make trouble if you want. Get out. This princess doesn't want to argue with you today." "Yes." Shaoli looked back at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and said with a grim smile, "If you have the ability to come to the Tiandi Academy, we will compete again." "Anytime." Ning Xiaochuan's faint way. 3 days later, I will break through the second weight of the divine body. If you come to the Tiandi Academy, I dare to let you die." Shaoli laughed. Shaoli drove away. Boom. Jinpeng Auction directly fried the pot, boiling. Many people stared at Ning Xiaochuan and talked about his identity. Unexpectedly, he was able to fight with Shaoli evenly. This boy definitely has a big start. I'm afraid his talent is also a level that is rare in 100 years. Those geniuses in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion are all stupid at the moment. They really saw the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Shaoli just now. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was as good as Shaoli's, and he was a real young strong man. Compared with Ning Xiaochuan, they are simply a heaven and an earth. Ning Meyer, Sure ran, walked over, and jade fingers gently trimmed her hair. Her eyes were as beautiful as silk, and she saluted Ning Xiaochuan with expectation. "Xiaochuan, your martial arts cultivation is so high. Can I come to you to practice sword together in the future?" Her movements are elegant, and she fully shows the beauty of women. She feels that her charm must be able to convince this talented boy. "Ogawa, let's go to the auction mall. I have booked an intermediate auction house to become a special auction house for blood toad pill." Yusasai came down from the shaft, took Ning Xiaochuan by the wrist, and walked to the auction mall. Anyway, she was very unhappy when she saw Ning Meyer deliberately approaching Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, she also let her body deliberately close to Ning Xiaochuan and show Ning Meyer, showing her intimacy. Jinpeng Auction House has 1 large auction house and 4 medium-sized auction houses. In addition to the annual auction summit, large auction houses are generally not open, so it is quite amazing to open a medium-sized auction house alone to auction blood-toad pills, and only the identity of Royal Sissy can play such a big energy. The auction was more popular than Ning Xiaochuan imagined. Many talented heroes from big families, Ho Mansion, Wu Mansion, and Zhongman came to buy blood-toad pill to break through the realm and participate in the examination of the Emperor of Heaven Academy 3 days later. Because we don't know how many blood-toad pills there are, the price of the first blood-toad pill was fried to a sky-high price of 36 million small coins, and finally bought by the little prince of the Kailan Palace. 36 million small coins, really, beyond my expectation. Ning Xiaochuan is quite satisfied with this price. Although blood-toad pill is the best intermediate pill, it is not a wonder. Generally speaking, the price is about 10 million to 15 million. Because of this special time, the price of blood-toad pill was raised. Yusasai smiled and said, "The natural enemy of the Kailan Palace is called the immortal talent of the Kailan Palace. At the age of 18, he has reached the peak of the second weight of the divine body. He must have wanted to hit the third weight of the divine body when he bought the blood-toad pill, so as to obtain the position of the leader of this Heavenly Emperor Academy." "Oh. Is there a reward for becoming the leader?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. UCC nodded and said, "As long as you break into the top 10 of the Tiandi Academy, you will get a lot of rewards issued by the Academy. If you become a leader, the rewards will be very amazing, and you may be able to get the treasure that makes Wu Zun all excited." The little prince of King Kiran's mansion took the blood-toad pill on the spot, and suddenly a strong blood burst out of his body. Boom! After a while, the blood gas in the little prince's body increased crazily, and he was more than twice as strong. He laughed. The blood-toad pill was indeed not disappointed, and it made me break through the third weight of the divine body so quickly. I feel that the Dan gas in my body has not been completely digested. Before the enrollment of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, my accomplishments should still make progress. Congratulations! The little prince's cultivation has reached the third level of the divine body, and he must win the first place this time. The little prince left the Jinpeng auction house with a group of servants, ready to go back to retreat and completely digest the Dan Qi, so as to enhance the cultivation of martial arts. Sitting in the box, Ning Xiaochuan could feel the strong breath emanating from the little prince of the Kailan mansion, which was more than 10 times stronger than Qinglin of the big Jinpeng mansion. UCC said, "He is knocking on the mountain to shock the tiger, deliberately breaking through the third weight of the divine body in front of the public, in order to deter those talented children who pose a threat to him." It really deterred many people. This is the absolute power. I'm afraid it's hard for anyone in the younger generation to be stronger than him. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The little prince took the blood-toad pill and directly broke through a small realm, which stimulated those who did not buy the blood-toad pill to be more crazy, especially the genius who used to have the same cultivation as the little prince. Now he feels more oppressive and vowed to buy a blood-toad pill to break through the realm. Auction the second blood-toad pill quickly. This blood-toad pill is in my bag. Soon the second blood-toad pill was auctioned out, and the price was even higher than the first one, reaching 40 million small coins, which was bought by a genius of Aoki family. Then, the third blood-toad pill was auctioned out, and the price also broke through 30 million small coins, with a transaction price of 32 million small coins. The transaction price of the fourth blood-toad pill is 26 million. When the 10th blood-toad pill was photographed, the price of blood-toad pill could not exceed 20 million, but it was still more than 15 million. When many talented children competed to grab blood-toad pills, those mental therapists who came to the auction were shocked. Taking out so many blood-toad pills at one time was simply against common sense and completely disrupted the market of intermediate pills. The other two heart-nourishing halls, the Empire Heart-Nourishing Hall and the Divine Road Heart-Nourishing Hall, have sent great figures to investigate the truth and falsehood of them. Find out what alchemy artifact Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall has mastered. The 3 heart nourishing halls of Yulan Empire are all competitive. Now Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall can produce so many intermediate pills at one time, and it is sure to produce other pills in the future. If Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall really master the method of batch refining pills, it will be a huge blow to the other 2 heart nourishing halls. Mrs. Yingqi sat in a gorgeous box, adjacent to the box where Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai were located. Her skin is white and delicate, her eyelashes are long and curly, and her long hair seems to have been soaked in milk, like a charming beauty. Staring at the auction house below, she said, "Have you made it clear who refined these blood-toad pills? And by what method?" Mrs. Yingqi has photographed a blood-toad pill, which is suspended in the palm of her hand. After research, she found that this blood-toad pill is absolutely the best. 32 blood-toad pills of this grade have been auctioned. An old woman knelt behind Mrs. Yingqi and said, "The blood-toad pill was first known from the mouth of Princess Cece. As for the identity of the heart-nourishing master who refined the blood-toad pill, Princess Cece has never revealed it, and no one knows it at all. Although Yusasai's talent is very high, it is impossible to refine so many blood-toad pills in a short time." Mrs. Yingqi's lips gently hook, revealing a charming arc. Is it because Guo Shidao has mastered some method of refining a large number of intermediate pills? That old woman. This matter must be investigated clearly, and the person who refined the blood-toad pill must be found out. Such a person will certainly destroy the stability of the 3 heart-nourishing halls. If he can be attracted, he will be attracted; if he cannot be attracted, he will be wiped out. Lady Yingqi gently played with the blood-toad pill in her hand. A blood-red light wrapped her white and delicate fingers like a shining pearl. Under the bloody red light, she was like a fox spirit licking blood. All 40 blood-toad pills were auctioned off, with 870 million small coins. Ning Xiaochuan finally got about 850 million small coins after removing the 3% agency auction fee allocated to Jinping Yongxin Hall. Royal Sissy handed a small blue cloth bag to Ning Xiaochuan. The cloth bag was flowing with a layer of dark light, which looked bright. Ning Xiaochuan took the bag and said in surprise, "This is the bag of heaven and earth?" Royal Sissy gently nodded, raised her snow-white chin and said, "I'll put all the 8,500 silver cakes in it for you, and you can count them." After a pause, he added, "Inject the mysterious gas into the cloth bag, and you can open the cloth bag." Ning Xiaochuan didn't count it, and said with a smile, "This Chankuan cloth bag is very valuable. I'll borrow it first, and I'll definitely return it to you in the future." "I gave you this Chankuan cloth bag," Royal Sisi said softly. "This is a generous gift, worth more than 100 million coins." Ning Xiaochuan is not a hypocritical person and does not refuse, but he has written down all these things in his heart and must return this favor in the future. In order to auction blood-toad pill, Yusasai helped him a lot. Ning Xiaochuan carefully observed the Chankuan cloth bag, saw the pattern on it, stared wide, and said, "Why are there 2 ducks embroidered on it?" "Yes? I don't know. Who is so boring that he embroidered ducks on heaven and earth cloth bags?" "Damn." Royal Sissy turned slightly, her eyes up, staring at the moon in the sky. "It's getting late, and the moon is on the branches." After Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai separated, they drove away, with moral unparalleled. This is not the way back to Haitang Manor. Moral unparalleled way. Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile on his face and said, "This is the way to see the Jade Building." When the blood-toad pill was auctioned at Jinping Auction House, an earth-shaking earthquake also occurred in the Emperor's palace, which made many high-ranking officials feel the wind and rain, and they may lose their lives in this earthquake at any time. The person who triggered this great earthquake was Ning Xiaochuan, who had just made meritorious contributions to the Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan returned to the imperial city in the afternoon. All civil and military officials went to meet him, and then everyone returned to the imperial palace. Ning Xiaochuan, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, led 2 million troops to conquer the 4th-grade Tianji dynasty and made great contributions to the Yulan Empire. Today, I declare Ning Xiaochuan as the protector of the Tianji dynasty and govern the Tianji dynasty together with the Queen Tianjia. The army returns to Camp Wuling. I declare the army as the division of the Son of Heaven. The eunuch stood above the hall and read the edict. Boom! The whole hall shook. The last sentence of the imperial edict sealed the army as the teacher of the Son of Heaven. On the face of it, it was the canonization of the army, which won a very high honor, but in fact, it was Emperor Yulan who incorporated the 2 million army that originally belonged to the Marquis of Jiangna into his own flag. The private army of the 2 million Jiangna Marquis was called the Teacher of the Son of Heaven. Emperor Yulan will begin to seize the military power in the hands of the princes. This is an extremely dangerous signal. In the hall, all princes have an ominous premonition in their hearts, and their eyes are looking at the old Marquis of Jiangna Marquis mansion. From the beginning to the end, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion was very calm, slightly opened his eyes, and bowed to the Jade Orchid Emperor sitting above. Avenue, Holy Lord, think twice. Xiaochuan, this boy is still too young and his character is too aggressive. It's no problem to lead the war, but the Tianji dynasty has just been broken by him, and many people there died in the hands of the army he led. I'm afraid the Tianji dynasty will be quite resistant to him. If he is asked to be a protector of the Tianji dynasty, I'm afraid he will make a fool of himself, but bring trouble to the empire. The old minister felt that he should still lead the army in the barracks. Soldiers will be more suitable. I hope the Holy Master can understand the pains of old ministers. Yu Wuyang took a step forward and said proudly, the old Marquis is worried too much. Ning Xiaochuan can break the Tianji dynasty and force the Queen Tianjia to submit, which shows that he has enough deterrent power. Only when he sits in the Tianji dynasty can he suppress those barbarians and prevent them from ruining the borders of the Yulan Empire. Emperor Yulan laughed and said, what Marquis Yunzhong said is reasonable. Ning Gong, you are worried too much. Xiaochuan, this child's talent on the way of martial arts is at its peak. I am quite optimistic about him. He will be able to suppress one side of the empire and make the territory of the empire peaceful. Before Jiang Ho could continue to speak, Emperor Yulan stared at King Dajinpeng standing beside the hall and asked, Brother, what do you think of this? Everyone's eyes looked at King Dajinpeng. This matter is not only that the Jiangna Marquis house was deprived of 2 million military power, but it is related to the interests of all princes of the Yulan Empire. Today, the Marquis of Jiangna was eliminated and seized military power. Tomorrow, it may be the Marquis of Tianxiang and King Dajinpeng's residence. In the imperial court, the only person who can challenge Emperor Yulan is King Dajinpeng. So many people are expecting, what will he do to deal with it? King Dajinpeng bowed and said, what the Holy Master said is very true. Ning Xiaochuan made meritorious contributions to the empire, which really deserves a reward. The army is a triumphant division, which really deserves a reward. The Holy Master is wise. Jade Land Earth showed a knowing smile. Since King Dajinpeng has compromised, then the fan elimination policy can be smoothly implemented. Who dares not to hand over all the military power? On the hall, the princes all showed a look of disappointment. They didn't expect that King Dajinpeng would choose to compromise. King Dajinpeng said again, there is one more thing I want to ask the holy permission? The Jade Orchid Emperor laughed and said, is there anything happy about the Emperor's brother? It's really a happy event. King Dajinpeng said, Sissy is 16 years old this year, has reached the age of going out of the cabinet, and has a sweetheart. I dare to ask the Holy Emperor to marry them. Sissy, this girl, hasn't come to the palace for a long time. It turns out that she has a sweetheart. Since the emperor's younger brother came to propose to the emperor himself, the marriage witness, the emperor, even if he didn't do it, couldn't do it. Today is really a double happiness. Emperor Yulan was still very happy, so he agreed. King Dajianping said, Sissy's sweetheart is Ning Xiaochuan, the fourth-generation son of Jiangna Marquis Mansion. He is also Ning Gong's grandson and Ning Qianqing's nephew. Qianqing, since he is back, let's wait for Xiaochuan and Sissy's wedding before leaving. The whole hall immediately became silent. The smile on Emperor Yulan's face immediately froze. Jiang Ho and Ning Qianqing's face was also a little confused. Obviously, they didn't expect that things would develop to this step. The key is, how could that person be Ning Xiaochuan? There are so many talented children in the Marquis of Jiangna. Why did King Dajianping choose a child with congenital fetal disease? There must be a problem. King Dajianping played a shock chess this time, deliberately using the marriage between King Dajianping's house and Jiang Ho's house to intimidate Emperor Yulan. At the same time, the 2 million troops outside the city were a killer mace, forcing Yulan Earth to be caught by surprise. On the whole, those princes were all smart people, and their eyes became wonderful, and they began to say, "Congratulations, congratulations, Ning Gong's grandson and the prince's daughter married," and there was a holy witness, which was definitely the first big wedding of the Jade Orchid Empire. Ben Ho proposed that the world should be pardoned and the whole country should be happy. Naturally, the policy of eliminating vassals has been stranded. As for whether Ning Qianqing should return to the army or go to the Tianji dynasty to become the protector of the country, this matter should also be discussed again. Emperor Yulan is a smart man. Naturally, he understands that the essence of the marriage between King Dajianping and the Marquis of Jiangna is to prevent him from eliminating the vassal. Once he really takes back the military power in Ning Qianqing's hands, I'm afraid that the day Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai get married is the time of the mutiny of the imperial city. With the joint efforts of Dajianping Mansion and Jiang Ho Mansion, and the 2 million troops eyeing covetously outside the imperial city, Emperor Yulan finally chose to compromise. He also had to compromise. A big earthquake shook the imperial court violently. But because of Ning Xiaochuan's marriage with Yusasai, the earthquake subsided temporarily. The old marquis and Ning Qianqing hurriedly returned to the marquis house of Jiangna, and immediately sent someone to Haitang Manor to invite Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Meyer, Ning Hingqing and other geniuses of Jiangna Marquis came back from Jinpeng auction house and reported what they saw to the old marquis. The old marquis was surprised and delighted. He was so excited that he almost danced and said, "Is Ogawa really able to cultivate the xuanqi of martial arts?" Ogawa's martial arts cultivation is still very high, reaching the spiritual realm. He fought with Xiaolidu in Jinpeng auction house. In my opinion, his cultivation is almost catching up with Shiner. Ning Meyer said. Ning Qianqing also showed his joy. No wonder the last time I saw him, I found that he was different from before. Standing in front of Yu Wuyang, he was undaunted. How can ordinary people have such courage? It turned out that at that time, his fetal disease was cured. Haha. It seems that the heart-nourishing master I invited from the Tianji dynasty is useless. It's really an eye-opener for heaven. The third brother's son can finally practice, and he has 7 orifices in his body. Cough. The old marquis coughed, glared at Ning Qianqing fiercely, stared back at what Ning Qianqing was about to say, and then said, "Where is Xiaochuan now?" "I don't know." After the auction, he left. In reply to the marquis, the housekeeper in Haitang Manor said that the young master left at noon and did not return now. Ning Qianqing's face changed and said, "This time, the marriage relationship between Xiaochuan and Princess Sisi will change the whole court. It won't be that someone has started in advance." "Nonsense, dare to touch my grandson." The old marquis stubbed his neck and roared loudly. The old marquis knew that Ning Xiaochuan had the 7 orifices Demon Heart Palace. Now the fetal disease has healed, just like the diving dragon going to sea, and the eagle spreading its wings, his future achievements will be unlimited. If someone dared to move Ning Xiaochuan now, he would dare to fight with anyone. Find it for me, and everyone will be sent out. Even if you turn the whole imperial city upside down, you must find someone. The Marquis ordered. At the same time, King Dajinping's mansion, Yunzhongho's mansion, Emperor's palace, and many forces learned that Ning Xiaochuan was missing, so many forces began to look for Ning Xiaochuan, and of course, some people went to kill Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan, the key figure who detonated the whole imperial city, just stepped into the Jade Tower with his first foot. Guanyu Building is the top green building in the imperial city. Floor. What we see is not jade, but beauty like jade. As long as you have money, you can enjoy the bliss of the world here. There are a lot of beautiful women here, who are also very exposed in their clothes. They expose a large amount of snow-white skin outside, sexy, flirtatious, charming, and provocative. Morong's unparalleled nose hung 2 red bars, looking at those Yingyi and Jianyan girls, simply can't walk, said, Brother Chuan, this place is really a good place, there are so many beautiful women. Beauty? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, the women you can see will never be real beauties, but just a group of mediocre fans. If you are interested, you can communicate with them. Ning Xiaochuan took out 10 silver cakes from the Qianquan cloth bag and handed them to Murong Wushuang, letting him spend at will. Silvery and white. In the Jade Observation Building, countless women's eyes were attracted. My God! Here comes a rich guest. A beautiful girl of 16 or 7 years old stared at the 10 silver cakes in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and her eyes could not be moved. Murong Wushuang held 10 silver pancakes in his hands. He had never seen so much money before and said, Brother Chuan, here. What's the game? Big or small? Yes, of course it is. Look, how big is mine? The beautiful girl, aged 16 or 7, walked up to Murong unparalleled and gently lifted her luoshan on her chest, revealing 2 round snow-white hemispheres. Murong Wushuang opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, big. So big. Yuji, that is also big? Sir, you see I'm really big, big? Another woman came over, put her sleeves on Murong's unparalleled face, untied her belt, spread her clothes, and showed it to him. Murong unparalleled nosebleed more turbulent, vigorously nodded, like a chicken pondering, big, big, really big. A group of women surrounded Murong Wushuang and compared his size in front of him. Finally, he was dragged upstairs, by these women, Brother Chuan, I'll go and communicate with them first. Go. Go. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile. The old man of Guanyu Building. Bustard is a woman with poisonous eyes. Just now, it was clear that 10 big silver cakes were all found in the Qianquan cloth bag. People who can own the bag of heaven and earth are the real masters. Say it's old. Bustard, but she is not old. She is about 30 years old. She is plump and has tender skin. She walks over with the wind and willows, and with a faint fragrance, she smiles, this little man, aren't you interested in the girls here? Ning Xiaochuan's heart jumped slightly, this procuress is not a simple person. She can walk behind me silently. Her martial arts cultivation is probably still above me. The number of fans has reached 94, only 6 of them are less than 100, and the book reviews are nearly 3,000. Add up to 5 chapters for old 9. In order to prevent being in a hurry at that time, Lao Jiu began to add changes in advance. This is the first chapter of the edition. Everyone, go to QQ Bookstore on mobile phone to help Lao Jiu brush book reviews, and strive to break 3,000 tomorrow. Lao Jiu will have at least 3 chapters tomorrow, maybe 4 chapters, maybe 5 chapters. The key depends on whether you give awesome If there is an ally, chapters 6, 7, and 8 are possible. Only book friends, you awesome, old 9 awesome, big deal to eat Viagra. These mediocre and vulgar fans are just the playthings of ordinary people, old bastard. I want to see the Qingguan people here. Ning Xiaochuan took out a big silver cake and handed it to the old man. Bastard. Bah. Bah. What old bastard, people are young now. Call me Yu Yan, or Yu Yan. Young master, are you looking for Qingguan man? I'm Qingguan man, very clear. Look at you, young master, you're so handsome, I'll give you half price. You can play any way you like, and it's cheap to kill your little enemy. Old bastard stretched out 2 slender jade fingers, and without leaving any trace, he took away the big silver cake handed out by Ning Xiaochuan and put it into his intimate corset. She fell into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, leaned against his chest, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with eyes like silk. Ning Xiaochuan, with his hands on his back and calm, took out a big silver cake from the Chankuan cloth bag and said, "Now, can I go to see the Qingguan here?" Yu Yan took the big silver cake and said with a smile, "Young master, you are really a rich guest. There are a total of 10 Qingguan people here, all of whom are excellent at performing arts, but not selling themselves. They are all proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even 3 of them are noble female heart therapists. The most important thing is that they are beautiful and loved by everyone. I want to see the most beautiful one." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "You mean Ningxing?" "This." Yu Yan's face showed embarrassment. Ning Xiaochuan said unhappily, "What's the matter? Is this young master not qualified to see her?" "This is not true, but now there is a distinguished guest who also wants to see Ningxing, and it has just passed. Look at this." Yu Yan showed an embarrassed look. Ning Xiaochuan said, "How much did he offer?" "I offered double the price." Yu Yan said, "It's not about money. Ningxing is the first beauty of our jade building and one of the 3 beauties in the imperial city. No matter how much money she has, she may not see her unless she wants to. You know, she's such a temperament. Unless she wants to see someone, or even if the heavenly King Lao Tzu comes, she won't see her." Ning Xiaochuan took out another big silver cake and said, "Please pass it on and say, my old friend Ning Xiaochuan has come to fulfill the promise made 3 months ago." "No gift for her?" Yu Yan blinked her round eyes at the Chankuan cloth bag on Ning Xiaochuan's waist, as if she was willing to squeeze Ning Xiaochuan dry. "Women, isn't that right?" Ning Xiaochuan wrinkled slightly. "In the future, he really can't deal with smart women, otherwise, even if you have a lot of money, you will become a poor man. Of course there are gifts." Ning Xiaochuan took out a cold ice jade box from the Chankuan cloth bag and handed it to Yu Yan. Yu Yan opened the box, and suddenly a white light burst out from it, overflowing the icy smell, and a smell of Dan came out, sweeping the whole jade viewing building. "This is a superb intermediate pill, cold silkworm pill." Ning Xiaochuan really didn't prepare a gift. After thinking about it, this cold silkworm pill is the best gift for you, Ningxing. Although the cold silkworm pill is precious, it is nothing compared with the life-saving grace of Yu Ningxing. Yu Yan's chin was about to fall to the ground, revealing a neat and snow-white tooth, and his eyes were full of shock. His fingers scratched his hair and scratched the hair ornaments on his head. "My God! Such a big gift is invaluable. My lord, you really love Ningxing like the sea. Why don't you wrap it?" "Raise me, I can wrap it. Raise me, I'm cheap." In the Guanyu building, those martial artists also felt the breath of intermediate Dan, and were shocked. Several strange people with advanced martial arts cultivation showed a greedy look in their eyes, rubbing their hands and preparing to snatch the cold silkworm Dan. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you dare to rob things from my mother? Who is mother dares to behave irregularly in Guanyu building?" Believe it or not, my mother let him fall on his head immediately? Yu Yuyan's hands are on her hips, and her body emits a cold and mysterious air, with the sound of wind and thunder in her voice. Those martial artists who covet intermediate Dan, one by one, behave, take back their eyes, and quietly retreat. Ning Xiaochuan silently observed all this. Guanyu Building can stand in the imperial city. Sure enough, there is still a big background, which many people taboo. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Madam, can you take me to meet Miss Ningxing?" "Lord, come with me." Yu Yuyan took Ning Xiaochuan through the pavilions, walked into the backyard of Guanyu Building, and walked towards one of the sober and elegant gardens. The environment here is elegant and far away from the noise. In a faint way, you can hear the sound of string piano floating in the night. It is quiet and melodious, making people feel an unspeakable peace of mind. Where is this brothel? It's more like a paradise. Vulgarity, to the extreme, is elegance. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Yuyan walked in front and was slightly surprised when she heard Ning Xiaochuan's words, and her image of Ning Xiaochuan was a little better. Even when Ning Xiaochuan took out a piece of silver cake, Yu Yuyan thought it was just a rich tycoon. He laughed at him and then collected his money. No one owed anyone and everyone looked down on anyone. Yes, she just despises Ning Xiaochuan. However, when Ning Xiaochuan said that sentence just now, her image of Ning Xiaochuan changed. At least she felt that the young master was still a good person. "Master Ning, wait outside for a moment first, and I'll go and pass it on first." Yu Yuyan's name for Ning Xiaochuan immediately changed. Previously, she called Ning Xiaochuan Yi, which is just a polite idiom. Any guest can call him Yi. However, she now calls Ning Xiaochuan Master Ning. Master Ning is of course the only one. In her opinion, this is a more friendly title for Ning Xiaochuan. Not long after, Yu Yuyan came out with a happy face. He said mysteriously, "Young Master Ning, what is the relationship between you and Ningxing? Why is she so happy after I passed your words on to her? She even sent away such noble guests as Ruiji, one of the top 10 heroes in the imperial city. Do you know that Ruiji is Ningxing's best friend and one of Ningxing's most willing heroes? His character, appearance and literary grace are all recognized as the first person of the young generation." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Meet by chance. What a casual encounter." A handsome man in white clothes came out of the garden, followed by two white-masked girls, with an elegant and dusty temperament. This is the most talented person in the world, and Confucianism is also one of them. Ning Xiaochuan has long heard of this person's taboo. He is known as the #1 talent in the world. He is full of experience and talent, and has a high talent for martial arts cultivation. He is also known as the top 10 talents of the imperial city together with the other 9 people in the imperial city. Compared with the world-famous 10 heroes of the imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan, Shaoli, and the little prince of the Kailan Palace can only be regarded as the rising stars in the past 2 years. They are too young to be compared with the 10 heroes of the imperial city. The top 10 of Huangqing have been admitted to the Tiandi Academy 5 years ago, and some have even been admitted to the Tiandi Academy 10 years ago. Ruiji, with a faint smile on his face, bowed slightly to Ning Xiaochuan, acting very modest, and said, "The men who can get the interview of girl Ningxing must not be simple people. It's really nice to meet you. I don't know what to call my little brother." Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan returned a gift and then walked into the garden. In the elegant pavilion where Yu Ningxing lives, there is a faint fragrance, famous paintings, and water springs. A beautiful silver prostitute opens the door for Ning Xiaochuan and welcomes him in. Yu Ningxing sat on the side of a zither platform, with a white veil on his face. His body was soft and beautiful. His body was illusory and real, ethereal and magical. His slender and beautiful fingers held the cold silkworm pill. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he turned his head and looked at Ning Xiaochuan, saying, "Master Ning, your gift is too expensive." The voice is elegant, as crisp and sweet as Oriole. If she wants to sing a song, I'm afraid even the best zither player in the world will be compared by her. In the room, there were 7 silver and 2 gold medal prostitutes, all staring at Ning Xiaochuan curiously, as if to look carefully at every hair on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Help, let alone an intermediate pill, even 100 intermediate pills, can't compete. Today, I'm here to fulfill my promise 3 months ago. Bustard, come in." Yu Yuyan eavesdropped on the conversation between the two outside. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's call, she immediately pushed the door and walked in, curiously saying, "What commitment?" Ning Xiaochuan pointed to Yu Ningxing and said, "I want to redeem her." These simple 6 words stunned everyone present, and everyone thought they had hallucinations. This is something that even Yu Ningxing can't imagine. When Ning Xiaochuan made a promise to redeem her 3 months ago, she thought it was just his youth impulse, but she never dreamed of it. 3 months later. 3 months later, he really came. Yu Ningxing's bright star eyes stared deeply at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. In the 4 eyes, she saw the firmness and persistence in Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. This look is so calm and firm. Just like Ning Xiaochuan helped her heal her poison wound at the beginning, a look made her believe in Ning Xiaochuan without reservation, and finally Ning Xiaochuan really saved her from death. The old man of Guanyu Building, Bustard, Yu Yuyan, is also stunned at the moment. She thought she had overestimated Ning Xiaochuan and looked down on him. However, I didn't expect to underestimate him. Did he come to redeem Yu Ningxing, one of the 3 beauties in the imperial city? God! This is to cause a big sensation in the imperial city. Everyone is quite awesome. Book reviews are up, and Lao Jiao is sure to awesome. The next chapter is at 12:30 noon. In addition, I recommend 2 books of my friends. The first is School Flower and Evil Little, which is also intoxicated, and the second is Dragon Proud God of War. Book shortage friends can go and have a look. Redeem yourself for Yu Ningxing, one of the 3 beauties of the imperial city? This is a big event to explode the whole imperial city. And this is happening now. Ru Eiji had already walked out of the Jade Observation Building, but when he heard the sensational sound from the Jade Observation Building, he stopped and saw someone coming out quickly, so he asked, "What great event happened in the Jade Observation Building?" The man said, "That's an earth-shattering event. Someone wants to pay a sky-high price to redeem Yu Ningxing, one of the 3 beauties in the imperial city." Someone wants to redeem Yu Ningxing? Ru Eiji was also surprised. I'm afraid all men in the whole imperial city have this idea, but no one can really do it. First, to redeem Yu Ningxing, it's a sky-high price, which is not affordable to ordinary people. Even if the status and accomplishments reach the level of Confucianism, it is quite difficult to take out hundreds of millions of small money at one time. Second, most of the people who have the capital to redeem Yu Ningxing are princes. Such people attach great importance to reputation and will not easily buy a woman with their own reputation. Besides, what kind of women do they want? Why do you have to spend sky-high prices to buy a prostitute? Unworthy. Third, even if someone wants to spend a sky-high price to redeem Yu Ningxing, it depends on whether Yu Ningxing agrees. If she doesn't like that person, I'm afraid she'd rather stay in the Guanyu Building. Ru Eiji's expression became wonderful, and he suddenly became very interested in the person who wanted to help Yu Ningxing redeem himself, so he returned to Guanyu Building. In the Jade Observation Building, there was already a boiling, which startled the owners of the Jade Observation Building. Almost all the affairs of Guanyu Building are handled by Yu Yuyan. The identity of the landlord is very mysterious. Those who come to Guanyu Building to look for flowers and willows only know that the landlord is a person who can't be provoked and has an extremely noble identity. At this moment, the owner of Guanyu Building is sitting at the top of a long table, while Ning Xiaochuan is sitting opposite him, and in the center of the long table, there is a deed of betrayal. The owner of Guan Yu kept his mysterious identity as always, wearing a black wide robe and a sweater on his head, and his body exuded a dark, and cold atmosphere. All the martial artists around felt the strong and cold breath of the Guan Yu building owner, and they all retreated far away and dared not approach the Guan Yu building owner. Only Ning Xiaochuan sat calmly opposite the owner of the Jade Viewing Building. The expression on his face was calm, plain and calm. A pair of eyes were looking at the owner of the Jade Viewing Building, but he couldn't see anything, or even whether the owner of the Jade Viewing Building was male or female. What's the origin of this boy? It's not easy to sit opposite the owner of Guan Yu Building so calmly. Joking, can a simple character get 800 million yuan to redeem Yu Ningxing? Such courage and pride are simply comparable to princes. 8. $800 million, my God. My darling. He can't be the son of the god of wealth, can he? If I have 800 million yuan, it's enough to sell 100 beauties. Who is such an idiot to redeem a prostitute? The world of rich people is unimaginable. I'm afraid a portrait made of Qing Jin can't sell for 800 million yuan. Someone said, hating the rich. Yu Ningxing, who was masked with white gauze, and Yu Yuyan, the procuress, were also standing on both sides of the table. Yu Yuyan was completely speechless. When she first met Ning Xiaochuan, she just regarded Ning Xiaochuan as a big spender, and then found that this big spender was still a good person in her slow contact. However, when Ning Xiaochuan wanted to give Yu Ningxing 800 million yuan to redeem herself, she was stunned directly. I'm afraid it's difficult for any brothel woman to keep calm when she meets such a VIP. Ningxing, you've met a benefactor this time. I really envy you to death. Married such a handsome young boy with a lot of money, I'm sure to be prosperous and rich in the future. You can often come back to see Sister Yan in the future. Yu Youyan's eyes were in tears, moved to a mess, and her heart was thinking, how can a man like Ning Xiaochuan not fall from the sky and take her away? In Yu Youyan's view, since Ning Xiaochuan is helping Yu Ningxing redeem himself, he naturally wants to marry her as a wife, or a concubine. Yu Ningxing also thought so, but he was very calm. With a sad silk in his eyes, he said, can you really leave Guan Yu Building? 800 million. A full 800 million. The landlord will definitely agree. Jade Inkstone Way. Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. While Ning Xiaochuan was negotiating with the owner of Guan Yu Building, the matter spread quickly throughout the imperial city, causing countless young martial artists to flock to Guan Yu Building. What? Ogawa went to Guan Yu Building to redeem Yu Ningxing, a famous prostitute? After hearing the news from the domestic slave, Ning Qianqing immediately clapped his legs and laughed, good. His style of behavior is so similar to that of the third brother. What's good? I promised Ogawa's marriage to Princess Cece. It's known to all the people in the dynasty. He actually redeemed a famous prostitute at this stall. What does Princess Cece think? What does King Jinping think? The old marquis said. Ning Qianqing also immediately understood the seriousness of this matter. If he was not careful, he might destroy the marriage between the Marquis of Jiangnan and King Dajinping's mansion, and even affect the change of the imperial court, saying, I'll stop him now. Ning Qianqing's body moved, and a wind and thunder burst out on his body, and then disappeared from the original place. Marquis House in the Clouds. Ning Xiaochuan went to Guan Yu Building to redeem himself for Yu Ningxing? Yu Wuyang stood in the courtyard with his hands on his back, looking at the moon above the sky, with a smile on his lips. His body is great, and his momentum is fierce, like a punch that can bombard the moon on the 9 days. This is the spirit of kings. Ji Hanqing stood not far away. After hearing the news, he was also slightly surprised. How could a consumptive child who could not practice martial arts be able to get 800 million yuan to redeem himself for a famous prostitute? A man in black armor knelt on the ground and said, "Not long ago, Ning Xiaochuan fought with Shaoli at Jinpeng auction house, and it was a tie. This is completely inconsistent with the information we had before, and we all thought. They all thought he couldn't practice at all, but they didn't think he was a great martial arts genius." Yu Wuyang said calmly, "It seems that after tonight, it will be difficult for the name of Ning Xiaochuan not to be known." Ji Hanqing was so angry that his teeth itched. What a Ning Xiaochuan, who had been pretending all the time, was really cheated by him. Yu Wuyang smiled and said, "King Dajinpeng and the Marquis of Jiangna want to deter the emperor from withdrawing the policy of eliminating vassals through marriage. Now that Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to marry the princess, but wants to marry a prostitute, let's help him. Let's go and watch the Jade Building." King Dajinpeng's mansion. Yusasai sat beside the bronze mirror in a daze. After learning that she was going to marry Ning Xiaochuan, she had an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Another political marriage. As the princess of the palace, she certainly knew that her marriage could not be as casual as ordinary people, and would be linked to the interests of the palace, so she didn't fight much after learning the news. In her opinion, Ning Xiaochuan may also be a good choice, at least not annoying, maybe. There is a little like, Your Highness, things are bad." Ping Er breathlessly pushed the door and came in. Royal Sissy said, "What's the matter?" Ping Er said, "Young Master Ning went to Guanyu Building to redeem Yu Ningxing, a prostitute famous in the imperial city. This is simply disgusting." What? Yusasai's heart suddenly became angry, and she kept stamping her feet, as if the big hen she had raised for several months had been stolen. "I saw that I was about to lay eggs, but I was stolen." How angry it was. At this time, Yusasai realized that maybe she really liked that damn Ning Xiaochuan, otherwise she wouldn't be so angry. "Pinger, go and recruit a group of experts for me. Follow the princess, to watch the Jade Building and kill the goblin who seduced other people's fiancé." Yusasai tightly pinched her pink fist and gnashed her teeth in anger. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan, sitting in the Jade Observation Building, naturally didn't know that he just came to redeem Yu Ningxing, but had triggered a big storm in the whole imperial city. The Guanyu Building became the center of the storm, and everyone gathered here. The owner of Guanyu thought for a long time, his voice was hoarse, and said, "I can't redeem myself." Everyone was stunned. 800 million yuan can't redeem Yu Ningxing? Yu Ningxing seemed to have expected this result long ago, without much surprise, and there was only a faint loss in his heart. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up, his heart was not calm, and said in a deep voice, "Why?" In the night outside, a heavy voice came from afar, "I'll tell you why, because she is the daughter of a sinner." Yu Wuyang was sitting on a gorgeous car that was 6 streets away from the Guanyu Building. In the car, a strong smoke flew out and condensed into a martial soul, Dharma body. This martial soul, Dharma body has the ability to cross the void. It takes a step gently and stands in the Jade Tower at the next moment. Yu Wuyang's martial spirit Dharma body is also extremely powerful and majestic, with the gas of kings rushing out, and the mysterious gas in the shape of dragon god Qi flowing around his body, forming a ghost-like form. When the prince arrived, he knelt down in the Jade Tower. This is the second chapter. The next chapter is at 6 p.m. Yu Wuyang stared at Ning Xiaochuan with bright eyes and said, 10 years ago, your father Ning Qianni led 700,000 troops to attack the General Altar 9 Death Cliff of the Bloodthirsty Demon Gate. At that time, Ben Ho and Yu Ningxing's father Mo Longting were in the army and listened to your father's dispatch. But Ning Qianni and Mo Longting secretly colluded with the Demon Gate and sold the whereabouts of the army, resulting in 700,000 troops dying under the 9 Death Cliff. Yu Wuyang burst into tears and said, I saw with my own eyes that the people of the demon sect killed, cooked and eaten alive the heroes in our army, but I couldn't save them. After Ban Ho narrowly escaped death, he sent the news back to the imperial city. The Holy Lord was furious. He wanted to behead all the people in Jiang He's house, but he remembered the merits of Jiang He's house to the imperial court over the years. Finally, he only gave your father a death, but did not vent his anger with Jiang He's house. This is the emperor's grace. As for General Mo Longting, Swadue, the whole family was sent to the frontier, and the women in the family were demoted to prostitutes. Yu Ningxing was sold into the Guanyu building at that time. At that time, she should be called Mo Ningxing, and she was only 7 years old. Yu Ningxing didn't kneel down to Yu Wuyang either. Hearing Yu Wuyang tell this old story, he recalled the painful memories of 10 years ago. His heart was very painful, and tears kept rolling in his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his fists and wanted to expose Yu Wuyang's scandal. It was clear that he was the one who had an affair with the Demon Gate, but he confused black and white and said it was Ning Qianni. Such a person is simply disgusting. Hold back, be sure to hold back. Yu Wuyang is now a red man around Yulan Emperor, and even more a prince. Even if I tell the truth of that year, others will not believe what I said, but may also cause Yu Wuyang's obliteration. Ning Xiaochuan tried to restrain his anger, stared at Yu Wuyang fiercely, firmly remembered the shameless man, and sneered, "The Holy Emperor ordered that people be demoted to prostitutes, can't others redeem her?" Of course not. This is the power of the emperor and the power of the royal family. No one can disobey it? Yu Wuyang stared at Ning Xiaochuan tightly. With an overwhelming momentum, he pressed against Ning Xiaochuan, pressing the bones on Ning Xiaochuan to crackle. He wants to overwhelm Ning Xiaochuan in momentum and force Ning Xiaochuan to kneel. Ning Xiaochuan ran the mysterious qi in his body and forcibly resisted the pressure from the princes with the sword qi of extermination. Lang said, "The Holy Lord is not a true God. Isn't it time for him to make mistakes? Is everything he does right?" This is a treacherous word, and everyone was surprised by Ning Xiaochuan's words and broke into a cold sweat. This boy doesn't want to live, does he? The Holy One is the true God. The Holy One is wise and powerful. Naturally, he will not make mistakes. Yu Wuyang sneered, "It's a great crime to challenge the authority of the Holy Emperor at a young age. It's contempt for imperial power. It's a rebellion. Come on, drag out the rogue ministers and thieves for me and behead them." Yu Wuyang originally intended to complete Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing, so that the marriage between the Marquis of Jiangya and the King of Dajianping could not be broken. But he didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan was such a kind person that he dared to despise the imperial power, which became simple. To despise the imperial power was to rebel. Now he can naturally kill Ning Xiaochuan. As long as Ning Xiaochuan dies, the marriage between Jiang He's house and Dajianping's house will become empty talk. Naturally, it will no longer be able to stop Emperor Yulan from seizing the military power of the 2 million troops in Jiang He's house. As long as we get rid of Ning Xiaochuan, we will help the Holy Emperor get rid of a major problem. In the future, our power will certainly be higher. Yu Wuyang sneered. 2 military masters with strong cultivation came in from the outside, took out the broadsword on their waist, stretched out their hands and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's arm to drag Ning Xiaochuan out to kill. Boom! A storm flashed through the air. Ning Qianqing suddenly appeared in the Guanyu building, punched out, blasted the 2 military masters, smashed the wall of the Guanyu building, and rolled down the street. Ning Qianqing stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan, with tiger eyes and holy light, and his body showed an unparalleled domineering and murderous intention. He roared, "I see who dares you today." This roar shocked everyone temporarily deaf, like a long roar from the dragon and the tiger. Yu Wuyang was slightly disappointed. If Ning Qianqing came a moment later, Ning Xiaochuan would be dead. Unfortunately, this hunk actually arrived in time. I'm afraid it's not easy to kill Ning Xiaochuan today. Although Ning Qianqing came, it could not change Yu Wuyang's determination to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Insulting the emperor and contempt for imperial power are the same major sins as rebellion. Ning Qianqing, are you on the contrary? Yu Wuyang drank in a deep voice. Ning Qianqing was not afraid at all. With his arms outstretched, he burst into a powerful sword, such as a blood light breaking through the roof of the Jade Tower, loudly saying, "If I want to rebel, now I can let 2 million troops outside the city enter the imperial city. At that time I will be restless, and there will be blood corpses everywhere. Just ask, can Yu Wuyang in your cloud stop my 2 million Tiger Wolf division? Believe it or not, I will kill you 300 times." Ning Qianqing's voice was crazy and fierce. The voice spread all over the streets around Guanyu Building and was heard by countless people. Ning Qianqing's sword intention condensed into a blood-red light column, breaking through the night and penetrating the clouds. Even standing 300 miles away, you can see the shadow of the light column. Ning! Ning! The roar of the mighty army came from the imperial city. At the same time, the 2 million troops shouted the word Ning, raised their battle swords, and hit the sky directly. The momentum was extremely strong, and the voice was overwhelming. It spread all over most of the imperial city, shaking countless martial artists with fear and panic. Is it true that the Jiangnan Marquis is going to mutiny? Ning! Ning! Outside the imperial city, the howling of the army can be heard faintly even in the Guanyu Building, and the spirit of desolation in that voice can be felt. Yu Wuyang's face also changed. Looking at the red light column that broke out on Ning Qianqing, he secretly said, "This should be the signal he released to the army outside the city. Once I really push him, he may really dare to react. What can't this bastard do? Good. 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 Ning Qianqing, you have seed, really seed." Yu Wuyang sneered. Ning Qianqing said, "Nonsense, all the men in our Jiangnan Marquis mansion have seed. Unlike some people, seed grows on their faces." The old Marquis also condensed a martial soul Dharma body, appeared in the Jade Observation Building, and angrily denounced Ning Qianqing. "Our Jiangnan Marquis house is loyal to the imperial court and the Holy Lord, how dare we have the slightest objection? Ning Qianqing, you arrogant son, get back to the wall, for half a year." Yu Wuyang expected the arrival of the old Marquis. He just looked on coldly. Others may think that the old Marquis was really punishing Ning Qianqing, but he knew it was just a play. One is a red face, the other is a white face, and show it to everyone. Deterrence first, then loyalty. This can not only deter people, but also make people unable to punish Ning Qianqing. This is the real means. When he was young, this old man in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion was also a Hun who was famous in the imperial city. The Wu Soul Dharma body of King de Jinping appeared in the Guanyu Building, and a golden-winged ROC condensed behind it. The momentum was very frightening, and he said in a deep voice, "This matter has been made all over the city by you. Is it over? Everyone, don't dare to talk any more." Yu Cixi followed behind King de Jinping and stared at Ning Xiaochuan angrily. Then a pair of bright eyes looked at Yu Ningxing and wanted to see how beautiful the woman who could make Ning Xiaochuan redeem herself at the expense of offending the imperial power. She originally wanted to bring someone to kill the goblin who seduced her fiancé, but she was caught by King Da Jinping just after she left the palace, and then took her to Guanyu Building. When her eyes saw the cold silkworm pill in Yu Ningxing's hand, she was so angry that her head was about to smoke. Dead Ning Xiaochuan, bastard Ning Xiaochuan, dares to give the princess's intermediate dan to him and to other women, which is too hateful. Ning Xiaochuan felt the eyes of Yu Cixi staring at me, and felt inexplicable in her heart. Why did she look at me with that kind of eyes? It seems like a lot of resentment. Is it because I didn't return the Qianquan bag to her, right? It's obvious that she took the initiative to give it to me. I don't understand. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know his marriage with Yusasai now, so he naturally doesn't understand the eyes of Yusasai that want to eat him. That's all for today. If anyone wants to stay entangled, don't blame the king for being rude to him. King de Jinping glanced at Yu Wuyang intentionally or unintentionally, with a sense of threat. Although Yu Wuyang is now powerful, he still dare not challenge King Da Jinping. Just when everyone thought it was over, Ning Xiaochuan took a step forward and said fearlessly, I want to redeem myself for you, Ningxing. This is my promise to her. After this sentence was said, everyone in the audience was surprised. The boy dared to stand up. It was really for a prostitute that he didn't even want his life. King de Jinping's eyes also sank. The old marquis was also angry and said in a deep voice, Ogawa, you get back. Ning Xiaochuan said firmly, don't retreat. As a man, if he can't keep his promise, what else can he keep? Everyone was stunned. It's really fatal. Others think Ning Xiaochuan is stupid, but those women in Guanyu building are definitely moved by Ning Xiaochuan. Only those humble women like them are extremely eager to meet a man who pays so much for themselves. If you can meet such a man, it's worth dying with him. Yu Ningxing's eyes were full of tears and shook his head at Ning Xiaochuan. When Yusasai heard Ning Xiaochuan say this, her heart gave birth to an inexplicable sadness. If a man cannot even die for a woman, then how much this man must love that woman. She suddenly felt that the woman who was really redundant was herself. Dad, I won't marry. Yu Cici's eyes were full of crystal tears. She finally stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and then turned and ran out of the jade viewing building. Yusasai naturally didn't know that the reason why Ning Xiaochuan insisted so much was not because of the love between men and women, but because of the commitment in her heart. As he said, if a man can't keep his promise, how can he keep anything? When Yusasai said I won't marry, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a trace of confusion and confusion. It was unexpected for everyone to reach this stage. The old marquis's heart was also mixed with 5 flavors. He clenched his teeth tightly and made a look at Ning Qianqing. Ning Qianqing nodded, punched Ning Xiaochuan on the back of the brain with a lightning speed, stunned Ning Xiaochuan, and then took him back to the marquis of the sword pavilion. When Ning Xiaochuan woke up, it was already noon the next day. Headache. Ning Xiaochuan struggled to get up from bed, rubbed his temples, and tried to recall what happened last night. When Yusasai said she would not marry, then he was attacked from behind and fainted. Wait. Who won't Yusasai marry? Ning Xiaochuan looked into the room, sandalwood gums, purple tripod stove, silk mosquito nets, here. This is the marquis house of the sword pavilion, which is the small courtyard that Ning Shiner once lived in. Brother, you wake up. Ning Shiner came in from the outside, holding a copper basin with water in it, and her red face looked surprised. Ning Xiaochuan said in a puzzled way, how can I return to the marquis house of the sword pavilion? It was the second uncle who carried you back. Did you forget everything about last night? Ning Shiner picked up a piece of brocade from the water, wrung the water dry, wiped Ning Xiaochuan's cheeks, and his round and big eyes kept blinking, laughing. Brother, you've been able to cultivate the mysterious qi of martial arts, and you actually deceived Xiner. You're really not a good brother. Ning Shiner seemed very gentle, gently wiped Ning Xiaochuan's cheeks, and her face was carved with powder and jade, with an unprecedented smile, smiling like a green bud. I'm going to see the jade building. Ning Xiaochuan's determined way. Ning Shiner's hand stopped and she was about to say something. Cough. Outside, there was a dry cough. The old marquis came in from the outside and stopped Ning Xiaochuan's way. With a chill on his body, he didn't get angry and threatened himself. A pair of old eyes showed sharp eyes, as if one eye could stare people to death, and said, you can't go anywhere today. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that the blood on her body seemed to stop working, and the whole person seemed to be frozen, and it became extremely difficult to breathe, but she still clenched her teeth and said, Miss Ningxing has saved my life, and this kindness must be repaid. I promised her to redeem her body and help her enter the Heavenly Emperor Academy, so even if I paid the price of my life, I would do it. The voice is sonorous and powerful, without any fear and retreat. The old Marquis stared at Ning Xiaochuan's resolute eyes and nodded. As expected, he had the firm belief of a strong person. His eyes were completely different from those before. It seemed that Xiaochuan had really become a creative talent. Mediocrity and genius are in the same eye. I'm afraid that after you pay the price of your life, you can't help her, but will harm her. The old Marquis said. Ning Xiaochuan is a smart man. When he was mentioned by the old Marquis, he immediately calmed down. Yes. I'm still too modern. I completely forget that this is a semi-feudal and semi-slave society. Who will reason for you? Everything is the supremacy of imperial power and force. To provoke imperial power is to be enemies with the whole world. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan calm down, the old Marquis said, You are not wrong. Young people should have this momentum, this vitality, but you used the wrong method and the wrong time. Wrong time? Ning Xiaochuan rode. After living for more than 80 years, the old Marquis was naturally more resourceful and humane than Ning Xiaochuan. He said, The emperor wants to eliminate the military power in the hands of the princes, and the first one to bear the brunt is our Jiangnan Marquis mansion, which wants to incorporate the 2 million private troops of our Jiangnan Marquis mansion into the division of the Son of Heaven. King Dajinping used the way of marriage to resist the emperor's move, and the object of marriage is you and Princess Cixi. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned, Cixi, and I. Princess, marriage, this is not a mess. The old Marquis shook his head and sighed, saying, It's a pity that the Lord of Cixi County saw that you have a deep love for you Ningxing, and you fell in love very deeply. Last night, kneeling outside the emperor's palace, he took the initiative to withdraw his marriage to the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord naturally didn't want the marriage between the great Jinping mansion and the Sword Pavilion mansion, and he had allowed her. This time, our Sword Pavilion mansion completely offended the great Jinping mansion. You Ningxing and I are as deep as a sea. Isn't this Mandarin duck spectrum more chaotic? Which I saw us as deep as a sea. I redeemed you Ningxing, just to repay her life-saving kindness. Ning Xiaochuan was speechless for a moment, and he shouted out the nickname he changed for you Cixi. Ning Xiner smiled and said, Elder brother, I won't believe this. Without deep love, would you be willing to spend 800 million money to redeem her? Without deep love, would you scold the emperor for her? Without deep love, would you even ignore your life for her? Ning Xiaochuan thought carefully, it seems that this is really easy to misunderstand. Ning Xiner's red lips were crystal clear, and her eyes turned drilly, saying, Now people in the whole imperial city are discussing the matter between you and girl Ningxing. Many people say that for girl Ningxing, you are regardless of life and death and are not afraid of imperial power. Even the beautiful Princess Cixi was mercilessly rejected by you, which can be called the first love madness since the founding of the Jade Haze Empire. Love madness? Ning Xiaochuan rubbed his temples and felt his head ache more. He said, Princess Cixi will be very sad to hear this. I have to explain it to her, or she will hate me all her life. The old Marquis stopped Ning Xiaochuan again, Don't go. I've asked Qianqing to go to King Dajinping's mansion with gifts to apologize. Princess Cixi is angry. If you go at this time now, it will be self-defeating. You are not allowed to go anywhere these 2 days. Stay in the Marquis mansion to calm down and prepare for the entrance examination of the Heavenly Emperor Academy 2 days later. The Marquis went out of the room and was ready to leave. Ning Xiaochuan said, Can't the imperial power really be shaken? The old Marquis stopped, with a weird smile on his face, as if waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to ask this sentence, coughed twice, and said, I know you still want to help you Ningxing redeem himself and fulfill your promise, But you need to know that Yu Ningxing was demoted by the Holy Lord to be a prostitute slave. There is only one way to change the holy will. What can I do? This method is too difficult for you to do. The old marquis estimated that Ning Xiaochuan's appetite would be lifted. Ning Xiaochuan said, "No matter how difficult it is, I can do it." Oh. The old marquis's mouth slightly ticked and said, "There is only one person who can change the holy will, that is the Lord of the Academy. Who is he?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. The old marquis said, "He is the master of the Holy Master and King Dajianpeng today. If the Holy Master has done something wrong, only he can scold the Holy Master. If there is anyone in the world who can change the humble identity of Yu Ningxing prostitute, only he." "How can I see him?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. The old marquis said, "First of all, you have to enter the Tiandi Academy. Second, you have to enter the top 10 candidates in this session. If you can perform well enough, the master of the academy may appear, and then accept you as an apprentice. Of course, this probability is quite small. People at the level of the master of the academy will not accept an apprentice unless they are extremely excellent geniuses." Ning Xiaochuan finally understood that the old marquis was really calculating. If I wanted to take an examination of the Emperor of Heaven Academy and compete for honor for the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, I had to make so many efforts. Even if the old marquis didn't say this, Ning Xiaochuan would also go to the Tiandi Academy, because it's not only to find the master of the academy that can help Yu Ningxing get rid of his humble hometown. There is a second way. As long as his martial arts cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan is strong enough to make Yulan Emperor afraid, then naturally it can also help Yu Ningxing out of the brothel. Get stronger. Must be stronger. Ji Lao, look at Ogawa, for me. Don't let him go out of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion these 2 days. After the Lord gave this order, he swaggered away. Jibo brought 8 martial arts masters to guard outside the courtyard, half to guard Ning Xiaochuan, and the other half to protect Ning Xiaochuan, afraid of being assassinated. This storm was temporarily calmed down, but the topic caused by this incident did not subside. Instead, it was widely spread in the imperial city, and the stories of Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing were spread in the streets and alleys. A sad and beautiful love story has been spread more and more sad and perfect by everyone. At the same time, the name of number 1 lover in the world, Ning Xiaochuan, has spread all over the imperial city, and even the whole Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan is a rational person. He knows that what he needs most now is to improve his cultivation. Only when he is strong can he help others and protect himself. Practice. Practice. After reaching the spiritual realm, the earthly vitality left by the old marquis in his body was completely consumed, and turned into the mysterious chi of martial arts belonging to Ning Xiaochuan. We must use other methods to quickly improve cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan took out the gold silk purple wood box and pressed his palm on it, which immediately flowed out of the body and poured into the blood, increasing the flow speed of the blood madly. Crackle crackle. Detailed currents wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body. 10 feet around the ground, flowing with a trace of lightning, finally gathered in the heart of Ning Xiaochuan. After absorbing the vitality of Diwu for a whole day, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his cultivation had made great progress. Lightning Beast. Ning Xiaochuan showed his magic power, and a ball of electricity appeared above his head, constantly condensing into a half-lightning beast shadow. The supernatural power has made some progress. Previously, it could only condense a lightning beast claw. Now it can condense half of the beast body, which is another step away from the supernatural power of Mahayana. Only by condensing lightning into a complete behemoth can the power of lightning beast be brought into full play, and it can be regarded as a divine power Mahayana. Ning Xiner fell down and walked over from behind. A Xuanqi sword condensed in her hand. She shot it instantly, and the sword was like electricity, stabbing at Ning Xiaochuan's back. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan naturally felt Ning Xiner's hand and knew that she wanted to test how high her cultivation was now, so she spread her hands and formed a lightning shield behind her to block Ning Xiner's sword. Lightning Beast. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly twisted his body and pressed his palm against Ning Xiner. On the palm of his hand there were countless currents, which turned into half a lightning beast. The momentum was quite fierce, and it was overwhelming. I got up late today and updated it half an hour late. I'm sorry. There is another chapter at 12 noon. Blood Furnace Sword Shadow. Ning Xiner exerted her magic power, and the sword in her hand turned into a dragon. The sword chi converged into a Tai Chi pattern, forming a huge sword chi vortex, and condensing into a blood-red furnace on her head. Boom! The lightning beast tore the blood stove to pieces. The sword in Ning Xiner's hand tore the lightning beast to pieces. Bang, bang. The figure is disordered, and the fight is like lightning. After 10 moves, the two retreated at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan didn't do it again, clapping his hands and laughing, awesome. Xiao Li is called a genius once in a century, but in my opinion, his talent is not necessarily as high as Xiner. Ning Xiner was even more surprised. She never dreamed that one day her brother's cultivation could reach such a strong level that she was about to catch up with her. It seems that my brother doesn't need to worry me in the future. Xiner, your cultivation has reached the second level of the divine body? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiner nodded and said, this time I went to the barren mountains to experience, and then I broke through the second weight of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan took out a cold ice jade box and said, there is a blood toad pill in it. After you take it, you should be able to reach the third weight of the divine body and become the best among the young martial artists of this year before the examination of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. Work hard to cultivate, and with your talent, you may be able to enter the top 10. Ning Xiner picked up the cold ice jade box and was extremely happy, saying, brother, where did you get this blood toad pill? I said it was refined by me. Do you believe it? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Believe. Brother, I believe everything you say. Ning Xiner took out the blood toad pill in the cold ice jade box, took it immediately, and then sat on the ground and began to practice. Ning Xiner believed in Ning Xiaochuan without reservation. Today was the happiest day for her. Her brother recovered from fetal disease and was able to cultivate the mysterious qi of martial arts. She also gave her the first gift. What else can be happier than this? Ning Xiaochuan also sat down and continued to practice. In the middle of the night, there was a fight outside, which woke Ning Xiaochuan from his practice. An assassin wanted to assassinate Ning Xiaochuan, but was captured by Ji Bo and the 8 masters who were guarding outside. Without asking anything from the assassin committed suicide. Ning Xiaochuan had expected that an assassin would assassinate him. As for who the assassin was, there were only 3 possibilities. First, the assassin sent by Ho in the clouds. Yu Wuyang is the confidant of Emperor Yulan. In order to completely cut off the possibility of marriage between the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion and King de Jinping, he can only kill Ning Xiaochuan. Second, the assassin sent by King Da Jinping's mansion. This possibility is the least. Although the Marquis of Jiangna offended King Da Jinping's house and Princess Cixi because of Ning Xiaochuan, these 2 forces still belong to the relationship of alliance, and they will not really quarrel because of this matter. Third, someone in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion wants to get rid of him. For example, Ning Qianwu, the 4th master who has always regarded him as a thorn in the side. Ning Xiaochuan is now able to cultivate the mysterious qi of martial arts. For Ning Qianwu, this is simply bad news. If I had known, I should have killed Ning Xiaochuan at all costs. This night, there were 2 waves of this moment, but they were all killed by martial arts masters who were guarding outside. When the next morning came, the young talents of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion gathered in the martial arts arena, with a total of 91 people, and their accomplishments reached more than the 7th level of Xuanqi. In addition to those geniuses who participated in the Barren Mountain training, the children who had been practicing outside also rushed back. Of course, there is one more person, Ning Xiaochuan. What happened the night before yesterday? Now everyone in the Marquis of Jiangnan knows that tuberculosis, which was originally despised by everyone, turned out to be a martial arts genius or a love fool. This is absolutely something that people in the whole Jiangnan mansion dare not imagine. When Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Xiaochuan came to the martial arts arena, everyone stared at him. Ning Xiaochuan seemed very calm, standing in the corner of the martial arts arena, ignoring the eyes of these people. Many of the second and third generations of the old people in the Marquis of Jiangnan came to the martial arts arena, including Ning Qianwen and Ning Qianwu. They stared at Ning Xiaochuan intentionally or unintentionally, with a bit of coldness in their eyes. The old Marquis's martial spirit Dharma body came to the top of the martial arts arena and said, "This morning, the Tianmen will be opened. All those who want to participate in the examination of the Tiandi Academy will enter the Tianmen gate before noon. If they are late, they will be regarded as giving up the examination opportunity. The assessment time of the Tiandi Academy is tomorrow, but the Tianmen gate should be opened one day in advance for the statistics and preparation before the assessment, and to exclude those who are not qualified to participate in the assessment of the Tiandi Academy." The old Marquis took out a jade holy card in his hand. On the holy card, there were small mysterious words floating, saying, "Last night, the Book of the Emperor came out of the gate of heaven, conveying the determination of the 4 presidents of the Emperor's Academy. This entrance examination will be very dangerous, and the mortality rate is estimated to be as high as 6 levels. Anyone who dares not to participate in the examination can withdraw early." The young geniuses in the martial arts arena began to talk about it one after another. The entrance examination of the Tiandi Academy Palace was a famous perversion, and the highest mortality rate in the past was only 3 levels, which was already quite frightening. "I didn't expect that the mortality rate this time was as high as 6 levels. Tut tut. I'm the 7th highest cultivation of Xuanqi. Do you want to participate in it? With my cultivation like this, don't you have to die?" Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly stunned. The mortality rate was so high, that is to say, 91 people participated in the assessment, and more than 50 of them may die in the assessment? Ning Xiaochuan stuck out her tongue and said, "This year's assessment is really fierce and disabled. Even if the cultivation reaches the divine body state, it may not be able to enter the Heavenly Emperor Academy steadily." Ning Xiaochuan also nodded cautiously. The examination of the Heavenly Emperor Academy was not as simple as the simple examination. If you think that you can enter the Heavenly Emperor Academy steadily with high accomplishments, you are very wrong. In the end, 16 young geniuses withdrew from the assessment of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. These 16 young geniuses are all the 7th level of Xuanqi cultivation, and they are all under the age of 15. They know that their cultivation is not enough. If they participate in the assessment of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, they are likely to have no return. They are now under the age of 15, and they may participate in the next assessment 5 years later, so they don't feel sorry. There are still 75 teenagers standing on the martial arts arena. The old Marquis nodded. The genius children of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion were pretty good and determined, so he added, "You all choose to stay, which means that each of you may become a member of the Heavenly Emperor Academy in the future. Qianwen, you come to announce this award." Ning Qianwen stood on the stone platform, glanced at all the teenagers in the field, and said, "It's quite difficult to enter the Tiandi Academy. The rewards given by the Marquis of Jiangnan to new people and their descendants are naturally extremely rich. All children who can enter the Tiandi Academy can get a Xuanqi. If they can become the top 10 candidates of this year, in addition to the reward of a Xuanqi, they will also have the opportunity to practice in Jiangya for 5 days. Boom! All the talented teenagers were excited and their blood was boiling. The Jian Pavilion is the most mysterious and noble place in the Marquis Mansion of the Jian Pavilion, and it is a place that all the children of the Marquis Mansion dream of. It is not only a holy land of cultivation, but also a symbol of identity. People who can go to the Sword Pavilion to practice for 5 days may become one of the candidates for the successor of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. The old Marquis looked at Ning Xiaochuan slightly, and then said, "Let's go. Qiancheng, you take them to Tianmen." Dada. Under the leadership of Ning Qiancheng, 75 young children of the Marquis of Jiangya rode out of the Marquis of Jiangya on green deer horses and galloped in the direction of Tianmen. Outside the Tianmen gate, there are already a sea of people, and there are young martial artists everywhere, most of whom are between the ages of 14 and 20. Talented people from all over the world gathered here today, only to be admitted to the Tiandi Academy. From then on, they can leap over the Dragon's Gate and become detached. Boom! The talented elites from all the great home mansions came in groups. Some home mansions had 6 or 7 people taking part in the examination, and some home mansions had hundreds of participants. King Dajinping's mansion is the most exaggerated. A total of 560 young talents participated in the assessment. Because there were so many people, Ning Xiaochuan didn't see Yusasai, and I don't know if she came to the assessment. From the number of talents who can participate in the examination, we can see the strength of this Marquis. Yo! The Marquis of Jiangya is good. There are actually 75 people taking part in the assessment this year. 5 years ago, I remember only 61 people. Shenlin Wuzun drove a dragon elephant chariot and brought young talents from the Kailan Palace. There were a total of 124 outstanding people whose accomplishments reached the 7th level of Xuanqi. Shenlin Wuzun is one of the 3 Wuzuns in the Kailan Palace. It looks like it is about 40 years old, but in fact, its real age is over 60 years old. Among the figures of Wuzun level, Shenlin Wuzun is a relatively young existence. Those young geniuses in King Kiran's mansion are dignified, their eyes are bright, and their sharp momentum bursts out of their bodies. Ning Qiancheng's mouth picked slightly and said, "The death rate of the Tiandi Academy is as high as 6 floors this time. The more people go, the more they die." Shenlin Wuzun competed and said, "For the weak, the natural mortality rate is high, but for the strong, the mortality rate becomes low. In front of the strong, there is no saying of death." Are all the talented disciples of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion afraid of death? The little prince of the Kailan Palace, the natural enemy, sat on the war horse, wearing gold armor, and holding a square sky-painted halberd in his hand, with an unparalleled momentum. The cultivation of the natural enemy has reached the 3rd level of the divine body. He is the first expert of the younger generation in the Kailan Palace, and is also one of the hot figures in the evaluation of the Emperor of Heaven Palace. Among the young sons of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, someone couldn't stand the arrogance of the natural enemies, and said in a deep voice, "Afraid of death? Our sons of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion are not afraid of death. Don't think that your high cultivation is the body of immortality. I'm still immortal." The palm of the natural enemy condensed a strong mysterious gas of martial arts, which made the Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand burst into dazzling brilliance. "Sweep the halberd out, directly blast the young son of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion just now, throw him to the ground 3 feet away, and cough up blood in his mouth." Those young geniuses in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion were frightened. The little prince was too powerful. With one move, he blew a 9th weight Tianjiao away. Crazy is crazy, but the strength is in front of us, which makes everyone breathless. 2 young sons of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion helped the injured boy up and dared not get close to the natural enemy. They knew that he was the top expert of the young generation and could not be provoked at all. The emperor's natural enemies looked at the young children of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion with disdain and laughed loudly. People like ants dare to challenge me. Are there any enemies of my moves among the young geniuses this year? How arrogant! Ning Xiaochuan whispered. Who? The natural enemy's eyes were sharp, glancing at the young children in the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! The natural enemy jumped up from the war horse, holding the halberd of Fang Tianhua in both hands, and exploded with overwhelming force to bombard it. Ning Xiaochuan condensed into a sword with mysterious qi, and the shadow of a blood stove condensed on her head. The sword qi painted Tai Chi. Bang! A sword is waved to avoid the natural enemy. The body of the natural enemy lost its balance, retreated for 9 steps in a row, and stood still. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan standing proudly, I couldn't believe that I was dodged by a little girl with a sword. The young children of King Kiran's residence were also shocked, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. The young children of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion were immediately happy, and someone sneered coldly, "The little prince is too arrogant." I really think there is no master in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion? As soon as Sister Xiaochuan takes action, the little prince will also crawl. I'm afraid Xiaochuan's younger sister is younger than the little prince, but her cultivation is not lower than the little prince, which shows that Xiaochuan's younger sister's talent is higher than the little prince. Haha. Shenlin Wuzun also slightly glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, with a surprised look in his eyes. The Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion is really full of talents. Okay. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. After taking the blood toad pill, Ning Xiaochuan has broken through to the 3rd level of the divine body. She is the first master of the younger generation of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. It is not surprising that she can compete with the little prince of the Kailan Palace. Shenlin Wuzun said, "Natural enemies, do you see that this year's candidates are hidden dragons and crouching tigers? You should be careful, or you might capsize in the gutter." The natural enemy climbed onto Zhangju again and said coldly, "Uncle, don't worry, I'm the leader of this session. No one can pose a threat to me. Anyone who dares to fight with me will end up badly." The gate of heaven opened, and all the martial artists who participated in the examination of the Tiandi Academy rushed in first. Shenlin Wuzun, with 124 young children of the Kiran dynasty, walked towards the gate of heaven. Outside the Tianmen gate, he explained to those young children, and then left alone, while those young children entered the Tianmen gate and disappeared in a layer of white light. Ning Xiaochuan also began his final lecture. Every assessment of the Tiandi Academy is also a competition for the strength of the royal residence. The more talents can be admitted to the Tiandi Academy, the higher the status of this royal residence will be, and the higher the right to speak in the imperial court in the next 5 years. Therefore, you should all strive to be admitted to the Tiandi Academy. If someone can break into the top 10, it will really be an honor for the Jiang'a royal residence. Ning Xiaochuan said, 5 years ago, how many people were admitted to the Heavenly Emperor Academy in the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion? 5. Ning Qianqing rode. Those young talents in the Marquis of Jiang'a suddenly felt great pressure. 5 years ago, 61 people in the Marquis of Jiang'a participated in the assessment, and only 5 passed the assessment, with a probability of less than 1/10. This is too harsh. Ning Qianqing said, but 5 years ago, there was a top genius in the Marquis, who won the 12th place in the examination, and saved many honors for the Marquis. You also strive to become such a top genius. Well, you all enter the gate of heaven. It is said that the Heavenly Emperor Academy was built in a ruins. The so-called ruins refers to an independent space, completely isolated from the outside world, just like a small world in a big world. Some people compare ruins to tombs. The difference is, the tomb contains the dead, and the ruins contain a small world. Only the existence of a divine bridge with the world can connect the ruins world. Tianmen is such a bridge. Through Tianmen, you can directly reach another world space from the Imperial City. That world is the world where the Emperor Academy is located, which is called Emperor Ruins. Ning Xiaochuan walked to the side of the Tianmen gate, stopped, and gently touched the white light curtain in front of him with his fingers, and ripples suddenly appeared on the light curtain. Boom! A huge message poured into Ning Xiaochuan's body from his fingers. The face of a vast and desolate world appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. In this world, there are endless forests, endless deserts, ancient cities, abandoned ruins, gloomy cemeteries. Brother, what's the matter with you? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and stared at the light curtain in front of him in shock. Is the picture in my mind just now the world inside the Tiandi Academy? Obviously, Ning Xiaochuan and others didn't see these things in advance. Why did I see them? Is it the power of mind perception? Mental perception can peep into things that others can't see. Nothing. Let's go. Ning Xiaochuan took a step forward and disappeared into the light curtain. Through the curtain of light, everyone came to the edge of a deserted desert. There is nothing to see except the desert. Houses are built in the desert, piled with yellow stone. Some are as high as tens of meters, and some are as short as a gray bag. How many houses are there in total? At a glance, you can't see the edge. There are young fighters everywhere, and they are standing in the yellow sand like Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment when he stepped into the Tianmen gate just now, Ning Xiaochuan had an additional number plate, number 527. Ning Xiaochuan asked, Xiaochuan, what's your number? Ning Xiaochuan also had a number plate in her hand. She glanced at it and said, number 18953. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, there are so many people coming to the examination of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. Ning Xiaochuan said, the Jade Orchid Empire is vast in territory, rich in resources and talents, and the Emperor of Heaven Academy only recruits students once every 5 years. Naturally, countless young martial artists will come from all over the world for assessment. The number of martial artists in previous sessions has exceeded 100,000, and the estimated mortality rate of this year's assessment is as high as 6 levels, which is estimated to scare many people away, and perhaps the number of martial artists who come to the assessment will be relatively small. By noon, the gate of heaven was closed. A voice came into the ears of all the young warriors, everyone calm down and welcome you to the Imperial Ruins. This is the 9th camp on the edge of the Madaro Desert in the north of the Imperial Ruins. As soon as the voice stopped, the young warriors in the desert talked again. Someone said happily, this is really the Imperial Ruins. It is said that the Heavenly Learning Palace is located in the Heavenly City in the center of the Imperial Ruins, which is the first martial arts holy land of the entire Yulan Empire. Is it possible that our assessment site is in the desert in front of us? That voice sounded again, silence. Silence. This year, there are a total of 84,570 martial artists participating in the assessment of the Tiandi Academy Palace. You all have number plates in your hands. According to the number plates in your hands, find your accommodation stonehouse tonight. The first 10,000 is in District 1. 10,000 to 20,000 in District 2. 20,000 to 30,000 in District 3. Tonight, you will live here temporarily, and tomorrow you will be taken to the assessment place. You can tell you in advance that the assessment place is not in the Imperial Ruins, but in an extremely dangerous place. No matter how high your cultivation is, the mortality rate there will reach more than 6 floors. As for the content of the assessment, it will be announced tomorrow. The voice message, no longer remembered. When entering Tianmen, the number plates in everyone's hands were disrupted. The people who originally entered Tianmen together have to be separated now. Ning Xiaochuan said, this assessment, there is no way to cheat. It seems that we can't fight side by side. Xiaochuan, be careful. Brother, you should also be careful. I hope we can all be admitted to the Tiandi Academy and our results are among the best. Ning Xiaochuan took the number plate to the second district to find the stone house where she lived. Ning Xiaochuan went to the first district. Here it is. Ning Xiaochuan came to the outside of a huge stone house. The wall of the stone house read 520 to 550. Ning Xiaochuan's number is exactly 527, and his residence is here. Brother Chuan, are you also in the first district? What a coincidence. Morong unparalleled shoulder carrying a large cloth bag, which carried a large bag of things, waist also carrying a worn wide back knife, far away. Just shouting Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was happy and said, you actually came to the examination. Morong Wushuang said, I'm a man who aspires to become a dragon warrior. Entering the Tiandi Academy is only the first step in my life goal. What's your number? Ning Xiaochuan lit up the number plate in his hand and said, 527. I'm 250. By the way, I almost forgot my business. Morong Matchless took a letter from his arms and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, this is the letter that Miss Yu asked me to give you. I said, Brother Chuan, you are really a cow. I really don't admire you. Being able to love a daughter so deeply, it's no wonder that he is called the best love fool in the world. Ning Xiaochuan took the envelope, opened it, pinched the thin letter paper in his hand, gently smelled it at the tip of his nose, and smelled a faint fragrance. Unfold the letter. The handwriting on it is quite beautiful, showing the writer's deep book foundation. It says, you have fulfilled your promise, and we don't owe each other. On the letter paper, there are only 2 short lines. What's written on it? Is it a love poem written by Miss Yu to you? Morong Unparalleled asked, curiously. Ning Xiaochuan smiled, put the letter away and said, nature is a love poem. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan walked into the stone house. Yu Ningxing wrote this letter just to make Ning Xiaochuan give up the idea of redeeming her body, because she knew that this matter would violate the imperial power. If Ning Xiaochuan continued to insist, it would probably fall to the point of eternal doom. In Yu Ningxing's view, Ning Xiaochuan has a high talent, a good birth and a bright future. She is likely to inherit the Marquis of Jiangnan Marquis in the future. If she loses her great future for this brothel woman, her heart will feel guilty. Ning Xiaochuan naturally understands all this. However, Ning Xiaochuan also has his own persistence. Once he decides something, he will never look back. Ning Xiaochuan took out the envelope again, prepared to fold the letter and put it back. Suddenly, he saw 2 lines of small words written in clear water on the back of the envelope. The watermark was dry, but if he was more careful, he could also distinguish the outline of the handwriting. This is a little poem. Hate you is not like the moon on the river floor, north-southwest-east, north-southwest-east, only with no separation. Hate you is like the moon on the river floor. When will you be reunited? This handwriting is exactly the same as that on the letter, with the difference that one is written in water and the other in ink. Maybe the watermark on the envelope is the letter she really wants to send, but she can't let Ning Xiaochuan see it. She can only write it with clear water and write it to herself. But she didn't know that after the water dried, it would leave a mark. Note that the last chapter mentioned Yu Ningxing's poem Hate You Not Like the Moon on the River Floor written for Ning Xiaochuan. Some people don't understand what this means, which means, hate you, unlike the bright moon hanging high on the riverside upstairs. No matter people wander from north to south, east to west, the bright moon is always with people. Hatefully, you are like the bright moon hanging above the river. It is just perfect and then missing. I don't know when to wait until the moon is round again. Ning Xiaochuan put the letter away, sat on one of the stone beds, and began to cultivate Xuanqi. Practice hard. Try to become stronger. Ning Xiaochuan abandoned miscellaneous thoughts and began to cultivate. Only when his cultivation became strong, could he master his own destiny and the destiny of others. A total of 30 young martial artists lived in this stone house. Other martial artists also entered one after another and immediately began to practice without communicating with each other. There are many people here. Ning Xiaochuan didn't use gold silk purple wood box for cultivation. Once this treasure is revealed, it will be envied by people. Although his cultivation is very high, if several people attack him at the same time, he may not be able to stop it. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan can only practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. He has cultivated to the 3rd level of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and the speed of absorbing the mysterious qi has reached 4 times the normal speed. In terms of his current cultivation, this absorption speed is not slow, of course, it is definitely not fast. Refining the earth martial energy, the absorption rate of Xian qi can reach 50 times the normal absorption rate, which can quickly raise me to the 4th weight of the divine body. After cultivating to the 4th weight of the divine body, the earth martial energy in the golden purple wooden box will be exhausted, and then I can only rely on myself. It seems that I have to cultivate heaven and earth xuanqi to the 4th level before the earth's vitality in the gold wire purple wood box is absorbed. At that time, even if I don't use the earth's vitality, I can absorb xuanqi 8 times faster. Ning Xiaochuan plans to practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth only when there are people in the future. Only when he is alone, can he use the gold wire purple wooden box to improve his cultivation. During this night's practice, the mysterious qi in Ning Xiaochuan's body did not increase much, but the mysterious qi of heaven and earth made great progress and was about to understand the 4th layer of mystery. Everyone, gather outside the stone house. A voice came into the ears of all young warriors. Martial artists, whether practicing or sleeping, were awakened. Hurried down from the stone bed and came outside. Ning Xiaochuan was one of the first young warriors to come out of the stone house, and his eyes were fixed on a huge Xian beast in the distance. This Xian beast is very much like a peacock, with blue feathers, flames flowing on the feathers. Its body is as big as a hill, and its wings are nearly 100 meters long, just like a huge monster. This is a 4-grade Xian beast, blue wind spirit bird, which can fly 20,000 miles a day. Jing Quexi, the 2nd student of the Tiandi Academy, was ordered to meet the examiners from number 400 to number 600. You all go to the back of the blue wind Ling Ke, and I will take you to the assessment place this year. As for the content of the assessment, I will tell you on the way. Jing Quexi is a beautiful woman with long hair and waist. She is very young, probably in her 20s. Her curves are very beautiful, concave and convex, but no one dares to look at her more. She is the 2nd student of Tiandi Academy, and she was admitted to Tiandi Academy 5 years ago. 5 years ago, she was stronger than most of the people present. After 5 years of cultivation in the Heavenly Emperor Academy, she did not know how strong she was. These fledgling young fighters can't afford to provoke people of this level. Just this 4-grade Xian beast, I'm afraid it can kill all the 200 examiners present. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is superior among the examiners, but he can only jump on the back of the blue wind spirit bird and choose to sit at the tail of the blue wind spirit bird. 200 examiners sat on the back of the blue wind spirit bird. The spirit bird spread its wings and flew out of the gate of heaven. Soon, it had flown out of the imperial city and headed north. Other examiners were also welcomed, some sitting on the back of Dafeng Xian beast, some sitting on the back of Centipede Xian beast, some sitting on the back of White Crane. All of them were welcomed by the 2nd session of students, heading for the unknown assessment. This is an extremely spectacular picture. Hundreds of Xian beasts are flying in the sky. The weakest are Xian beasts, and the most powerful are 5-level Xian beasts. Jing Keishi stood on the top of the blue wind spirit bird, with a slender figure. Looking at the 200 young martial artists sitting on the back of the spirit bird, he said, "You are unlucky this time, and you unexpectedly encountered such an abnormal examination. This time your examination is in the Fire Demon Mountain." What? Fire Demon Mountain? It's a primitive ancient mountain, which is extremely dangerous. No wonder the mortality rate of this assessment is as high as 6 floors. The original assessment place was there. A 14-year-old girl was so scared that she turned pale and begged, "Can I withdraw from the examination now? I won't go. I won't participate in the examination." Canary, she stared at her and said, "Yes, if you jump from here, you cannot participate in the examination." The girl glanced at the ground and immediately shrank back in fear. No one dares to mention withdrawing from the examination again. Now that we have embarked on the road of assessment, we can't turn back. Everyone's heart is covered with a shadow, and many people even feel hopeless. Although Ning Xiaochuan was very calm, he also took a cold breath. Naturally, he has also heard of the Fire Demon Mountain, which can really be regarded as a human forbidden area. The barren mountains are just the edge of the Homa Mountains, and the degree of danger is less than 1/10 of that of the Homa Mountains. However, after 3 months of training there, 11 young children of the Marquis of Jiang died and 2 were seriously injured. Jinquexi continued, "Black fire grows in the Homa Mountain, and the soil in the mountain is burning all the year round and has not been extinguished for thousands of years. Every black fire tree has a black fire tree at the root. As long as you can get a black fire tree bead, you will be qualified to become the next student of the Emperor of Heaven School Palace even if you pass the examination. As long as you get a black fire wooden bead, you can pass the assessment." In this way, the assessment task is still quite simple. Someone said happily. The canary, she sneered and said, "Time, 1 month. That is to say, even if you get lucky enough to dig a black firewood bead, you will still be able to survive in the Fire Demon Mountains for 1 month. This time, even Ning Xiaochuan took a breath. In dangerous places like Homa Mountain, even if you stay for a day, many people will die, let alone a month. Is the mortality really only 6 levels? Ning Xiaochuan feels that the mortality rate will be 9 levels. The canary said, "In a month, the living people will gather at the designated place, and someone will meet you back. According to the number of black fire wood beads you dig, you will decide your ranking in this assessment. Those who rank in the top 10 will receive rich rewards from the school palace, and I wish you live well." The blue wind spirit finch was very fast. After flying for most of the day, it came to the periphery of the Fire Demon Mountain. Sitting on the back of Ling Ke, looking down, black smoke and dust floated on the ground, and flames burned in the mountains all year round, making the air full of dense and dark smoke. Crackle! In the dark smoke, lightning and thunder shuttle, sending out shocking destructive power, raising a small mountain to the ground. This is the Homa Mountain Range, a primitive ancient mountain with a radius of thousands of miles. It is also the most famous ancient magic land of Yulan Empire. Finally, one thing to remind you is that the fire in the Fire Demon Mountain is burning all year round. Those Shan beasts will lay their eggs in the place with the densest flame, bury them in the soil, and hatch Shan beast children with the flame in the soil. If you encounter places with dense flames, you can take risks to break through. If you can get the eggs left by a powerful Shan beast, you will earn a lot. Maybe you can receive a powerful Shan beast as a pet. You may even encounter the legendary dragon egg. This may be the only good news everyone has heard. There are many powerful Shan beasts in the Fire Demon Mountains. According to legend, there are even 7-level Shan beasts that can be transformed into human shapes. Although this assessment is extremely dangerous, there is also a huge opportunity. If you can get the egg of a level 4 Shan beast, it is worth fighting hard. Flying into the Fire Demon Mountain for about 300 miles, the flying height of the blue wind spirit finch began to decrease. From number 500, the finch hoped to kick young warriors off the back of the spirit finch and fall into the primitive mountain below. 500. Number 501. Number 502. Every young warrior's whereabouts are several kilometers away, and they don't land at the same place. Some warriors are very unlucky. Before they fall to the ground, they are swallowed by the mysterious beasts flying out of the mountains and forests, and send out bleak screams. It's Ning Xiaochuan's turn. No, I'll do it myself. Ning Xiaochuan jumped directly from the back of the blue wind spirit bird. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan wrapped his body in Wu Dao Xian Qi, jumped from a height of 30 meters, and smashed the ground into a huge pit, with flames splashing everywhere. In the dark soil, flames rose one after another, emitting a pungent smell. The temperature of the ground is extremely high. If ordinary people walk on the ground here, the soles of their feet will certainly be roasted. Only the constitution of the warrior can walk on the burning earth. There are thick shrubs around, and thick trees surrounded by 5 people can be seen everywhere, with dark vines wrapped around them. Flames are flowing on the vines and trees, giving people a very strange feeling. The plants here have adapted to the environment, and even the earth fire can't burn them to ashes. Boom! On the tree, vines as thick as the mouth of the bull suddenly live and bombard Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed, and he quickly condensed Xuanqi into Xuanqi Gang's shield, but he still couldn't stop the great power of the vine, and his body was pulled out and hit a towering tree. Chi. The vine quickly swam over, opened his mouth, and showed his sharp teeth. Ning Xiaochuan saw clearly now. What kind of vine is this? This is a tripod mysterious beast rattan snake, which is as thick as a bull and is more than 20 meters long. Just now, it was wrapped around a tree. Ning Xiaochuan thought it was a vine. At the critical moment of life and death, Ning Xiaochuan ran the blood gas in his body to the extreme, and Wu Dao Xian gas was emitted from his body and condensed into a Xian gas war sword. He waved his sword with both arms and hit the top of the rattan snake, making a crackling sound. Split a big spark. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his arms were numbed by the shock. Xian Beast's defense was too strong, and with a full blow, he didn't cut the snake limb. Ning Xiaochuan's feet slammed on the trunk, climbed up and fell on a branch more than 10 meters high, like a monkey with vigorous hands. Bang! Rattan snake vomited crimson snake letters, climbed up along the trunk, with fierce eyes, and waved the branches off with its tail. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly stirred up again and fell on a higher branch. Chi. Rattan snake opened its mouth and spit a poisonous mist at Ning Xiaochuan. Snake venom is extremely corrosive. It instantly corrodes a branch into powder and falls to the ground. Xian Beast, with wisdom no less than that of human beings, is quite intelligent and pursues Ning Xiaochuan. Damn it! Lightning Beast. Ning Xiaochuan's hands condensed electric light, gathered into a huge electric ball, turned into half a lightning behemoth, and slapped a claw on the top of the rattan snake. The electric current split the rattan snake and kept howling, falling to the ground and smashing a big hole. Ning Xiaochuan quickly jumped down from the tree trunk and condensed a Xuanqi sword in midair. With the help of the force of his body falling, a sword pierced the top of the rattan snake. Poof! Nailed the snake's head to the ground. The rattan snake began to struggle violently. The snake with a thick bull mouth wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body around his legs, waist and neck, as if to break Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his bones had been strangled and misplaced, making a crackling sound. His neck seemed to be strangled, his eyes were full of blood, his face was extremely red, and he couldn't breathe. Ning Xiaochuan's hand still pressed the handle of the sword, nailed the rattan snake's head to the ground, forcibly operated the mysterious qi in his body, and more than a dozen strong currents flowed out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, constantly splitting on the rattan snake. Half an hour later, the rattan snake finally died, and the snake became soft and fell to the ground. Cough. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, coughed for a while, and then kept panting. This rattan snake should have just been promoted to the 3rd level Xian beast. It is relatively weak among the 3rd level Xian beasts, and its combat power is not too strong. If I encounter a powerful 3rd level Xian beast, I'm afraid I'll die today. After Ning Xiaochuan finished his rest, he began to dissect the rattan snake, cut open the snake's skin, and took out a fist-sized inferior basalt. The value of this inferior basalt is about 100,000 coins. Although Xianshi is the most in the ore, the powerful Xuanwu's body can also breed Xianshi. The essence of Xianshi is the crystallization of Xuanqi, which widely exists in nature, minerals, Xuanwu bodies, and some special plants, such as Zuanlingmu. Even some powerful warriors can conceive small Xianshi in their bodies, and such warriors are called Xianshi spirit bodies. In the body of the Sanpin Xian beast, the lower-grade Xian stone can be bred. The scales of the rattan snake can be used to make armor, the skin can be used to make battle clothes, the inner bladder can be used to refine intermediate pills, and the blood can be used to refine the spirit liquid of Xian beast. It is really a treasure all over the body. It is roughly estimated that the value of this rattan snake should exceed 300,000 coins. Boom! The ground shook, and a giant beast roared. Roar! Ning Xiaochuan's eardrum was shocked and hurt, and his body retreated 3 steps in a row. He saw a rhinoceros-horned beast up to about 12 meters out of the jungle, wrapped in flames, with eyes as big as a washbasin. With a roar, he was shocked to fly sand and stone. This is a Wupingshuan beast that has been practicing for more than 500 years. The breath that erupts from it is extremely strong, like a king of the forest. Rhinoceros stared at Ning Xiaochuan and roared angrily. Its voice seemed to shake Ning Xiaochuan out. Run! After Ning Xiaochuan bumped the rattan snake on the ground into the Qiankuan cloth bag, he turned around and ran away, moving Xuanqi to his legs, so that the lightning wrapped his legs and ran quickly. Don't hesitate at all. Run for your life, directly when you meet Wupingshuan beast. This level of fierce beast is the existence of the dominant level of mountains within a radius of dozens of miles. Bang! Bang! Rhinoceros-horned beast chased after him, but because of its huge body, it affected the speed and finally let Ning Xiaochuan escape. Ning Xiaochuan ran wildly for 20 miles. He was relieved to see that the rhinoceros didn't catch up, and stopped, but he still had lingering palpitations. It's too dangerous. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Ning Xiaochuan can still hear the angry roar of rhinoceros horn in the jungle in the distance at the moment, shaking the ancient trees all over the mountains. Ning Xiaochuan still felt unsafe, so he restrained his breath, took a piece of cloth from the Qiankuan cloth bag, began to draw a map of the Huama mountain, marked it as a dangerous area, and then immediately moved away from this area. Ning Xiaochuan restrained his breath and became cautious. He has telepathy and can roughly predict the danger, so once he has a premonition of the danger ahead, he immediately stops and draws a circle on the map, marking it as a danger zone. For 2 days in a row, although Ning Xiaochuan met 6 more Xian beasts, they were all first-class Xian beasts and second-class Xian beasts. He easily killed them, but he didn't encounter any great danger. These 2 days, Ning Xiaochuan also met 3 examiners, but what he saw was their bodies. One of the examiners was eaten by Xian beast, leaving only a skeleton. The examination of Tiandi Academy is too cruel. But Haiwomu hasn't seen one yet, and Ning Xiaochuan continues to look carefully in the mountains. To pass the examination of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, you must get at least 1 black fire wooden bead. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan heard the sound of fighting and people's voices from the jungle, so he immediately rushed to hide behind a big tree and saw 2 waves of people fighting fiercely not far away. Chi Choner, hand over the black fire wooden beads, or today is the time of death. Lin Heng held a dark blue knife in his hand. The dark chi flowed on the knife body, forming a ball that wrapped his body. When you wield a knife, there are 36 Dao Qi. Lin Heng's cultivation reached the first level of the divine body. This is his martial arts magic power, gang, domain crazy knife. Two Xuanqi Jichanshan young warriors stood by, wearing the same clothes as Lin Scar. Obviously, the three of them belonged to the same sect. It was a girl who fought with Lin Heng. The girl was dressed in white clothes, shoes, and long skirts, and had long black hair. She fell from the top of her head to the position of her legs. Her slender body quickly changed direction, and the long hair on her head flew like a waterfall. Lin Scar, are you all robbers of Lingxi sect? If you have the ability, you go to dig black firewood beach yourself, and unexpectedly come to me to rob, which is also considered ability? Qi Chan'er is also the most important cultivation of the divine body, but it is obviously at the bottom, because Lin Scar's hand holds this mysterious weapon-level saber, but she has no mysterious weapon in her hand. In the same realm, people with Xuanqi are more powerful than people without Xuanqi. Poof. The knife, Qi broke Qi Chan'er's protective body, Shangang, and a knife cut on her back, leaving a bloody wound. Lin Heng slapped out, hit Qi Chan'er's left shoulder, and gave a click. Qi Chan'er pointed out, and with his slender fingertips, a sword wave flew out, hitting Lin Scar on the chest and flying Lin Scar out. Her body also backed out, and her mouth made a muffled sound. Second senior brother. Two young warriors of Lingxi sect held Lin Heng. Lin Heng's hand pressed on his chest, his palm was full of blood, and his face showed an angry look. Bitch, let's fight together, catch this bitch, take her black fire wooden beads first, and then take turns to kill her. The eyes of the other two young disciples showed fanatical eyes. Qi Chan'er was the first beauty in the 6 Xuanwu mansion. Today, she seemed blessed. The three men of Lingxi sect mobilized their mysterious qi and attacked fiercely. Shua! Shua! Two sword qi flew out of the woods, as fast as two lightning, killing the two 9th-level disciples of Lingxi sect. This change was unexpected to everyone. Qi Chan'er and Lin Trace, even Ning Xiaochuan, who was hidden in the dark, were slightly stunned. Are their masters hiding in the dark? Lin Heng roared, who is it? Get out of here. Shaoli flew down from the top of a tree trunk, stood straight on the ground, with beautiful eyes and handsome, stared at the two bodies on the ground coldly, and said, 3 big men dealing with a woman is really humiliating to Lingxi sect. Qi Chan's beautiful eyes were rippling, and he glanced at Shaoli. The boy was a rare beautiful man. Ning Xiaochuan, who was hiding in the dark, was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect Shaoli to be here, so he immediately held his breath and hid his breath more carefully. The people present are all masters of the younger generation. Lin Heng stood with a knife and sneered, boy, what are you, and dare to tell me what to do? If you want a hero to save the United States, I'll send you on the road. Boom. Lin Scar waved his knife crazily, forming a hurricane, and quickly moved towards Shaoli. I don't know heaven and earth. Shaoli stood on the ground, motionless, just stretched out an arm, palm directly into a 9-meter-long glutinous giant claw, crushed knife gang, and lifted Lin Scar from the ground. Bang! Lin Scar's head was like a watermelon, and a piece of crimson plasma fell. Good guy, he has reached the second weight of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Shaoli from a distance, with a cold look in his eyes. This son's physique and talent are really powerful. He even killed Lin Scar in the first level of the divine body with only one move. No other second-level martial artist of the divine body can achieve such a powerful combat power. A martial artist with strong physique can become king in the same realm and sweep invincible. Shaoli has such a constitution. Qi Chan'er arched his hand and said, thank you for saving me. I hope we will meet again after the examination. Chan'er will certainly give me a gift as a thank you. Goodbye. Qi Chan'er is also a smart woman. She has black fire wooden beads on her body, which is the key treasure to pass the examination. Now she can't trust anyone, even the life-saving benefactor. She must leave immediately. Xiao Li's eyes slightly glanced at Qichaner's heaven and earth cloth bag hanging on his waist, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. But after seeing Qichaner's delicate and beautiful face, the cold light in his eyes hid, caught up, and saluted very politely, saying, "Girl, you haven't told me your name?" "Qi Tianhou Mansion, Qichan's son." Qichaner didn't have a bad feeling for Xiao Li, but he was more alert to everyone. She is indeed a very beautiful woman. Her skin is quite white, like carved jade. Her long hair is elegant, delicate and moving. Her face is like a goose egg, and her eyes are as bright as stars, just like the beauty in the painting, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. Qichaner's talent is also very high. Practicing the 6 Xianling formula has entered the first place in the divine body realm. When she raises her hands and feet, she exudes a fairy temperament. At her age, such martial arts accomplishments have been quite remarkable. "Are you Qichaner, the daughter of Lady Yingqi?" Xiao Li knew that Mrs. Yingqi had a daughter named Qichaner, who was 15 years old this year. She was a proud daughter of heaven, but she did not practice in the Marquis of Qitian, but under the door of the 6 Xuanwu mansion. It's really a narrow road. "Did you meet Mrs. Yingqi's bitch's daughter here?" Qichaner inherited her mother's peerless beauty, but she was not as seductive as her mother. Instead, she was very beautiful, elegant, holy, and dignified. She frowned slightly and said, "I've never been at peace with my mother. I haven't been back to Qi Tianhou Mansion for 3 years. How do you know I'm her daughter?" After learning that Qichaner was Mrs. Yingqi's daughter, Xiao Li had a strong desire for revenge, clenched her teeth tightly, and wanted to kill Qichaner with a sword. "No, if you kill her like this, you can't make Mrs. Yingqi suffer." He wants to make Mrs. Yingqi miserable, and return the humiliation imposed on him by Mrs. Yingqi multiple times. "Mrs. Yingqi, since you ruthlessly kicked me out, I'll compensate with your daughter. When you see your daughter lying under me like a bitch and being trampled by me, I'm afraid you will regret it at that time." Xiao Li's heart is laughing wildly. Xiao Li knelt directly on one knee and said in righteous words, "Subordinate, see you, miss." "Are you?" Qichan said. "My subordinates are disciples of the Marquis of Qitian. It's really an honor for my subordinates to see the young lady today. I hope I can stay by her side and protect her safety." Xiao Li hurriedly said a series of things about the Marquis of Qitian, and even the layout of every temple in the Marquis of Qitian. Finally, he won the trust of Qichaner. Qichaner happened to be seriously injured, so it's naturally a good thing to have a strong subordinate to protect her. She didn't refuse Xiao Li to follow her. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew that Xiao Li had already been kicked out by Mrs. Yingqi, and he knew more about Xiao Li's many reasons. He sneered, "Xiao Li is really a character. In order to revenge Mrs. Yingqi, there is really no need to do anything. Having such an enemy is really difficult for people to sleep and eat." After seeing Xiao Li's means in retaliation for Mrs. Yingqi, Ning Xiaochuan was more determined to kill Xiao Li. Such an enemy would definitely let him die. However, Ning Xiaochuan knew that Xiao Li's cultivation was strong, so he was not in a hurry to start. He planned to break through the cultivation to the 2nd level of the divine body, and it was not too late to start again. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is about to break through. Within 5 days, he should be able to break through the current state. For 3 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan followed Xiao Li and Qichaner far behind, hiding his body shape, and his heart was a little curious. Qichaner was seriously injured. Instead of looking for a secret place to recuperate, he was constantly on his way. Where is this going? Ning Xiaochuan thought it was abnormal. After confirming that they stopped to have a rest, Ning Xiaochuan also stopped immediately, took out the gold silk purple wood box, and used the earth martial energy inside to improve his cultivation. The speed of absorbing Xuanqi reached 50 times the normal speed, just like a martial god was giving him a topping, and his cultivation naturally increased rapidly. These 3 days, Shaoli is also quite regular, following Qi Chaner behind, aligning Chaner respectfully. When encountering the dangerous Xian beast, he immediately stopped the Xian beast and let Qi Chaner escape first, which made Qi Chaner trust him more. Ning Xiaochuan has no interest in Shaoli's methods of dealing with women, but just works hard to cultivate and impact the second level of the divine body. Once he reached the second level of the divine body, he would look for an opportunity to get rid of Shaoli, the enemy. In order to improve his cultivation faster, he took 2 blood toad pills in a row to forcibly replenish the blood gas in the divine body and impact the realm. Boom! After 3 days of cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan reached the peak of the first weight of the divine body. The first innate magic power, Lightning Beast, was cultivated to Mahayana, and a light electric line appeared in the middle of his eyebrow. With a little Xuanqi running, an electric shuttle will be released from the center of the eyebrow, condensing into the shadow of the Lightning Beast. Mahayana level Lightning Beast. As for how powerful is the Mahayana level Lightning Beast? Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to try at the moment. After all, Shaoli and Qi Chaner were 3 miles away. They were both masters of the younger generation. Once the fluctuations on Ning Xiaochuan were too strong, they would be noticed by them. If you cultivate the first divine power into Mahayana, the second divine power will be born in your body. If some martial arts are too poor and the second divine power is not born in your body, you can only cultivate the acquired divine power to make up for it. Ning Xiaochuan's constitution is naturally not bad. After the first kind of magic Mahayana, the source of magic of the second kind of magic was born in his body. The source of divine power is the source of divine power. Only by activating the source of divine power can the second divine power completely burst out, so as to achieve the second level of divine body realm. Boom! 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 In the source of magical powers, the mysterious Qi swirled and vibrated, and a roaring thunder came out, shaking Ning Xiaochuan's body. The body is like a source of thunder. At first, the voice of the thunder was low after all, only ringing in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Gradually, the sound became louder and stronger, shaking the ground around Ning Xiaochuan's body. I am a celestial body. The first kind of magic power is related to lightning, and the second kind of magic power is not related to thunder. Lightning and thunder coexist. In nature, there is a mysterious connection. Lightning comes first, and thunder naturally follows. Bang down! The whole mountain heard a heavy thunder. Qi Chaner sat in the cave on the cliff and knelt down to practice. He was awakened by the thunder. His bright eyes suddenly opened, staring at the earth and mountains full of flames below. His ruddy lips spit out a sentence, 3 miles away, there are martial arts masters practicing. Shaoli also suddenly stood up, stood on the edge of the cliff, looked at the thunder and lightning in the jungle 3 miles away, and his eyes were cold and murderous. Along the way, I could vaguely feel that someone was following us. I thought it was my illusion, but I didn't expect that there was really a villain accompanying me. It's likely that he also knew that there was black fire wooden beads on the lady's body, and deliberately followed behind us. If he wanted to find an opportunity to seize black fire wooden beads, he must be removed. After saying this, Shaoli took the Xuanqi level saber left by the forest scar, stepped on the cliff, flew down, and rushed 3 miles away. Qi Chaner's injury has recovered 70% to 80%, and he also flew down from the cliff, closely following Shaoli. Huama Mountain. Even at night, the mountains are burning flames, lighting the earth, and heat waves are surging into the sky. Ning Xiaochuan felt that someone was rushing towards this side. The sharp wind made his heart feel urgent, but his body could not move, and was fettered by the source of magic. Move the mysterious Qi of martial arts all over the body, to attract the source of magical powers. Once the source of divine power was aroused, he could step into the second tier of the divine body, but Xiaoli didn't give him time to break through the realm. He was standing opposite him with a Xuanqi war knife. Xiaoli stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was sitting on the ground, with a cold light in his eyes, and sneered, "It's really you. You followed behind these 3 days. I'm afraid you're coming for me?" Both Xiaoli and Ning Xiaochuan regard each other as great enemies and will never die. Ning Xiaochuan's body was like 2 iron mountains crashing, breaking out a muffled thunder, and lightning flowed around his body, breaking a big tree hugged by 3 people not far away, making a huge sound of Jia and falling to the ground. "Originally, you are breaking through the realm, and your body can't move." Xiaoli's eyes shrunk, and immediately showed a cruel murderous intention, laughing, "Since God has given you a good opportunity, today is your death." Xiaoli held the handle of the knife in both hands, jumped up 3 feet high, fell down with a knife, and pulled out a half-moon glory. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground like a rock, and the electric lines in the center of his eyebrows were like heavenly eyes, shooting a finger-thick lightning, which turned into a huge lightning beast and bombarded with the terrible knife light. There is another chapter at 12 a.m. tonight. Bang! Mahayana's lightning beast is 10 meters long, like a hill where lightning converges. It has unparalleled destructive power. With one claw, it grabbed a skirt on Xiaoli's collar, leaving a shallow bloodstain. Xiaoli's knife also fell from Ning Xiaochuan's right shoulder, cutting off a piece of flesh and blood on Ning Xiaochuan's right shoulder, gushing crimson blood. Xiaoli didn't kill Ning Xiaochuan with one knife, so without any hesitation, he cut out the second knife. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, running the Xian Qi under his body. His body was moving rapidly, and the center of his eyebrows kept sending out lightning, colliding with the lightning generated by Xiaoli, blocking Xiaoli's killing move several times. However, Ning Xiaochuan's body was still hit several times by knife gas. His clothes were broken, and blood flowed out of the wound. A large amount of blood loss made Ning Xiaochuan feel dizzy. This is a very bad situation. Qi Chaner had come, didn't do anything, stood in the distance, staring at the battle between Xiaoli and Ning Xiaochuan. Xiaoli cut 14 knives in a row, but he didn't wipe out Ning Xiaochuan completely. His heart became more and more manic, and he threw the sword directly at Ning Xiaochuan. The sword was covered with a layer of mysterious gas, which turned into a streamer and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved 3 feet sideways to avoid the knife, but Xiaoli rushed up. Cracks appeared on his palm, and his skin was broken into a huge gluttonous claw. The claw was like a sharp knife, and the palm print completely wrapped Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan felt a huge crisis. If he was hit by Xiaoli's palm, he would die without doubt. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body made a loud noise, like the waves hitting the rocks, the mountains collapsing, the stones were broken, and the mysterious qi of heaven and earth rushed frantically towards him, flowing into the pores, into the blood, and gathered in the heart palace of Wu Dao. The source of magical powers has been turned into thin filaments, which are integrated into flesh, muscles, and divine marrow. Ning Xiaochuan's body was like turning into a thunder source. His eyes were opened, and electric light was emitted from his eyes. He opened his mouth and roared, "Thunder and thunder!" Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's voice was like thunder, shaking the ground, and the sound waves condensed into the shadow of a 3-meter-high clock. There were words on the clock that were rising and falling, pounding Xiaoli's chest. Xiaoli was temporarily deaf by a thunder, his brain was blank, and his body suddenly paused. Ning Xiaochuan took advantage of this short moment, his body burst into fire, carrying a Xuanqi-level saber inserted on the ground, and cut off Xiaoli's left arm with a knife. Poof! The arm flew out and fell into the jungle. Xiaoli's shoulder gushed a lot of blood, which woke him up from his absence. When he saw his missing arm, he gave a sad scream in his mouth and showed a fierce cold in his eyes. "My arm, I'm going to kill you." Xiaoli's feet suddenly kicked on the ground, hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest with his body, and knocked Ning Xiaochuan out and pressed him on the ground. Xiaoli is completely crazy. Ning Xiaochuan actually disabled one of his arms, and his body will be flawed. Even if he becomes a super strong person in the future, he can only be disabled. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan kicked Xiaoli in the chest and kicked Xiaoli out. Ning Xiaochuan was also seriously injured, with wounds all over his body. He stood up from the ground and shook the soil on his body. The soil was covered with blood, and his eyes stared at Xiaoli coldly. Bang! Bang! The two collided again and kept shooting. Lightning flows, thunder roars, and gluttonous roars, breaking huge trees. The scene is like two giant beasts fighting. Chi-Choner was shocked. He didn't expect that there were such two powerful people in the young generation. Although Xiaoli used to talk and laugh and cut the forest scars, he only used one move after all, and did not show strong destructive power. At the moment, when he fought with Ning Xiaochuan, he was able to burst out his power, just like the resurrection of Taotai ancient beast. His power was infinite, and he could break a huge tree with one palm. The second weight of the divine body is so strong that they are absolutely kings of the same realm. Chi-Choner has reached the first level of the divine body and is already a master of the younger generation, but either Xiaoli or Ning Xiaochuan can kill her. In the jungle, the mysterious chi fluctuated extremely strongly, and the sound was overwhelming, startling the powerful mysterious beasts in the fire demon mountains. Roar! Roar! The huge Xian beast roared and rushed towards this side. The soles of his feet stepped on the ground, shaking the earth and mountains. Far away, you can see the shadow of many mysterious beasts, which appear in the jungle. There are 3 golden wolves as big as elephants, 3-meter-high bloody spiders, and black lions with wings. These are fierce mysterious beasts, slowly approaching this side. Ning Xiaochuan's face didn't mean to retreat at all. Today, he vowed to take Xiaoli's life to the death. He once again uttered a thunderbolt bell, which was like a thunderbolt exploding in the air and earth shaking. Those mysterious beasts in the distance were startled by the thunder and retreated 2 steps in succession. Lightning is the nemesis of Xian beasts, which makes them afraid. Xiaoli was also shaken by the thunder bell. For a short time, his brain was temporarily blank, and his eardrum was painful and ready to crack. Taking advantage of this short time, Ning Xiaochuan flashed his hand and cut Xiaoli's neck with a knife. Head flies out. Poof! Blood gushed from Xiaoli's neck. Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling exhausted, and finally got rid of this great enemy. Although Xiaoli's head was cut off, his body did not immediately fall down. He rushed forward and hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest with his claws, almost piercing Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Bang! After completing this subsequent blow, Xiaoli's body fell to the ground feebly. When reaching the realm of divine body, the warrior can reach the degree of internal control. Even if his head is cut off, he will not die immediately. He can use the remaining will to control his body to continue fighting. The higher the cultivation of martial arts, the stronger the vitality. According to the legend, there was a martial artist who was extremely cultivated. His head was cut off, but he still survived. He turned into eyes, his navel into his mouth, and danced with his hands to hit the sky. The war will never die. The second level of Xiaoli Chai's divine body is naturally far from that level, but at the moment when his head was cut off, he can still do it for another moment. Finally, he used the last moment of his life to seriously injure Ning Xiaochuan, then fell to the ground and died completely. Ning Xiaochuan had already been seriously injured. At the moment, he was hit by Xiaoli's dying blow, which pierced his chest, and he was even more seriously injured. There was a sense of weakness in his body, and he almost fell to the ground top-heavy. Insist. 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 You can't fall down. If you fall down, you'll die. It will become food in the mouth of the Shan beast. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth and hurriedly ran Xuanqi to seal the injury on his chest. As soon as he stood up, he saw Qichaner standing opposite him. She was wearing a white luoshan, silky and smooth, her eyebrows were slender like willow leaves, her red lips were glittering like gemstones, and the 5 slender jade fingers released white mysterious gas, condensed into a 4-foot-long ancient sword, and the sword on the blade was intended to swallow and spit. You want to avenge him? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Qichaner shook his head and said, he's deliberately lying to me. He wants to get close to me. His heart must not be simple. Why should I help such a person take revenge? Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised and said, do you know he has ulterior motives? Do you know he is lying to you? The disciples of the Marquis House of Qi Tian are not qualified to enter the Marquis House for cultivation at all. When he said the first sentence, I knew he was lying to me. Qichaner was slim and alert to Ning Xiaochuan, and even more alert to those fierce Xian beasts slowly approaching in the distance. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but look up at her and said, then why do you still let him follow you? His cultivation can kill Lin Heng with one sword, and naturally it can kill me with one sword. Besides, I was seriously injured at that time and I can't be his opponent. Since he wants to pretend, I'll pretend with him. When I recover from my injury, I can always find a chance to kill him. Qichaner said. Who says women are easy to cheat? If you think women are fools, then it must be you who finally become fools. Like Shaoli, who has fallen to the ground, I'm afraid he didn't know that the person who wanted to kill him most was not Ning Xiaochuan, but Qichaner. Ning Xiaochuan said, it seems that you are a smart woman, so it's easy to do. I've helped you kill him now, which is a big help to you, but I'm not a person who asks for repayment. There are too many mysterious beasts here, and I have to go. Ning Xiaochuan was seriously injured and didn't want to fight with Qichaner anymore. He was ready to flee here immediately. Don't move. Qichaner's sword fell on Ning Xiaochuan's head, and he was quite alert to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan can kill Shaoli, which shows that he is more powerful than Shaoli. Ning Xiaochuan also knows that she has black fire wooden beads on her body. If she lets Ning Xiaochuan escape and recover from the injury, will she take the black fire wooden beads from her hands after Ning Xiaochuan recovers from the injury? Therefore, Qichaner was quite alert to Ning Xiaochuan, and hesitated in his heart whether to kill Ning Xiaochuan with a sword to get rid of future troubles. However, she has never killed anyone, and some of them can't do it. It was supposed to be updated at 12 a.m., but Lao Jiu was locked in a small black room and didn't come out until 1 o'clock. Therefore, the update was an hour late. The first 2 days were 4 chapters a day, which was an increase of 3,000 and 4,000 book reviews. The number of fans is less than 100, so we won't add more for the time being. Everyone's vitality is still quite full. The book review is almost 1,000 in 2 days, which surprised Lao Jiu. This week, everyone continues. This chapter is an additional chapter to thank book friends for their support of Lao Jiu. Tomorrow is Monday again. As the old rule, it starts to rush the list. Everyone will smash the recommended tickets and collections to Lao Jiu. If there is a reward, let's reward it tomorrow. Hit the new book list. Roar. After Shaoli died, the blood gas on the ground spread, attracting more and more mysterious beasts in the distance. Finally, hundreds of fierce Xian beasts rushed frantically towards Ning Xiaochuan and Qichaner, shaking the whole mountain and forest, and the trees collapsed in rows. There were dense shadows of Xian beasts everywhere, as if to swallow them both. Qichaner was shocked, and he was no longer in the mood to think about whether to kill Ning Xiaochuan. He turned around and ran away, turning into a slim shadow. Ning Xiaochuan was also scared to death. If he was surrounded by so many mysterious beasts, even the top master would die. He hurriedly took out a blood toad pill and fed it into his mouth. He lifted the Xuanqi-level saber on the ground and chased Qichaner in the direction of escape. Boom! The Dan Qi and blood gas of Blood Toad Dan exploded in Ning Xiaochuan's body, helping him recover quickly and replenish blood gas. Ning Xiaochuan ran Xuanqi to his legs, and the speed increased suddenly, and soon caught up with Qichaner. Boom! Behind them, those fierce Xian beasts, after eating Shaoli's body, ran frantically after them, trampling the whole mountain forest. Qichaner looked back, bit his rosy lips tightly, and said, "Why do you follow me? You will kill me too." Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer, but just followed her closely, and her distance was getting closer and closer. Roar! In the mountains and forests behind, smoke billowed, and the roar of the Xian beast continued, showing a semi-surrounded shape to catch up. Qichaner was so angry that a black line appeared on his forehead, and he regretted it. He had known that he should not have been soft-hearted just now, so he should have killed him with a sword. Turn left! Ning Xiaochuan shouted. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's voice, Qichaner turned his head and saw that Ning Xiaochuan had run towards the mountains on the left. He couldn't help but be happy. He finally stopped following himself. Qichaner naturally won't turn left and continues to run forward. The Xian beasts chasing them were divided into two groups, one continued to chase Qichaner, and the other went after Ning Xiaochuan. After Ning Xiaochuan took the blood toad pill, his injury recovered a lot, and he ran all the way to a dangerous area marked on the map. With my cultivation, I can't kill so many Xian beasts at all, and I can't get rid of them. The final result must be exhaustion and death. If I want to live, I have to lead them all to the danger zone and deal with them with the help of the powerful Xian beasts in the danger zone. After rigorous calculation, Ning Xiaochuan knew that this was the only chance to live. Originally, for Qichaner's sake, he wanted to save Qichaner's life, but Qichaner couldn't believe him at all. Then whether Qichaner is dead or alive, she can only ask for more blessings from herself. Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the edge of a jungle with dense trees. The trees here are thick, and huge trees as thick as 5 people hugged can be seen everywhere. This is a dangerous area. Ning Xiaochuan once accidentally broke into it and found the poison nest of a 7-meter-long golden scorpion in it. Fortunately, he escaped quickly and saved his life. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the dark giant wood jungle, and those Xian beasts who chased after him also rushed in. But before long, those Xian beasts screamed again and rushed out of the huge wood jungle. Behind the group of Xian beasts, a 7-meter-long golden scorpion was chased, emitting a metallic light all over. There were sharp inverse scales on its tail, which dragged it on the ground. Those kilogram boulders were cut like tofu by the inverse scales on its tail, making a ding sound and hitting fire particles. The golden scorpion vomited a golden poison fog from its mouth. All the Xian beasts stained with the poison fog fell to the ground one after another, and instantly breathed out and died, and the flesh and blood in its body were corroded into pus. Ning Xiaochuan hid on the top of a huge tree and looked at the dense mysterious beast corpses below. His heart and hair were afraid. The poison fog spitted out by the golden scorpion is too abnormal. One mouthful of the poison fog poisoned at least hundreds of mysterious beasts. All the mysterious beasts chasing after me are dead. Isn't this the 6th grade Xian beast golden-winged ghost king scorpion? It shouldn't be, and it doesn't have wings. Lu Pin Xian beast, already regarded as the king of Xian beasts, has the power to destroy a small city. If he is targeted by Lu Pingshuan beast, Ning Xiaochuan has no chance to escape. No. Ning Xiaochuan saw that on the back of the golden scorpion below, there were 2 triangular golden iron lens, with dark light flowing above. It's really a golden-winged ghost scorpion, but it should be only the cub of the golden-winged ghost scorpion, so the wings haven't fully grown. Just the cub is so fierce. How terrible is the adult golden-winged ghost scorpion? Ning Xiaochuan pressed his body tightly against the tree trunk and held his breath. If he was found by the golden-winged ghost king scorpion below, he would be dead. The golden-winged ghost king scorpion roared below, and the poisonous fog dispersed, which made the mysterious beasts in the mountain forest tremble. It is warning those mysterious beasts that this is its territory. Whoever dares to break in will die. After roaring, the golden-winged ghost scorpion returns to its nest. Ning Xiaochuan loosened and slowly fell to the ground from the trunk. He saw that the ground was full of Shan beast corpses, and the surrounding air was still filled with a light golden poison fog. Ning Xiaochuan could see the power of the golden poison fog with his own eyes, so he held his breath, wrapped his body with xuanqi, and planned to leave here immediately. Why is the golden poison fog here, without the mysterious qi that corrodes my body surface? The golden poison fog is so powerful that it will certainly corrode xuanqi, but Ning Xiaochuan's body protecting xuanqi is not affected, which makes Ning Xiaochuan feel strange. Ning Xiaochuan's heart came up with a bold idea, slowly took back the Shan qi, and then took a breath in the air. After being absorbed into the body by him, the golden poison fog was immediately refined by a strange force in the blood, turned into a golden gas, and integrated into the blood vessels, muscles, bones, and divine marrow, making Ning Xiaochuan's body strong, and the strength of the body increased a little. The poison fog not only did not cause damage to Ning Xiaochuan, but also increased his physique. What's the matter? What power is in my blood that can refine the poison fog and turn it into something beneficial to myself? In this way, can't I be invincible? Ning Xiaochuan began to breathe and exhale the golden poison mist in the air, inhale it into his body, convert it into golden gas, and integrate it into his flesh, muscles, and bones, so that the wound on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan's wound scarred, and even the blood hole in his chest healed. It should be the power of the magic sword. Every time the magic sword absorbs blood gas, it will be converted into Wu Daoshan gas. At the same time, Wu Daoshan gas also carries a trace of world-destroying gas and integrates into the blood, so that my blood is different from others' blood and becomes invincible. I am using my heart to cultivate the magic sword, and the magic sword is also cultivating my body. Over time, my body will be gradually close to the breath on the magic sword, and may become a sword body or a body of destruction. Ning Xiaochuan had some hidden worries. If he continued to be assimilated by the magic sword, he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. The fourth generation of descendants of the way of destroying the world. The words exterminating the world made him feel a sense of inexplicable fear, and he couldn't help thinking of the scene of corpses, blood and stars collapsing in his mind. The road ahead is still far away. What do you want to do with so much? The boat will go straight to the bridge. Ning Xiaochuan saw the bodies of Shan beasts on the ground, and immediately became interested. There were the bodies of the first Shan beast, the second Shan beast, and even 6 third Shan beasts. Although the bodies of these Shan beasts have been corroded by the poisonous fog, the skin and armor on the surface are still very complete, and they can be sold at a high price. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a war knife in his hand, first cut the 6 Sanpingshuan beasts. This saber, named Against the Water Cold, is a mysterious weapon with a first grade, which originally belonged to Lin Heng, the second disciple of Lingxi sect. After Lin Scar died, the upstream cold was taken away by Shaoli. After Shaoli's death, this sword of xuanqi level fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. This is a mysterious weapon with a minimum value of more than 1 million coins. It is forged with millennium black iron. It is extremely sharp and cuts iron like mud. There is a psychic jade sealed inside the counter water-cold knife. The position of the knife handle is inlaid with a black stone the size of a walnut. Even an ordinary person who can't cultivate xuanqi can wield Shangang knife qi when he gets this war knife. This is where xuanqi is powerful. Some more powerful xuanqi, once out of the sheath, can even call the wind and rain, attract lightning, divine thunder, channeling and wisdom, imperial instruments flying into the sky, and killing thousands of miles. One sword moves mountains, and one sword breaks rivers. However, the more powerful the Xuanqi is, the more expensive and scarce the value is. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, it is quite precious to get a first-class Xuanqi-level saber. The 6 Xian beasts all took out a piece of inferior Xian stone, which was different in size. The big Xian stone was as big as a head, and the small Xian stone was only as big as a fist. Ning Xiaochuan put the skins and armor of more than 100 Xian beasts on the ground into heaven and earth cloth bags. The Qiankuan cloth bag is also made of unknown materials. It seems to be a small bag as big as a palm, but the space inside is 60 square meters, and the depth is about 30 meters. Such a huge bag is enough to hold several houses. After loading the skins and armor of more than 100 Xian beasts, the Qiankuan cloth bag also swelled, accounting for more than half of the space inside, weighing more than 5,000 jin. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it's easy to pick up more than 5,000 kilograms of things. Ning Xiaochuan made a lot of money, but he didn't intend to leave immediately. The most powerful place of golden-winged ghost king scorpion is its poison fog. Since I'm not afraid of its poison fog, why don't I go to its nest? There should be a lot of treasures in the nest of Lupingshuan beast. Ning Xiaochuan asked during his breath, hid his body, and quietly sneaked towards the nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion. It's Monday, it's mating season again, no. Cough. Wrong, yes, it's ticket season again. Recommendation tickets, gold coins, book coins, old 9 all require, old 9 put the bowl here, everyone smash. If only there were an alliance leader, there are 5 chapters in total today. The nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion is built on the trunk full of highly toxic thorns. It is woven from poisonous weeds and poisonous trees. It emits fire light, with a diameter of 12 meters. At this moment, the golden-winged ghost king scorpion lies in the nest, breathes through his nostrils, sucks the poisonous gas from poisonous weeds and poisonous trees into his body, and condenses it into poisons in his body. At the same time, the 2 triangular golden iron lin on its back are absorbing the power of the earth fire in the fire demon mountain and turning into its own essence. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the bottom of the nest, his body was completely wrapped by the poison gas, and his clothes were corroded by the poison gas, but he did not dare to use the Xian gas to resist the poison gas. Once the Xian gas came out, it would certainly wake up the sleeping golden-winged ghost king scorpion. Ning Xiaochuan carefully climbed up the tree trunk and came to the edge of the poisonous grass nest. He saw a large man sleeping in the nest at a close distance. His shell seemed to be made of gold, which was dazzling. Its mouth snores like thunder, and its nostrils are puffing golden poison fog. Black fire would bead. Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed. In the huge nest, he found black firewood beads, and there was more than one. The black round bead is the size of a longan, and there is a trace of fire flowing on the surface. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many blackwood fire beads there are, but they are all under the pressure of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion. In addition to blackwood fire beads, Ning Xiaochuan also saw a lot of blue gold and basalt in his nest. The largest of them was as big as a wash basin, emitting a vast white light, which made it difficult for people to open their eyes. This golden-winged ghost king scorpion has many treasures. If you can finish up its nest, you will be rich. But Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to move easily at the moment. Once he started to get anything in the nest, he might wake up the golden-winged ghost king scorpion. While Ning Xiaochuan was thinking hard about countermeasures, the trunk shook violently, and the sound of earth shaking and mountains shaking came from the distance, as well as countless mysterious animal howls. Damn it! Ning Xiaochuan suddenly shrunk up, hid under the nest, looked into the distance, and saw a slim figure running quickly here. This figure is naturally Chi-Chaner. At the moment, her body is full of scars, which makes her extremely embarrassed. She couldn't get rid of the Xian beast behind her for several times. Finally, she had to run back, intending to follow Ning Xiaochuan's direction to see if she could find a chance to live, so she broke into this dangerous area. Ning Xiaochuan was a little speechless and began to let her escape with her. She didn't listen. Why did she come here now? This is not intended to wake up the golden-winged ghost king scorpion? Ning Xiaochuan is now next to the poison nest. Once the golden-winged ghost king scorpion wakes up and finds him, he won't even have a chance to escape. Boom! The golden-winged ghost king scorpion was naturally awakened. It was completely angry, and a pair of eyes turned blood red. Standing on the tree trunk 20 meters high, it looked at Chi-Chaner and a group of Xian beasts below, and gave a roar. Yes, Scorpion's mouth, hissing. The mysterious beasts on the ground were frightened by the king's chi on the golden-winged ghost king scorpion, shivering all over, and then turned around and ran away. Chi-Chaner was also terrified, and ran away quickly in the other direction with the Wu Daoxian chi in his body. Fortunately, the golden-winged ghost king scorpion didn't go after her, and felt that Chi-Chan's little was not worth it. The golden-winged ghost king scorpion jumped from its nest to the ground, chased after the group of escaped Xian beasts, and spit out a golden poison fog in its mouth. Good chance. Seeing that the golden-winged ghost king scorpion chased away, Ning Xiaochuan directly put the huge nest of the golden-red ghost king scorpion into the Qiankuan cloth bag, and then jumped down the tree trunk and ran away quickly in the opposite direction. Ning Xiaochuan will take away the nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion, which will definitely make it completely furious, so now he can only run as far as he can. Suddenly, a slim figure appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. She was like a breeze. Her body was as soft as bone, and her curve was perfect. She stared at the Qiankuan cloth bag on Ning Xiaochuan's waist and said, "I saw you take away the nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Chi-Chaner, who was stopped in front of him, and looked back anxiously, saying, "You don't want to eat black? I'm not so greedy, but at least I want to see someone." Chi-Chaner also knew that the wealth of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion must be amazing. Naturally, he wanted to take a share. He paused and said, "You are seriously injured now. You can't hold such a huge wealth by yourself alone. I can protect you until you heal." Chi-Chaner thought Ning Xiaochuan's injury was still serious, but she didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan had recovered 3 or 4 layers after absorbing the poison fog of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion. Although it would take a few days of cultivation to return to the peak, there was still no problem to fight against the warrior who was the first weight of the divine body. The reason why Chi-Chaner didn't attack Ning Xiaochuan and snatch the bag of heaven and earth from Ning Xiaochuan was that Ning Xiaochuan had previously told her to turn left. As it turned out, turning left was the only way to survive and let her escape from death. It is for this reason that she has a slight affection for Ning Xiaochuan, and feels that Ning Xiaochuan should not be Shaoli's kind of mean person with ulterior motives. Ning Xiaochuan looked behind him again, nodded fiercely, and said, "Okay. Those who see have a share, leave here first." With these words, they continued to run forward. Not long after, there was a long howling of anger in the huge wood forest just now. Golden-winged ghost king scorpion spits out golden poison fog in its mouth, pervading the whole mountain forest, eroding those huge trees to bare, and many big trees are fallen to the ground by it. Boom! It went to the depths of the fire demon mountain and knocked down many big trees. All the mysterious beasts retreated one after another wherever they passed, and were greatly frightened. Ning Xiaochuan and Chi-Chaner hid on a hidden cliff, body to body, crowded in a small cave, watching the golden-winged ghost king scorpion rush into the depths of the fire demon mountains. In the mountains, a shocking track mark was left. Along the way, several examiners were killed by it angrily, and they didn't know who they had offended in the end? In the depths of the Homa Mountains, there was a sharp howl of birds. Standing on the cliff, you can see from a distance that there is a huge dark shadow in the clouds, stretching out a blue giant claw and grasping the golden-winged ghost scorpion in its claws, just like grasping a golden insect and feeding it into its mouth. Although separated by a long distance, Ning Xiaochuan can still feel the terror of the huge shadow, which makes it difficult to breathe. What kind of creature, unexpectedly, captured the golden-winged ghost king scorpion with one claw and became its food? Chi Chaner was relieved until the dark shadow in the clouds disappeared, but her heart was more shocked. Ning Xiaochuan gently pushed Chi Chaner, then climbed out of the cave, sat on the edge of the cliff, and exhaled deeply. Because Ning Xiaochuan's clothes had been corroded by the poison fog before, and had long been in tatters, like several pieces of broken steps on his body. Just now, the situation was critical. They didn't have time to think much, so they crowded together and hid in a narrow cave, their bodies almost close to their bodies. Ning Xiaochuan knew very well that for the Tianzhijio girl in the Wangho mansion, fame and integrity were very important. He was afraid that after this skin contact, the other party would make him responsible, which would be too troublesome, so he took the initiative to push Chi Chaner away and climb out first. But Ning Xiaochuan finally misunderstood the woman's mind. At the moment, Chi Chaner was quite annoyed that he had been pushed away by him, and he seemed to dislike it very much. God. Anyway, I'm a top beauty. There are not 1,000 or 800 young talents who pursue me. Even if I have to suffer losses, I also suffer losses. Now it's like he is the one who suffers losses. Chi Chaner also climbed out of the narrow cave and sat next to Ning Xiaochuan, deliberately slightly close to him. The wind on the cliff was so strong that her long skirt flew in the wind, and her long hair swayed like catkins, saying, Chi Tianho Mansion, Chi Chaner. What about you? Ning Xiaochuan silently recovered the xuanqi that was seriously consumed in his body, and said, Jian Geho Fu, Ning Xiaochuan. Hearing the name, Chi Chaner's bright eyes suddenly widened, looked at Ning Xiaochuan from beginning to end, and said, You are the best love fool in the world, Ning Xiaochuan? Her eyes showed a suddenly enlightened look. No wonder he just pushed a peerless beauty away from her. It turned out that he was the love fool who dared to fight against the imperial power for a brothel woman. Chi Chaner completely put down his guard against Ning Xiaochuan, but was full of interest in Ning Xiaochuan, and said, I heard that you stole $800 million from the treasure house of the Marquis of Jiangya at the risk of your life in order to redeem you Ningxing? Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer her, and silently operated the mysterious qi of heaven and earth to recuperate the injured body. In the Homa Mountains, danger is everywhere, and Ning Xiaochuan must restore himself to his heyday as soon as possible. Chi Chaner continued, I heard people say that you dare to insult the emperor in front of Ho in the clouds in order to help you Ningxing redeem himself. I heard people say that you refused Princess Cixi and the emperor's marriage for the sake of you Ningxing. Ning Xiaochuan is still practicing silently. Chi Chaner continued, I've heard that your martial arts talent is very high, and you once fought with Shaoli without a tie? Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes impatiently and finally said, The person I killed before is Shaoli. What? Chi Chaner suddenly became dull. She knew that Shaoli had been accepted as a disciple by a big man of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, and was the only genius who was exceptionally admitted to the Heavenly Emperor Academy, but she had never really seen Shaoli. Previously, Shaoli didn't tell her real name when she deliberately approached her. So until now, she knew that the genius who was called talent can be compared with Ho in the clouds had been killed by Ning Xiaochuan. No wonder. No wonder. Chi Chaner had seen the war between the two before, and felt that their cultivation was too strong. After learning that these two people were Shaoli and Ning Xiaochuan, she immediately felt normal. If any two young martial artists are so strong, she will really be hit hard. She said in her heart that today she had really seen the character and accomplishments of the world's first love mania. Indeed, she is worthy of being a hero of the young generation, which is admirable. God Demon Tianzuan QQ Exchange Group, 3764499065. Those who are interested in chatting and discussing the plot can add, urge, and directly ignore. On the edge of the cliff, eternal flames were burning, and the flames, like spiritual lights embedded in the cliff, made a poof sound in the wind. Chi-Choner sat on the cliff for half a day, like a orchid on the cliff, beautiful, fresh and refined. He was still quite curious and asked, "How did you know Yu Ningxing? Why did you love so deeply?" Ning Xiaochuan was too lazy to answer the question and said, "Are women so curious?" Chi-Chan said, "If you tell me, I cannot want the treasure in the nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Are you sure?" "Okay." "No regrets?" "No regrets." "Okay. I tell you, miss you, and I just met by chance. She saved me once, and I promised to help her redeem herself and help her enter the Heavenly Emperor Academy, that's all." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Chi-Choner naturally didn't believe Ning Xiaochuan's words. His eyes were full of envy. His eyelashes blinked one by one and said, "So it's a beauty who saves the hero. Is the hero passionate about the beauty? It's not so exaggerated. She was just passing by." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "That's a good marriage from heaven. It's a marriage destined by heaven," Chi-Chan said. Ning Xiaochuan was a little speechless. Originally, she thought Chi-Choner was a very smart woman. Now, it seems that she used to be a naive girl who loves dreaming. She overestimates her. In order to thoroughly let her understand that she is not the best love fool in the world, Ning Xiaochuan fortunately told her everything about herself and Yu Ningxing. After hearing this, Chi-Choner was extremely disappointed, frowned tightly, and said, "So you're not the best lover in the world at all? Your love story with Yu Ningxing was also fabricated by others?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded cautiously and said, "You finally understand that I'm actually a layman, not an infatuation. If a woman seduces me and throws herself at me, I might be overwhelmed and follow her." Hearing this, Chi-Choner hurriedly moved away and took precautions against Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and smiled, and then continued to recuperate from his injury. Ning Xiaochuan aligned Choner with a defensive mentality, so he didn't take out the gold wire purple wood box for cultivation, but operated the mysterious qi of heaven and earth to communicate the mysterious qi of nature and absorb it into his body. 4 times the absorption speed. Ning Xiaochuan's body was wrapped by a red-black air cover, and wisps of black air flowed into his body like fog, endless. These mysterious qi constantly flow into the wound, restoring the activity of the wound and stimulating the wound healing. It's only 4 times the absorption speed, and he won't be the cultivated mysterious qi of heaven and earth, right? Chi-Choner did not leave, but stood in the distance, with long hair flowing, graceful, and beautiful eyes with a very curious look. She knew that the most powerful scripture of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion was the heart furnace scripture, which could be called an unparalleled feat even if it was only the first layer of the heart furnace scripture. It would also be absorbed 10 times faster. The young genius of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion didn't practice the heart furnace scripture, but practiced such a low secret script as the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, which made her quite puzzled. It took Ning Xiaochuan 2 days in a row to fully recover from his injury and return to full strength. These 2 days, Chi-Choner went out to kill Xian Beast, then roasted the meat of Xian Beast, and brought it back to Ning Xiaochuan to eat. At the same time, she also sat not far from Ning Xiaochuan, practicing a mysterious martial art, while protecting Ning Xiaochuan. "Do you really mean what you say?" Ning Xiaochuan recovered from his injury, moved his muscles and bones, and drew Tai Chi on his palm. Circles of electric light curled around his arm, and the sound of thunder burst out in the bone marrow. Chi-Choner stood straight, straightened out his slightly shrugged chest, noble and elegant, and said, "Since I said I would protect you until your injury recovers, I will naturally keep my word." You are not the only one who has a good word. Now that my injury is healed, will you leave or stay? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Chi hesitated for a moment and said, I want to see what treasures are in the nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion. What a curious woman. Ning Xiaochuan told Chi to step back and take out the nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion from the heaven and earth cloth bag. The diameter of the nest is 12 meters. It is all woven by poisonous weeds and poisonous trees. At the moment when the nest is taken out, a thick toxic fog also spreads out. Standing 10 feet away, Chi could feel the terrible corrosive force of the poison fog, and hurriedly wrapped his body with shangang, so that he could barely resist the impact of the poison fog. The nest emits dazzling treasure light, large pieces of basalt, blue gold, psychic jade, including 6 black fire beads. 6 black firewood beads. Seeing a large number of treasures in the nest and precious black firewood beads, Chi immediately regretted it. She was lucky to get a black fire wooden bead and was robbed by many martial artists, but there were only 6 in the nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion, which was definitely a huge wealth for the young martial artists who participated in the examination. I knew I shouldn't have given up so many treasures, because of a moment of curiosity. She should have been one of these treasures. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Ning Xiaochuan pinched one of the black fire wooden beads in his hand. The temperature was extremely high. It felt like holding a red iron bead. A faint breath passed into Ning Xiaochuan's mind and gathered into a strange picture. Boom! In the picture, there is a huge blood-red mountain, towering into the clouds, and a waterfall flying down from the black clouds. And at the top of the waterfall, you can see a dilapidated demon palace faintly. The demon palace is only a corner, but it has made people feel thrilling, and their hearts are constantly shaking. The demon palace has an unknown history of many years. It is dilapidated, but it is magnificent, like the palace where an ancient demon god once lived. Ning Xiaochuan was sweating, suddenly opened his eyes, stared at the black fire wooden beads in his hands, and then looked into the depths of the fire demon mountain. Ning Xiaochuan had a strange idea in his heart. He felt that the picture he saw in his mind was in the depths of the Homa Mountains. Maybe that place really exists. The blood-red mountains, the waterfalls falling from the night sky, the dilapidated demon palace. These pictures are gathered together, which completely arouse Ning Xiaochuan's curiosity, and he wants to take a risk to find the place of the picture he just saw. You feel it, too, don't you? Chi said. Ning Xiaochuan said, did you see it? Chi nodded and said, the black firewood bead is a collection of the spirit of goblins in the fire demon mountain. It can be regarded as the spiritual root of the fire demon mountain. If I guessed right, anyone who gets the black firewood bead can see the place deep in the fire demon mountain. This is the black firewood bead guiding us. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, the Heaven and Earth School Palace asked us to look for black fire wooden beads in the fire demon mountains as the content of the examination. And the martial artist who got the black fire wooden beads can see the place deep in the fire demon mountains. Is that place also a test for us? Or is it some kind of opportunity? I understand that too. Chi said, anyone who gets the black firewood bead will definitely move towards that bloody mountain, where there may be a huge opportunity. After discussing, the two decided to go together and move towards the depths of the fire demon mountain. Their accomplishments have entered the realm of the divine body, and they are all the strong among the examiners. They can take care of each other when they go on the road together. The more you go to the depths of the fire demon mountains, it becomes more and more dangerous. You can hardly see the first level Shan beast, and at the lowest level, it is the second level Shan beast. Martial artists under the 9th level of Xuanqi will definitely die if they rush here. Ning Xiaochuan and Chi walked more than 100 miles to the depths of the burning demon mountain. The environment became more dangerous, and the flames on the ground also became vigorous. The growing trees were like ironwood watered with molten iron. Even some jungles were filled with miasma and poisonous fog all year round, and martial artists were not allowed to enter at all. The miasma showed 5 colors, and the forest was full of white broken bones. This is a 5-color miasma, which can be regarded as an extremely powerful miasma. If the warrior under the triple heaven of the divine body breaks in, it will be a dead end. Ning Xiaochuan has read a lot of books and knows something about poison barrier. The 5-color poison barrier naturally poses no threat to Ning Xiaochuan. It is not difficult to break in, but Ning Xiaochuan did not rush in rashly. Ning Xiaochuan and Qichaner hid at the edge of the miasma forest and observed that there were many more powerful poisonous mysterious beasts living in this miasma forest. With a single horned snake on its head, a centipede more than 10 meters long, and even an adult golden-winged ghost king scorpion on the top of a big mountain in the miasma forest. This place is simply a forbidden area of life. Even if you are invincible, you may not be able to break through. In the end, they didn't continue to move towards the deep, planning to spare this 5-color poison barrier forest, but this 5-color poison barrier forest is a circular belt, which has no end at all, and wraps the whole depth of the Fire Demon Mountain. It seems that to enter the depths of the Fire Demon Mountains, you must pass through the 5-color poison barrier forest. What should we do now? Qichaner stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked behind him. Someone is coming this way. It should be another examiner. Let's hide first. Ning Xiaochuan and Qichaner quickly climbed onto a huge tree trunk and hid their bodies with leaves. Not long after, a group of young warriors in royal robes rushed in this direction, a total of 14 people. Dong, dong. Among them, the young warrior in the front, who is handsome, has thick eyebrows and bright eyes, is wearing gold armor, holding the halberd of Fang Tianhua in his hand, and stands on the back of a 3-grade Xian beast 6-legged lion. He held a 7-star forbidden beast Xuansua in his hand, and the other end of the Xuansua was nailed to the unicorn of the 6-legged lion. He suppressed the 6-legged lion under his feet, and stopped at the edge of the 5-color miasma forest. 14 young martial artists gathered together, wearing unified martial uniforms, and their accomplishments were at least the 8th level of Xuanqi, but they still stopped at the edge of the 5-color poison barrier forest and dared not break in easily. In the 5-color poison barrier forest, those mysterious beasts with highly toxic roared one after another, spitting out a poisonous fog, which corroded the ground to a wheezing sound. The boy standing on the back of the 6-legged lion is the little prince of the Kailan Palace, the natural enemy. Before entering the Fire Demon Mountain, his cultivation reached the 3rd level of the divine body. During this period of time, his cultivation seemed to be improved again, with clear eyes and eyes. His eyes were cocky, and his pupils contained a gorgeous look, saying, "How long can other members of the Kailan Palace catch up? The signal has been sent, and anyone who is still alive should come immediately." A mysterious 9th weight examiner said. The emperor's natural enemy nodded and said, "Anyone who gets the black firewood beads will surely go to the depths of the Fire Demon Mountains to find the ancient demon palace. To enter the depths of the Fire Demon Mountains, he must pass through the 5-color miasma forest." The examiner with the 9th level of Xuanqi sneered, "When they come here, we will snatch the black firewood beads on them. The more black firewood beads we accumulate, the higher the ranking of the little prince in this assessment, and he will definitely become the leader of this year." The natural enemy smiled coldly. "The law of the jungle is the supreme principle of biological survival. The Emperor Academy developed this assessment method to let us fight, seize, and kill each other. Only those who are competitive can survive. Only those who have advanced martial arts skills can enter the Emperor Academy. Everyone hides. If anyone who comes here can obediently hand over the black fire wooden beads, they can let them leave. If they don't hand over, they will all be killed." The natural enemy stood on the back of the six-legged lion and hid behind a hill. Those young warriors in the Kailan Palace also searched for favorable terrain, hid their bodies, and waited for prey to arrive. In the distance, Ning Xiaochuan and Qi Chaner hid above the huge tree, naturally listening to their words without dropping a word. Qi Chaner said, "The natural enemy is the pride of the Kailan Palace, and he has great ambition. I didn't expect his talent to be so high that he can subdue the 3-grade Xian beast." What he used was a second-class mysterious weapon, the 7-star forbidden beast Xuansua, which suppressed the mysterious beast with Xuansua power, thus controlling the mysterious beast. Ning Xiaochuan added, "I'm curious. Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the forces behind other assessors when he hunts and kills other assessors like this? Although the Kailan Palace is strong, I'm afraid it's not strong enough to be enemies with the world." Qi Chaner shook his head and said, "The assessment of the Heavenly Emperor Academy has always been very cruel. It is extremely normal to fight and die in the assessment. The leaders of all major forces understand this truth, so before we participate in the assessment, we told us that if we die in the examination room, no one will take revenge for us. If we want to survive and enter the Heavenly Emperor Academy, everything depends on ourselves." Ning Xiaochuan was surprised and said, "But no one told me?" "It's not the first time for you to refer to the assessment of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. This has long become something everyone knows. Naturally, it won't be said every year," Qi Chan said. Ning Xiaochuan added, "So in the Fire Demon Mountains, all the rules are on the final say?" Qi Chaner nodded, "If your cultivation is high enough, you can become the king of the examiners, rob the most powerful mysterious weapon in their hands, get the most precious treasure, and even possess the most beautiful daughter of heaven." In the distance, someone came in this direction. He was more than 2 meters tall, burly, with bronze skin and a pair of foot-long black horns on his head. He came to the edge of the 5-color miasma forest and stopped. His cultivation reached the 9th level of Xuanqi, holding a black firewood bead in his hand, and he also wanted to find the Blood Mountain Demon Palace in the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain. Naturally, he was surrounded by the experts of King Kiran's mansion and forced him to hand over Heihuamuju. "This is the Zhuanorc of the Nanhuang tribe. It should be the young genius of the Xuanyo tribe." Qi Chaner's eyes blinked gently, and he sat on a branch adjacent to Ning Xiaochuan, with his long hair hanging down and swaying among the leaves. In the south of Yulan Empire, there is an endless wasteland, covered by ancient primeval forests. People there have not established a country, but there are only ancient and mysterious tribes. The ancestors of some of the tribes hybridized with the mysterious beasts to produce mysterious orcs, which not only have human body and wisdom, but also have the great power of the mysterious beasts, and even can produce the powerful magical powers unique to the mysterious beasts. After thousands of years of reproduction, purebred humans have not been found in the southern wilderness. They are more or less with the characteristics of Xian beasts, so they are called Xian orcs. The Yulan Empire has a huge and prosperous force, with masters like clouds and a large number of martial masters. Naturally, those primitive tribes in the southern wilderness can only bow down and become ministers. Every year, a large number of outstanding young people will be sent to the Yulan Empire to learn the powerful martial arts skills and the governing program of the Yulan Empire. Therefore, there are also many talented teenagers of Zhuanorcs who come to participate in the examination of the Tiandi Academy, and want to enter the Tiandi Academy to learn knowledge and practice more sophisticated skills. The natural enemy rode out on a 6-legged lion, stood opposite the dark ORC with a pair of horns, and said condescending, "Hand over the black fire wooden beads, and you can live." The Xian ORC, with a pair of horns, said in a deep voice, "This is a robber's behavior. The heroes of our Xianyo tribe will never bow to robbers." The emperor's natural enemy sneered, "Don't think how powerful your Xuanyo tribe is. Even if the divine master of Xuanyo tribe comes to Yulan Imperial City, he will go to the Kailan Palace to visit our lord. The Xian Orc with a pair of ox horns knew it was not their opponent, so he turned and ran away, with a roar of a fierce ox in his mouth, and animal hairs grew on his legs, which was as fast as an arrow leaving the string. The natural enemy stood on the back of the six-legged lion, and the golden Xian Qi burst out from his body. He held the halberd in his hand and pointed at the Xian Orc. Phew! A golden column of light pierced the body of the dark orc. Poof! The Xian orc's chest tore out a blood hole as big as the mouth of a bull, and the blood kept flowing on the ground. His mouth sent out a terrible cry, and then fell to the ground. The fifth one. The natural enemy hid the black fire wooden beads in the hands of the Xian orc, ordered people to bury the corpse on the ground, and then continued to hide, ready to ambush the next person. Ning Xiaochuan and Qi Chan'er saw that the natural enemy ambushed 3 waves of people and stole 4 black fire wooden beads. No one was the enemy of the natural enemy. Those young geniuses from King Kirin's mansion also came here one after another, with a total of more than 60 people, camping in some secret places, forming a huge organization to rob black fire wooden beads. Together, they can even resist the attack of powerful Xian beasts. Qi Chan'er frowned and said, "The cultivation of the royal Kirin mansion is too strong, and the power of the royal Kirin mansion is gathered by him. I'm afraid no one in the Fire Demon Mountain can compete with them. If they can collect enough black firewood beads, there will be a lot of children admitted to the Emperor's Academy this year, and the royal Kirin mansion is likely to become the leader of this session. I'm going to find someone. Maybe I can defeat the power of King Kirin's mansion together with her." Ning Xiaochuan's dignified way. Qi Chan'er was surprised and said, "There are more than 60 young masters in the Kailan Palace. The natural enemies are taking the blood and bladder of the Xian beast every day. Their cultivation is rapidly impacting the 4th weight of the divine body, and almost no one is the enemy of his move. Although the Fire Demon Mountain is extremely dangerous, danger and opportunity often coexist. There are a large number of Xian beasts and precious Xian drugs growing here. The blood and inner bladder of Xian beasts are precious drugs to improve the cultivation of martial artists, so many martial artists' cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Although ordinary martial artists can only use 1/10 of the power of Xian Yao after taking Xian Yao, the accumulation of a large number of Xian Yao can still cause great benefits to martial artists. This is an assessment of cultivating war by fighting. We should not only compete for Heihua Muzhu, but also compete for whose strength can be improved quickly." Under the seat of the natural enemy, dozens of young talents from the Kailan Palace helped him hunt and kill the Xian beast, and provided him with all the Xian beast's blood and guts. Naturally, his cultivation improved very quickly. It's not that no one can compete with him. My sister can fight with him. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Your sister? Qi Chan'er stared at Ning Xiaochuan strangely, and he didn't believe it in his heart. A woman younger than Ning Ogawa can fight against natural enemies? Ning Xiaochuan nodded cautiously and fell quietly to the ground from the giant tree. Qi Chan'er also fell to the ground and said, "Are you sure it's your biological sister?" "Quite sure." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Now I have to return to the periphery of the Homa mountain to find her, or we can separate here. You have got a black firewood bead, find a place to hide, wait for a month's examination time to expire, and then directly become a student of the Emperor of Heaven Academy. As for the depths of the Homa mountain, it's too dangerous, and even the cultivation of the natural enemies dare not easily break in. I advise you not to break in." Ning Xiaochuan left alone and returned to the periphery of the Fire Demon Mountains. As for how Qi Chan'er would choose, it was her own business. Ning Xiaochuan has already said what should be said. All the young talents in the Marquis of Jianghe must also have the signal to contact each other, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what the signal was because he decided to participate in the examination on the last day. He can only rely on weak telepathy to find Ning Xiaochuan. I'm very sorry. I went to the hospital to see an elder with cancer today. I came back too late. Today is a late update. I came back to find that the number of fans has reached 100. Tomorrow, I will add more. There will be 4 chapters before 12 noon tomorrow. At night, the mysterious beasts in the Fire Demon Mountains became active again, and a deafening roar of beasts spread across the mountains, making people feel a fear of nature. At night, no warrior dares to walk around the Fire Demon Mountain at will. He may encounter not only Xuanwu, but also some unknown ancient creatures. Ning Xiaochuan dug a big hole 4 meters deep under the ground and hid in the cave, intending to spend the night in this cave. Sitting at the bottom of the cave, Ning Xiaochuan took out the golden purple wooden box and put it in the palm of his hand. Boom! The vitality of the earth's martial arts spewed out crazily from the gold silk purple wood box, and was absorbed into the body by Ning Xiaochuan, and dispersed into the mysterious qi of the martial arts. The Wu Daoxian qi in Ning Xiaochuan's body increased wildly, and instantly reached 50 times the absorption rate. Ning Xiaochuan chose to separate from Qi Chaner because he wanted to use the golden purple wooden box to quickly improve his cultivation. With her aside, Ning Xiaochuan would be on guard against her. If he didn't use the golden purple wooden box, his cultivation speed would be much slower. In the Fire Demon Mountains, there are dangers everywhere, fighting with people, fighting with mysterious beasts, and fighting with harsh environments. A strong cultivation is a point. A red-black balloon cover wraps Ning Xiaochuan's body, and inside the black balloon cover, there is lightning and thunder, just like a huge thunder ball. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the center of the lightning. Ning Xiaochuan's first magical power is Lightning Thunder Beast. The second kind of magic power is the thunder and the bell. The second kind of supernatural power has just been born, and its power to burst out is limited. It can mainly play a deterrent role in battle. Thunder can shock the other party's ears deaf, and the brain is temporarily blank. However, such a short time is enough for Ning Xiaochuan to kill each other. Of course, the power of Tianlei Hongzhong is naturally far more than this. When Tianlei Hongzhong reaches Mahayana, even if it really erupts into a huge sound of Tianlei, earth-shaking, a sound can spread hundreds of miles away, can shock countless people, and even a cliff will be roared and collapsed. Even if the sound can be condensed into the shape of a big clock, the power will become more terrifying. Ning Xiaochuan's body kept sending out thunder sounds, and his bones seemed to turn into thunderstones, and his blood seemed to turn into electric water. Only by practicing the heavenly thunder and Hongzhong to Mahayana, can we impact the third weight of the divine body and produce the third kind of divine power. For Ning Xiaochuan, the quickest way to improve his cultivation is not to use the golden purple wood box, but to use the power of the magic sword to absorb blood gas. Because Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to rely too much on the magic sword, let alone fall into the devil's way, he has always restrained himself from using the power of the magic sword, but it's too dangerous in the Fire Demon Mountain. If his cultivation is not strong enough, he may not only die in the mouth of the Xian beast, but also be hunted by other examiners. He decided to use the power of the magic sword to attack the third level of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan put down the gold silk purple wooden box temporarily and took out the rattan snake's body from the Qiankuan cloth bag. Rattan snake is a tripod Xian beast. Its body is more than 20 meters long, and it can't be put in the underground cave at all. Ning Xiaochuan can only carry the snake corpse and return to the ground. Although the rattan snake has been dead for several days, its skin has a natural protective effect on it, and its blood is still quite fresh, bright red like gem spirit liquid. Ning Xiaochuan pressed his palm on the top of the rattan snake and ran Xuanqi. The magic sword in his body seemed to sense something, and immediately sounded merrily and began to absorb the blood in the rattan snake crazily. Boom! The swollen blood gas poured into Ning Xiaochuan's body, like a blood-red river. It took half an hour for Ning Xiaochuan to suck up the blood gas in the rattan snake. There is only a dry snake skin left on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan put the snake skin into the Qianquan cloth bag, and immediately jumped into the underground pit and began to refine the huge blood gas in his body. The next morning, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes, a pair of eyes pregnant with lightning light, and the electric shuttle was swallowing and spitting. Cultivation has indeed improved a lot. If you can absorb the fresh blood of 2 Sanpingxuan beasts, you should be able to make the second divine power reach Mahayana. Ning Xiaochuan went out from the pit, and there was a blood-red tiger lying on the edge of the pit, staring at him with fierce eyes. On the tree trunk not far away, there is a bat the size of a wash basin, with a cold smell all over. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and smiled. This kind of black beast dared to hit his attention. He really didn't know what to do. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan pointed out a finger sword, stabbed the bat more than 20 meters away, and then held the countercurrent cold knife, which split the blood-red tiger in half. Ning Xiaochuan was carrying half of the tiger's flesh and blood, and planned to find a place with strong fire and roast the tiger as today's rations. The fire demon mountain is burning all year round, and the fire in the soil has never been extinguished. The Xian beast growing here, when alive, can naturally withstand the roasting of the earth fire, but after death, it will still be charred into carbon. Ning Xiaochuan finally found a place where the flame was burning very strongly. It was like a flame marsh, burning a red flame more than 2 meters high. Even if people walked in, they would be completely submerged by the flame. Ning Xiaochuan roasted the tiger's flesh and blood on the blade, and soon the meat became golden, emitting bursts of meat fragrance. Ning Xiaochuan thought about the next arrangement while looking for Ning Shiner. He hunted and killed the Sanpingxuan beast, absorbed the blood gas of the Sanpingxuan beast, and impacted the third weight of the divine body. I'm not in a hurry to need more black firewood beads now. The key is to improve my cultivation first. While Ning Xiaochuan was meditating, a long howl came from the fire marsh. I don't know whether it was the howl of the martial artist or the howl of the Xian beast. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up, put the roasted tiger meat into the heaven and earth cloth bag, held the countercurrent cold knife, and stared at the flame swamp in front of him like a great enemy. It is said that the powerful Xian beast in the fire demon mountain will bury the Xian beast egg in the soil and hatch the Xian beast egg with the earth fire after it is born. The fire in this swamp is so thick, is there a Xian beast egg buried here? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was excited. If he could dig up a powerful Xian beast's egg and hatch it, he could have a powerful fighting partner. Ning Xiaochuan wrapped his body in xuanqi, carrying a knife, and walked carefully into the fire swamp. Just now, a howling sound came out, indicating that some creatures had entered it. The more you go to the center of the swamp, the higher the temperature of the flame. Ning Xiaochuan's skin is burning, and his body seems to be burning. Ning Xiaochuan saw a small pool in the middle of the swamp from a distance. There is no water in the pool, only fire. The fire in the pool turns golden. If there is really a powerful Xian beast that leaves its eggs here, then the Xian beast's eggs must be in that pool. When Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the central pool, there was also a creature approaching the golden pool in the other direction. This is a 6-meter-high explosive ape, covered with long black hair, whose muscles are as strong as metal, and whose legs are as thick as columns. Just seeing its body, you can feel a huge explosive force. The howl just now came from its mouth. When Ning Xiaochuan found this explosive ape also found him. Roar. The explosion ape's eyes were as big as a copper bell, emitting a red light, and gave a roar at Ning Xiaochuan, shaking the flames. It is warning Ning Xiaochuan that the Xian beast egg in the golden flame pool will be his. Let Ning Xiaochuan not compete with it, otherwise it will be rude to Ning Xiaochuan. The explosive ape is extremely powerful among the Sanpingxuan beasts, but it can't deter Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan showed his heavenly thunder bell, and his mouth sent out a thunder sound, which shook the earth and challenged the explosive ape in the air. The explosive ape was really stunned for a moment by Ning Xiaochuan's thunder roar, but soon it roared again, and then ran towards the golden flame pool. Ning Xiaochuan also speeds up. They almost reached the edge of the golden flame pool at the same time. They didn't directly take the Xian beast eggs in the pool, but attacked each other at the same time. Bang! Explosive ape waved his fist at Ning Xiaochuan, and his fist was wrapped with a thick layer of xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the handle of the knife with both hands, pulled out a half-moon knife gas, broke the protective body of the explosive ape, Xian Gang, and split it on his arm, leaving a blood mark. A knife did not cut off its arm, but only left a small bloody mouth. The body of the explosive ape is too strong, just like the body of King Kong. Ning Xiaochuan did not succeed in a knife, so he quickly retreated. The explosive ape ate pain and became more violent, catching up with Ning Xiaochuan, faster than Ning Xiaochuan, and could stride 7 or 8 meters with each step. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan catapulted up, forcibly twisted his body, schwa, and slashed again, bombarding the neck of the exploding ape. The extremely sharp blade still couldn't cut off the head of the explosive ape, but left a small blood cut on its neck. There is no other way. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped, his eyes became extremely firm, and he stared coldly at the approaching explosive ape. A terrible sword idea was gestated in his body, and a momentum of monarchy erupted from his body. Explosive ape's wisdom is extremely high, and he also feels a breath of danger. Doomsday Demon Sword. Ning Xiaochuan spit out these 4 words in his mouth, and a blood-red sword gas flew out of his heart and stabbed the explosive ape. The explosive ape's arms guard in front of him, condensing a layer of xuanqi barrier, but this xuanqi barrier can't resist the world-destroying demon sword, and is penetrated by the sword gas. Bang! The explosion ape's arms were crushed by the sword gas of the world-destroying demon sword, leaving only 2 skeletons. Blood kept pouring out of the skeletons, and his mouth made a painful scream. Doomsday Demon Sword. Ning Xiaochuan showed the sword intention of a magic sword again. A sword pierced the skull of the explosive ape, and the skull burst directly. Seeing that the explosive ape fell heavily to the ground, Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. The sword intention of the world-destroying demon sword is so strong that I can challenge the 3rd warrior of the divine body with the 2nd cultivation of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan dug out a piece of inferior basalt as big as the mouth of a bull from the explosion ape's body, put it into the Qiankuan cloth bag, and then began to absorb the explosion ape's whole body blood gas. The blood gas in the explosion ape is stronger than that of the wrought tanwood snake, which makes Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation soar again. The xuanqi in the Wudoxin Palace becomes extremely rich, like a sea of xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan once again performed the heavenly thunder bell, roaring a thunder, and the sound waves condensed into a huge bell, with handwriting floating on the surface and rotating in the air. It's like a real clock floating in front of you. Ning Xiaochuan can even control the direction of Hong Zhong's attack. Broken. The hung bell suspended in the air broke, and an earth-shattering sound broke out, shaking the shriveled body of the explosive ape below. As long as I absorb the blood of a Sampingxuan beast, I can practice the 2nd divine power to Mahayana. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan walked to the edge of the golden flame pool. Sure enough, he saw an egg with a diameter of 1 meter long lying in the pool. The white egg shell was like white jade, emitting a sweet smell. Ning Xiaochuan could feel the extraordinary nature of this Xian beast egg and was excited, but he didn't rush to get the egg immediately. Ning Xiaochuan held a xuanqi-level saber and stretched out to the golden flame. Wow! The blade immediately turned red, and then began to melt into molten iron. Ning Xiaochuan quickly threw the knife away, heartbroken, and a sword of the 1st rank of xuanqi was so destroyed. At the same time, his heart is still a little lucky. Fortunately, he has a longer mind, otherwise it is not the knife that melts now, but his body. The temperature of the golden flame is really terrible. How can you always take Shan beast eggs out of the pool? Phew. Ning Xiaochuan saw a flower in front of him and saw a red light flying into the golden pool, but because of the speed, he didn't see what it was. Ning Xiaochuan looked into the golden flame pool and saw a shocking scene. One dragon. Ning Xiaochuan has never seen such a small dragon. It is only 1 meter long, the wine cup is so thick, the whole body is blood red, with fine scales, the head of the divine dragon, and there are 2 shining dragon horns on the head. It has 4 small claws, its body is like a snake, but it has a pair of wings on its back. It flew around the huge Shan beast egg in the golden pool, and the dragon horn emitted divine light. And the golden flame that can melt Xuanqi can't do any harm to it. What is this dragon? Why is it so strange? And its body is so small? If the little dragon flying in the golden pool has no wings, it is exactly the same as the divine dragon in mythology and legend. But those war dragons in Yulan Empire are more like winged dinosaurs. The little dragon was so excited when he found the Shan beast egg that he stretched out 2 small claws and exerted all his strength to hold the huge Shan beast egg up and stagger out of the golden flame pool. When Bruce Lee saw Ning Xiaochuan standing by the pool, he was startled. He was stunned there, shivering all over, and the originally huge Shan beast egg immediately fell to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan was scared, for fear that it would break the Shan beast's eggs, and wanted to rush up. Bruce Lee was alert to Ning Xiaochuan, stopped in front of Shan beast's egg, and gave a dragon roar in his mouth, warning Ning Xiaochuan not to grab Shan beast's egg with it, or it would get angry. But its roar is too weak, naturally can't scare Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan smiled, and with a loud roar in his mouth, a terrible sound like thunder broke out, and lightning shuttled through his body. Bruce Lee was frightened and covered his ears with a pair of claws. When Ning Xiaochuan's voice fell, it held the huge Shan beast egg in its claws again and flied away unsteadily. The speed was quite fast, like running for life. This mysterious beast egg, even the dragon will be moved, which shows that it must be left by a very powerful mysterious beast. This is a treasure, more precious than anything. Ning Xiaochuan closely followed Bruce Lee and did not use the sword of destruction to hurt him. Ning Xiaochuan felt that this little dragon must be spiritual. It looked very similar to the divine dragon in the myth and legend of his hometown, and he didn't want to hurt it. Bruce Lee flew on the treetops, constantly flapping his wings, fast to the extreme, like a light. If it hadn't held a Xuanzhou egg dozens of times larger than its body, Ning Xiaochuan would never have caught up with it. It looked back from time to time, but it could always see Ning Xiaochuan chasing after him, so anxious that he kept grinding his teeth. Finally, he was panting with fatigue, stopped and put the Shan beast's eggs on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan was also very tired, but he finally caught up and said, "You can't run away. Give me the Shan beast egg and I'll let you go." The little dragon understood Ning Xiaochuan's words, but he shook his head and leaned back on the Shan beast's egg. His 2 small claws kept gesturing in the air, pointing at the Shan beast's egg for a while, pointing at himself for a while. Finally, his eyes kicked, his claws kicked on the ground, revealing 2 white rice teeth. He roared fiercely and ferociously, trying to scare Ning Xiaochuan away. "Pa!" Ning Xiaochuan slapped it to fly. "Little devil, when you become strong, come out again, to frighten people. As for your small head now, where is it frightening? It's simply playing tricks." Ning Xiaochuan no longer looks at the little dragon who is beaten on the ground. This dragon is really too weak, which is simply a disgrace to the dragon family. Walking in front of the Shan beast egg, the palm gently pressed on the egg wall, and a hot temperature was emitted, which directly burned Ning Xiaochuan's palm, and blood was emitted from the palm and flowed onto the Shan beast egg. Ning Xiaochuan felt the pain of his palm and wanted to crack. He didn't expect that the temperature of this Shan beast's egg was so terrible. He quickly withdrew his palm and ran Shan Qi to stop the blood. He didn't see the blood sprinkled on the Shan beast's egg, but it actually penetrated into the eggshell bit by bit, as if it had been sucked by the Xian beast's egg. Ning Xiaochuan felt that there was a Xian beast approaching in this direction, so he quickly wrapped the Xian beast's eggs with Xian qi, then put them into the Qiankuan cloth bag, and immediately left here. The blood-red dragon got up from the ground, howled with anger, turned into a blood-red light, and chased Ning Xiaochuan, trying to recapture the Xian beast's eggs. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan was looking for Sanpingshuan beasts that could be hunted, but there was always no suitable opportunity. Either there were other fierce beasts nearby, or the speed of Sanpingshuan beasts was too fast, and Ning Xiaochuan couldn't catch up with them at all. The little dragon also secretly followed behind, sometimes hiding in the haystack, sometimes hiding behind the tree, constantly grinding his teeth, with evil glare in his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know why he is so obsessed with this mysterious beast egg and doesn't care about it. For Ning Xiaochuan, breaking through the realm is the most critical thing now. In a hidden valley, built between two high mountains, Ning Xiaochuan found the figure of martial artists, and there were a lot of them. Almost every half hour, martial artists could be seen coming in and out of it. In order to gather large-scale warriors in the Fire Demon Mountains, it is generally the big forces that can do it, and there must be talented masters to take charge. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly saw a familiar figure, which was Morong unparalleled. Morong Wushuang walked on the valley gap with his hands on his back, whistling in his mouth. His cultivation has reached the first priority of the divine body, and his cultivation is considered to be superior among the examiners. He was followed by two warriors in the Xuanqi realm, patrolling outside the valley. Seeing acquaintances, Ning Xiaochuan no longer hid his body and walked towards the valley. The two martial artists in Xuanqi realm took the lead in discovering Ning Xiaochuan's figure. One of them condensed Xuanqi sword, pointed the blade at Ning Xiaochuan, and said in a cold voice, "Who is it?" "This is the resting place of the four martial arts mansion. If you don't want to die, retreat quickly." "Pa." Morong Matchless slapped the martial artist, who was the ninth most mysterious martial artist, and said, "The eyes are too bad. I don't even know Brother Chuan. I think the person who wants to die is you?" Although the ninth-level martial artist was slapped, he didn't complain at all, because Morong's unparalleled cultivation was much higher than him, and it was easy to kill him. Ning Xiaochuan asked, curiously, "What's the matter with the four martial arts houses? Why are you all gathered in this valley?" Morong Matchless invited Ning Xiaochuan to a temporarily dug cave and said, "The Fire Demon Mountain is really dangerous. If the martial artists go to look for black firewood beads alone, the mortality rate is very high, so the martial artists who come to the examination form an alliance with each other. The four martial arts houses are one of the alliance's four-house alliance, which refers to Dragon Martial Arts House, Qiankuan Martial Arts House, Zisha Martial Arts House, Tianwen Martial Arts House. These four martial arts houses are among the top 100 martial arts houses in the Yulan Empire. A total of more than 120 martial arts men gathered to occupy this valley as a base area. We look for black firewood beads together and fight against Xian beasts together, which is also a mutual care, because my cultivation is still in the stream, and then they were pulled into the four-house alliance and promised to give me a black firewood bead in the future." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. "This method is indeed a good way to survive, but first of all, we must trust each other." Morong Wushuang said, "I can't help it. I'm alone. If I stay in the Fire Demon Mountains alone, I'll die faster. I heard that some alliances are still hunting other examiners and capturing black firewood beads. If I go out alone, I can't tell when I'll be killed." Ning Xiaochuan thought that those warriors in the Kailan Palace were hunting other examiners and capturing Haiwomuzu. Morong Matchless asked curiously, "Brother Chuan, why don't you stay with the young martial artists of the Marquis of Jianghe?" The Marquis Alliance formed by the Marquis of Jianghe and several other Marquis is quite powerful, ranking in the top 5 of the major alliances. Among them, there is a very powerful female cultivator in the Marquis of Jianghe, who has the strength to win the top 10 of this year. Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm also looking for them now. Morong Unparalleled said, then I'll mix with you. I can trust you in the Fire Demon Mountains. I always feel insecure when I'm with others. While the two were talking, there was a messy sound of footsteps outside. 3 seriously injured warriors fled back to the valley. It's Nia Hong, Luo Gai, and Qin Tianheng, 3 elder martial brothers. Go and ask the heart-nourishing master to come out and heal them. The 2 warriors who followed Murong Wushuang in the past hurriedly ran into the valley. Not long after, dozens of young warriors emerged from the valley. They were all the favorites of heaven. One of the girls in a blue dress came out, took out a turquoise jade bottle, and spilled 3 drops of healing liquid from it, which controlled the injuries of the 3 seriously injured warriors. Morong Wushuang and Ning Xiaochuan also came out of the cave and looked at the chaotic valley mouth from a distance. Morong Wushuang said, the most powerful in the 4-mansion alliance is the 4 heads of the 4 great martial arts mansion, all of which are the second cultivation of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 4 young warriors standing in front of him, 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were flowing with strong Xuanqi waves. Their eyes are sharp and imposing, and they are definitely real people. In particular, Gulan, the eldest martial brother of Delongwa Mansion, is about to reach the peak of the second weight of the divine body, carrying a sharp bronze wheel. That is a powerful mysterious weapon. Zijing, the eldest martial sister of Zishuwa Mansion, should be regarded as the second master of the 4-mansion alliance. She is wrapped in purple Xuanqi, and can only vaguely see a slim figure. Rog, tell me, what's the matter? Who hurt you? Gulan's face was a little embarrassed, because he saw that the injuries on the 3 people were all severely injured by the weapons, which showed that it was not the Shan beast that injured them. Luo Gai broke 3 ribs on his chest and was badly hurt. He said, I don't know. It's a group of mysterious people who wrapped their bodies in black robes. They grabbed Princess Cece of King Dajinpeng's mansion. We were just about to leave, but they found that elder martial brother Fang and younger martial sister Shui died in their hands, and only the 3 of us escaped. What? Who is so brave that he dares to catch Princess Cece? Gulan was a little surprised. No one in the Yulan Empire knows that Princess Cece is the apple of King Dajinpeng's eye, and there are absolutely no more than 3 people in the Yulan Empire who dare to challenge King Dajinpeng. Who is so brave that even Princess Cece dares to catch her? Ning Xiaochuan naturally heard it, and his heart jumped violently, and he had the same idea as Gulan. Why did she come to the examination of the Heavenly Emperor Academy as a mental health teacher? Ning Xiaochuan's heart is quite worried about the safety of Yusasai. Although her cultivation is not weak, after all, she is a spiritual trainer, and her combat effectiveness is certainly not strong. Phew. Phew. A group of mysterious people in black robes galloped towards the valley, all experts, jumping on the treetops, like a group of black bats. A total of 24 people in black robes, with black mysterious chi flowing on their bodies and black hats on their heads, stood on the gap in the valley at almost the same time, completely blocking the gap in the whole valley. It's them. The 3 seriously injured warriors said in horror. The 4 leaders of the 4 government alliance, Gulan, Zijing, Shui Riwo, and Dongfang Yi, took a big step forward at the same time, staring at the 24 black-robed people like a great enemy. Others can't feel the power of these 24 black-robed people, but the 4 of Gulan can feel it. The accomplishments of these 24 black-robed people are all above the realm of the divine body. It's quite terrible that there are 24 warriors in the divine body realm. In the 4-mansion alliance, there are only 7 martial artists who have reached the realm of divine body. Gulan took down the bronze wheel from his back and pinched it in his hand. He was alert to the 24 black-robed people and said, "Who are you?" Among the 24 black-robed people, out came a thin man with a hoarse voice. Hand over all the black firewood beads collected by your four-mansion alliance. You can spare your life. This thin black-robed man seems to be the leader of the black-robed people, and his cultivation is quite strong. The momentum of one person will suppress the momentum of the four masters of the four-government alliance. It's just that the man in black is deliberately hiding his identity and changing his voice with Xuanqi, which is why he sounds so hoarse. It's the people of the Dark Empire. Ning Xiaochuan whispered. Morong Matchless said, curiously, how do you know they are from the Dark Imperial City? Intuition. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Naturally, this is not Ning Xiaochuan's intuition, but Tianquanzi once told Ning Xiaochuan that any warrior who joins the Dark Imperial City will carry a dark pearl on his body. As long as the dark bead is on the body, it can change the color of the Xuanqi released by the warriors, so the Xuanqi released by the warriors of the Dark Imperial City is black. Using dark beads has two advantages. First, you can hide your identity. Second, when the warrior of the Dark Imperial City was captured alive, the warrior pinched the dark bead, and the venom in the dark bead flowed out, which could corrode the warrior's body into pus. It is for this reason that the imperial court has been difficult to catch the living mouth of the Dark Imperial City. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan naturally cannot tell Morong Wushuang about Tianquanzi. This matter involves the Dark Imperial City. Let him know that it will only harm him, so it is said to be intuition. Morong Unparalleled said, I'll say who is so bold that even Princess Cece dares to catch. It's the people of the Dark Imperial City. How dare you say they are so bold? Ning Xiaochuan said, the people of the Dark Imperial City are actually hidden around us. There are people in the Four-Mansion Alliance, in the Jiang'a Marquis Mansion, and in the Dajianpeng Mansion. These people may be friends with us at ordinary times, but once the Dark Imperial City has an order delivered to them, they will immediately put on black robes, incarnate as the emissary of the Dark Imperial City, and do many things that can't see the light. In the Fire Demon Mountain, even if they take Princess Cece, no one knows who they are. When the examination time is over, they directly take off their black robes and become our close friends again. Who knows what they do in the Fire Demon Mountain? Morong Matchless suddenly realized, nodded, and said, what is the purpose of what they do? If I guessed well, they still didn't dare to be really unfavorable to Princess Cece. The most they could do was to ask the examiner of King Dajianpeng's house for black fire wooden beads. As long as the examiner of King Dajianpeng's house sent enough black fire wooden beads, they would naturally release people. Morong Unparalleled said, will the examiner of King Dajianpeng's mansion obediently send the black fire wooden bead? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, which he really can't predict. Morong Matchless pondered for a moment. I still don't understand why the warriors of the Dark Imperial City collect so many black firewood beads. Ning Xiaochuan said, naturally, we want more people in the Dark Imperial City to join the Tiandi Academy. You should know that all the people who come out of the Tiandi Academy are dragons and phoenixes among people, who will hold extremely important positions in the imperial court, the army, and officialdom. For example, this year, the Tiandi Academy will recruit 1,000 students, and 600 of them are people who are installed in the Dark Imperial City. You can imagine how much influence these 600 people will exert after they leave the Tiandi Academy? This method is the most terrible. It controls an empire imperceptibly. In the future, at the command of the necromancer, all members of the Dark Empire will work at the same time, and maybe they can seek to usurp the throne and seize the thousands of miles of the Jade Land Empire. However, if they dare to catch you Cece, I will give them a heavy lesson. Ning Xiaochuan was still quite concerned about Yusasai. When he learned that she had been captured, he wanted to be angry, and the murderous spirit in his eyes became extremely strong. At the mouth of the valley, 24 black-robed people and the martial artists of the Four-Mansion Alliance have been fighting, and the mysterious chi is filled in the whole valley. Some people hold up the bodyguard Shangang, some condense the mysterious Qi sword, and some display the martial arts magic power, slap their palms out, and shoot out fire snakes several meters long. Although there are a lot of wuxia in the Four-Mansion Alliance, 24 black-robed people are all masters. 24 people at the same time made a move of magical powers: flame, sword gas, ice skate, animal claw, and all kinds of magical powers were densely suppressed, and more than 10 wufu fell to the ground. The 24 black-robed people were quite ruthless, and their bodies were murderous, like slaughtering the fighters of the Four-Mansion Alliance. They stood in a row and pushed over, and a row of warrior bodies fell on the ground. Although there are many warriors in the Four-Mansion Alliance, they can't stop their pace at all. They are like 24 gods of death harvesting human life. Gulen's heart was angry. With a cold hum, he took off the bronze wheel on his back and pressed a basalt into the center of the wheel. Shwa! The bronze wheel flew out, forming a tornado, which rolled up a wind column dozens of meters high, like a sweeping wind dragon. This bronze wheel is a second-class xianware, and the material used is wind iron. Iron in the wind, born in the wind, bred in the wind, carries the power of the wind. Only those who are extremely lucky can pick up the iron pieces falling from the wind. Once the iron in the wind falls to the ground, the spirit of the iron itself will disappear and become ordinary iron. It is for this reason that the iron in the wind is extremely scarce. The bronze wheel is made of iron in the wind. It carries the power of the wind. Once the basalt is pressed into the groove in the center of the wheel, the bronze wheel can burst out the power of a hurricane. Gulen is the first master of the Four-Mansion Alliance. After playing the bronze wheel, he suddenly burst out with destructive power. The heads of 24 people in black came out, spread out their hands, condensed a cold air in their left hand, condensed a flame in their right hand, and combined their hands to form a giant ball of cold air and flame rotating each other. Boom! The tornado was shattered. The leader of the man in black suddenly stepped forward, his body turned into a dark shadow, and stretched out a white and clean hand to seize the bronze wheel. Gulen naturally would not let the black-robed head collar take away the bronze wheel, but also ran out, and his arms turned directly into the color of metal. Vajra arm. This is the martial magic power of Gulen. Once it is used, the arm will become as hard as metal, and the strength will be increased several times, making it infinitely powerful. The black-robed head collar sneered, took away the bronze wheel with one hand, and made a palm print with the other hand. The palm became red and was wrapped by the fire, and a palm hit the King Kong arm of Gulen. Bang! Although Gulen's cultivation was strong, he could not defeat the black-robed man. Rustle! The palm power of the black-robed man directly forced Gulen to retreat continuously, and the flame on his palm melted Gulen's Vajra arm. Gulen was in great pain. His arms were burning and his flesh and blood seemed to be roasted. The black-robed man smiled hoarsely. If I don't recognize the wrong person, you are the eldest disciple of Dalongwu Mansion, Gulen, the second cultivation of the divine body, only 3 months from the age of 20. 5 years ago, you reached the 8th level of Xuanqi, but you didn't participate in the examination of that session. What you waited for was to be the leader of Dalongwu Mansion 5 years later. Your talent is quite strong, but it's a pity that you met me. How do you know so well? Gulen said in horror. Hey! The man in black didn't answer him. He grabbed his palm and tore it violently, directly tearing off the whole arm of Gulen. Gulen's face was so painful that he had to twist. From small to large, he had never suffered such a defeat, and one of his arms had been destroyed. The other 3 heads of the 4 great martial arts houses rushed over. Zijing, Shueriwo, and Dongfeng Yi are all the second cultivation of the divine body. They are young masters created by the other 3 great martial arts houses, with countless mysterious drugs and resources. Every big power will spend a huge amount of money to create the most powerful young genius and become the representative of this big power. The black-robed head leader stood in the center, calm and said, "Let's go together." Too arrogant. Do you think you can defeat 4 with 1? The 4 of us are the second highest cultivation of the divine body. The Eastern strange, deep voice way. The black-robed head leader laughed and said, "There are also high and low levels of the second level of the divine body. Although your accomplishments are very high, they are all accumulated by resources. Among the second level of the divine body, your combat power can only be considered as medium and low. Stop talking nonsense and fight." Gulen suppressed the injury on his arm and took the lead in attacking the man in black. The 4 masters showed their magic powers at the same time and fought with the black-robed head leader. Morong Matchless was stunned and said, "These black-robed people are too powerful, especially the leader of the black-robed people, who can compete with the head of the 4 martial arts mansion with 1 person." "She is a woman." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Morong was surprised and said, "How do you know she's a woman?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Although she deliberately changed her voice and wrapped her whole body in black robes, her hands were exposed just now. It seems that there are many hidden masters in the assessment of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. Taking advantage of the fighting between the people of the Dark Imperial City and the 4 Mansion Alliance, we will escape from this valley now." Ning Xiaochuan glanced into the trees not far away and stared at the red dragon. The dragon was frightened by Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, turned into a red light, and flashed away. It is really persistent, and has always followed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang went out of the cave and planned to leave the valley immediately. Where to go? 2 people in black rushed towards this side, and their bodies were wrapped in black xianqi, which turned into 2 black shadows. They soared up in the air, each displaying a martial arts magic. Green fire eagle claw. Fire 9 days. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated, stopped, his arms were wrapped by lightning, his fingers pierced the 2 magical powers, grabbed the 2 black-robed people's necks, and lifted the 2 black-robed people in the air. Creak. Ning Xiaochuan pinched their necks, and the bodies of the 2 men in black suddenly became soft. Bang! Bang! The body was thrown to the ground by Ning Xiaochuan. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan could use the power of the magic sword to devour the blood in 2 black-robed human bodies to improve his cultivation, but there are too many martial artists here. Once used, it is likely that they will think that Ning Xiaochuan is the one who devours the blood demon sect. Cultivating the blood-eating demon skill will attract all martial artists to siege. The death of 2 black-robed people made other black-robed people notice Ning Xiaochuan. 12 black-robed people rushed angrily and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and Morong unparalleled in the center. "Damn, killing so many warriors in the 4 martial arts mansion didn't cost us a person, but your boy killed 2 people. How dare you?" One of the black-robed people with a tiger back roared angrily. At the mouth of the valley, there were dead bodies everywhere. The warriors of the 4 martial arts houses suffered heavy losses and were almost completely destroyed. Only 4 heads were still fighting with black-robed heads. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Answer me a question. I can spare you from dying. Where did you take Princess Cece? Are you from King Dajinpeng's mansion?" A man in black asked confusedly. The head of the black robe flew over, and his body was as light as a leaf, which fell on the opposite side of Ning Xiaochuan in a fleeting way. He was Ning Xiaochuan of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. He was originally the first cultivation of the divine body, and now he has reached the second cultivation of the divine body. 3 months ago, he belonged to useless tuberculosis. 3 months later, he was famous all over the world. Is it wrong for me to say that he is the world's first love fool? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the black-robed man as if facing a great enemy, and the mysterious qi in his body kept turning, saying, "Half a point is good, you can't even remember my information." Haha. I have memorized all the information of young martial artists who have good accomplishments. Only by knowing themselves and the enemy can we win every battle. Black-robed head collar, confident way. Morong Wushuang said, "Do you know who I am?" The black-robed head collar suddenly became silent. Morong unparalleled immediately depressed, "I'm so unknown." Gulan, Zijing, Dongfeng Yi, and Shui Riwo also rushed over. They were extremely embarrassed by the black-robed head collar just now, and they were all injured. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't appeared, it was only a matter of time before the black-robed head collar wanted to kill them. The mouth of the valley has been completely sealed by 22 people in black. There is only one way to get out, that is to fight out. 4 defeated men. The black-robed head leader sneered and said, "Previously, I said that your second fighting power in the divine body can only be regarded as inferior, and you still don't believe it. Now after you see the world's first fighting power, you should know how far you are still behind." Gulan and others have just seen Ning Xiaochuan kill 2 black-robed people in the realm of the divine body with one move. This method is really not what they can do. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold. He knew that the black-robed headband was provoking his relationship with the 4 premiers, and then he broke them one by one. Don't listen to her nonsense, and join hands to fight a bloody way. Ning Xiaochuan's hands spread out, and dozens of lightning suddenly appeared in the surrounding air, making a crackling tearing sound, and took the initiative to attack the black-robed head collar. Naturally, the first people in the 4 martial arts mansion are smart people, following behind Ning Xiaochuan, and at the same time playing a variety of magical powers to tear a blood path from the siege of the black-robed people. Ning Xiaochuan and Hypo Runling fought together first. The body of the black-robed head collar has 2 kinds of air currents, ice and fire. Its constitution is quite special, and its combat power is naturally terrifying. It has cultivated the second divine power to Mahayana, and a 3rd divine source has been born in its body, which is about to step into the 3rd weight of the divine body. It can be said that her cultivation is even higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan. It's a great honor for me to fight with the world's first love maniac. It's also a great honor for me to kill the world's first love maniac. The voice of the black-robed head collar is hoarse, and the hand is extremely fierce, and the move is fatal. Her palm condensed a towering flame, and her palm bombarded Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's palm was wrapped by lightning and also hit out. Boom! The palm print of flame and the palm print of lightning collided, and the strong light of flame and lightning burst out in the air, shaking the ground. The black robe on the head collar of the black robe was lifted by a strong impact, revealing a pair of slender Snow White, wearing a white jade ring on the ankle. The skin is extremely delicate, there is no fat on the calf, brilliant and white. This scene flashed away. Her sexy and perfect legs were immediately covered up by black robes. It's over, old 9 is still awesome. Jia. There is another chapter in the afternoon. The 22 black-robed people are all very strong in cultivation, and all of them have cultivated divine powers and martial arts. Moreover, they cooperated very well in tactics, and almost found no flaws, trapping Ning Xiaochuan and other 6 people in the valley. The cultivation of black-robed head collar is the most powerful. Around her body, the radius is 10 feet, which is covered by her xuanqi. Once the xuanqi runs, the heavy stones will bang and break. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't resisted her, the 6 of them might have died in the war. Poof! Gulan of Dalonghua Mansion was stabbed on his back by a tall man in black robe, and a lot of blood flowed. Gulan had previously been led by the black-robed head to lose an arm, and now he was seriously injured. He uttered a scream in his mouth and stumbled. He was dragged into the crowd by 6 black-robed people, slashed with knives, and turned into blood clots and broken meat. A young master with the 2nd level of divine body died like this. The remaining few people were frightened, sweating on their backs and feeling desperate. The black-robed man's means were too brutal to kill his opponent without leaving a whole body. to achieve the effect of killing people and killing their hearts. The black-robed head collar beat out the bronze wheel of the second-grade Xuanqi and turned it into a tornado, which swept the Zijing of Zishuwa mansion into the wind. Zijing's figure is very graceful, and her body is covered with a layer of purple mysterious fog. She plays a sword formula magic power, but she can't escape from the wind at all. She was swept up by the wind. Bang! When Zijing fell from the wind, she fell into the black-robed man. Before she stood still, a black-robed man cut her head off. Bang! Bang! Zijing was also hacked to death by random knives and chopped into meat sauce. These black-robed people are determined, but no matter whether you are a beauty or not, as long as you fight against the dark imperial city, even the most beautiful woman in the world is just a dead end. It's too cruel, too cruel. These people even kill top beauties. Is there human nature in the end? Morong Wushuang was sweating all over, holding a Xuanqi sword, closely followed Ning Xiaochuan, and constantly waved the sword. Two young masters with the second weight of the divine body died in a row, causing great pressure on their psychology. They felt that it was hopeless to escape from this valley. The black-robed head collar took back the bronze wheel, pinched it in his hand, injected the dark qi into the bronze wheel, and waved the bronze wheel out again. Phew! The bronze wheel rotates rapidly in the air, absorbs the wind, forms a vortex, integrates a huge force, and finally changes into a dragon hurricane with crazy rotation. The wind column formed by the hurricane hit Ning Xiaochuan. Just now, it was the bronze wheel that rolled Zijing up into the sky, and when it fell down again, it was hacked to death by random knives. Ning Xiaochuan naturally didn't want to follow in her footsteps. His feet kicked on the ground, his waist sank, and he roared, the thunder of the sky. An invisible thunder wave spits out from Ning Xiaochuan's mouth, breaking out a huge sound of analgesic human eardrum. The sound of thunder condensed into a big clock 5 meters high, rotating rapidly, and also caused a huge hurricane, hitting the bronze wheel. Boom! The bell broke, sending out the sound of thunder, which scattered the tornado column formed by the bronze wheel. The huge thunder shook all the black-robed people, temporarily deaf, and left their brains blank. Xuanqi sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ning Xiaochuan spread his hands, and a large amount of Xuanqi poured out of his body. 6 Xuanqi swords were formed around his body, condensed into physical swords, and turned into 6 red sword shadows, flying out, penetrating the hearts of 6 people in black. Poof! 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 6 people in black fell to the ground, making a gap in the originally airtight encirclement. Go! Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, and took the lead to escape, running towards the valley. Morong Wushuang, Dong Fanji, and Shui Riwo were all awakened by the word go roared by Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing the open gap, their faces showed great joy and knew that they were saved today. All 3 escaped from the valley. All this happened in a very short time. When those black-robed people reacted, Ning Xiaochuan and others had fled 10 feet away and disappeared into the jungle. The head of Black Robe stared at the bronze wheel that fell to the ground, and then looked into the jungle and said, "What a world's first love fool, he actually cultivated such a rare magic power as Tianlei Hongzhong. It seems that the next time we fight with him, we should prevent him from doing this." 3 leaders, do you want to catch up? A man in black asked. Don't chase. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is very strong. There are no more than 3 people who can defeat him in the Dark Emperor city. If you chase him, you will only be hunted one by one in the jungle. The black-robed head caller said again, "How many black firewood beads have you collected?" Those black-robed men had cleaned up the battlefield. One of them, a short black-robed man, presented 8 black fire wooden beads and said, "There are 3 on Gulen, 2 on Zijing, and 3 on others, which adds up to 8. I lost 8 young strong men to collect so many black fire wooden beads." The four-government alliance really let me down. The black-robed head led the way. A black-robed man said, with our strength, if we want to win the four-mansion alliance, no one will die. These 8 people were killed by Ning Xiaochuan, and this person must be removed. Don't worry. Ning Xiaochuan is just a small role, and he can be killed at any time. The top priority is to collect Heihua wooden beads, spread the news that Princess Cece was caught by us, and ask the people of King Dajinpeng's mansion to send 20 Heihua wooden beads in exchange. If no one sends 20 Heihua wooden beads within 3 days, then don't blame us for being ruthless. The black-robed head caller stared at the 8 corpses lying on the ground and broke the dark beads on them with 8 mysterious qi. The venom in the dark beads flowed out and immediately corroded their bodies into a pool of pus. Are there too many 20 black fire wooden beads? If the people in King Dajinpeng's mansion can't raise so many black fire wooden beads? Or if no one in King Dajinpeng's mansion dares to pay the ransom, then don't we really kill Princess Cece? A black-robed man said with some worry. The black-robed head caller stared at him coldly and said, it's not a big thing to kill a royal sissy. Even princes and dark imperial cities dare to kill, let alone just a princess. With these words, the head caller of the black robe shook his black robe and walked out of the valley. After escaping from the valley, Ning Xiaochuan, Morong Wushuang and others rushed through the jungle until they fled dozens of miles away, and then stopped for a temporary rest. Dongfeng kept panting, sweating, and said, these people are so rampant that they dare to kill the warriors of our 4 martial arts houses. Even Gulan and Zijing were killed. This hatred is completely over. Morong Unparalleled said, Brother Dongfeng, do you know who your enemy is? Dongfeng was a little stunned, and then shook his head, discouraged. Shui Riwo said, the mysterious qi they released is black, which should belong to the dark forces. There are no more than 3 organizations with such powerful forces in the dark forces. The Dark Imperial City is the most suspected, and only they have the courage. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly and couldn't help looking up at Shui Riwo. He was a man with some brains. Shui Riwo hugged Ning Xiaochuan and said, thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, I'm afraid we would all die today. When the examination is over, Dongfeng Yi and I will certainly have a gift to thank Ning Xiaochuan for saving his life. Now, let's say goodbye. After saying goodbye to Dongfeng, Shui Riwo immediately left and soon disappeared into the jungle. It's really strange. Why don't they go on the road with us? Moral Unparalleled way. Because there are many black fire wooden beads on them, they are afraid that we will rob them secretly. In a word, they can't trust us. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Damn, I can't believe us. Even if we want to rob, we will do it openly and stab our friends in the back. I can't do such a thing. Morong Wushuang gnashed his teeth. Ning Xiaochuan said, it can't be blamed on them. There are really many people stabbing their friends behind their backs. In the Homa Mountains, if you don't have a long heart, you don't know how to die. On the evening of that day, news came out, and soon the appraisers of the whole Homa Mountain knew about it, causing a huge sensation. Princess Cece of King Dajinpeng's mansion was captured by a mysterious organization, claiming that they would release people only if the people of King Dajinpeng's mansion sent 20 black fire wooden beads. If no one sent 20 black fire wooden beads within 3 days, they would let Princess Cece's head fall. Unexpectedly, someone dared to challenge the King Dajinpeng mansion, which made all the examiners feel afraid and look forward to seeing the head-on collision between the King Dajinpeng mansion and the mysterious organization. It's best that they can lose both sides, so that they can make a lot of money from it. Everyone is guessing whether King Dajinpeng's mansion can raise 20 black fire wooden beads. At the same time, I wonder if anyone dares to negotiate with the mysterious organization for ransom. Soon after, news came out that the mysterious organization had slaughtered the alliance formed by the 4 martial arts houses. The first Gulan of the Dragon Martial Arts House and the Zijing of the Zisha Martial Arts House were all hacked to death by them. After the news came out, it caused another uproar. It turned out that some talented children of King Dajinpeng's mansion were preparing Heihua Muzhu. After hearing the news, they all hesitated. Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang hid in the pit under the ground, chewing on the long-roasted tiger meat. Morong Unparalleled held a huge tiger bone in his hand, and his mouth was full of grease. He said, "They really dare to bid for 20 black firewood beads. I'm afraid there are not 20 black firewood beads collected by the whole alliance of the Four-Mansion Alliance. If the warriors of the Great Jinpeng Mansion can't collect 20 black firewood beads, do they really dare to kill Princess Cece? It's not impossible." In history, the Dark Imperial City slaughtered the whole family of princes and killed more than 7,000 people in a marquee mansion, leaving no chickens or dogs, causing a great sensation. Moreover, the Dark Imperial City didn't know that it had assassinated the emperor once. 300 years ago, when the Dark Imperial City was at its most rampant, it assassinated the great emperor of Yulan Empire at that time and succeeded. It's really uncertain whether they dared to kill Yusasai. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up and jumped out of the pit. Morong Wushuang pinched the tiger bone, raised his head, looked at Ning Xiaochuan standing on the ground, and shouted, "Where are you going?" "If I want to hunt Xian beasts and improve my realm, I must break through the third level of the divine body within 3 days." Ning Xiaochuan, with a determined look in his eyes, walked into the jungle full of flames. Whether the people of King Dajinpeng's mansion will pay 20 black fire wooden beads or not, Ning Xiaochuan has decided that he will go. In the dark night, the flames in the Huoma Mountains burn more vigorously, just like the ghost fire in the cemetery. All the martial artists who participated in the examination hid in hiding, and only those fierce Xian beasts were still active in the jungle, looking for food. Hell! A huge animal roar came from a distance. Standing on the treetops, you can see from a distance that an elephant with wings flew in the air, spitting out flames in its mouth, circling a mountain and reflecting the sky crimson. That winged elephant is the flying celestial elephant of the 4th grade Xian beast. It can spout high-temperature fire in its mouth, and its wings flap, which can send out a sharp-wind knife. Ning Xiaochuan can only run for his life when he sees a creature of the level of the 4th grade Xian beast. Naturally, it is impossible to hunt it. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt a slight sound coming from behind him, so he stopped and looked behind him, saying, "Who is it? Get out?" In the jungle, there was silence. Ning Xiaochuan continued to move forward, and the speed suddenly increased, as fast as a gust of wind. A red dragon peeked out half of its head from behind the tree. The dragon horns on its head emitted fluorescent white light, and the light dots wrapped around its body. It glanced at the front and found that Ning Xiaochuan's figure had disappeared. Its eyes suddenly widened. It came out from behind the tree and looked for Ning Xiaochuan everywhere. "Where is it? It's really you. What are you doing after you've been with me for so long?" Ning Xiaochuan came out from behind it. The red dragon was startled, and quickly flapped his wings and flew up, shouting at Ning Xiaochuan. His face was extremely ferocious, and his momentum was particularly fierce. Ow! 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 Bang! Ning Xiaochuan slapped it on the ground, twisted his small tail, lifted it up and said, "What kind of dragon are you?" Red Bruce Lee, dazed by Ning Xiaochuan's slap, fell out of his tongue and rolled his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan added, "You don't want that Xian beast egg, do you? It's your egg? Look at your size, it's not like you can lay such a big egg. Do you want to eat it?" Hearing this, the red Bruce Lee suddenly woke up and roared at Ning Xiaochuan, as if he was angry. His 4 little claws kept grasping forward, tearing Ning Xiaochuan's clothes and launching the most brutal attack on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan threw it out. "Pa! It hit the trunk of a big tree, screamed, and its body stuck to the trunk, like a long gecko. He kept sliding from the tree trunk, and finally fell to the ground, with Venus in his eyes. The wisdom of this red dragon was so high that Ning Xiaochuan was also curious about the Shan beast egg, so he took the Shan beast egg out of the Chankuan cloth bag and put it on the ground. The Shan beast egg, which is 1 meter long in diameter, emits a faint white light, and a trace of strange fragrance escapes from the egg shell. Smelling the fragrance from the egg shell, the red dragon's eyes lit up and immediately flapped its wings to fly. A red auspicious cloud floated under its body, and a mysterious light was emitted from its head. A pair of eyes were staring at the Shan beast's egg tightly. But it was still quite afraid of Ning Xiaochuan, so it didn't dare to approach. Ning Xiaochuan gently exclaimed, and saw a small crack on the wall of Xuanzhou egg. Ning Xiaochuan clearly remembered that when he first saw this Shan beast egg, it was as smooth as jade and had no cracks at all. When did it break accidentally? The red dragon also saw the crack on the egg, and immediately became mad with anger. His mouth made a chirping sound, as if he was blaming Ning Xiaochuan for not protecting the Shan beast's egg. It raised its small claws, made a ow-ow sound, and went to fight Ning Xiaochuan for life and death. Look at that posture, it has made the determination of either you die or I die. Seeing it fidgeting aside, Ning Xiaochuan waved it out with a slap, and then began to observe the crack carefully. No. This crack is not caused by impact, but by internal extrusion. Is it? Is it that the cub in the Shan beast's egg is about to break its shell? Ning Xiaochuan's heart is naturally quite excited, and he is looking forward to what grade of Shan beast will hatch in the eggshell. This Shan beast egg is absolutely extraordinary. If you can get a powerful Shan beast as a fighting partner, your strength will be greatly improved. Moreover, Shan beast is the most loyal in the world, and there is no need to worry that it will betray itself. In the crack of the Shan beast's eggshell, the fragrance is getting stronger and stronger, and it permeates the jungle, even farther away. Boom! When Ning Xiaochuan heard the roaring sound of animal hooves not far away, he realized that it was not good, and quickly put the Shan animal eggs into the heaven and earth cloth bag. The fragrance emanating from this Shan beast egg has a fatal temptation to other Shan beasts, attracting all the fierce beasts in the surrounding mountains, and surrounding Ning Xiaochuan and bloody dragons in the center. Ning Xiaochuan stood under the big tree, standing straight, staring around, and saw a pair of bone-green eyes exposed in the dark, making a strange sound and howling. In the dark, I don't know how many pairs of eyes, some lying on the ground, some winding around the trunk, some flying in the sky. The red dragon fell to the ground, and the man stood up, terrified by the blood-eating smell sent out by the mysterious beasts around him. A claw kept pointing to Ning Xiaochuan, as if saying that the egg was there. It was none of my business, it was none of my business. Ow! A 3-meter-high black wolf rushed out of the woods, spitting blood gas from its mouth. Its claws were as sharp as a knife, and its huge body rushed directly at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan ran Xuanqi, and countless lightning broke out in his body. 5 fingers were wrapped by lightning, slapped on the top of the head of the Shancher wolf, and split its head, lying on the ground. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan made a long roar, spitting out a huge sound like thunder in his mouth, which shook the earth and startled the mysterious beasts around him and kept retreating. Shan beast is naturally afraid of thunder and lightning, and has an innate fear. Ning Xiaochuan ran Xuanqi to his legs, and his legs flashed with lightning. With one palm, he hit a lightning beast and knocked 6 or 7 Shan beasts away, running out in one direction. The red dragon closely followed Ning Xiaochuan, running and flapping his wings. Once nervous, it can't fly and can only run on 2 small claws. Hell! Some powerful Shan beasts were not frightened by the sound of Tianlei, and quickly chased Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked back and saw that there were 3 Shan beasts catching up, all at the level of Sanpin Shan beast, a golden lion, a three-headed dog with wings, and a black centipede more than 10 meters long. Among them, the most powerful one is the big golden lion, with thick blood, golden fur, earth-shaking howling, and the fastest speed. Ning Xiaochuan is choosing his prey. Now he only needs to hunt another Transmigration beast to cultivate the second divine power into Mahayana and hit the third level of the divine body. This is the golden lion. In the fierce chase, Ning Xiaochuan and the golden lion are getting closer and closer, while the other two Shan beasts are far behind. Right now, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped, suddenly turned around and stared at the golden lion rushing up, emitting a strong sword gas, such as being born as a sword god. Doomsday Demon Sword. When the golden lion rushed in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan shot, his fingers flashed out like lightning, pointed to the middle of the golden lion's eyebrows, and a red sword gas flew out, dividing the golden lion's head in two. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan was splashed with blood, which was as hot as magma. Ning Xiaochuan put the body of the golden lion into the Qianquan cloth bag and ran away quickly. The red dragon hid on a big tree and watched Ning Xiaochuan gradually escape. He flew between branches and chased him. After getting rid of the two Transmigration beasts, Ning Xiaochuan looked for a secret place and began to absorb the blood gas in the golden lion, impacting the third level of the divine body. Boom! The power of the magic sword came out, and sharp sword qi wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body. A large amount of blood gas of the golden lion poured into Ning Xiaochuan's body, making Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation rise rapidly. Red Bruce Lee sneaked out, farting quietly close to Ning Xiaochuan, and soon stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The horrible sword gas emitted by the magic sword can't hurt it at all. It opened its mouth and sucked the sword gas of a magic sword into its mouth, making the light on its body extremely bright. When the light dimmed, its body suddenly grew a small section. It looked at its body, rolled on the ground with excitement, made a cry of ow, ow, and sucked a magic sword gas into its mouth, and its body grew a little longer. It has absorbed 15 magic sword qi in a row, and its body grows from 1 meter long to 1 meter 2. It saw that Ning Xiaochuan was still practicing with his eyes closed, and seemed not to be aware of it at all, and his heart was more excited. The little claw scratched his head, his eyes lit up, and he thought of something good to pay attention to. It changed its body into 1 meter long, and then hid. Although Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes, he had mental perception. Naturally, he saw a series of changes of the red dragon, and his heart was quite shocked. After absorbing the sword spirit of the magic sword, the dragon was able to grow. The update was unstable due to something happened the previous 2 days. From today on, I will update it at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Dark mountains, eternal flames burning, full of endless mystery, gave birth to some strange and unpredictable creatures. The red dragon is one of them. It is smart and alert. With a dragon's body, it can't be hurt by flames and sword qi. It can break into forbidden areas that ordinary people can't enter, just like auspicious creatures bred by heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan stopped paying attention to it and began to practice with all his strength. The blood gas in the golden war lion was soon sucked up by Ning Xiaochuan and flowed into Ning Xiaochuan's body. There was only a golden dry lion on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan took the golden lion into the Qianquan cloth bag and immediately returned to the underground pit. Morong Wushuang was lying at the bottom of the pit, his hands on the ground, his feet slightly rolled up, and his shape was like a turtle lying on the ground. He didn't breathe in his mouth, but there were mysterious qi puffing in his pores. He is practicing turtle immobility skill, which is extremely quiet, like a 10,000-year-old turtle, and his cultivation in his body is improving rapidly. Ning Xiaochuan didn't wake him up, sat on the ground and began to refine the blood gas of the golden lion. Countless lightning flows on the surface of his body, and the mysterious gas in the heart palace of Wu Dao seems to turn into lightning and thunder. Boom! I don't know how long I've been practicing, Tianlai Hongzhong has reached Mahayana. Ning Xiaochuan looked up and shouted at the sky. The roar was earth-shattering, like a god of thunder, which scared the mysterious beasts around for dozens of miles to flee, and his heart was extremely afraid. The soil around the underground pit has been crushed and cracked into lines, sand and stones, trees have been shattered into sawdust, and boulders have been shattered into cracks, a desolate and dilapidated scene. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and took back all the free mysterious qi around him. Miraculously, Morong Wushuang was still quietly lying on the ground, and the turtle sucked and breathed, and the sound that could shock people to death did not wake him up. Another full hour passed before Morong Wushuang finished his cultivation. Seeing the ruins in front of him, he was startled and said, "There was a big war here last night? Why didn't you wake me up? I can retreat with you." Ning Xiaochuan didn't tell him that this was the destructive power of his second divine power Mahayana, and said, "Let's hide in another place. I'm going to prepare to attack the third level of the divine body, and you protect the Dharma for me. Have you reached Mahayana with your second magical power?" Morong was overjoyed. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. "This cultivation speed is too fast, 10 times faster than those so-called geniuses." Morong Matchless thought that his talent was already quite high, but compared with Ning Xiaochuan, he immediately felt that he was weak again. Ning Xiaochuan took out 2 fist-sized inner elixirs from the Chankuan cloth bag. One inner elixir emitted bleeding light and was still beating, and countless mysterious qi was huffing and puffing in the inner bladder. The other liner is golden yellow, and it is also beating strongly, making a bang-bang sound. This is the inner bladder of explosive ape and golden lion. There is still a lot of activity in it, and its medicinal value is comparable to that of intermediate Dan. If you take these 2 inner liners, they should be able to impact the second weight of the divine body. Morong's unparalleled chin was about to fall to the ground, and he stretched out his hands to hold the 2 inner casings in his hands. This was priceless, which made him excited and surging at the moment, but he did not politely accept the inner casings with Ning Xiaochuan. Polite people are bastards. Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang found a hidden cave, which was opened up by a canyon, covered by huge trees. If you don't look carefully, you can't find the hole at all. Sitting in the cave, Ning Xiaochuan began to practice and hit the third weight of the divine body. Morong Wushuang also took 2 inner casings. After practicing for 2 days and 1 night, he broke through the first level of the divine body and reached the second level of the divine body. As long as he works the mysterious qi, his body surface will condense into a white stone shell, which will become like a hard stone and a turtle shell. Even a mysterious weapon may not be able to break his defense. Ning Xiaochuan also tried to hit him with a full palm, but he just flew him out without hurting him. This kind of defense is simply abnormal. Tonight is the deadline set by the Dark Imperial City. If the people in King Dajinpeng's mansion did not send 20 black fire wooden beads, they would kill Princess Cece. Ning Xiaochuan continued to stay in the cave to practice and hit the realm. It is much more difficult to break through the third weight of the divine body than the second weight of the divine body. Morong Wushuang went out to inquire about the news. "We must reach the third weight of the divine body before sunset today." Ning Xiaochuan has a strong sense of urgency in his heart. In the body, the third divine source has shown signs of melting, and a third divine power may be born at any time. Ning Xiaochuan began to sprint with all his strength, condensing the mysterious qi in the heart palace of Wu Dao into countless swords, turning into a dragon integrating swords, and stabbing into the third divine source. Boom! The third God source turns into open. The third magical power was born. At the moment when the third magical power was born, the water mist condensed on the sky and a rainstorm fell. In the Fire Demon Mountains, there is only flame, and it has never rained. At this moment, the sky is pouring rain, as if affected by some kind of airflow, causing this abnormal phenomenon. Ning Xiaochuan came out of the cave and stood in the heavy rain. Dozens of flashes of lightning automatically broke out on his body, crossed the rain curtain, and cut a big tree in the distance in half, emitting blue smoke. Boom! The sound of thunder rang out in Ning Xiaochuan's body, shaking the earth and shaking the vegetation. The rainstorm in the sky is more urgent, like trying to douse the flames in the Homa mountain. 10,000 swords melt into rain. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a finger and pointed to the sky. The water vapor above the sky converged into a sword chi virtual shadow, condensing a total of 35 sword chi virtual shadows, flying in the rain, and then stabbing the canyon behind him like a meteor shower. Bang, bang, bang. 35 swords with chi deficiency all hit the canyon wall, shelling out 35 pits and dropping a lot of stones and soil. Ning Xiaochuan nodded with satisfaction. After the lightning, there is thunder, and after the thunder, there is rainstorm. This is the law of nature, and the inner magic will also be born according to this law. Lightning beast, thunder bell, 10,000 swords melt into rain. Isn't this a sequential law of nature? A celestial phenomenon. The third magical power, 10,000 swords melt rain, has just been born, and can only condense 35 sword chi virtual shadows, which is the largest amount of xuanqi in Ning Xiaochuan's body. If the most extreme form of this move is displayed, hundreds of millions of divine swords can be condensed with water vapor, which can destroy the sky and the earth. When Ning Xiaochuan put away the xuanqi, the rainstorm in the sky suddenly stopped. Wonderful. Wonderful. Is it raining for 100 meters? Why are the flames on the ground extinguished? There is so much water in the pit. Morong Wushuang came back barefoot with a fist-sized red fruit in his mouth. He touched it in his arms, and then found a fruit and threw it to Ning Xiaochuan, who was standing in the distance. It's really raining, but it's a pity that you came back too late, otherwise you might be able to take a bath. Ning Xiaochuan caught the fruit, wiped it with the corners of his clothes, took a bite, and said, "Sweet. How about it? Have you got any news?" Morong Wushuang sat on the ground and shook his head. This matter has been making a lot of noise in the Fire Demon Mountains, but several powerful young martial artists in King Dajinpeng Mansion have not appeared in public, and no one has taken the initiative to make a statement to rescue Princess Cece. Is it strange that you say? King Dajinpeng Mansion has 560 young talents to participate in the examination, of which there are no less than 10 masters who have reached the level of divine body. Why does no one come out? Normal. Ning Xiaochuan analyzed. Many people have guessed that the man who captured Jiu Cece is probably the Dark Imperial City. Those talented teenagers in the Dajinpeng Palace may have good accomplishments, but I'm afraid there are few brave ones. If you want to raise 20 black firewood beads, you must damage the interests of many people. If you can save Princess Cece, even if you make great contributions, you will offend many people and be thankless. But if it fails, it's all over. King Dajinpeng will kill you. Those who give you black firewood beads will also kill you. The people of the Dark Imperial City will still kill you. So whether you can save Princess Cece or not, it's not good. On the contrary, if you hide in the dark, don't speak and don't devote yourself, even if Princess Cece is killed and waits out of the Fire Demon Mountain, you can pretend not to know this, and you can be punished at most. On the contrary, you may also become a student of the Emperor of Heaven's Academy, because you have black firewood beads. If I were in their position, I would choose to be wise and protect myself rather than push myself to the forefront. Morong Unparalleled said, but you didn't stand in their position. It seems that this time, you have to go. What? Want to be a lone hero, go to the meeting alone? With one person's strength, kill and retreat the heroes, and finally hold the beauty back? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, I'm just thinking, since I already know this thing, if I didn't do it, and finally led to the death of Yusasai, then I will regret it. Since I know that I will regret it in the future, why don't I give it a go? Good. Enough man, I'll go with you. Morong Matchless was quite loyal and said, "But where do we get 20 black firewood beads? Without 20 black firewood beads, we can't even see the people of Yusasai." "Borrow." Ning Xiaochuan stood up and hurried towards the depths of the Homa Mountains. Finally, he became as fast as a fly and turned into a remnant. Morong Matchless also quickly chased up. Xianqi wrapped his body, closely followed Ning Xiaochuan, and asked curiously, "Who can borrow it? Who can lend us 20 black firewood beads? Who can get 20 black firewood beads? I'll borrow 20 black wooden beads from whoever has them." The sun is about to set. At dusk, Ning Xiaochuan finally arrived at the edge of the 5-color miasma forest. Through the 5-color miasma forest, he could reach the depths of the Homa Mountains. But Ning Xiaochuan stood still and did not take another step forward, as if waiting for something. Morong Unparalleled caught up and looked around. In addition to the desolate trees, it was the giant poisonous mysterious beast in the 5-color miasma forest. There was no one here. "Who did you borrow it from?" As soon as Morong's unparalleled voice fell, dozens of martial artists in gorgeous robes emerged from the surrounding woods, behind the hills, and among the grass. There were a total of more than 60 martial artists, each with a murderous spirit, staring at them with playful eyes. "Hand over the black wooden beads on you, and you will not die." A gifted teenager in the Kailan Palace sneered, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Unparalleled with cruel eyes, as if he had already eaten them. They have said this sentence many times, and those who did not hand over Heihua Muju have been killed by them. As long as these two people dare to say no in front of them, they will immediately chop them to death with knives. This is not the first time they have done this kind of person. Morong Unparalleled seemed to understand something and said, "Hand over the black wooden beads on your body, and I can spare you today." The genius heroes of King Kiran's mansion are all angry. This boy is too arrogant. Only King Kiran's mansion has ever robbed others. I haven't heard who dares to rob them. Moreover, they have more than 60 people, so naturally they will not pay attention to these two people in front of them. In the Kailan Palace, a martial artist whose cultivation reached the 9th level of Xuanqi condensed a Xuanqi sword, with a fierce light in his eyes, and a sword hit Morong's unparalleled head. Bang! Morong Wushuang's head was not broken, but the 9th most mysterious martial artist flew out upside down and knocked the other 3 young martial artists to the ground. Morong Unparalleled rushed into the crowd, and a layer of stone skin condensed on the surface of his body. It was powerful and fierce. The swords of those warriors cleaved on him, which could only cleave a large amount of fire, and even his skin could not be broken. In a short time, he put more than a dozen young geniuses on the ground. Some of them were broken, some of them were bleeding, and they kept crying on the ground. Those warriors in King Kiran's mansion were frightened by the fighting power shown by Morong Unparalleled, and retreated one after another, afraid to fight again. Boom! Boom! The natural enemy rode out from behind the hill with a 6-legged lion, wearing a golden armor and holding a square sky-painted halberd, stared at Morong Unparalleled, and sneered, "You two are really brave. You dare to touch the people in my Kailan Palace. It seems that you really don't want to live." The body of the natural enemy sent out a strong mysterious wave, like a strong wind blowing from the ground, forcing Morong Matchless to retreat 2 steps, and secretly said, "It's really pretending to be forced. I'm afraid this boy is not easy to deal with." His eyes slightly stared at Ning Xiaochuan, waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to say that once Ning Xiaochuan motioned, combined with the strength of the 2 people, he might not be able to kill the man in front of him wearing gold armor. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at the sky. Through the thick black clouds, the sun was about to set. "There's no time." Ning Xiaochuan said straight to the point, "Resist natural enemies. I want to borrow 20 black firewood beads, give them to me now, and I will send 30 black firewood beads to you tomorrow morning." Everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, someone borrowed black fire wooden beads from the little prince of the Kailan palace, and borrowed them so arrogantly, and the lion opened his mouth, claiming to borrow 20. A strange idea floated in the hearts of those warriors in the Kailan palace. Isn't this boy kidding? The natural enemy laughed loudly and exaggerated. Suddenly, he closed his smile and said in a deep voice, "Who do you think you are? Why should I lend you 20 black fire wooden beads? Why?" Ning Xiaochuan took 5 steps forward and stood in front of the tall and powerful six-legged lion. His palm hit out like lightning and hit the forehead of the six-legged lion. Bang! The six-legged lion screamed, and its body was torn apart. The natural enemy's face changed slightly, his body flew upside down, and fell to the ground in a mess. His handsome and arrogant face was also stained with 3 drops of the blood of the six-legged lion. Ning Xiaochuan took back his palm and carried it behind his back, saying, "Why? It's because I, Ning Xiaochuan, have this strength." Those warriors in King Kiran's mansion were petrified and stared at Ning Xiaochuan as if they were looking at demons. That was a Sanpingshuan beast. How terrible was the power of his palm, to be beaten to pieces. The natural enemy finally began to face up to Ning Xiaochuan, and the anger on his face slowly put away, showing a trace of smile, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, the best love fool in the world. Haha. I see, you are going to save UCC. Good. As long as you have the courage to go, I will lend you 20 black firewood beads. If you dare not to send 30 black firewood beads to my hands before sunrise tomorrow, you should understand how serious the consequences are." "Thank you." Ning Xiaochuan took a cloth bag from the hand of the natural enemy, which contained no more than 20 black fire wooden beads. Carrying a cloth bag, Ning Xiaochuan and Morong walked away. "Little prince, why did you really give him 20 black fire wooden beads? If he died in the hands of those people in the dark imperial city, wouldn't we lose everything?" a martial artist said. The natural enemy shook his head coldly. "Avenue, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is not weak, and the people of the dark imperial city will pay a heavy price if they want to kill him. In addition, don't forget the little girl in the Jiangnan marquee, who is Ning Xiaochuan's sister. If Ning Xiaochuan dies in war, the Jiangnan marquee will surely pour out and fight with the dark imperial city. Haha. This is the situation I most want to see now. When the dark imperial city and the Jiangnan marquee are both defeated, it's time for us to harvest the battlefield. Will there be such a result, in case Ning Xiaochuan came to the meeting alone and saved Yusasai? The natural enemy said, "I hope so. I also hope to have an easy opponent. Ning Xiaochuan seems to be good, but I don't know how strong his strength is. Is he qualified?" Ning Xiaochuan and Morong peerless shuttle through the jungle, jumping on the branches and turning into 2 shadows. The location announced by the dark imperial city is in a poisonous fog valley outside the Homa Mountains, called Dragon Meteor Valley. It is said that a dragon fell in that valley a long time ago. After nightfall, the cry of dragon pain will be heard in that valley, and even someone once picked up a keel like a divine jade in the Dragon Meteor Valley. Morong unparalleled way. The 2 of them are now rushing towards Long Meteor Valley at full speed. From time to time, Ning Xiaochuan would look up at the sky and say, "The sun is about to set. I hope we have time." Morong unparalleled knew that it would be a narrow escape to go to Long Meteor Valley, and said, "I just hope someone in King Dajinpeng's mansion has sent 20 black fire wooden beads to redeem Princess Cece. This idea is just an extravagant hope. If the people of King Dajinpeng's mansion really want to save Yusasai, they have already gone." Before long, Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang came to the outside of Long Meteor Valley and stood at the mouth of the valley. Here it is. Ning Xiaochuan looked into the valley in the distance. There was a cold wind blowing out, and faintly, it seemed that the roar of terrorist creatures came out. In the valley, it was covered with gray toxic fog, and the mountains on both sides of the valley were bare, and even no weeds could be seen. Although the toxicity of gray poison fog is not as strong as that of five-color miasma, it is still not something that ordinary people can resist. Someone is standing at the mouth of the valley. Someone is standing at the mouth of the valley. There was a commotion in the jungle, not far from Long Meteor Valley. Some warriors stood in the jungle, looking at the direction of Meteor Dragon Valley from a distance. When a news came out, a stone immediately aroused thousands of waves. All the martial artists who were ambushed outside the valley immediately became a sensation, climbed up the treetops, and looked at the mouth of the valley. Princess Cece of King Dajinpeng's mansion was captured. This matter has been making a lot of noise. Many people are looking forward to the battle between King Dajinpeng's mansion and the Dark Imperial City, so there are many people waiting outside the Meteor Dragon Valley to watch the excitement. Naturally, there are many people who want to see King Dajinpeng's mansion and the Dark Imperial City fight against each other, and then go to harvest the battlefield. Originally, the sun was about to set, but the people in King Dajinpeng's mansion still didn't appear, and many people felt that Cece was more or less unlucky. But in this dusk, two figures stood outside the Meteor Dragon Valley. Why are there only two people? I've never seen a fresh face before. Above the Meteor Dragon Valley, at the edge of a steep cliff, there was a chariot with iron wings. On both sides of the chariot stood 6 young martial arts masters, all of whom were spiritual cultivation. Among them, a warrior with the first peak of the divine body bowed respectfully to the person in the chariot and said, "Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess." That person seems to be Ning Xiaochuan of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan? The best lover in the world? For a brothel woman, dare to abuse the holy Ning Xiaochuan. In the chariot, a slender jade hand was stretched out, and the curtain was gently lifted in a corner. Inside, there was a girl in a golden dress, with a beautiful jade face. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her eyes were like clear lake, and her body was wrapped in golden fog, giving a noble and hazy beauty. Her eyes were like black gemstones washed by clear water. She glanced at Ning Xiaochuan from a distance, and then said with some disappointment, "The princess thought she was such a wonderful person, and she didn't see that he had 3 heads and 6 arms." When Princess Lanfei came here, she naturally also wanted to see the war between the Dark Imperial City and the King's Mansion of Dajinpeng, and wanted to profit from it, but she didn't wait for the people of the King's Mansion of Dajinpeng until sunset, but waited for a madman. It is well known that Ning Xiaochuan refused to marry Cece for a brothel woman. Would he still risk his life to save the woman he abandoned? Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, just the two of them dare to break into the Dragon Meteor Valley. Isn't this looking for death? A martial artist sneered. In the chariot, Princess Lanfei's voice came out, and said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan dares to insult the emperor. What else can he do? Such a person who doesn't understand rules and forbearance is doomed to live soon. Today may be his death." Princess Lanfei didn't like Ning Xiaochuan, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan's contempt for imperial power was a provocation to the imperial court. As a noble royal woman, she naturally hates such people. If she meets Ning Xiaochuan, she will definitely kill Ning Xiaochuan and let him know that the royal power is supreme and can't be offended. The time for the blast is next week. In the jungle in the distance, someone also recognized Ning Xiaochuan, which caused heated discussion among martial artists. They all want to know the destination of Ning Xiaochuan here. Is he really coming to save the woman he abandoned? The little prince of the Kailan Palace also came to resist the natural enemies. Standing on the top of a huge wood, wearing a golden armor, stepping on the leaves, he looked at the Dragon Meteor Valley from a distance, and his body had a great and heroic appearance that stood out of the crowd. He did come. Chi Choner stood on the side of the valley and hid in a secret place. He was as white as snow, and had a graceful figure. He stared closely at Ning Xiaochuan at the mouth of the valley, and his heart immediately looked up at him. In order to understand Ning Xiaochuan's character, she expected that Ning Xiaochuan would definitely come after learning the news that Yusasai was arrested. In the Huama mountain range, flames are burning all year round, and there are heat waves everywhere, but the wind blowing from the Meteor Dragon Valley is very cold, which is incompatible with the outside world. It makes people imagine that it is an ice and snow inside. Sunset, mountain wind hunting. Ning Xiaochuan and Morong's unparalleled reflection was pulled very long by the sun that was about to fall, and their robes were blown by the cold wind to make a poof folding sound. Ning Xiaochuan poured out 20 black fire wooden beads in the cloth bag, controlled the black fire wooden beads with Xuanqi, suspended them on the top of his head, and shouted loudly in the valley, Jiang a marquis mansion, Ning Xiaochuan, brought 20 black fire wooden beads to rescue Princess Cece. Shua. Shua. In the Dragon Meteor Valley, 10 dark shadows flew out and stood on the ground, manifesting into 10 martial artists wrapped in black robes. The black-robed head caller once fought with Ning Xiaochuan. He is slender and has long legs. He is a woman's body. It's hard to guess what a beautiful face there is under the black hat. She took a step forward and condensed a dark blue aura under her feet. Her body immediately moved 5 meters away and fell on the opposite side of Ning Xiaochuan. She stared at him deeply, and her voice was very hoarse, as if with a smile. Unexpectedly. Unexpectedly. I thought the person who came to save Princess Cece would be Eugene Kuan, the first master of King Dajinpeng's mansion, but I didn't expect to wait for you. Ning Xiaochuan's face was quite calm and said, Can't I come to save her? As long as you bring 20 black fire wooden beads, anyone can save her. Black-robed head said, I'm just sighing, and only the world's first love fool can have this courage. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and said, In that case, are you still talking so much nonsense? The black-robed head caller was not angry, stretched out his hand and said, Give me 20 black firewood beads, and I will take you to see Yusasai immediately. If I hadn't seen Princess Cece, I couldn't have given you the black fire wooden bead. Ning Xiaochuan took 20 black fire wooden beads back into the cloth bag. The 9 black-robed people behind the black-robed head leader at the same time emitted black Xuanqi in their bodies, condensed into Xuanqi sword, and a monstrous murderous spirit burst out in their bodies. Roar. Morong Unparalleled's mouth gave a long roar, his body surface was wrapped with a layer of stone skin, and he stepped on the ground, trampling out fine cracks on the ground, holding hands with 9 people in black robes. The black-robed head caller stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and then looked at Morong Wushuang, raised his arm, and motioned the 9 people behind him to take back Xuanqi. The 9 black-robed people took back the Xianqi, but they still sent out 9 colds, covering the ground with a thin layer of ice. The black-robed head leader laughed and said, Okay. You want to see Yusasai, I'll take you to see it now, just to see if you dare to enter the Dragon Meteor Valley? Why dare you? Ning Xiaochuan's face didn't show any fear, so he walked directly towards the Dragon Meteor Valley. Morong Matchless followed in, and when he reached the mouth of the valley, he made a face at the 9 people in black, and then stepped into the valley. In the valley, the poison gas is diffuse, but for the warrior who reaches the realm of the divine body, his own blood can purify these poison gases. The number of warriors in the Dark Imperial City is more than Ning Xiaochuan and Morong's unparalleled imagination. Black-robed people in the realm of divine body can be seen everywhere, holding swords and spears, like a god of death. The Dragon Meteor Valley is really strange. The ground is covered with cold ice, the mud and stones emit cold air, and everywhere is covered with poison fog, which is incompatible with the whole Huama mountain. Some of the warriors of the Dark Imperial City dug holes in the stone walls and sat in the caves to practice. Some built stone houses as temporary shelters. The number of black-robed people is absolutely more than 100, and the lowest cultivation is the 9th level of Xuanqi. Anyone who comes here will feel a huge pressure. On a 50-meter high half-sky cliff, there is a small cave, in which Yusasai is imprisoned. There are two black-robed people with the second weight of the divine body, like two black geckos on the stone wall, standing on the steep cliff to guard her. If someone wants to rescue her forcibly and hasn't climbed to the mouth of the cave, he will be found by two martial arts masters outside the cave, and then kill UCC without hesitation. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the smooth and steep cliff and slightly frowned. It was almost impossible to save UCC without handing over Heihua Muzhu. At the moment, UCC was sitting in the cave to practice. There was no dirt on her body, and she seemed extremely calm. There were wisps of mysterious qi emanating from her body, just like dragons with spirituality. In less than a last resort, the people of the Dark Imperial City did not dare to easily move Cici. Even if they caught her, they did not seal her cultivation. In their eyes, UCC is just a weak heart trainer. UCC also seemed very calm. There was no panic like other prisoners on her face. Instead, she practiced in the cave, which was a quite calm state of mind. Outside the cave, a hoarse and gloomy voice came, "Princess Cici, someone has come to save you." UCC opened her bright eyes, took back Xuanqi and said, "Oh. Is there anyone else to save me? Who is so brave of those martial artists in King Dajinpeng's mansion?" UCC is an extremely intelligent woman, and she has long refused to hope for someone to save her, because she knows that those martial artists in King Dajinpeng's mansion are indeed very talented and determined, but if someone will come to save her at all costs, she can't find such a person through her memory. People are selfish. She had accepted her fate, but at the last moment, someone came to save her, which was completely beyond her expectation. After hearing UCC's voice, Ning Xiaochuan felt a little relieved, and Lang said, "Ning Xiaochuan has such courage." After hearing the sound under the cliff, UCC's heart immediately poop jumped non-stop, rushed out of the cave and stared down. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan's figure, her eyes suddenly became moist, and her heart had an unspeakable joy, but she said coldly, "Why do you save me? What's my relationship with you? Go back by yourself." "I'm not going." With these words, she returned to the cave. Everyone was stunned. Morong unparalleled sighed and said, "The eldest lady has lost her temper again. Doesn't she know how dangerous it is here? We may fall on our heads at any time." Ning Xiaochuan also frowned. The black-robed head said, "Man, you have also seen, should you give the black fire wooden bead to me?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Unless we follow her first, and then we safely get out of the Dragon Meteor Valley, otherwise I can't give you the black fire wooden bead." Ning Xiaochuan, are you kidding me? Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me when you enter Long Meteorite Valley? Suddenly, a chill rushed out of the black-robed head collar, staring at the top of the cliff, and ordered, "Throw the head of UCC down." Standing on the cliff, the two martial arts masters with the second weight of the divine body gave a grim smile and walked towards the 50-meter-high cliff cave. But just as they came to the door of the cave, two palm prints came out and hit the chest of the two martial arts masters. How did these two martial arts masters expect to be attacked? You know, there is only one weak princess in the cave, and she is also a heart-nourishing master. Bang! Bang! The two warriors, the second heaviest of the gods, screamed at the same time, fell down from the 50-meter-high cliff, fell to the bottom of the cliff, and smashed two big pits on the ground. Lying in the pit, there was no sound. Even if you don't fall to death, you will be disabled. This scene was really beyond everyone's expectation. They were shocked and petrified. They looked at the cave on the cliff half a day and wanted to know what kind of master was there in the cave. UCC came out of the cave and looked down at the bottom. She was proud and beautiful, like an orchid on a cliff. Is it her? Who can guess that a weak princess, a spiritual master who didn't even need to seal his cultivation, unexpectedly killed both the second heaviest warriors of the two divine bodies by surprise? Other people have been surprised to the extreme, but only Ning Xiaochuan appears very calm, because he knows that although UCC is a spiritual trainer, few people know that she is an intermediate spiritual trainer, which shows that her cultivation has already reached the spiritual realm. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan also knows that she has a heart palace of heterodox martial arts, and her combat power is far superior to other heart trainers. Yusasai is not a vase princess, but a woman with real wisdom and talent. When she lost her temper with Ning Xiaochuan just now, and then returned to the cave, she was already laying out the layout for the people of the Dark Imperial City, so that the people of the Dark Imperial City completely relaxed their vigilance against her. When the two martial arts masters on the cliff went to kill her, she could take this person off the cliff and kill them. The killing has begun. Ning Xiaochuan roared, and countless lightning rays broke out on his arms, bombarding the two black-robed people nearest between the lightning and flint. Bang! Bang! The chests of the two men in black were pierced by Ning Xiaochuan's palm prints, and their flesh and blood splashed out. Lightning broke their bodies and fell to the ground. Morong Wushuang's whole body was petrified, slapped on the head of a black-robed warrior behind him, broke the skull of the black-robed warrior, splashed out his brain, and his body fell soft to the ground. The black-robed head was furious, and said in a deep voice, "Hold the valley entrance, and inform the second leader that these 3 people will die today." Ning Xiaochuan ran head-on to Hypo's head, with lightning and thunder on his body, and a muddy rainstorm fell on the sky. A palm through the rainstorm bombarded the black-robed man's chest, the lightning condensed into a lightning behemoth, and rushed to the black-robed head with open teeth and claws. The black-robed head caller is happy and fearless. Even though Ning Xiaochuan's momentum is powerful and unparalleled, she can't retreat half a minute. Her left hand condenses a cold air, her right hand condenses a flame, and her hands draw Tai Chi to bombard the lightning behemoth. Bang! Both of them took a step back at the same time. "You have reached the 3rd weight of the divine body." Both of them exclaimed at the same time. They have reached the 3rd weight of the divine body. The war was imminent. Morong Wushuang was surrounded by more than a dozen black people in the center. A pair of fists were completely wrapped by Xuanqi, and the stone skin on his body was like Shangui armor. Fists and swords inflated, making a loud bang-bang sound. In the Dragon Meteor Valley, there was a sound of fighting. Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang simultaneously resisted dozens of martial arts masters, wearing black robes, killing the sky and the earth. Yucici's figure was smart and graceful, and her body was as light as a swallow. She jumped down from the cliff, controlled the mysterious qi, stepped on the raised stones on the cliff, unloaded the gravity, fell steadily to the ground, and hurried to meet Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang. Ning Xiaochuan and Hypo head battle is inseparable. Thunder and bell. Ning Xiaochuan roared at the black-robed head caller, and burst out the huge sound of thunder, which directly shattered the eardrums of the 5 black-robed warriors behind the black-robed head caller, with blood flowing from their ears, covering their ears and screaming. Poof! 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 Morong Matchless took advantage of this opportunity, directly rushed across, and the Xuanqi sword in his hand cut off the heads of the 5 black-robed warriors, with broken eardrums, and flew out of his neck neatly like 5 big watermelons. 5 black-robed people's necks rushed up a Shanghai column of blood. The black-robed head caller had long known that Ning Xiaochuan was proficient in this magic trick. When Ning Xiaochuan sent out the thunder bell, she closed her ears with Xuanqi. Ice and Fire Tower. Black-robed head caller stretched out a pair of white and slender jade hands, fingers slender as jade onions, soft as bone, fingertips release the mysterious gas of martial arts, and display the magic power of martial arts. Between her hands, a 7-meter-high divine tower, half red and half dark blue, does not rotate in the rain, contains the power of fire and ice, and suppresses it towards Ning Xiaochuan. Under the black bamboo hat, there is a stunning and beautiful face, but the hand is quite fierce. Every move wants to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Lightning Beast. Ning Xiaochuan released more than 30 flashes of lightning around his body, converging into a huge lightning ball and condensing into a huge and ferocious lightning beast. His two claws tore up the ice and fire tower and turned it into mysterious fragments. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan was extremely powerful, like a god of thunder, slapped his palm on the chest of the black-robed man's head, shattered the black robe on the chest, and his body flew out upside down. It is also the third weight of the divine body, but Ning Xiaochuan is more powerful. The chest clothes of the black-robed head collar were broken, revealing a large area of snow-white and delicate skin, and an attractive gully and two jade bowl-shaped twin peaks could be vaguely seen. In that snow-white chest, a blood-red palm print almost shattered the collarbone in front of her chest. Above the sky, heavy rain poured down. Ning Xiaochuan's clothes and long hair were wet, staring at her coldly, and said, "In the same realm, no one is my opponent. Today is not my death, but your death." The black-robed head took out a purple cloak and wrapped it around her body to cover the exposed skin. This was the first time she had suffered such a big loss. How arrogant! Two black-robed men shot from behind Ning Xiaochuan, and at the same time played martial arts magic, sending out a cold and fierce killing sound. One of them is the highest cultivation of the divine body, and the other is the second cultivation of the divine body. The magic power they display is also a peerless magic method. Their combat effectiveness is very strong, and they have the strength to enter the Tiandi Academy. Ling Kai Baoshu. 7-star Kendo. The black-robed man with the first weight of the divine body held up his hands, and the palm condensed a treasure tree emitting light spots. The trunk was thick enough to have a bull mouth, with silver leaves. The branches were luxuriant, emitting dazzling brilliance. With a wave of a big tree, the wind rises and clouds surge. 7 battle swords flew out of the body of the black-robed man with the second weight of the divine body, arranged in a 7-star sequence, and flowing with strong xian-qi waves. With a wave of arm, the 7 swords fly together. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, turned around, and shouted at the 2 black-robed warriors, "Thunder and Bell." The huge sound of thunder broke the Ling Kai Baoshu and 7-star Kendo. The 2 black-robed warriors were shocked. They felt a terrible force coming over, and they were shocked and retreated continuously. The sound roared, shattering all magical powers. In front of the thunder, any magical magic becomes dim and broken like light and shadow. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the arm of the warrior with the first weight of the divine body, and the palm of his hand released electric light and rushed into the body of the black-robed warrior. The body of the black-robed warrior kept shaking, and a series of screams came out of his mouth. Finally, the screams disappeared and turned into a charred corpse and fell to the ground. The warrior with the second weight of the divine body condensed a xuanqi sword to pierce Ning Xiaochuan's body with a sword from behind. A chill came from behind, giving a very dangerous signal. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan pointed out behind him, pointed on the tip of the xuanqi sword, and shattered the xuanqi sword into a piece. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan pointed to the eyebrow of the second black-robed warrior of the divine body. In the middle of the eyebrows of the black-robed warrior, there was a blood hole as thick as a finger. The black-robed warrior, the second heaviest of the divine body, lost his breath and fell to the ground. Blood and brains flowed out of the blood hole in the center of his eyebrows. Go! Kill the dragon, Meteor Valley. Ning Xiaochuan's hands were full of blood, but his body was more belligerent. No, the valley entrance has been sealed by the warriors of the Dark Imperial City. There are more than 80 black-robed warriors guarding there. There are Jedi there. Once you go, you will die. Yusasai and Morong unparalleled fled back from the direction of the valley mouth, with heavy scars on their bodies. The stone skin on Morong Wushuang's body surface was forcibly broken, and there was a huge wound 3 feet long on his chest, which almost opened his belly. Yusasai's left arm was slashed by someone. The blood stained her arm into a blood arm, and her left hand couldn't even move a finger at all. Just now, they wanted to open the way, but they broke into a desperate situation and were almost crushed to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan looked towards the mouth of the valley, and sure enough, he saw a lot of martial monks pressing towards this side. They slowly came out of the grey fog, like black-robed messengers coming out of hell. Dada! A lot of footsteps sounded. The breath of death rushes over, giving people fear from the heart. There is no other way but to retreat to the depths of the valley. Morong Wushuang and Yusasai walked in front, and Ning Xiaochuan walked in the last. With one person's strength, he stopped those black-robed warriors who chased after them and blocked their pursuit. Above the sky, the heavy rain is like pouring, rustling, and the moisture is confused. In the rainy night, the killing is thick. Dada! Treading on muddy water, treading on water waves, the water is saturated with red blood. 10,000 swords melt into rain. Ning Xiaochuan pointed to the sky with his hand, and the moisture in the rain condensed into 35 sword chi virtual shadows, which whirled and danced above his head, turning into a sword rain and flying towards the black-robed man behind him. Poop poop. A large number of black-robed warriors fell in the muddy water, and their mouths made a sad cry. 4 people were stabbed to death by sword gas, and more than a dozen people were severely injured and carried down by other black-robed warriors. Howl. A long howl like a tiger sounded. Among the black-robed warriors, there came out a big man with a big body, which was taller than other black-robed warriors. Although he also wrapped his body in black robes, his arms and neck were exposed and covered with golden tiger hair. It is conceivable that his whole body must be covered with golden tiger hair. He is like a tiger in human clothes. His body exudes a strong wild and animal nature. His 5 fingers have sharp claws, emitting a sharp cold light. Xian Orc. Ning Xiaochuan sensed a dangerous smell on the burly black-robed warrior, which was even more dangerous than the smell of the black-robed head collar he had just injured. Those black-robed warriors pushed away slightly to make way for the black-robed man with tiger hair. The second leader, Ning Xiaochuan, killed no less than 10 of us. He must be beheaded to pay for his life. A black-robed warrior with green eyes said darkly. The leader of the black-robed man who was previously wounded by Ning Xiaochuan is the 3 leaders of the Dark Imperial City. In front of him, the black-robed man with tiger hair is the second leader of the Dark Imperial City. His cultivation is close to the peak of the 3rd weight of the divine body, and his combat power is extremely strong. Death. The second leader spit out a word in his mouth, but this word is as earth-shaking as a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. Ning Xiaochuan glanced back. Morong Wushuang and Yusasai had fled into the deep canyon. The canyon was very narrow, only 2 meters wide, and the terrain was jagged. It was a good place that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as you escape into the canyon, the number advantage of the Dark Imperial City will disappear. Ning Xiaochuan also stopped fighting with them for a long time. With one hand, he blew a black-robed warrior who was the heaviest in the divine body and vomited blood. Then he turned and rushed into the canyon, stood on the opening of the canyon and stared at a group of black-robed warriors who rushed up, emitting dozens of lightning lights on his body, with the momentum of one man being the pass and 10,000 men not opening. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan stood at the mouth of the canyon, like an invincible god of war, bathed in blood. 5 people had fallen on the ground, and the blood on the body was dripping, and the blood gas filled the whole canyon, sending out a pungent smell. Many of the martial artists outside the canyon saw the fierce war in the canyon, which made them tremble. A young warrior in the Kailan Palace, his hands trembling, said, "Little prince, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power is too terrible. He killed 16 masters alone, and even the 3 leaders of the Dark Imperial City were defeated by him. This son is really excellent." The natural enemy stood on the top of the treetops, and the golden Xian Qi swallowed and vomited in his body, with a strong sense of war in his eyes. I didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's strength alone would cause such a heavy blow to the Dark Imperial City. He has been qualified to be my opponent and will become a sharpener on my way to the strong. Not far away, on the edge of a cliff, Princess Lanfei, sitting in the Iron Wing chariot, was also shocked. She no longer despised Ning Xiaochuan. She was the real strong among young talents and had the strength to impact the top 10 candidates of this year. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, the people of the Dark Imperial City are fighting against Fu Ning Xiaochuan. If our people kill into the valley at this time, they will certainly be able to teach those ferocious people of the Dark Imperial City a painful lesson, and may be able to wipe them out. A warrior beside the chariot said. Princess Lanfei's voice was very beautiful and said softly, "Wait a moment." After the second leader of the Dark Imperial City and Ning Xiaochuan decide the victory, it's not too late for us to fight again. It's best that these two people die in the canyon. Princess Lanfei felt that the murderers of the Dark Imperial City and Ning Xiaochuan were both damned people and the enemies of the royal family. They were defeated by both, which was the result she most hoped to see. Ning Xiaochuan and the second leader are fighting in the canyon, breaking the stone walls on both sides of the canyon into pieces of gravel. Hell! The second leader's arm is like a diamond cast. When Xuanqi runs on the arm, it expands the arm in a big circle, as thick as a bucket, with infinite force, and can cut through the cliff with bare hands. This is one of his magical powers, 9 Tiger Golden Arm. The power completely erupts, and can play the power of 9 tigers. Almost no one in the same realm can resist his palm. This is the purest power attack. Ning Xiaochuan wrapped his whole body with lightning, and each palm was like a lightning claw. Bang! Bang! The 9 Tiger Golden Arm collided with the lightning beast claw, which twisted the air slightly, and the cliffs on both sides of the bombardment kept rolling stones. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth spits out thunder, condenses into a 7-meter-high hongzhong, and quickly rotates to hit the second leader. Hell! The second leader's mouth also sent out thunderbolt and tiger roar, which was able to resist the huge sound of thunder, completely unaffected by the thunder. Ning Xiaochuan, your talent is very high, but it's a pity that you were born at an untimely time. Today I will eat your flesh and blood and help me cultivate the third kind of magic. The second leader didn't just talk about it. He really wanted to eat Ning Xiaochuan's meat to make a breakthrough. He wants to swallow Ning Xiaochuan's flesh and blood, but he doesn't know that the magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's body doesn't want to drink the blood in his body. The second leader took out a golden ball from his arms and put Xuanqi into the golden ball. A 4-meter-high golden tiger soul rushed out of it, stretched out its sharp claws, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The golden tiger radiates dazzling light all over. The body is translucent and semi-solid. This is a method only understood by some mysterious southern wilderness tribes, locking the soul with a golden ball, which pulls out the fighting spirit of the fierce Xian beast and seals it in the golden ball. Once the fighting spirit is released, it can explode extraordinary combat power. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan felt the danger, and suddenly retreated. Tiger claws dangerously clawed over his neck, bang, tearing a large stone on the stone wall, leaving a big hole. Ning Xiaochuan stood still and touched his neck with his fingers. There were 3 small bloodlines on his neck. Lightning beast. Ning Xiaochuan condensed a ball of electricity between his hands, hit it out, and turned into a huge lightning beast. His claws, scales, fangs, and horns all appeared very clearly, throwing the tiger soul to the ground and tearing it to pieces. Bang! The golden ball in the hands of the 2 leaders burst into gold powder. There was a strong anger on the second leader. His hair stood upside down and he was a little crazy. He shouted, "Real tiger golden body." The body of the second leader swelled and broke the black robe. It turned into a golden giant tiger with a long roar, and then rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. 10,000 swords melt into rain. Ning Xiaochuan turned the mysterious qi in his body to the extreme, and 35 sword qi virtual shadows condensed in front of him, arranged into a sword qi circle, and the sword qi turned to send out a clattering scream, and at the same time cut towards the second leader. Bang, bang, bang. 35 sword qi hit the golden giant tiger, and was immediately crushed by the golden brilliance and turned into water vapor. The sword gas is broken. My real tiger golden body is an immortal body. Can several sword qi be broken? The mouth of the golden giant tiger spits out human words, and its eyes show red, exploding a huge tiger claw. Ning Xiaochuan also played a lightning claw, but it was torn by tiger claws. The sharp claw, penetrating the lightning, bombarded Ning Xiaochuan's palm and tore a piece of flesh and blood off Ning Xiaochuan's palm. Qi. Ning Xiaochuan felt a sharp pain in his palm, and blood kept dripping from the wound. The golden giant tiger's mouth sent out a disdainful sneer. I told you long ago that the real tiger's golden body is an unbreakable body, not to mention the lightning protection. Even the Xuanqi divine armor can't stop my claw. Roar. With a flash of golden light, the golden giant tiger pounced on Ning Xiaochuan again, opened his mouth, and showed his sharp teeth. Ning Xiaochuan stood there motionless, staring at the track it rushed up. Just when its mouth was about to bite on Ning Xiaochuan's neck, Ning Xiaochuan pointed out, and a blood-red sword shadow flashed away, breaking the real tiger's golden body of the second leader and stabbing into his eyebrows. Bang! The world-destroying sword gas instantly crushed the head of the golden giant tiger into 9 pieces and fell heavily to the ground. The golden giant tiger lost the support of Xuanqi and turned into a human shape, but the leader has been crushed by the sword gas and turned into blood mud. In the sky, the heavy rain kept diluting the blood on the ground and converging into a puddle mixed with red. Ning Xiaochuan held the body of the second leader, stepped in the puddle, walked to the opening of the canyon, and chucked the body out. He shouted at the dark imperial city outside the canyon and said, "Who wants to fight?" The 2 leaders died miserably, their heads were crushed, and there were some blood holes in their bodies. Blood flowed out, all of which were pierced by the sword qi from the inside out. Those warriors in the dark imperial city were shocked. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan, who stood in the dark with long hair, their hearts were afraid. Those warriors standing outside the Dragon Meteor Valley were shocked beyond measure, and their hearts had a deeper judgment on Ning Xiaochuan. The natural enemies standing on the top of the tree showed a strong sense of war in their eyes, and the halberds in their hands were constantly ringing. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't die in the Dragon Meteor Valley tonight, he must be able to become famous by virtue of this war. His rise can't be stopped by others. Some people predict so. In the dark, some people hold a different view. The big leader of the dark imperial city is the most terrible, and his cultivation is unfathomable. When he first entered the Homa mountain, he cut Jiu Dang Jia, the young first master of Xuanji sect. You know, Jiu Dang Jia is the 3rd cultivation of the divine body, and he is known as one of the top 10 hot figures in Yuanding. The big leader of the Dark Emperor city hasn't appeared yet. This is the most terrifying figure in the Dark Emperor city. If Ning Xiaochuan encounters him, I'm afraid it's difficult to stop him. In the dark, Ning Xiaochuan, with the strong man of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, is rushing to the Dragon Meteor Valley. She is extremely eager and swears in her heart that if her brother has a long or short life, she will kill all the people in the Dark Imperial City. Brother, you must hold on. Ning Xiaochuan cut a unicorn in half with a sword, and passed through the blood fog. The next step was to fall on the branches, and her body took off again, stepping on the branches and jumping on the tops of giant trees. Under the dark red night sky, her little face was covered with blood mist, but she ignored it, and her eyes were just staring at the direction of Long Meteor Valley from a distance. The 3rd leader stood in the rain, staring at Ning Xiaochuan from a distance, and said, "He is at the end of his life." He must have been seriously injured. At the moment, he is just bluffing. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the direction of the third leader and said, "Bravado? Good. I'm trying to fight the third leader. This time I'm not leaving a palm print on your chest. I'm afraid I'm going to tear you apart." There is nothing wrong with the three leaders' suspicion. Ning Xiaochuan has indeed been badly hit and is just forcibly supporting at the moment. If these people cannot be restrained, once they attack violently, not only Ning Xiaochuan will die tonight, but also Morong Wushuang and Yusasai who escaped into the canyon will die. But if we can hold them down for a moment, maybe Ning Shiner will lead the reinforcements to come, and then we can turn defeat into victory. What we are fighting for now is time, and what we are fighting for is momentum. A black-robed warrior was carrying a 2-meter-long double-edged sword and said in a cold voice, "Why do you need the three leaders to fight? I'll take his life." The black-robed warrior also felt that Ning Xiaochuan was bluffing and wanted to kill Ning Xiaochuan for meritorious service. Carrying a double-edged sword of more than 3,000 kilograms, he chopped at Ning Xiaochuan with one knife. This black-robed warrior's cultivation is not weak. He has the first cultivation of the divine body. There is a layer of black fog on the saber, and he wants to harvest Ning Xiaochuan's life with a knife. Click! Ning Xiaochuan forcibly lifted a breath, dodged the fierce knife, with a palm-shaped knife, cleaved the black-robed warrior's neck, cut off the black-robed warrior's tibia, and the neck hung down softly, and then fell on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan scoffed, "You really think I'm at the end of my life, and it's just a matter of snap fingers to kill you?" Those warriors in the dark imperial city all retreated slightly for 2 steps, and became more and more taboo to Ning Xiaochuan. Even the three leaders didn't rush. Roar! Deep in the canyon, there was an earth-shaking dragon roar, shaking the ground. In the Dragon Meteor Valley, everyone looked into the deep canyon with a look of horror in their eyes. How could the roar of a giant dragon come from the deep canyon? Has a dragon really fallen here? Deep in the valley, the spirit of the dragon will not die? Many people think of the ancient legend that this valley is called the Dragon Fall, and someone dug out the keel in the valley. At the moment, the roar of dragons from the depths of the valley made many people's hearts restless. In the canyon, the dragon roared more and more harshly. Ning Xiaochuan's face also changed slightly. Yusasai and Morong Peerless both entered the deep canyon. If there was a fierce dragon in the canyon, it would be in big trouble. Ning Xiaochuan no longer held hands with the warriors of the dark imperial city, but turned and ran towards the deep canyon. The warriors of the dark imperial city hesitated and did not catch up. First, Ning Xiaochuan's powerful force is taboo. Second, fear that there are really terrorist creatures entrenched in the canyon. Three leaders, can we catch up? Everyone stared at the slender figure wrapped in black robes. Just when the three leaders hesitated, there was a sound of fighting at the mouth of Long Meteor Valley. A dozen wounded black-robed warriors retreated from the mouth of the valley and said in horror, "Three leaders, it's bad." The natural enemy led the experts of King Kirin's mansion to kill in. Another person escaped with injuries. Three leaders, another mysterious organization killed into the Meteor Dragon Valley, and we lost a lot. The three leaders' eyes sank, and their hearts secretly said that these people really can choose time, which is to jointly eat the Dark Empire. Retreat into the depths of the canyon, and I'll open the way. The three heads led the way into the dark canyon first, and the three mysterious chi gathered above the head and gathered into a flame. The bright flame illuminates the surrounding space. Roar! Deep in the canyon, there was still the sound of dragon roaring, with an ancient and vicissitudes of life, as if explaining a long-standing legend. The poison fog here became denser, and blue flames hung in the air, like ghost flames beating. Ning Xiaochuan walks in a valley full of poisonous weeds and thorns. It seems that no one has been here for hundreds of years. He can't find the way at all. On the contrary, sometimes he will drill out one or two highly toxic creatures. Because of too much blood loss, Ning Xiaochuan felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and every muscle of his body was in pain. He almost fell in the thorns. Yusasai held his arm and hurriedly fed him 2 drops of yun blood. The medicine of yun blood spread out and soon filled Ning Xiaochuan's whole body, weakening the weak feeling on his body. "Ogawa, how are you?" Yusasai tightly pursed her lips, and a pair of round big eyes overflowed with crystal light. Her heart was very moved, and she knew that Ning Xiaochuan would break into the Dragon Meteor Valley regardless of her life for her, and would be so seriously injured. She had some other careful thoughts in her heart, and had been thinking, why would Ning Xiaochuan be so desperate for herself? Is it because he likes me? Or does he just feel indebted to me and want to repay me with this? He just wants to repay me with a favor? Maybe the latter one is more. The person he really likes is Yu Ningxing, not Yu Cece, no, never. Yu Cece's bay teeth tightly bit her lips, trying to stop thinking about these things. But when he saw Ning Xiaochuan, his heart was quite painful, and he had to come up with these things in his mind. He would compare himself with Yu Ningxing, comparing his appearance, family affairs, talent. If in the past, she felt that she was a superior princess, she would never compare herself with a brothel woman. Ning Xiaochuan took a blood-toad pill out of the Chankuan cloth bag and took it into his mouth to restore blood gas in his body. The injury was more serious than Ning Xiaochuan imagined. It was impossible to recover completely without 5 or 6 days. Ning Xiaochuan controlled the injury and stood up, just opposite Yusasai's 4 eyes. In the dark night, she was like a night elf, elegant but not artificial, slim but not charming. Her delicate and white cheeks were stained with mud, which made her look a little embarrassed, but it added a little more feminine, which made people forget Her Highness Princess for a moment, and made people want to get close to her even more. Naturally, she didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to open her eyes at this time. It was a frightened little rabbit. Her slender jade neck shrank slightly, and then a blush appeared on her face. For fear that Ning Xiaochuan could see what she was thinking just now, how embarrassed. Did he really see it? Ning Xiaochuan stared at her. She had never seen Yu Cece show such an embarrassment, but she didn't think too deeply and said with a smile, "Where's the dog left?" He went to find the source of the dragon's voice, and he hasn't come back yet." Yusasai soon calmed down and became light and clear, a pair of star eyes became as clear as water, 2 cyan eyebrows were like silhouettes in the painting, Qiong nose was carved with jade, and red lips were like a mouthful of vermilion in her mouth. This is the style of the princess of King Dajinpeng's mansion. She is elegant and noble, supercilious, and doesn't pay attention to any man in the world. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard for Ning Xiaochuan to believe that he was the same person before and after this. The people of the Dark Imperial City should catch up soon. Let's find Murong Unparalleled first. There may be another exit in the deep valley. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, condensed a Xuanqi sword in his hand, cut through thorns and thorns, found the breath left by Murong Unparalleled, and walked carefully to the deeper part of the canyon. Suddenly, a dark hole on the ground forces, jumped out a dark shadow, his mouth issued a strange cry. Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai were startled and ready to kill this strange creature. The dark figure hurriedly said, "No. No. It's me. Dog residue." Murong Unparalleled tore off the thick spider web on his body and kept holding his fingers for fear that Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai would kill him. Yu Cece breathed a sigh of relief and put away the Xianqi sword. "What's the matter? Why did you run to the ground, and what's on your body?" Murong Matchless said vividly, "You don't know. I looked for the sound of dragon roar, found here, and found this millennium-old hole. It was dark inside, and I don't know how deep it was. There were spider webs everywhere. I walked 10 miles inside, and the more I walked, the more I felt the more I felt flustered. Finally, I had to come back to you first. Ning Xiaochuan said solemnly, do you mean there is a 1,000-year-old cave at the bottom of the ground? You walked 10 miles and didn't reach the end? How can there be such a deep cave? Morong nodded fiercely. Royal Sissy said, you are in a panic. Is there anything unclean in the millennium-old cave? It can make a martial artist feel afraid. There must be something unknown in this underground cave. Morong unparalleled nodded and said, I can't tell you clearly in a few words. Just go down and see. First of all, I won't go ahead. In the distance, flames came from the canyon, and a group of warriors in black robes went murderously into the deep canyon, looking for the traces of the three of them everywhere. Catch up. There is no other choice. Ning Xiaochuan was the first to enter the underground cave. This cave is very narrow, and I don't know whether it was opened up by manpower or formed naturally by nature. The cave sent out a chill that was cool through human bones, with cobwebs on both sides. There were black spiders as big as fists crawling on the cobwebs, with bone-green eyes. Deep in the cave, it was dark, and the sound of rustling came. It was definitely not the sound of spiders crawling their webs, like some kind of creature walking on the ground. Dada. Like the sound of human footsteps. Bang. Royal Sissy took out a night pearl the size of a pigeon egg and pinched it in the palm of her hand to illuminate the underground cave. Walking all the way, I didn't encounter any strange things until I walked 10 miles away, and the cave became open. On the ground, there is a tomb with a monument in front of it. Ning Xiaochuan walked in front of him. When he saw the tombstone that suddenly appeared in front of him, his heart also jumped. A cold breath came out of the soles of his feet, flowed through his spine and rushed directly to his forehead. How can there be a tomb in such a secret underground cave? Whose tomb? How could it be built here? No wonder Morong Wushuang felt flustered. If Ning Xiaochuan came here alone, his heart would certainly not be calm. It's just a grave, which makes you feel flustered? You're too timid. Yu Cici's fingers gently pinched the corners of her clothes. Although she was saying that Morong was peerless and timid, her heart still suddenly clicked. If she came here alone, she would certainly be frightened. Ning Xiaochuan never believed in ghosts. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't feel afraid, and planned to forgive from the grave and move on. But just as I spared the tombstone, I saw a bloody man standing behind it. Motionless, I don't know whether it's dead or alive. Yu Cici walked behind Ning Xiaochuan. When she saw the people behind the tombstone, she immediately turned pale with fear and was about to open her mouth and scream. Ning Xiaochuan was not so calm, and immediately covered her mouth, afraid of her cry, and woke up the bloody man. Yu Cici's beautiful eyes stared wide, facing the person standing behind the tombstone, and almost scared out of her wits. Morong Peerless smiled bitterly and pointed to the towering grave. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Cici saw a dark hole in the tomb, and there were some broken steps and hair on the edge of the hole, as if something had crawled out of it and left traces. Royal Sissy glanced at the bloody man again, and immediately fainted. Morong Wushuang also closed his mouth tightly and dared not even breathe loudly. The expression on his face was extremely bitter, as if he were saying to Ning Xiaochuan, now you know why I'm in a panic? They all felt that the motionless man behind the tombstone was the dead man who climbed out of the tombstone, for fear that if he spoke a little loudly, he would wake him up. Ning Xiaochuan, who has always adhered to atheism, also took a breath and looked at the bloody man standing behind the tombstone. I saw that the man's body was almost stuck with the tombstone, and his back was sunken. I could see the dry and rotten flesh, the broken backbone, and the broken bone turned pale. He had suffered fatal trauma, a hole the size of a bowl in his body, and had obviously died for many years. I don't know whether I was caught by a fierce beast or pierced by some sharp weapon. In the huge hole in the body, the blood has solidified, just like the shining red agate. Come on. I feel like if I stay here for another moment, my heart will jump out. Morong Wuxuan's face flushed, and he kept using his hands to sign for Ning Xiaochuan, feeling very anxious. Ning Xiaochuan also thought it was too strange. Since the dead body could climb out of the tomb alone, it might come back to life at any time. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the dead body's right hand, and his 5 fingers were tightly pinched. What seemed to be pinching inside? Morong Wuxuan was so anxious that he was going crazy, but Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the dead body, and the mysterious qi escaped from the palm of his hand, condensed into a mysterious qi sword, and with one sword, the dead body's right hand was cut off from the wrist. Bang! The wrist fell to the ground. Seeing that the dead body still didn't wake up and didn't move, Ning Xiaochuan was relieved. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the bloody palm, and then put the fainted Yusasai on his shoulder, quickly walked around the tombstone and walked deeper into the cave. Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wuxuan walked faster and faster. They didn't dare to say a word. In the end, it was like galloping. They didn't know how far they ran under the ground. Finally, they saw light in front and heard the sound of water. The two were overjoyed. They knew they were going out of the underground cave, and they didn't know where the other end of the cave led to. However, at this time, the underground cave shook violently. Chi. What happened? Morong Wuxuan was surprised and unsure. He stopped and felt that the underground cave was about to collapse. Ow! Ow! In the direction behind him, strange and terrifying sounds came, like people wailing, ghosts shouting, and beasts roaring. The sound of human footsteps again. A cold smell came from the cave behind, as if some creature was catching up with them. Can't it be the dead body that came alive to take back its hand? Morong Unparalleled swallowed a mouthful of saliva, turned around, stared at the dark stone cave, and felt something really catching up, and there was a surge of yin qi coming here. It's possible that the people of the Dark Imperial City may also enter the underground cave and wake up the dead body when passing by the tomb. Ning Xiaochuan guessed so. What are you waiting for? Run away. Morong Unparalleled was so scared that his hair stood up and rushed to the light source in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan also rushed out, feeling the broken hand in his hand wriggling, making a strange sound, as if he was going to break free from his hands. How many wheezes? Behind him, the smell of Sinhan was getting closer and closer, as if someone had caught up with Ning Xiaochuan and spoke in his ear. A hand touched the back of Ning Xiaochuan's head and pressed it on his head at any time. Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of the cave with Yusasai on his back, jumped directly, fell from high altitude, and fell into a pool under a waterfall. Poop. At the moment of rushing out of the cave, the cold air chasing behind disappeared instantly. Ning Xiaochuan found Yusasai, held her arm, surfaced, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too scary just now. If it was a moment slower, I'm afraid it would be dragged back to the cave by that yin qi. That would be a pretty horrible thing. Ning Xiaochuan looked up and saw a man-high cave cut on the cliff. He should have jumped out of that cave just now and fell into the pool with the waterfall. Ah! My God! Blood, blood! Morong Peerless floated out of the water, and then he swam frantically to the bank. Ning Xiaochuan found at this time that the water in the pool was blood red, emitting a pungent smell of blood, and his clothes were soaked into blood red. And the water flying down the cliff turned out to be blood red, a blood waterfall. Ning Xiaochuan was also frightened and dragged Yusasai ashore. What the hell is this place? Why is there so much blood? Blood turns into waterfalls, pools, rivers. Is this the ghostland of hell? Morong Unparalleled took off his clothes, which were full of blood. This is the depths of the Fire Demon Mountains. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the edge of the blood-red pool and looked up. A blood-colored mountain, towering into the clouds, with dangerous cliffs, was surrounded by clouds all year round. A waterfall flew down from the clouds, like a blood river falling from the 9 days. At the top of the bloody mountain, there stands a huge demon palace. Just a dilapidated corner of the palace exposed from the clouds has made people feel extremely shocked, and made people want to go outside the demon palace to worship. This scene is exactly the same as what Ning Xiaochuan saw when holding Heihua wooden beads. Morong Peerless also saw the magic palace on the top of the mountain, stunned and speechless. Between the desolate mountains, there was an ancient palace standing on the top of the mountain, which filled people with reverie. There won't be a demon king living in that demon palace, right? I don't think this palace is something that should exist in this world, like coming to another world. Morong unparalleled way. Ning Xiaochuan said, even if the owner of this demon palace used to be a demon king, he must have died. Otherwise, this palace would not be so dilapidated, as if it had withstood wind and rain for hundreds of years. This underground cave actually leads from the Dragon Meteor Valley to the foot of the Blood Mountain, through the 5-color miasma forest, to the center of the Fire Demon Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan looked into the distance, and sure enough, he saw a 5-color miasma forest, in which there were many fierce poisonous creatures, but they were quite afraid of the Blood Mountain in front of them, hid in the 5-color miasma forest, and didn't dare to rush out at all. I don't know who opened this passage. I'm afraid it has to be hundreds of miles long and a huge project. Morong peered at the cave on the cliff, and his heart was still a little afraid, for fear that a dead body would rush out of it. Ning Xiaochuan said, maybe it's related to that dead body. That dead body may have been refined into a mountain guarding corpse slave. Mountain guarding corpse slave? Morong unparalleled way. Ning Xiaochuan said, it said that Wu Zun fell into the Fire Demon Mountain and became the mountain guarding corpse slave of the Fire Demon Mountain. At night, he would haunt and kill the martial artists who broke into the Fire Demon Mountain. Of course, these are what I heard from the children of the Marquis of Jiang'a. Maybe it's just a ghost talk spread falsely. Hell. Inside the cave, there was a sinister hell. Morong Wushuang and Ning Xiaochuan's faces changed slightly, and their hearts secretly said, or this is not a strange talk, maybe the mountain guarding corpse slave really exists. Fortunately, the dead body did not rush out of the cave. Morong Wushuang and Ning Xiaochuan did not immediately go to the magic palace at the top of Blood Mountain. The magic palace seemed to be on the top of the mountain, but the mountain was too high to climb to the top of the mountain in 3 days. Moreover, in the Blood Mountain, strange sounds will always come out, and there may be danger in it. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan decided to recover from his injury and then climb the Blood Mountain to find opportunities in the Demon Palace. On the edge of the blood pool, a fire rose, and the firewood in it burned vigorously, making a crackling sound. Yusasai had come to her senses and sat beside the fire. Her eyes looked at the cave on the cliff from time to time, always afraid that a dead body would run out of the cave. She didn't suffer too serious injury. She was just cut in the arm. After taking the healing intermediate Dan, the wound had healed. As a princess, she came to the examination naturally with a lot of healing pills. For her identity, this is not a strange thing. She also gave Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Wushuang an intermediate pill for healing. At the moment, Morong Matchless is refining Dan Qi, while Ning Xiaochuan is studying that bloody palm. This palm was cut off from the dead body, and there was a strong cold and fierce qi in the blood. Although the color of the blood was also red, there were black particles in the red. This is really the palm of a Wu Zun. Who killed a Wu Zun? Buried in the underground cave. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to directly touch the blood flowing out of the corpse's hands, for fear of being stained with unclean things. UCC asked, how do you know this is the palm of a martial master? The blood is full of earthly vitality. Ning Xiaochuan held the corpse's hand with Xuanqi and came to the edge of the blood pool. A drop of blood dripping from the corpse's hand fell into the blood pool. Boom! The blood in the whole blood pool was boiling, and bubbles appeared. This is the energy of a drop of blood from Wuzun, which can make the water of a pool boil instantly. Ning Xiaochuan has been trying to pry open the 5 fingers of the corpse's hand. What on earth is holding in these 5 fingers? But just when that drop of blood dripped out of the corpse's hand, Ning Xiaochuan's magic sword smelled the smell of blood and became restless. It kept ringing in his heart, as if it was going to rush out of his heart and suck up the blood in the corpse's hand. Ning Xiaochuan knew that this corpse hand contained incomparably huge blood gas. Once he let the magic sword suck, he couldn't stop at all. At that time, he would certainly be killed by the huge blood gas. A drop of blood from Wuzun and the blood gas contained in it are the sum of the blood gas contained in Xiaochuan's body now. Moreover, there are hundreds of drops of blood contained in the corpse's hands. Once the magic sword swallows it, Ning Xiaochuan is bound to explode and die. Ning Xiaochuan put the corpse's hand away, sat on the ground, turned Xuanqi, and suppressed the magic sword. For 2 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan did not take out the corpse's hand again, but began to recover from the injury wholeheartedly. Originally, it would take 5 or 6 days for Ning Xiaochuan to fully recover from his injury, but after taking blood toad pill and healing intermediate pill, Ning Xiaochuan's injury recovered very quickly, and he practiced again to full strength in only 2 days. A group of 3 people, who recovered from their injuries, walked up the Blood Mountain. Half a day after Ning Xiaochuan and others climbed the Blood Mountain, a figure flew out of the cave on the cliff. This human shadow fell on the top of the blood pool, tiptoe on the water slightly, like a swallow touching the water. The body took off, flew to the edge of the blood pool, exhaled a deep breath, stared at the stone cave on the cliff with lingering fear. That dead body is finally quiet again. Here is the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain. Blood Mountain, Waterfall, Magic Palace. The 3 leaders of the Dark Imperial City stared at the blood-red mountain above and the ancient and grey demon palace, and their hearts became excited. The 5-color miasma forest is not a place that can be crossed by human power, but there is an underground cave in the Dragon Meteor Valley that leads directly here. 2 days ago, 3 people with Dark Imperial ties chased after Ning Xiaochuan and others, entered the underground cave, and woke up the dead body. That dead body erupted into a frenzy, killing the vast majority of martial artists in the Dark Imperial City, and the 3 leaders escaped with great danger. Today, the cave is quiet. The 3 leaders entered the underground cave again. This time, she didn't wake up the dead body, and walked through the cave safely to the foot of the Blood Mountain. The charcoal fire on the ground is still warm. It seems that Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Cece were still here last night. Now they must go to the Demon Palace on the top of the mountain. The 3 leaders stared at the bloody mountain, and then they also set foot on the road of climbing. After the 3 leaders left, the natural enemies, Princess Lanfei, Ning Shiner and other young masters rushed out of the cave one after another, and then climbed the Blood Mountain with their front and rear feet. More and more young masters came out of the cave, fighting with each other, capturing black fire wooden beads, and rushing towards the top of the Blood Mountain. The cave quieted down. In a short day, hundreds of young warriors passed through the cave and came to the depths of the Homa Mountains, making this quiet ancient land noisy and bringing fighting and deforestation here. Ning Xiaochuan and 3 people naturally did not know that other warriors had come to the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain. Along the mountain road opened by their predecessors, they climbed to the foot of a mountain and came to the top of the bloody waterfall. Looking around, they could see the vast 5-colored miasma forest below, which was like a colorless ocean. If you climb to the top of the mountain for another day, you may be able to overlook the whole Homa Mountain. If you climb to the top of the mountain and stand on the top of the Demon Palace, you may be able to see the Imperial City thousands of miles away. Morong Wushuang stood above the waterfall and wanted to shout loudly, but as soon as he saw the Demon Palace above, he immediately resisted, afraid to disturb the Demon King in the Demon Palace. Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai walked side by side and continued to climb to the top of the mountain. The two didn't speak all the way. I don't know how long it passed. Ning Xiaochuan took the initiative to break the deadlock and asked, "Listen to Grandpa, you take the initiative to ask the emperor and reject our marriage?" Hearing Ning Xiaochuan suddenly ask this question, Yusasai's heart jumped slightly, but her face was very natural, pretending to be nothing and said, "This is a political marriage, which is unfair to you and me." "Do you really think so?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "I thought you didn't want to marry me because you hated me. Since you say so, I'm relieved." Yusasai tightly pulled her hands, and had an impulse to push Ning Xiaochuan down the cliff, but she still restrained herself and squeezed out a beautiful and cheerful smile. "It's not annoying, but I don't want to break up the true love of you and girl Ningxing, otherwise many people will scold me for robbing a man of a brothel woman. Besides, even if my appearance is not as good as you Ningxing, it's definitely not ugly. With the family affairs of King Dajinpeng's mansion, what kind of man can I find?" Seeing that Yucisi was so happy, Ning Xiaochuan stopped worrying and said, "In my opinion, the princess's appearance is overwhelming. The so-called three beauties of the imperial city may not be comparable to the princess. It is naturally easy to find a satisfactory husband." Ning Xiaochuan's words were originally to praise Sissy, but they completely changed in her ears. She suddenly stopped, stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, why did you come to the Dragon Meteor Valley to save me?" Ning Xiaochuan always felt that Yusasai's face changed quickly, and she couldn't adapt to it. She asked, "Are we friends?" "Nature is a friend." Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's not normal for me to save you." Yusasai said, "Ordinary friend, you need to risk your life to save it? Just a friend, you will die for her?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I don't think I'll die in the Dragon Meteor Valley if I break into it. But if I don't save you and watch you die in the Dragon Meteor Valley, I'll regret it. Since I know I'll regret it, why don't I give it a go?" Hearing this, Yusasai was very happy, especially Ning Xiaochuan saying, "If I don't save you, I will regret watching you die in the Dragon Meteor Valley," which made her heart beat bang bang, and she knew that at this moment, her heart had been captured by Ning Xiaochuan. "Although he loves you Ningxing deeply, I used to be so important in his heart." Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yucisi with her head bowed, and two rosy clouds floated on her face, so she asked curiously, "What's the matter with you?" "Nothing." Yusasai raised her head, proud as a white swan, and said, "Don't think you saved me once, how great it is. I will return this favor to you." With these words, Yusasai walked straight forward. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, shook his head, caught up, and said, "I also have a question for you. With the power of King Dajinpeng's mansion, it should be easy for you to enter the Tiandi Academy for cultivation. Why do you, a heart trainer, come to take such a dangerous examination? I want to use my strength to tell everyone that I have the ability to enter the Tiandi Academy, rather than through the power of the palace, through the back door. Otherwise, even if I enter the Tiandi Academy, I will be despised." Royal Sissy said. Moro Unparalleled ran back from the front, and said with a dignified face, "Don't talk about love first, will you? I found traces of martial arts activities in front of me, and it is likely that someone came here earlier than us." Ning Xiaochuan followed Moro Wushuang to a dense forest above. A large area of trees fell here, and the fracture was neat. It was obviously cut off by the sword gas. The trees here are as hard as steel, and the diameter of the trunk reaches 2 meters. Even with Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, he may not be able to cut such a thick tree with a sword. Not to mention, the other party cut off a huge tree with a sword. How terrible is the sword anger? The fracture of the trunk is very fresh, and the cutting time should be within 3 days. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked deep into the jungle, and his heart gave birth to a deep worry. The strong man of the Tiandi Academy has already emptied all the martial artists in the Fire Demon Mountain, indicating that the martial artists who can come here must be one of the young martial artists who participated in the examination. He came here through the 5-color miasma forest with strong cultivation and first entered the Blood Mountain. Is there such a strong person in the younger generation? At least the cultivation has reached the 4th weight of the divine body, or even higher. After finding the sword gas left in this dense forest, Ning Xiaochuan and his 3 men became cautious and vigilant against the surrounding vegetation. Ning Xiaochuan felt a sense of urgency again. He thought that he had reached the 3rd weight of the divine body and was already the top among his peers. But now it seems that one mountain is still high. The real young king may go on the road ahead. After nightfall, the Blood Mountain became very restless. Terrible animal roars and even dragon chants could always be heard in the mountain. In the hidden clouds, it seemed that there was a great danger. The 3 did not dare to continue their journey at all. They dug a cave on the mountain wall and planned to live in the cave tonight. Ning Xiaochuan took out the corpse hand again and separated a drop of blood from it. This drop of blood is Wu Zun's blood essence. The blood gas contained is extremely huge, just like a vast ocean. The magic sword in the heart felt the blood gas, and then scattered a magical force, began to suck this drop of blood crazily, and soon swallowed it completely. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body seemed to explode. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts heart palace was strong enough, otherwise it would have to be broken by this force. The full-bodied mysterious spirit of Wu Dao, released from the magic sword, filled the heart palace of Wu Dao, making Ning Xiaochuan's realm rise rapidly. This feeling is like eating intermediate pills, and the cultivation is improving rapidly. After absorbing a drop of blood, the magic sword seemed to be full of blood and became calm. Ning Xiaochuan released the blood in the corpse's hands and put it into a dark jade cold bottle. It was bright red, scarlet, and gorgeous, and there was no smell of rotten corpses, but it was like jade essence dripping from red gemstones. Reaching the realm of Wu Zun, you have become extraordinary and refined, and your body has become a treasure body. The blood in the body is like a peerless mysterious medicine, containing strong earthly vitality and life essence. A total of 136 drops of Wu Zun's blood. The blood gas contained in every drop of Wu Zun's blood is the sum of the blood gas in Kobayashi Ogawa's body. After the blood in the hands of that corpse drained, it became shriveled, pale, and lost its divinity. Ning Xiaochuan easily pried 5 fingers open, and there was a polished bone bead inside. A bead polished from a white bone is as big as an eyeball, and it's a little cold in your hand. In addition, it looks ordinary. What a Wu Zun refused to let go when he died was just an ordinary bone bead. Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe it was just an ordinary bone bead, and began to try all kinds of methods to study it, cutting with a sword, baking with fire, and using blood drops, but this bone bead has never changed. The only strange thing is that it is hard enough to be damaged by Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation. I thought it was a treasure, but I didn't think it was just a bone bead. After many times of research without results, Ning Xiaochuan took this bone bead into his arms and began to continue to practice. After absorbing a drop of Wu Zun's blood, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation improved a lot. We must refine this power as soon as possible and convert it into our own power. Sha-sha. In the middle of the night, a slender figure flew down from the treetops, dressed in damask ribbons, with slender legs, as white as 2 jade. The long skirt flew in the wind, as if it would be lifted up by the wind at any time, revealing the charming spring under the skirt. Light. Princess Lanfei is 16 years old. Her long hair is like willows, her cheeks are like the moon, her eyes are like bitten, and her glittering white eyebrows are hooked with a vermilion orchid seal, which adds a bit of dignity and elegance to her. Only she, a royal woman, has such an elegant temperament, as if she were the darling of heaven, and her body is simply flawless, graceful, and seductive. Confused, moving but not flirtatious, with a fresh and refined temperament. She fell to the ground and let the crimson leaves fly up, like red butterflies. At the moment she fell outside the cave, Ning Xiaochuan immediately opened his eyes, walked out of the cave and looked at the beautiful woman standing in the jungle. In the dark night, Princess Lanfei was like a ghost. It's just that Ning Xiaochuan has never seen such a beautiful ghost. Ning Xiaochuan felt the hostility of the other party, secretly condensed Xuanqi, and said warily, "Who is the girl?" "The 9th daughter of the Jade Orchid Emperor, Yu Lanfei." Princess Lanfei's voice is sweet, but it is a pity that it is cold, which makes sand fly on the ground. The power of sound waves smashes the leaves and cracks the big stones. She showed a strong cultivation, indicating that she was not just a royal woman who lived in honor. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Princess Lanfei, why are you visiting late at night?" "Kill you." Princess Lanfei said faintly, like killing Ning Xiaochuan is just a pretty plain thing. Ning Xiaochuan straightened his chest, and no longer treated her so respectfully, sneering, "Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, is this to seize the black fire wooden beads on me? Or is it because I abuse the Emperor, you want to take my life to maintain the majesty of the royal family?" Ning Xiaochuan had 26 black fire wooden beads on his body, plus 32 black fire wooden beads taken from him after killing the second leader. He now has a total of 58 black fire wooden beads on his body, becoming one of the examiners with the largest number of black fire wooden beads, which will naturally be missed by many people. Those who want to kill him and seize Heihua will surely come in an endless stream. Disorderly officials and thieves like you should have been beheaded all over the house long ago. The Holy Lord doesn't want to see the same thing with a small person like you, but my princess won't spare your life. Will you end it yourself, or will I do it myself? Princess Lanfei's imposing way. Ning Xiaochuan knew in her heart that the reason why Princess Lanfei was so confident must be that she felt that his injury had not healed. With her strong cultivation, she could completely kill Ning Xiaochuan, who was seriously injured. But she would not think that Ning Xiaochuan had the 7 orifices demon heart palace, and took the blood toad pill and healing intermediate pill, and his injury had healed. This may be a nightmare for her. Ning Xiaochuan sneered and said, "Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, is there no other choice?" "Yes. You submit to me, be my servant, and take this heart palace, jade bug. This is your second choice, and there is no other choice." Princess Lanfei took out a thumb-sized elixir, which was jade and moist all over, like a pearl. The jade bug in the heart palace is not as beautiful as it seems, but an extremely vicious poison. The master of Nanhuan tribe cultivated goo insects, sealed them in jade paste, refined them into this evil goo poison, and raised them in the heart palace of martial artists to control slaves with high cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that Princess Lanfei should be so vicious, and said, "Stay on the front line in everything and see each other in the future. You are not qualified to negotiate with me." Princess Lanfei threw the heart palace jade bug at Ning Xiaochuan, as if she had eaten Ding Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Take it, live. If you don't obey it, die." Ning Xiaochuan picked up the poison bug pill like a pearl on the ground, gently shook his head and said, "Your Highness Royal Highness Princess is so confident that you can kill me? Aren't you afraid that you can't kill me, but you will be caught by me and become my female servant?" Princess Lanfei sneered and said, "You can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. You've been badly hurt in the battle with the second leader of the Dark Imperial City. You've rested at the foot of the mountain for 2 days, so you're recuperating? Even if you're not injured, you may not be my opponent. Not to mention that you're still seriously injured now. What can you do to fight me?" In the jungle behind Princess Lanfei, 6 figures came out and hid in the dark, revealing 6 kinds of sharp eyes, staring at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. Royal Sissy and Morong Wushuang were also awakened and came out of the cave, staring at Princess Lanfei and others covetously. Although Royal Sissy and Princess Lanfei are both members of the royal family, known as Royal Double Shoe, their relationship is not harmonious, but they are hostile to each other, and almost never say a word from childhood to adulthood. Do it. A mysterious gas flew out of Princess Lanfei's fingers, and she pointed her finger on a big tree not far away. After the big tree was stained with the mysterious gas, it grew crazily, and the branches became vines, and the leaves became tentacles. Wow! The tree, which was originally more than 20 meters high, expanded 5 times, just like turning into a tree demon, and swept crazily towards Ning Xiaochuan. 5-element divine body. Ning Xiaochuan ran Xuanqi, water vapor condensed within 100 meters, heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. Water vapor condensed into 42 sword chi virtual shadows, like 42 war swords flying around Ning Xiaochuan's body, constantly chopping the tentacles stretched out by the tree into broken leaves. After refining a drop of Wu Zun's blood, Ning Xiaochuan can condense 7 more sword chi virtual shadows, reaching 42 sword chi virtual shadows, and his power becomes more powerful. Poof! The branches all over the sky completely wrapped Ning Xiaochuan in it. The divine power martial body cultivated by Princess Lanfei is the 5-element divine body, and the divine power born in her body can control the 5-element wooden power. Under the urging of Mu Xingli, the tree was naturally controlled by her and became a sharp weapon for her to kill. As long as there are plants and trees, she has endless weapons. Yusasai and Moro Matchless fought with the 6 warriors, and the 2 sides were equally matched and could not be separated. Broken! Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, and 42 sword chi flew out, shattering all branches and tentacles. Ning Xiaochuan's long hair came down, and he was angry. The soles of his feet suddenly kicked on the ground, and his body was more than 8 meters high. He pointed to Master Lan Fei and pointed to him. A 3-foot-long lightning sword chi condensed on his fingertips. Princess Lan Fei was slightly surprised, and secretly said in her heart, "Has his injury really not healed?" Shwa! Her body flew back, floating like a fairy in the 9 days, flying to the top of the tree trunk, stepping on the leaves and flying towards the jungle. As long as you enter the jungle, that's her world. Ning Xiaochuan also flew up the treetops and chased up, stepping on the top of the big trees, tightly chasing Princess Lanfei. Shwa shwa. 2 figures, one in front of the other, jumped at the top of the tree and turned into 2 residual shadows. Princess Lanfei suddenly stopped, stood in the middle of the tree, spread out her hands, her long hair flew up, and her eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan like 2 bright pearls. Picking leaves and flying flowers. Tens of thousands of leaves flew up one after another, like a leaf rain, and each leaf was wrapped in xuanqi, sharp as a knife edge. Princess Lanfei mobilized leaves, wrapped her body, turned into a huge world, and rolled over to Ning Xiaochuan. Lightning! 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 Ning Xiaochuan's shoulders and neck were scratched by leaves, and a huge electric ball condensed between his hands. A huge claw stretched out from the electric ball turned into a ferocious beast, tearing the whole world of leaves, and a claw bombarded Princess Lanfei's chest. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's hand coincided with the claw of the lightning beast, and a blow hit Princess Lanfei's chest, knocking her down from the treetops. Princess Lanfei spat out a mouthful of blood from her sandalwood mouth, and her eyes were full of shock. She clasped Ning Xiaochuan's palm with her backhand. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't break free, so he fell to the ground with Princess Lanfei and fell heavily in the leaves. Bang! Princess Lanfei fell down, and the protective Xiangang was scattered. She felt sharp pain all over her body, spit out a mouthful of blood again, and almost fainted. Ning Xiaochuan pressed on the top of Princess Lanfei, with her soft body cushioning, but she didn't fall seriously. Before Princess Lanfei stood up, Ning Xiaochuan flashed his hand and twisted off her slender jade arms, snapping them behind her. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up, with a sharp xuanqi sword condensed in the palm of his hand, pointed at her head and said, "Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, this is the 3rd way I want to go." Princess Lanfei has been spoiled by thousands of people since she was a child, and has never suffered a defeat, but at the moment her arms are twisted by Ning Xiaochuan. The pain almost made her faint. At the moment, she was extremely embarrassed, with blood on the corners of her white mouth, and black and soft hair full of fallen leaves. Although embarrassed, she was still beautiful and thrilling. I'm afraid that only Ning Xiaochuan dared to do so hard on her in the world. She said sadly, Ning Xiaochuan, I underestimate you. Next time I won't be so careless. And next time? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were getting colder and colder, and the murderous gas was exposed, and the dark gas on the blade became brighter. If you raise your sword, you must wave it down. Princess Lanfei didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan actually dared to kill her. She was immediately scared and said, Ning Xiaochuan, don't you think it's a pity to kill me? Ning Xiaochuan slightly put down his sword and stared at the arrogant and elegant woman with some pondering. Princess Lord, does it mean your beauty? Or your figure? Am I your prisoner of war now? You can get anything on me if you want. Princess Lanfei became calm, her apricot eyes were smoky, and she stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some charm. She knows that no matter what method is used, only by stabilizing Ning Xiaochuan first, can she have a chance to live today. Only by surviving can we redouble the humiliation we have suffered. In this wild mountain, if a beautiful woman like her makes an active invitation, it is difficult for any man in the world to be indifferent. Is your Highness Royal Highness Princess telling me that I can invade you at will? Ning Xiaochuan didn't immediately kill her with his sword. With the sword in his hand, he lifted the long skirt under Princess Lanfei, revealing the fragrant fur pants under the skirt, and the beautiful legs carved like white jade. They are slender and slender. You don't need to touch them to know that those legs must be full of elasticity. Concave convex exquisite delicate body, full double peaks, a pair between the soft snow white, let people be confused. This is a huge temptation. Confused, not only beauty, but also the sense of achievement of conquering a noble woman with extreme talent. I'm sorry, God, Demon and God is on sale now, that is, the future chapters will be charged. But it's very cheap, 1,000 words and 5 cents. I hope you will continue to support Laojiu. Laojiu will strive to write more wonderful stories and will not disappoint your enthusiasm to pay for reading. Jiujiu's WeChat public account, Jiangjia90, or directly receives Jiu Dang Jia. Princess Lanfei let Ning Xiaochuan lift her long skirt, and her slender eyelashes gently blinked. Her dark eyes seemed to drip water, as if they were luring Ning Xiaochuan to fall on her. If a noble and beautiful woman like her takes the initiative to seduce a man, I'm afraid even the most upright man in the world will bow down under her long skirt and cannot extricate herself. This is testing the limit of a man's self-control. Ning Xiaochuan is a normal man, naturally his heart beats. To be exact, it is difficult for any man to stand in this position of Ning Xiaochuan and be indifferent. Poof. Ning Xiaochuan tightly closed his eyes, his heart sank, and with a sword, Princess Lanfei's head flew out and rolled into the grass like a ball. Blood splashed all over the ground. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and made this decision without regret. A woman like Princess Lanfei, who is full of scheming and unscrupulous in order to achieve her goal, had better not have any relationship with her. Once she touches her body, I'm afraid she will never be able to extricate herself. Like Shaoli, who met Lady Yin Qi, he was originally a peerless genius, but eventually degenerated into a slave of Lady Yin Qi. As long as it is the enemy, even if you are the first beauty in the world, you must also be killed. Today, let her live. Tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll die. Ning Xiaochuan also didn't think about using the Heart Palace Jade Bug to control Princess Lanfei. Since she can throw the bug pill to Ning Xiaochuan so easily, she must also have a way to dispel the bug. If Ning Xiaochuan thinks that he can control Princess Lanfei by using the Jade Bug in the Heart Palace, then he must not even know how he died in the future. Even if such a gorgeous woman as Princess Lanfei is dead, she is just a cold body, and there is nothing to continue to enjoy? Ning Xiaochuan found 27 black fire wooden beads from Princess Lanfei, put them into his cloth bag, and then planned to destroy the corpse. Princess Lanfei's identity is special. She died in the Fire Demon Mountain. Someone will definitely track her down. If she doesn't destroy the corpse, I'm afraid she will cause big trouble. Ha ha. The world says that Ning Xiaochuan is the best lover in the world. I think it's only right that Ning Xiaochuan is the best executioner in the world. Princess Lanfei is such a delicate beauty. If I can't bear to give her such a hard hand, you actually killed her with a knife. I don't know whether I should admire you or despise you. A black cold wind blows. The 3 leaders of the dark imperial city fell on the branches of a big tree not far away. They were wrapped in black robes and wore hats. They looked like a ghost of the night, and their mouths gave out giggled laughter. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, she saw her killing Princess Lanfei. Ning Xiaochuan's 5 fingers overflowed with a flash of light, staring coldly at the top, and said, "Do you believe it? I can let you die now?" Believe? Of course. You can even fight with a beauty like Princess Lanfei, not to mention a woman like me, who is mediocre. The voice of the 3 leaders is still very hoarse, like 2 stones rubbing against each other, quite harsh. Is it mediocre? You have to see it before you know. Ning Xiaochuan's toes were on the ground a little, his body catapulted, and he struck the 3 leaders standing on the branch with his palm wrapped in lightning. The 3 leaders did not confront Ning Xiaochuan directly. A cold air and a flame rushed out of their backs and condensed into a pair of 3-meter-long wings. Their slender bodies took off, rushed out of the jungle and flew towards the top of the Blood Mountain. This pair of wings of her is condensed with cold air and flame. It is a rare magic power born from her body ice and fire wings. With this kind of magic power, she can soar and fly against the wind. Under normal circumstances, even if the cultivation reaches the land of honor, you can't fly off the ground through your own strength. Therefore, this kind of magic power of the 3 leaders is extremely rare and precious, which is envied by countless martial artists. Of course, with her current cultivation, she can't fly in the air for long. If she flies for half an hour at most, she will exhaust the mysterious qi in her body. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the leaves on the top of the tree and rushed after the 3 leaders. He kept shooting lightning shuttles on his arms, trying to shoot the 3 leaders down from the sky. This is a Thor fighting with an angel. Pa! Pa! The cultivation of the 3 leaders was not much weaker than that of Ning Xiaochuan. They also kept playing fireballs to resist lightning, and finally disappeared in Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Ning Xiaochuan, I promise I won't say what I saw just now. I promise I won't, haha. The night sky echoed with the laughter of the 3 leaders. Ning Xiaochuan didn't catch up, and a secret worry arose in his heart. Killing Princess Lanfei by himself was a big or small matter. Since the 3 leaders knew this matter, they would definitely use it to coerce him in the future. If you don't get rid of her today, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. When she takes off her black robe, she will become another person. Ning Xiaochuan probably can't even recognize her, let alone kill her. It's no use regretting. It's quite difficult to kill martial artists in the same realm. The main reason why he was able to kill Princess Lanfei so easily was that Princess Lanfei despised the enemy too much. If Princess Lanfei can face up to Ning Xiaochuan, then the winner is unknown? Ning Xiaochuan quickly returned to the jungle, but just fell to the ground. He was startled. Where's Princess Lanfei? Her body obviously fell here, and there was blood on the ground, but her body and head were missing. Can she get up and walk by herself? It should be Yusasai and Morong Wushuang who came here and disposed of her body. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. However, as soon as he turned his head, the expression on his face immediately froze, his body was petrified, and he was sweating all over. I saw that Princess Lanfei was standing under a big tree not far away, and her head returned to her neck, connected with her body. On her slender and snow-white neck, there was not even a trace of blood, which was like never breaking. She is still beautiful and elegant, and her arms broken by Ning Xiaochuan also recover freely. Her slender jade fingers are gently trimming her hair, and her eyes are staring at Ning Xiaochuan, giving people a very strange feeling. Ning Xiaochuan has heard many legends about female ghosts asking for their lives and the resurrection of corpses. He never believed this kind of thing before, but after coming to this world, he has seen anything strange, and it is difficult to guarantee that it is not female ghosts who come to him to ask for his life. Did someone come here just now and turn her into a mountain guarding corpse slave? Ning Xiaochuan's heart can only think of this only reasonable explanation, and lightning condensed in his palm. If Princess Lanfei dared to pounce on her, he would dare to kill her again. It's a half-corpse slave. Cough. An old dry cough came from the jungle. A rickety old woman came out of the darkness with a rotten crutch in her hand and staggered with her head almost on the ground. She was too old, her arms were like withered, her hair was about to fall out, and there were only a few thin white hairs on her scalp. If Princess Lanfei can be regarded as a great country and a great city, then this old woman is simply another extreme. She is so ugly that she can scare some timid people to death, like an old ghost who has just climbed out of the grave. When the old woman raised her head, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stepped back and took a cold breath. It was the first time that he was frightened by a person's appearance. It's so ugly. Ning Xiaochuan felt that everything he saw in front of him was really too weird, and he pretended to be calm and said, "Who are you?" The master of Tiandi Academy has completely blocked the Homa mountain. No one can enter it until the end of the examination. How did this old woman appear in the Fire Demon Mountains? Can it be said that she has always lived in the Fire Demon Mountains? No, the martial artists in the Fire Demon Mountain were also expelled by the masters of the Tiandi Academy. In the Fire Demon Mountain, there should be no one except the examiner. Ning Xiaochuan thought of the magic palace at the top of the Blood Mountain. Is this old woman related to that magic palace? Princess Lanfei was also refined into a mountain guarding corpse slave by her? Thinking of this, Ning Xiaochuan is even more taboo to this old woman. The old woman ignored Ning Xiaochuan's question at all, but slowly said, "Do you know why she is a half-corpse slave?" Because when the old woman I found her, she had just died, she was not dead yet, there was still anger in her body, and the consciousness in her brain was not exhausted. After refining her a little, she became a half-corpse slave that was neither dead nor alive. Are you a great heart-nourishing master? Ning Xiaochuan heard that the great heart-nourishing masters means are quite clever. As long as the warrior is still breathing, he can make this warrior come back. The old woman shook her head and said, "No, no, the old woman's means are much better than the great spiritual therapist. As long as it's a newly dead person, the old woman can make him live again in less than an hour." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Come back to life? I'm afraid it's just a corpse slave?" After hearing this sentence, the old woman was very unhappy. The crutch hit the ground hard, and a breath of evil spirit escaped from her body. Immediately, the leaves on the big tree in the jungle fell one after another. Soon, all the trunks became bare, and a thick layer of fallen leaves were piled on the ground. A desolate atmosphere swept the whole mountain forest. The whole mountain forest became dead. Ning Xiaochuan felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, the blood in his body seemed to freeze, his consciousness became more and more slow, and he felt fear in his heart. Is this old woman a human or a ghost? Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was afraid of her, the old woman put away the cold on her and continued, "What I said is to really live, not a corpse slave. She is the best proof." The old woman looked at Princess Lanfei. Ning Xiaochuan always felt that the corpse slaves in the Fire Demon Mountains were probably more related to the old woman, and said cautiously, didn't you just say that she was just a half-corpse slave? That's just my humble statement. I have long studied the method of resurrecting the dead, not a corpse slave, definitely not a corpse slave, but a real resurrection, not a corpse slave. The old woman suddenly became a god, and always emphasized that she was resurrecting people, not refining into a corpse slave. This seems very important to her. She read "not a corpse slave" in one side of her mouth. One step out, her body turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Just disappear without a trace. Ning Xiaochuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. If Princess Lanfei hadn't stood in the distance, he really doubted that everything he saw just now was an illusion. Ning Xiaochuan came to Princess Lanfei and was about to touch her finger to the tip of her nose to see if she was breathing. Is it real? Or fake death? Shua. Princess Lanfei's eyes gave birth to a cold light, and her pupils turned dribbly. Wu Daoxian qi gushed out of her body, and a slap hit Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan slapped her, his arms numb slightly, and then quickly retreated, staring at her in some shock. Is he really alive? How did the princess appear here? Who are you? Princess Lanfei stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, with sharp eyes and the nobility of a royal woman. Every part of her body seems very normal, with heartbeat, body temperature, thinking and breathing, which is no different from living people. Amnesia? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Dada. Footsteps sounded. After Yusasai and Murong Matchless killed the 6 martial arts masters back, they rushed over and stood on both sides of Ning Xiaochuan, staring at Princess Lanfei covetously. Murong Peerless whispered, "This Royal Highness Princess's cultivation is so high? Brother Chuan, you can't take her?" Princess Lanfei stared at Yusasai with a cold light in her eyes and said, "Yusasai, are you here? The Holy Lord has long suspected that your King Dajinpeng mansion has a conspiracy, and it seems that it is indeed true. Did you send these 2 slaves to catch me here? Where is this? What's going on?" Yucisi stared at Ning Xiaochuan with inquiring eyes, as if to say, "What have you done to her?" Ning Xiaochuan seemed very innocent and spread his hands, saying that he was also quite confused, so he quietly told them what had just happened. After hearing the whole thing, Murong Wushuang immediately felt creepy. His eyes kept looking around and said, "Brother Chuan, can't you hit a ghost?" Yusasai shook her head solemnly. "Maybe that old woman is really a great heart healer. She used some kind of mysterious medicine to regenerate muscles intermittently to take back the head of Princess Lanfei. But her head left her body, causing the death of consciousness, which made Princess Lanfei lose her memory of months, even years. Maybe her memory now stays a few years ago, and she didn't know that she was going to participate in the examination of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. The art of bringing the dead back to life is too exaggerated, isn't it?" Murong unparalleled surprised. Yusasai said, "I once heard the master say that as long as people don't die for a long time and the body mechanism hasn't completely died, it's possible to survive. However, even the master's level of great mental health master can't bring people back to life. Resurrection from death is the subject that all great mental health masters are studying. Even Huasher can't bring back the dead. I'm afraid no one in Yulan Empire has that ability." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "That's not necessarily, there are many hermits and experts in the Jade Haze Empire, maybe." Yusasai suddenly stopped, turned around, and saw a strange ugly old woman standing behind her, staring at her with a pair of deep concave eyes. The old woman is as ugly as an old ghost. To be exact, uglier than ghosts. Yusasai's eyes rolled over and she fainted. Ning Xiaochuan didn't find out when the ugly old woman came back. She was like a ghost, floating in and out again. Murong's unparalleled legs shook with fear, shaking all over. The ugly old woman said hoarsely, "Who is Huasher in your mouth?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Master Hua of Jinpeng Heart Nourishing Hall." No wonder you two little boys are so young that they have reached the level of intermediate mental health masters. It turned out that you are his disciples. Since you are his disciples, let you live today. The old woman said. Morong Matchless breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. That's good. It's an acquaintance. I'm scared to death. Grandma, your old man is walking slowly in the forest, let's go first. Wait. Who said to let you go now? The old woman's tone was a little gloomy. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Go to the demon palace outside the mountain top and help me get something out, and I'll let you live. Me? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yes, it's you and her. The old woman's withered fingers pointed to Princess Lanfei, who stood motionless in the distance. At the moment the old woman appeared, Princess Lanfei's eyes became dull, motionless, and her body did not emit a breath. Ning Xiaochuan also felt that Princess Lanfei's state was quite strange, perhaps related to the old woman's half-corpse slave, and said, Why should I listen to your instructions? The old woman said coldly, Because you don't listen to my instructions, all of you will die. Go to the demon palace on the top of the mountain and take out an ancient Dan tripod for me. If you don't bring the Dan tripod to me, within 5 days, I'll turn them into corpse slaves. With these words, the old woman took Yusasai and Morong unparalleled away and disappeared into the dark night. After the old woman left, Princess Lanfei's eyes resumed their magic color, and her spirit became full. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Who are you? Why did the master let me go with you to the Peak Demon Palace to get the ancient Dan Ding? Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said this and hurried straight to the top of the mountain. Princess Lanfei followed Ning Xiaochuan closely, with a confused expression on her delicate and beautiful cheeks. She looked at Ning Xiaochuan from time to time, as if she was trying to recall something. This blood mountain is very tall. It passes through dense forests, mountain streams, cliffs, and plank roads. The mountain road is quite dangerous, and the foot is a 10,000-foot cliff. It's not like climbing a mountain, it's like climbing the sky. At noon the next day, Ning Xiaochuan climbed to the second high point of the Blood Mountain, looked up, and could see the magnificent magic palace, the navy-colored palace walls, the dark red god columns, and the lifeless hall. At the top of the palace, on the ancient black platform, you can vaguely see several soldiers in armor standing on it, holding war in their hands, as if they were going to kill 9 days to penetrate the sky. It's still a day's journey from the demon palace, but I can vaguely hear the roar from the demon palace, and there are long dead souls shouting inside. There is a dragon that fell into the demon palace, and its soul is still immortal. The more you want to climb the top of the Blood Mountain, the more frightening it is. It feels like you are going to hell step by step. No wonder she doesn't go to the demon palace to get the ancient Dantang. This is not the place for people to come at all. Ning Xiaochuan walked forward with a stiff head, and Princess Lanfei followed him. There was no fear on her face. She seemed to have become a corpse slave, and she didn't have her own thinking ability. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that the reason why the ugly old woman didn't dare to go to the Peak Demon Palace was that the Demon Palace was carrying a power that didn't belong to the world. The higher the martial arts cultivation, the more people would be suppressed by the power of the Demon Palace. On the contrary, only the warrior in the realm of divine body can fully develop his strength. Therefore, the higher the cultivation, the more dangerous it will be to break into the Demon Palace. I don't know how long I walked. On the dangerous mountain road, I saw a man with a épée on his back. The man is very young, thin, with a crown of hair on his head, long hair like steel wires, and a dark épée on his back. The sword didn't know how heavy it was, so that every step he took would leave a deep footprint on the ground. When Ning Xiaochuan found him, he also turned around, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said blandly, "You also passed through the 5-color miasma forest to the depths of the fire demon mountains?" Ning Xiaochuan immediately thought of the huge trees that were cut off by a sword he saw in the jungle yesterday. Was that terrible sword that the man in front of him cut out? He must have come here, through the 5-color miasma forest, with strong cultivation. People at this level should not be close. Ning Xiaochuan smiled kindly. Jian Geho Fu, Ning Xiaochuan. Famous sheep. He said a faint sentence, and then continued to walk towards the top of the blood mountain, step by step, like tempering his body with the épée on his back. Ning Xiaochuan was quite taboo to this man. He felt a dangerous smell from him, so he fell far behind him. He stopped to have a rest, and Ning Xiaochuan also stopped. He moved forward, and Ning Xiaochuan also moved forward slowly. He also ignored Ning Xiaochuan, but occasionally looked in the direction of the top of the mountain, and continued to immerse himself in hard cultivation. Until nightfall, I didn't reach the top of the mountain. The man named Ming Yang sat on the steep cliff to practice, holding a épée, and constantly stabbed into the air. Stab out sword waves, and let the air swing like ripples. Looking at him from a distance, he looked like a huge mirror suspended in front of him. Every time the épée stabbed into the mirror, it would make the mirror produce ripples. What is he doing? Princess Lanfei asked. Practice sword. Ning Xiaochuan's face was dignified and said, this should be a terrible magic power. Once he entered the range, covered by his sword qi, I'm afraid even 10 people of our level of cultivation will be shocked to death by the sword qi wave. Princess Lanfei is actually quite normal. She can't see that she is a half-corpse slave at all. Her long hair is dark and beautiful, the autumn water is muscle jade and bone, her ruddy lips are crystal clear and full, her chest is round and holds up a charming arc, and every frown and smile is very natural. Perhaps she is really alive, because she also has her own thoughts. Princess Lanfei's body emitted a faint fragrance. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, what should we do now? Can we just watch him enter the demon palace first, and what if he takes away the ancient Danding? Ning Xiaochuan stared at her breathtaking face and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he regretted that when he was in the jungle, he should cut off her skirt with a sword, not her head with a sword. If a beauty like Princess Lanfei stays with her for a long time, it's really difficult to kill her again. Practice. In this strange place, the stronger the cultivation, the more likely it is to survive. Ning Xiaochuan took out a cold ice jade bottle from the Qianquan cloth bag, and dropped a drop of Wu Zun's blood essence from it into the palm of his hand. Princess Lanfei saw the crystal clear blood in Ning Xiaochuan's palm, as if she couldn't see the most tempting food. Her small fragrant tongue gently added her lips. She rushed directly in front of Ning Xiaochuan, hugged Ning Xiaochuan's arm, stretched out her delicate and smooth tongue, and constantly added Ning Xiaochuan's palm. Bravo, bravo. At the moment, she is not dignified and elegant at all. She is like a hungry bitch, devouring the food thrown out by her master. Until the drop of Wu Zun's blood essence was added clean, she retreated, her tongue gently added lips, sat across from Ning Xiaochuan, and began to refine the power of Wu Zun's blood. Her body was covered with a layer of white mystery, which made her mysterious and ethereal, like an elegant fairy. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the palm still stained with her saliva, and then looked at the campan, Princess Lanfei sitting in the white Xian Qi. She couldn't believe that she was the same person before and after this. What kind of monster did the ugly old woman turn her into after she took her head back? Is it really human? Is it really a corpse slave? Ning Xiaochuan poured out a drop of Wu Zun's blood essence again. In order to prevent Princess Lanfei from rushing up again, Tian immediately broke the blood into a blood mist and absorbed it into the body. Boom! The power of the magic sword is frantically absorbing Wu Zun's blood and gas, and resisting the power back to Ning Xiaochuan's body. After this practice, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has been improved. If he exerts it with all his strength, he can condense 49 sword qi virtual shadows. Only by condensing 100 sword chi virtual shadows can we achieve the third kind of magic power. 10,000 swords melt reigned Mahayana. At least 8 drops of Wu Zun's blood gas need to be quenched before the third divine power can be cultivated into Mahayana and hit the fourth weight of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan knew that this was a gradual process, so he was not in a hurry. He began to cultivate the mysterious qi of heaven and earth while quenching his blood gas. Connect the air flow between heaven and earth, absorb it into the body, and turn it into its own mysterious qi of martial arts. This is a process of communicating between heaven and earth. And the mysterious qi of heaven and earth is a bridge. When Ning Xiaochuan was practicing the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, the bone bead held in his arms also absorbed a ray of the purest mysterious qi of heaven and earth, emitting a faint halo on the surface. Ning Xiaochuan only felt a slight chill in his chest, as if a trace of cold air had entered his body. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's speed of absorbing and refining xuanqi suddenly doubled. Not only the xuanqi between heaven and earth was rushing towards him madly, but also the speed of the demon sword in his body absorbing Wu Zun's blood gas doubled. It has reached the fourth floor of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. The speed of absorbing xian qi is 8 times the normal speed. Why did the speed of the magic sword absorbing blood gas suddenly double? Did the faster I absorbed dark gas, the faster the magic sword absorbed blood gas? Ning Xiaochuan was extremely happy. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan could only refine a drop of Wu Zun's blood essence a day, and it took 8 days to practice the third divine power to Mahayana. Now the speed of the magic sword absorbing blood gas is doubled, so I can absorb 2 drops of Wu Zun essence blood every day. It only takes 4 days to cultivate the third divine power to Mahayana, which is fully shortened by half. On the cliff in the distance, the famous sheep took back the épée. He felt the fluctuations in the space, and his eyes slightly looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who was wrapped by the mysterious qi in the distance. He said to himself, cultivating the mysterious qi of heaven and earth can reach this level, which really makes me a little impressed. 100 meters away, Ming Yang raised his heavy sword and waved it towards Ning Xiaochuan, chopping out a wave of sword qi. Shua! The sword qi turned into a sword wave. Ning Xiaochuan noticed the terrifying sword gas, his eyes burst open, and his mouth sent out a roar of thunder. Boom! The sword qi was shattered and dissolved into invisibility. Ning Xiaochuan was a little angry, stood up and said, "Sir, is this deliberately provocative?" The famous sheep said, "I just want to try how strong you are. You can block my sword, which is actually a high honor for you. With your cultivation, you have enough opportunities to compete for the top 10. With these words, the famous sheep sat on the edge of the cliff, motionless, and stopped talking. This man's cultivation is indeed a little terrible. I almost didn't stop the sword qi split from 100 meters away. If he was only 10 meters away from me, I'm afraid that if this sword split out, I would be in danger." Ning Xiaochuan is trying to restrain himself and calm himself down. If you are not as good as the other party in cultivation, you can only temporarily avoid its edge. However, Ning Xiaochuan is confident that he will surpass Ming Yang as long as he is given time. This night seemed very calm, only the howling of Yin soldiers and dragon souls came from the demon palace on the top of the mountain, but they could not affect Ning Xiaochuan and Ming Yang's mood. The next day, just after daybreak, Ming Yang continued on his way. Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei also followed to the top of the mountain. It is worth mentioning that Princess Lanfei also improved her cultivation after absorbing that drop of Wu Zun's blood. It was another long day's journey until dusk, when I finally came to the gate of the demon palace. This is a magnificent black door, which has been battered by wind and rain for hundreds of years. It is broken, and only 8 huge columns stand in front of the door. The columns are carved with dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, kuei, and so on. The carved patterns of ancient beasts exude a breath of vicissitudes. The heavy gate had already been broken, like being split by a sword, or chiseled by a giant axe. Through the crack of the demon gate, you can see that there are teams of Yin soldiers patrolling in the demon palace, and corpse slaves guarding the tripod. There is a golden flame burning under the tripod, as if it is still refining some pills. On the shabby and huge square, there stood the rotting corpse of a huge dragon, which was locked by dozens of bucket-thick chains, and its mouth kept hissing, which made people outside the demon palace feel eardrum pain. The dragon dragged the iron chain constantly, as if to break it and fly away. This is only through the crack of the door to see a corner of the demon palace, even less than 1/10 of the demon palace, and I don't know where else. What strange things are there? Even Ming Yang stopped and didn't rush in rashly. He felt that it was too dangerous for a living person to step into. It is said that any item brought out of the demon palace must be an unparalleled treasure, but few people can bring things out of it. Even many martial masters failed and fell into the demon palace and became a corpse slave. Ming Yang wants to try to pick up a black brick on the ground. The bricks and stones here are not ordinary bricks and stones, but are cast with foreign iron, which is an excellent material for making utensils. But his hand just touched the black brick. In the demon palace, a hell soldier was killed, wearing worn armor, but there was nothing in the armor, only a gray air, condensed into the form of a skeleton, like a hell-hungry ghost. Hiss! The hell soldier roared. Bang bang! This Yin soldier fought with the famous sheep, and Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei took the opportunity to break into the demon palace. One step into the demon palace, the surrounding scene suddenly changed, and the streets and alleys were filled with black fog. Those Yin soldiers and corpse slaves seemed not to see them at all, and they were still doing their own things. Ning Xiaochuan still hasn't figured out what kind of creatures are Yin soldiers and corpse slaves. Princess Lanfei said, "It is said that this demon palace fell into the Huoma mountain from the sky thousands of years ago. Since then, the Huoma mountain has been burning flames all year round, giving birth to many strange creatures. The Yin soldiers and corpse slaves in this demon palace are the former generals of the demon palace. Their will and body are not destroyed, and they are still guarding this palace, waiting for the master of the demon palace to return." Ning Xiaochuan ran straight to the ancient tripod, intending to leave the unlucky place immediately after loading the ancient tripod. The tripod is 2 meters high, red, and the golden flame is burning below. The tripod overflows with strands of Dan gas, and it is still refining Dan medicine. Hasn't it been refined for thousands of years? Ning Xiaochuan knew how terrible the golden flame was, so he wrapped his hands with Xuanqi in advance and stuffed the tripod into the heaven and earth cloth bag. Hell! The 3 corpse slaves guarding beside the Dan Ding suddenly roared angrily and shot from Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan was carrying a heavy cloth bag of heaven and earth, and a huge lightning beast condensed on his palm and bombarded the 3 corpse slaves. Boom! The 3 corpse slaves just stepped back, offset the power of the lightning beast, and continued to attack Ning Xiaochuan. Such a pervert! Ning Xiaochuan finally felt a sense of crisis and turned around and ran away. Ahead, a group of headless Yin soldiers rushed over, with more than a dozen people, all of whom exuded a dangerous smell, like a god of death. Ning Xiaochuan played 49 empty shadows of sword qi, but the sword qi only made a few sounds on the armor of these Yin soldiers. Then, they will rush up crazily. They are not all immortals, are they? Ning Xiaochuan was a little worried. You know, even some powerful martial masters broke into the demon palace and were killed, not to mention that he only wanted the 3rd level of cultivation of the divine body. However, it is strange that those hell soldiers and corpse slaves did not attack Princess Lanfei, and only chased Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to flee at the side of the road, and was finally forced into a small gate in the center of the demon palace by those Yin soldiers and corpse slaves. This small door is opened on a black wall, which is painted with blood lines. I don't know where it leads to. Because it is a huge project to modify typos before uploading, and it is necessary to modify tens of thousands of typos. Give the old 9 o'clock time, and the 10 chapters must be updated before 2 o'clock in the morning. By the way, ask for monthly tickets again. I hope brothers who have monthly tickets can vote for Lao Jiu. Lao Jiu loves you, really. After entering the small door, those hell soldiers and corpse slaves did not continue to chase in, but stood outside and held. Obviously, they were afraid of the small door and did not dare to break in. Princess Lanfei also retreated into the small door and asked eagerly, "What should I do now?" The soldiers and corpse slaves in the whole demon palace were shocked. Once they went out, they would die. I don't think it's a good place in here. Ning Xiaochuan turned around and looked into the small door. He felt that there was a strange sound in the deep of the small door. Ning Xiaochuan felt that the world inside the small door would be more terrifying than that outside. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Why don't they attack you? Do they only attack the people who take away the treasures in the demon palace?" Ning Xiaochuan took out the red tripod and put it on the ground. Sure enough, those soldiers and corpse slaves calmed down, as if they couldn't see Ning Xiaochuan at all. Their eyes became dazed, and then they left respectively. Right enough. Before waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to breathe a sigh of relief, a huge bloody claw suddenly stretched out in the small door, grabbed the ancient Dantang, and then dragged it into the small door. What? Ning Xiaochuan chased up, his whole body was wrapped by lightning, and his speed became faster and faster. He chased Blood Claw and Dantang, and probably ran for more than 100 meters. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped and saw a shocking scene. This is a vast and dark space, full of pungent blood. In the center of that space, there is a huge heart suspended, which is more than 10,000 times larger than the heart of ordinary people. It is like a blood-red hill suspended in the void. Bang! 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 The heart beats every other period of time, and strange sounds will come out of the heart, like countless ghosts shouting inside, which makes people creepy. The bloody claw that took away the ancient Dantang just now was made of blood and dragged the Dantang into the heart. Bang! When Dantang flew out of his heart again, he fell to the ground and became empty. The elixir refined for thousands of years was swallowed by it. Whose heart is it? How can it be so huge? Is it the heart of the demon palace? Ning Xiaochuan guessed that the demon palace might be a huge life body, but the idea just flashed in his mind, and then he immediately abandoned the idea. Ning Xiaochuan put the ancient Dantang into the heaven and earth cloth bag, emboldened, and asked, "Who on earth are you?" Bang! 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 After taking the pill, the heart beat faster, but it didn't answer Ning Xiaochuan's words. Boom! Suddenly, hundreds of blood gas flew out of his heart and condensed into hundreds of bloody claws. He even shot Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. Wow! At this critical moment, the magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's body erupted into a light of annihilation. The magic sword, flying out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, turned into a sword chi virtual shadow to wrap Ning Xiaochuan's body, and burst out a more terrifying phagocytic force, but absorbed the hundreds of blood gases. That huge heart was also frightened by the smell of the magic sword, and even stopped beating. It was quite taboo to the magic sword. After absorbing 100 huge blood gases, the magic sword became more solid and its power increased significantly. Boom! In the magic sword, a huge and vast force rushed out and completely poured into Ning Xiaochuan's body. This force is even more terrifying than absorbing 10 drops of Wu Zun's blood. It's like the water of a sea pouring into a lake, which is almost bursting. Ning Xiaochuan's body expanded like a balloon, doubling its expansion, and his skin was ready to burst at any time. Blood droplets were constantly escaping from his pores, and he almost fainted in pain. Hold on, hold on. Once you faint, you will die. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes seemed to protrude, and he hurriedly ran the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and began to digest this force, harden this force, and transform this force into his own strength. Although 8 times the absorption rate is a drop in the bucket, it slightly relieves Ning Xiaochuan's pain at the moment. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was almost unable to hold on, the Shan beast egg in the Qiankuan cloth bag seemed to sense something, and it flew directly out of the cloth bag, gently fell into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, stuck to Ning Xiaochuan's skin, and absorbed the blood gas that would burst Ning Xiaochuan into the egg shell. Time lapse. I don't know how long passed. Ning Xiaochuan finally felt that his body belonged to him, and the 4th divine source had been born in his body. Reach the peak of the 3rd weight of the divine body. But the divine source has not been melted, and the 4th divine power has not yet been born from the body. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and saw a Shan beast egg lying in his arms. The crack on the Shan beast egg increased again, and the strange fragrance was stronger. Ning Xiaochuan had a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that a little life had been born in the Shan beast egg, which had a subtle feeling with him. Are you awake? Princess Lanfei's body curled up in the corner, and her eyes looked at the huge heart in the distance from time to time. These days, she experienced great fear. It was like a devil living in that heart, calling her constantly. Several times, she almost lost herself and jumped into the blood pool under the heart. How many days have passed? Ning Xiaochuan asked. 3. 3 days. Princess Lanfei's face was a little pale. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan wake up, it was like suddenly seeing the backbone, and her fear was also a little less. Ning Xiaochuan put the Shan beast's egg away, waved to her, and said, that heart may be a big source. It may be the evil thing that the whole demon palace is suppressing, or it may be a part of the demon palace. The magic sword can hold it for a while, but when it becomes strong, it will definitely not hold it. We must leave here immediately, and you can take the ancient Dan Ding, and I'll open the way. Princess Lanfei is a half-corpse slave. She carries the ancient Dantang, so she should not be attacked by the Yin soldiers and corpse slaves in the demon palace. The ugly old woman sent her, along with Ning Xiaochuan, to get the ancient Dantang. She must have a special intention, perhaps to use the special body of her half-corpse slave. Ning Xiaochuan's guess was right. The corpse slaves and hell soldiers in the demon palace didn't attack them anymore, and they didn't even seem to see them at all. Get out of the demon palace very smoothly. Although they only made a circle around the demon palace, they had been in awe of the demon palace from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't dare to break into this forbidden area of death at all. At this moment, they just want to leave here as soon as possible, so as not to have another accident. But outside the demon palace, there are hundreds of young talents, all experts, divided into 5 camps. Seeing someone coming out of the demon palace, they stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei. Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that so many young masters had gathered outside the demon palace. It's Princess Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei. They actually came out alive from the demon palace. What do you think Princess Lanfei holds in her hand? That's a Dan Ding, absolutely a magic palace treasure. What means did they bring the Dan Ding out? Many martial artists showed greedy light in their eyes. They were eager to try and prepared to grab the ancient Dan Ding. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were sharp and frightening, and he said, there is more than such a Dan Ding in the demon palace. If you have the ability, go to the demon palace and take it. If you want to take it from me, you must first weigh whether you have that strength. Ning Xiaochuan's pores burst out with continuous currents, lightning and thunder around his body, and he came out of the demon palace gate with great momentum. Many people are still quite taboo about Ning Xiaochuan, knowing that he is powerful. But even if the strength is strong, it's just a person. In front of many martial artists, it still seems a little weak. A badly injured warrior stepped out of the crowd and fell down in front of Ning Xiaochuan. His face was covered with blood stains. He cried, "Sister Shiner, they killed her. Sister Shiner died." Many people in the Marquis of Jiangya died in their hands. "Xiaochuan, you must revenge for them." Ning Xiaochuan knew the young man lying on the ground. His name was Ning Mu. He was a young genius in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and he had the 9th level of cultivation of Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said in a deep voice, "What did you say?" "Shiner, what happened to her?" The people of the Marquis in the clouds, the royal family, and the heads of several major gates led many warriors to besiege us. In order to cover our escape, Xiner was jointly driven under the waterfall by the 3 heads of the Marquis in the clouds, Lingxi sect and Tianyin sect, and fell into the abyss. This was shocking news, which stunned Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Mu had several knife wounds on his body, and the most serious one cut 2 ribs in his chest. If he hadn't sealed the wound with Xuanqi, I'm afraid he would have died of blood by now. Ning Xiaochuan knows how high that waterfall is. If he falls from the top of the waterfall, let alone a person, even a stone will be shattered. Ning Xiaochuan is angry. If there is someone in this world who deserves his most attention, it is Ning Shiner. Ning Xiaochuan took her as her own sister, and now she was killed by someone. The people of the Marquis in the clouds must be angry with the whole Jiangya Marquis because of themselves, so they united with several large doors to kill the Jiangya Marquis. How many people in the Marquis of Jiangya escaped? Ning Xiaochuan's calm way. Ning Mu shook his head and said, "I don't know. We were all scattered." At that time, the situation was critical and the enemy was on all sides. I'm afraid there were few people who could escape. In the distance, Yao Jingdao came out of one of the martial arts camps. His eyebrows were thick, his nose was like hanging gall, his arms were powerful, and he said coldly, "There was really a fish in the net, but it was only a defeated soldier, which was not enough to be afraid. It's them." Ning Mu saw Yao Jingdao come out, and his eyes showed a look of panic. He thought of the terrible night 2 days ago, and all the martial artists in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion almost died. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yao Jin and said, "Who are you?" "The 8th disciple of Marquis Yunzhong, Yao Jingdao." Hey. I heard that you killed the 2nd leader of the Dark Imperial City. Don't you know that he is the target I want to hunt?" Yao Jingdao doesn't hide his identity, and he has strong self-confidence. Ning Xiaochuan's fist tightened, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, and said, "So you are one of the people who besieged my sister?" Yao Jingdao said with a smile, "I slapped her on the back and knocked her down into the abyss. Now I'm afraid it's turned into a pile of blood mud meat sauce." The young first master of Lingxi sect, Shuichuan, and the young first master of Tianyin sect, Hua Ruyue, also had a sneer on their faces, and they were not afraid of Ning Xiaochuan at all. Lingxi sect and Tianyin sect are both large sect gates of Yulan Emperor Palace, which are enough to rank in the top 10 of major gates. In particular, Tianyin sect is known as the largest female martial arts holy land in the world. It only accepts beautiful women. There are many masters, and the power of Yuan sect is only weaker than that of Wanzhong. Even many Tianzhijio women in the royal palace will go to Tianyin sect to worship. These 2 major gates have the background of the imperial court, so it is reasonable to form an alliance with the Marquis in Yunzhong in the Huama Mountains to jointly deal with the Marquis in Jiangya. The Prince's Mansion and the Zhongmenwu Mansion will also form hatred against each other, but there are still very few cases of real positive war. After all, once there is a large-scale war, even if the other side is defeated, he will also suffer heavy losses. Therefore, although the major forces fight openly and secretly, the older generation strong seldom collide head-on. It is young people who are fighting with each other. There are more than 100 martial artists gathered in Yunzhongho Mansion, Lingxi sect and Tianyin sect. Among them, Yao Jingdao, Zuoyuan and Hua Ruyue are all 1 in a million geniuses and have the strength to win the top 10 of this year. So many of them gathered here, naturally they were not afraid of Ning Xiaochuan. In other words, at the moment Yao Jingdao went out, they had decided to kill Ning Xiaochuan down here. Ning Xiaochuan is sure to die today. I have already said that he is too sharp and exposed. Such a person can't live long. Then don't the ancient Danteng fall into the hands of Yao Jingdao and others? No way. Yao Jingdao, Zhuai and Hua Ruyue are all too powerful, and behind them is the imperial court. Without the above instructions, they dare to encircle and kill the warriors of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion so openly? In that bloody war, you haven't seen that the warriors of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion stand alone and helpless, calling Tian should not be, and the earth is not working. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't force a path of blood, I'm afraid the warriors of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion would be completely destroyed. In fact, the Marquis of Jiana also had allies, but they were delayed by several mysterious forces and missed the rescue. So it's not just the Marquis in the clouds, Lingxi sect, Tianning sect, but other forces who want to kill the Marquis in the Sword Pavilion. Another martial artist, about 18 years old, followed by 6 martial arts masters of the divine body realm behind him, coldly forced people to walk in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, let our princess go? Tianling, the first master among the royal disciples, is a young master trained by the royal family. He made friends with Yao Jingdao and besieged the Marquis of Jianghe 2 days ago. Naturally, he also participated. The 6 martial arts masters in the divine body realm behind him once followed Princess Lanfei and were her guardians. They all knew that Princess Lanfei was going to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but they didn't expect that Princess Lanfei and Ning Xiaochuan came out of the demon palace together at this moment, and the relationship seemed to be very friendly. Ning Xiaochuan's anger was strong, and he said coldly, "Don't you see, it's your princess who followed me, not me who forced her." Right. Princess Lanfei? Princess Lanfei's cheeks were carved with jade powder, without any flaws, and she nodded gently. How can it be? It must be that you are blackmailing the Royal Highness Princess in some way. Otherwise, how noble the Royal Highness Princess is, how can he be at your mercy? Tianling was extremely angry and took out a Xuanqi-level sword. When Xuanqi filled the blade, the sound of animal roar sounded in the sword. Tianling regards Princess Lanfei as a goddess-like existence. Even if he has extravagant hopes in his heart, he only dares to look at her from a distance. But Ning Xiaochuan used Princess Lanfei as a servant, and his heart was naturally quite unbalanced. Who? Tianling can become the first of the royal disciples, and his cultivation is naturally not weak. Even if he is not as good as Yao Jingdao and others, he is definitely the top group of martial artists who participated in the examination. He danced the sword with his hand, and the sword chi condensed into a huge fierce beast, which was formed by the intersection of countless sword chi, and bullied Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's face was livid, and he snorted coldly. His whole body was wrapped by lightning and rushed directly into the sword gas. Bang! 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 He bombarded 9 palms on Tianling's chest, causing Tianling to spit 9 mouthfuls of blood. The condensed sword gas was broken, and the sword in his hand was directly thrown out. Ning Xiaochuan held the fallen sword in his hand, stabbed it into Tianling's neck, slapped him out, inserted the sword into the crack of the stone column of the demon palace, and hung his body on the high black magic column. Strike like lightning and end the battle like lightning. Use Tianling's own sword to nail him to death. Everyone felt that the martial arts cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Tianling should be between Buozhong, and there would be a wonderful battle, but the fact proved that Tianling and Ning Xiaochuan were too different, and they simply didn't have the power to fight in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the gate of the demon palace, glanced at the crowd, and finally fixed his eyes on Yao Jingdao and gently hooked his fingers. Yao Jingdao was still very surprised. Ning Xiaochuan's strength just showed was indeed a little too strong. He snorted coldly, Tianling should just underestimate the enemy, so he was killed by you so quickly, but I won't follow his example. You killed my sister, and I killed you. Killing for your life is the most normal thing in the world. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The winner is unknown. People like you, who grew up in the Marquis mansion, will never understand that real masters are honed from the battlefield. I joined the army at the age of 12. In just 5 years, no less than 600 enemies died in my hands. From an ordinary soldier, I became a partial general who commanded thousands of people. Yao Jingdao's body exudes a strong murderous spirit, which can be condensed into murderous spirit after killing countless people. At a young age, he has 600 lives in his hands, which is simply a murderer. Killing too many people can only scare off those timid people. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Really? Yao Jingdao's moves were not fancy. He simply punched Ning Xiaochuan, but the fist style blocked all corners of Ning Xiaochuan. He couldn't dodge at all and could only collide with him head-on. Bang! Hit each other with 2 fists. Yao Jingdao's strength was even stronger than that of Ning Xiaochuan, forcing Ning Xiaochuan to step back. Yao Jingdao was originally born with divine power. He had a dragon elephant heart palace in his body. When he was 7 years old, he was able to lift a kilogram boulder with his bare hands. It was precisely because of his talent that he was favored by Marquis Yunzhong and accepted him as a disciple. Therefore, although Yao Jingdao is arrogant, he has arrogant capital and physical strength, which can defeat all martial artists in the same realm. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan's fist released dozens of lightning, like an electric snake, wrapped around Yao Jingdao's arm. Bang! Yao Jingdao felt his arm numb and knew it was bad, so he shouted, "Dragon elephant arm." His right arm doubled in thickness, scales grew inside his skin, sharp barbs grew on his fingers, and his strength doubled. Roar! With a loud roar, he pulled his arm out of the lightning and bombarded it violently. Ning Xiaochuan didn't retreat, but took a sudden step forward, and his palm turned into lightning beast claws, and he met it. How dare you collide with my dragon elephant arm? You really don't know what to do. Yao Jingdao is quite confident in his martial arts magic power. With the 3rd level of the divine body, he can compete with the 4th level of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan naturally didn't go to fight with Yao Jingdao. His body moved slightly to the side, and unexpectedly resisted Yao Jingdao's palm with his chest. Boom! Yao Jingdao's palm hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan's claw of lightning beast tore a large piece of flesh and blood off Yao Jingdao's left shoulder, almost tearing off his arm artery. This is a lose-lose game. But because Ning Xiaochuan prepared in advance and condensed Xuanqi in his chest, although he fought hard, he didn't hurt much. Since Ning Xiaochuan took the lead, he immediately killed again. Lightning Beast. Lightning Beast. He played 5 magical powers in a row, turned into 5 huge lightning monsters, and bombarded Yao Jingdao one after another. Yao Jingdao is also worthy of being a disciple of Yunzhonghao. He did not become flustered because of this series of attacks. A blood-red gas wrapped his body and made his defense as solid as a rock. Obviously, this is the combat experience that has been trained by the battlefield for a long time. In the face of danger, it is not disorderly, and there is a degree of advance and retreat. Yao Jingdao is worthy of being a world-renowned talent. He actually cultivated a group of basalt war qi. In this way, he is in an invincible position. In the same realm, no one can break the defense of basalt war qi. Qi Chan'er stood in the camp of Qi Tianhou mansion, with a clear posture and slightly frowned eyebrows, quite worried that Ning Xiaochuan would lose. Is the Xuanwu war gas really so powerful? Qi Chan'er said, the Xuanwu war qi ranks 9th in the Tianding magic spectrum, which is the 8th kind of magic power born in the Xuanwu 9 body, the city master of the Dark Imperial City 300 years ago. Once the magic power comes out, the blood gas will rout the body for 30 miles. Even if Wu Zun blows on the surface of the Xuanwu Qi, it can't hurt the Xuanwu 9 points and a dime. It is because this kind of magic power is almost unbreakable that it is included in the Tianding magic spectrum. Many martial artists have heard of Xuanwu War Qi, which is a magic power included in the Tianding magic power spectrum. For 300 years, there are only a few people who can successfully cultivate this kind of magic power. In fact, all the magic skills that circulate in the world were originally born from the human body. Those who cultivate powerful martial arts can understand the reason for the birth of magical powers in their bodies, find out the original way of existence of magical powers, so as to record the magical powers born in their bodies, sort them into a cultivation secret script, and pass it on to future generations. Of course, those who can sort out the invisible magic powers into tangible secret scripts must be extremely powerful martial artists, and they must also have wisdom beyond ordinary people. There are thousands of collected magic scripts, some of which are kept in the royal residence, some in the Tiandi Academy, and some spread among the people. Among them, there are powerful magic, but also weak magic. Among them, the most powerful supernatural power is included in the spectrum of heavenly tripod supernatural power, which is recorded on the tripod of sacrificing to heaven in the Heavenly Emperor Academy Palace. On the Heaven Sacrificial Cauldron, there are records of powerful magical powers and once brilliant stories. Half of the martial artists who came to the examination of the Tiandi Academy wanted to enter the Tiandi Academy because they could cultivate the magic power on the Tianding magic power spectrum. Human potential is limited, and it is impossible to produce 9 kinds of innate magic powers in the body. Ultimately, it is necessary to cultivate the heavenly magic power to supplement the magic power, and the power of the magic power that can be cultivated to the heavenly tripod magic spectrum can even exceed the innate magic power. Just like Yao Jingdao at the moment, he cultivated into a basalt war spirit, which blocked Ning Xiaochuan's 5 attacks in a row. Yao Jingdao is the third cultivation of the divine body. How can he start to cultivate the acquired magical powers and remedy his own defects? It is normal to have 5 kinds of magical powers in his body with his talent. Some people are puzzled. The natural enemy snorted coldly and said, "You don't have to wait until your potential is exhausted before you can start to cultivate the acquired magic power. As long as your talent is high enough to be able to use one mind, you can still cultivate the acquired magic power in advance. In this way, when your talent is exhausted, you can immediately use the magic power you have successfully cultivated to make up for it, and you can directly break through the multiple realm." It is the first time that many people have heard of such a thing, and they immediately feel that the gap between genius and mediocrity is even wider. Of course, not everyone can use 2 things at one time. Many people want to cultivate innate magic while cultivating acquired magic, which eventually leads to slow entry, and the speed of cultivation is not as fast as those who are down to earth and step by step. Since Yao Jingdao has cultivated into a basalt war spirit, Ning Xiaochuan is in danger today and is likely to follow his sister's footsteps. If the Marquis Jiangna loses 2 top talents in a row, I'm afraid the Marquis Jiangna will be angry to death. Although Qi Chaner has some good feelings for Ning Xiaochuan, she is not good enough to die for him. Marquis in the Clouds, Lingxi sect and Tianyin sect are all forces like giants, and she can't afford to provoke them. Although she knew Ning Xiaochuan was unlucky today, she could do nothing about it. Maybe she could help him collect his body, so as not to expose him to the wilderness. Ning Xiaochuan has fought with Yao Jingdao for more than 100 moves, and he can't attack the defense of Xuanwu War Gas at all. On the contrary, every attack of Yao Jingdao can cause him no small trauma. Attack with the arms of dragons and elephants, and guard against the air of Xuanwu War. Yao Jingdao is a talent of the younger generation. I'm afraid few of the candidates in this session can beat him. Ning Xiaochuan had another scar on his body, and his body retreated 7 meters, leaving a long scratch on the ground. Yao Jingdao gathered strength with both hands, and the blood-red fog surrounded his body. He snorted coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, now do you understand the gap between us? Believe it or not, I can take your life with 3 more moves. When you die, I will go to Guanyu building to find you Ningxing and have a good talk all night when I return to the imperial city." Jia. Ning Xiaochuan stood up straight, took a deep breath, and said, 3 moves. I'm about as good as taking your life. Haha. Then you have to break the basalt war gas first. Dragon elephant's anger. Behind Yao Jingdao, there is a huge dragon elephant with an elephant body and a dragon's head, which is up to 7 meters high. Yao Jingdao slapped at Ning Xiaochuan, and the dragon elephant behind him was like a shadow, and also stretched out a claw to shoot at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's fingers condensed a sword spirit, and his body became more and more sharp. The whole person seemed to have a kind of transformation, like a humanoid sword. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan used only the sword spirit of the magic sword, but now Ning Xiaochuan understands the sword way above the magic sword. Although there is only a word difference between Jianqi and Kendo, there are earth-shaking changes. Destruction sword wave. Ning Xiaochuan pointed out, wisps of sword meaning gathered from heaven and earth, turned into a white light and flew out. This sword wave is like a white rainbow, penetrating the sun. It is unbreakable and can destroy everything in the world. Poof. Sword wave, penetrating the basalt war gas, stabbed into Yao Jingdao's arm. Pierce the palm of your hand and fly out from behind your shoulder. Yao Jingdao screamed, and his body staggered back. Before he stood still, a palm print wrapped by lightning hit him and printed it on his chest. Poof. Yao Jing vomited blood at the mouth of the road, and his body flew up. The flesh and blood on his chest were burned by lightning, emitting blue smoke. Ning Xiaochuan casually pointed out a sword wave of destruction, which pierced Yao Jingdao's heart, knocked him off the cliff, fell from the top of the mountain outside the demon palace, and disappeared in the clouds. This series of attacks, combined, just 3 moves. Yao Jingdao has been killed, while Ning Xiaochuan is still standing outside the demon palace unharmed. His eyes are very indifferent, and there is no sense of joy in killing the strong enemy. Those martial artists who originally thought Ning Xiaochuan would die were quiet, and their eyes changed significantly when they saw Ning Xiaochuan. The Xuanwu War Qi was unexpectedly broken by him. This is called the invincible defense in the same realm. For 300 years, no one has been able to break the basalt war gas, which is called the most defensive. Is Ning Xiaochuan going to break the myth created by his predecessors today? The natural enemy and several other top masters frowned deeply. The sword wave that Ning Xiaochuan had just displayed was really terrible, almost invincible, even if they could not resist it. What kind of sword wave is this? What magic power is this? Qi Chana was also stunned. Even she thought Ning Xiaochuan was unlucky today, but she didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan had grown to this point during this period of time. It was really shocking. You actually killed the 8th disciple of Yantianhao. Even if Yantianhao doesn't kill you, the other disciples of Yantianhao will strip your muscles and skin, frustrate your bones and ashes. Shuai-chan, the first master of the younger generation of Lingxi sect, said in a deep voice. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Shuai-chan and Hua Ruyue and said, I'm not afraid of Yun Tianhou, and I'll be afraid of his disciples? Kill Xianer, do you think you can leave here safely today? For those who started that night, I want you to pay with blood today. Ning Xiaochuan's voice was cold, sonorous and powerful, like a thunder, which made many people's eardrums numb. Join hands and get rid of him. After saying this, Hua Ruyue turned into a beautiful shadow and stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Her speed is like an illusion. A slender finger stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart, with sharp silver fingernails at the fingertips, like a sharp broken sword. Ning Xiaochuan ran Wu Dao Xian Qi and roared, thunder and bell. Bang down. The sound wave condensed into a huge clock and hit Hua Ruyue's body, shaking her white luo shan up, flying back, falling 10 meters away, and her face was very pale. Hua Ruyue is the most outstanding female disciple of the generation of Tianyin sect, with white jade heart palace. Because of the white blood flowing in her body, her skin looks white and delicate, like a warm jade. If anyone can hold her to bed, she must be a beauty who can squeeze men dry. But Ning Xiaochuan didn't appreciate her beauty at the moment. If she was an enemy, even if she was beautiful, Ning Xiaochuan could lift the butcher's knife and send her to hell. You have sound wave attack, can't I? The woman of the Tianyin sect is best at sound wave attack, and Hua Ruyue is no exception. She takes off the guqin on her back, gently twists the strings with her fingers, and condenses the mysterious qi on the strings. The evil qi and yin qi around the demon palace gathered towards the strings and revolved around her, forming a mysterious cloud. Shua! A sound wave turned into a sword and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. Thunder and bell! Ning Xiaochuan roared loudly and made a huge sound of thunder, shattering the sound wave attack sent by Hua Ruyue. At the same time, Zhuichan's hands overflowed with golden xuanqi, condensed into a trident, and waved towards Ning Xiaochuan. The trident condensed by the mysterious gas seems to be forged from metal, with the light of metal flowing. Shui Yizhen cultivates the 5-element divine body and uses the 5-element golden power. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth kept thundering, and it rained heavily around his body. The moisture condensed into 100 sword qi virtual shadows, just like the sword rain flying in the sky, fighting with Zhuichan. The rain was pouring, and Thor and lightning mingled. Ambush on all sides. Hua Ruyue holds an ancient zither in her hand, her appearance is dignified, her long hair is swaying, her eyes are bright and moving, and she plays a song of god-killing. Sound wave condensed a group of dead bodies in armor and killed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan carried the mysterious qi in his body, gave a long roar, and spit out a huge bell, which is a big clock condensed by sound waves, and hit the dead bodies in armor. Boom! The big clock smashes all the sound waves that Hua Ruyue pops up. Pa. The strings in her hands were broken, and blood flowed from her snow-white fingers. Iron and steel. Zhuichan held up a golden cloud between his hands, condensed into dozens of knives, swords, guns, halberds, and then all stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized 100 swords to fight. Bang, bang. Dozens of sword soldiers and color soldiers condensed by Zhuichan were scattered by the virtual shadow of sword qi. Poof. Among them, a sword qi also pierced Zhuichan's abdomen, leaving a huge blood hole. Zhuichan quickly took a mouthful of yun blood, mobilized xuanqi to seal the wound, and then condensed a long gun in his hand and rushed to kill. Hua Ruyue threw the guqin in her hand directly down the cliff, then condensed a war sword with xuanqi sword, and quickly killed Ning Xiaochuan. The war sword cut dangerously from Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Ning Xiaochuan has cultivated 10,000 swords melt rain to Mahayana, condensing 100 sword qi virtual shadows, wrapping his body, forming a huge sword balloon. Bang! Bang! 3 people scuffle together, so fast that only one shadow is left. Martial artists whose accomplishments have not reached the realm of divine body can't even see their bodies clearly. These 3 people all have the strength to compete for the top 10 of this year, and Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation should be able to steadily enter the top 10. Ning Xiaochuan is killing like a crazy beast now, and he doesn't know whether Hua Ruyue and Zhuichan can stop him. If they can't stop him, I'm afraid that many people will die today in Yunzhongho Mansion, Lingxi sect and Tianyin sect. If Ning Xiaochuan uses the sword wave that killed Jiao Jingdao, I'm afraid Hua Ruyue and Zhuichan can't stand it. That kind of sword wave must consume xuanqi, quite. Ning Xiaochuan is afraid that he can't use it at will at all, otherwise he would have used that kind of sword wave to treat Fu Hua Ruyue and Zhuichan. Among the young martial artists present, there are naturally many masters. Several of them can compete for the top 10 of this year, and their accomplishments are not much weaker than Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Hua Ruyue took the lead to fly out upside down, with 6 scratches on her body and blood flowing all over her, looking very miserable. 2 beautiful girls of Tianyin sect helped her up and wanted to return to the camp of Tianyin sect. Hua Ruyue, where did you escape? Ning Xiaochuan slapped Shuyi-chan and vomited blood. He almost crashed into the gate of the demon palace. His body was also full of blood, and Ning Xiaochuan tore a large scalp off his head. Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid of Shuyi-chan escaping into the demon palace at all, so he pursued Hua Ruyue. Poof! 2 flashes of lightning hit the 2 beautiful girls who supported Hua Ruyue, and their bodies became charred. They fell to the ground and kept twitching, and then there was no sound. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards Hua Ruyue step by step, and said coldly, I have no resentment with you. Why should I kill Xian'er? Does she have resentment with you? The purpose of cultivating martial arts is to kill. Conflicts of power, interests, treasures, and killing occur all the time. Weak force leads to death, strong force leads to life. This is the most normal reason. Hua Ruyue was not afraid, but he was running away from the martial camp of Tianyin sect. Well said, then go to hell. Ning Xiaochuan's hands condensed a huge lightning ball, which bombarded Hua Ruyue's body, tearing her to pieces, leaving only snow-white bones on the ground, like white bones polished from jade. Even the most beautiful woman is not just a bone after death. Ning Xiaochuan had already killed Red Eyes. With a hint, he condensed 100 sword chi virtual shadows, which turned into sword rain. Shua shua. Sword rain flew out and bombarded the 5 Tianyinzong girls who came to rescue Hua Ruyue. The sword chi pierced the bodies of the 5 young girls, and fell straight into a pool of blood, turning them into 5 fragrant bodies. Those talented women of the Tianyinzong were originally prepared to fight Ning Xiaochuan, but when they saw that Ning Xiaochuan killed 5 people without even blinking their eyes, they immediately suppressed them, and for a time, no one dared to fight. Shuyi-chan naturally saw this scene. Ning Xiaochuan's action was too ruthless. Even beauties like Hua Ruyue were killed by him. Shuyi-chan wanted to escape, but in front of him was Ning Xiaochuan and behind him was the demon palace. There were steep cliffs on both sides, and there was nowhere to escape. Elder martial brother, let's help you. 4 martial arts masters of Lingxi sect rushed up. 3 of them were the 9th level of Xuanqi cultivation, and 1 of them had just been promoted to the 1st level of divine body. They are the most powerful 4 under Zhui Yizhen, and they are young talents who call the wind and the rain in Lingxi sect. In the marquee house in the clouds, 3 martial arts masters with the 9th level of Xuanqi rushed up. As for the 6 masters of the divine body realm in the imperial court, they didn't do it, because they were the guardians of Princess Lanfei, and Princess Lanfei didn't mean to fool Ning Xiaochuan, so they naturally didn't dare to do it. A total of 7 young talents condensed Xuanqi swords. Under the joint efforts of the 7, they unexpectedly played an extremely powerful sword wave, like a sword net covering Ning Xiaochuan. Shuyi-chan also saw hope and planned to turn defeat into victory with the power of 7 young talents. Ning Xiaochuan didn't even look at the 7 young talents at all, and went straight to Shuyi-chan. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan made a paw print of the lightning beast, tore up Shuyi-chan's protective body Shangang, raised Shuyi-chan with both hands, and directly threw him down the bottomless cliff. Ah! Shuyi-chan's scream came from the clouds, getting lower and lower, and finally disappeared completely. Treat others in their own way. He knocked Xian'er off the cliff, and Ning Xiaochuan asked him to be buried with Xian'er under the cliff. Falling from the top of the demon palace, not to mention Shuyi-chan, even Wu Zun is afraid to fall seriously. Ning Xiaochuan tightly clenched his fist and stared at Shuyi-chan, who disappeared under the abyss. Finally, the 3 culprits who killed Xian'er were killed by himself. But so what? Let alone the three of them, even the fate of Hou Wuyang in the clouds is not as important as Ning Xiaochuan in Ning Xiaochuan's view. Hoo. Behind him came the sound of 7 swords, breaking the wind. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, suddenly turned around, and a thunder roared in his mouth. A sound wave that shook the ground spread out, shaking the 7 young warriors out. The Xuanqi sword in their hands was smashed and covered their ears. Keep wailing. His ears were full of blood. Ning Xiaochuan found 19 black fire wooden beads from the 7 people, put them on the ground, and then threw them all into the demon palace. Those corpse slaves and hell soldiers in the demon palace immediately rushed up after smelling the bloody smell on the 7 people. In the demon palace, 7 people screamed bitterly, and the martial artists outside were creepy. Soon, those screams were gone. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at the remaining disciples of Yunzhong Hofu, Lingxi sect and Tianning sect. They looked at Ning Xiaochuan as if they were looking at the devil. They fled down the mountain one after another, scrambling for the first place. Several people were squeezed into the abyss, because the mountain road was too dangerous. Although the warriors of Marquis in the clouds, Lingxi sect and Tianning sect were killed and retreated, there were still many people gathered outside the demon palace, all eyeing Ning Xiaochuan covetously. Although they have no grudges with Ning Xiaochuan, they are all interested in the black firewood beads and ancient Dantang on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's strength did scare many people, but he couldn't scare the greedy heart. Ning Xiaochuan fought with the 3 masters, and he had suffered a lot of injuries. All this was seen by several young masters. Several strong men with excellent cultivation were eager to try and ready to fight. Ning Xiaochuan naturally saw all this in his eyes, staring at the natural enemy of the emperor, and said, "Brother Yu, I borrowed 20 black fire wooden beads from you a few days ago, and I promised to double them back to you. Hua Yue and the black fire wooden beads on the warrior who died here are all yours. It's a return to Brother Yu's love of borrowing beads." After Ning Xiaochuan said this, he immediately made those young masters who were ready to fight a little stunned, didn't immediately start, and looked at the natural enemy. Is it true that Ning Xiaochuan and his natural enemies have formed an alliance? Otherwise, why did the natural enemies lend Ning Xiaochuan 20 black fire wooden beads? Ning Xiaochuan is already very powerful. If you add a natural enemy and Princess Lanfei, many people will immediately be wary of rats and dare not take action easily. Natural enemies naturally know that Ning Xiaochuan wants to drag him into the water and use him to intimidate those who are ready to move. Although both Yao Jingdao and Zhui Yichang were thrown off the cliff by Ning Xiaochuan, there were 31 black fire wooden beads on Hua Ruyue's body, which were now scattered on the ground. Plus 19 black fire wooden beads found by Ning Xiaochuan from 7 young fighters, a total of 50. The Tianling whose body was hanging on the pillar of the demon palace may also have no less than 10 black fire wooden beads on his body. Plus the black fire wooden beads on other bodies, the number will not be less than 70. 70 black fire wooden beads. This is the temptation that the natural enemy can't refuse. If he gets these 70 black firewood beads, he may become the leader of this session of examiners. Yu Qing, Yu Shui, you go and put away the black fire wooden beads on the ground for me. By the way, don't forget the black fire wooden beads on Tianling. Search carefully for me, but don't miss one. A man and a woman came out of the Kailan Palace to collect black fire wooden beads. Many martial artists secretly scolded, "You dare to accept so many black fire wooden beads to resist the natural enemies, and you are not afraid of thunder." Although many people are cursing, no one dares to fight against the natural enemy. In their view, the natural enemy is more terrible than Ning Xiaochuan. His cultivation is unfathomable. He reached the 3rd level of the divine body before entering the Homa mountain. Now he is likely to have exceeded this level. The natural enemy stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Brother Ning, you are really a trustworthy person. If you want to borrow something next time, just come to Shaowang." Take the liberty to ask, what is the relationship between Brother Ning and Princess Lanfei now? Many people want to ask this question. Everyone stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Princess Lanfei slightly and said, ally. The natural enemy nodded knowingly. Just when everyone thought that the storm was about to subside, a man with a épée came out of the crowd and walked steadily. Every step on the ground would leave a footprint on the ground. With the sound of his footsteps, the heartbeat of all martial artists on the scene actually synchronized with him. This is the aura that can be achieved only when the cultivation reaches an extremely high level. He walked all the way to Princess Lanfei. His eyes were flat and he said coldly, "Give me the ancient tripod." This sentence is quite calm, but it is particularly strong. If another person said such words to Princess Lanfei, everyone would think he was crazy. But after he said this, he gave people a great sense of oppression. This is the mysterious man Ning Xiaochuan met on the mountain road. His name is Ming Yang and his cultivation is unpredictable. Why should I give you the ancient tripod? Princess Lanfei held the red tripod in her palm. She was proud and stared at the famous sheep straightly without any timidity. Although she was tempered into a half-corpse slave, she still has memory and her temperament remains the same. The famous sheep calmly said, "Because I have the power to kill you." Although Ming Yang didn't fight, every martial artist present could vaguely feel that he was very strong. As for how strong he was, it was unclear. The natural enemy put away the bag containing black fire wooden beads, and then turned and left. He and Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei are just a trade in interests, not life and death allies, so there is no need to stand on the same front with them completely. How arrogant, dare to threaten the current princess. 2 of the 6 guardians standing behind Princess Lanfei jumped up and made a move at the same time. 2 huge claws bombarded the famous sheep. The famous sheep stood straight in place, and the black épée on his back made a slight sound. 6 sword souls escaped from the sword body and flashed away in the air. Poof! Poof! The 2 first heaviest warriors of the divine body who attacked the famous sheep, bled in their 7 orifices, screamed in their mouths, fell to the ground, and their bodies kept twitching. After a long time, they had no breath at all. The body of Ming Yang didn't move. Just the sound of the épée killed the 2 warriors in the realm of divine body. This scene is too weird. Everyone was shocked and speechless, staring at the famous sheep. The natural enemy's eyes were also strong and dignified, and 3 words came out of his mouth: the most kendo. The most invisible sword. Many martial artists don't understand what the most kendo stands for, but those who were born in the prince's mansion suddenly thought of a legend, and their hearts became more shocked. Is this man really practicing the most kendo in front of him? What is the most kendo? Someone asked, puzzled. Kendo is a special way of cultivation. They transfer all the magic powers born in their bodies to the sword body. Cultivating the sword without cultivating people makes kendo more and more powerful, makes the sword psychic, and makes the sword psychic. Is it possible for ordinary people to transfer the magical powers born in their bodies to the sword body? Naturally, it is not possible for ordinary people to do it. This must be a martial artist with a sword body heart palace. Moreover, one of the 10 martial artists with a sword body heart palace may not be able to cultivate the most kendo. Therefore, the most kendo is very rare, but once it appears, it will cause endless rain and wind, which is called the first in the same realm of combat power. Many people are talking about it, and they are quite taboo about the most kendo. The natural enemy said, the sword on his back just now sends out 6 sword shadows, which shows that he has entered the 6 magic powers into the sword body, reaching the 6th level of the divine body. I'm afraid that this candidate will be the leader. Although the natural enemy is arrogant, he never thinks that he can defeat the 6th heaviest master of the divine body, not to mention Ming Yang, who is also the most kendo monk. This is a genius who has gone beyond common sense and beyond the cognition of many people. The famous sheep stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Your sword wave is very powerful, comparable to the most swordsmanship. If you are in the same realm, you must be my best opponent. Give me the ancient Dan Ding and let you live today." He was not discussing with Ning Xiaochuan, but with an ordered tone. The famous sheep exudes a strong self-confidence. Even if the princess standing opposite is the current dynasty, in his view, it is similar to mole ants. Ning Xiaochuan naturally cannot give the ancient Dan Ding to Ming Yang. This Ding is related to the lives of Yusasai and Murong. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a faint smile and slapped on the ancient Dan Tang. Bang! The ancient tripod flew out, fell into the abyss, and fell into the clouds. Ning Xiaochuan's feet suddenly kicked on the ground, trying to return to the demon palace. Only by putting yourself to death can you find a way to live. Ning Xiaochuan's reaction speed is not bad, but the gap between his cultivation and Ming Yang's is too big. Before he retreats into the demon palace, Ming Yang has already stood in front of the demon palace. What a fast body method! The famous sheep's eyes were cold, without any expression. He slowly pinched the épée on his back, and a sense of sword came out of him. The most worldly sword. With one stab of his sword, a huge mirror, directly 10 meters long, was formed in the air. On the mirror, circles of ripples are formed, emitting a vast sword wave. Destruction sword wave. Ning Xiaochuan was fearless, and also pointed out a finger. A sword wave condensed from his fingertips and bombarded the mirror. Ming Yang's sword covers an extremely wide area and can crush everything around the sword chi. Be careful, princess. The 4 guardians stood in front of Princess Lanfei at the same time, forming a human wall, and helped her resist the sword with her body. Poof! The guardians of these 4 divine bodies were instantly crushed by the sword gas, becoming fragmented, and their blood splashed on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei were both hit by the sword qi. Although they all operated the body protector Shangang to protect themselves, the realm gap was too large. Bang! Bang! The 2 men were pierced by the sword qi of the most kendo, and their body was stabbed by several swords. They were blown upside down and fell under the Wanzhong cliff. With just one move, he killed 4 warriors in the realm of divine body, injured 2 masters of the 3rd level of divine body, and hit the top of the blood mountain. This means in the young generation, it can already be regarded as a rebellion. The whole room was silent, and many people were too shocked to speak. One by one, they even stopped breathing. Ning Xiaochuan is so powerful that he was defeated by one move. No way, the gap between the realm is too big. Besides, he also met a strong man who practiced the most kendo, and dying in battle is also a kind of honor. Ning Xiaochuan is too young after all, only 16 years old. With his cultivation speed, he may not be able to catch up with the most kendo friar after 2 years of cultivation, but it's a pity that God didn't give him this opportunity, and finally he died prematurely. The fall of the 2 most outstanding geniuses of the Marquis Jiangya will be a huge blow to the Marquis Jiangya. This most kendo friar doesn't know his name, but he was born in such a way that he cut Ning Xiaochuan with one sword. This sword is enough to make him famous all over the world. Ning Xiaochuan's talent is outstanding, but in the end, it just became a foil to him and made him stronger. This is a shocking reversal. No one expected such a terrible figure to be born, which changed the pattern of the whole assessment. After the examination, his name must spread throughout the Jade Haze Empire. The famous sheep stared at the edge of the cliff and watched Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei disappear in the sea of clouds. His fingers gently touched his chest. There was a small blood hole on his chest, overflowing wisps of hot dew blood. At the last moment, Ning Xiaochuan used the sword wave to destroy the world to puncture the sword spirit of the famous sheep and stab the famous sheep. Ning Xiaochuan and Ming Yang are 3 levels apart, but they can still hurt him. This shows the horror of the world-destroying sword wave. Carrying a Pei, the famous sheep walked down the mountain through the crowd. At this time, those martial artists reacted. You know, the ancient Dantang was beaten down the Blood Mountain by Ning Xiaochuan, and now it must have fallen down the mountain. That's a peerless treasure from the Demon Palace. Even Wu Zun will be moved. Everyone rushed down the mountain to find the ancient tripod. Ning Xiaochuan was stabbed by the sword qi from the famous sheep, which pierced the protective Shangang. The sword qi rushed into his body and seriously injured him. At the same time, he unexpectedly accidentally broke the 4th divine source. The 4th divine source, stimulated by the sword qi, immediately turned into the 4th divine power. Boom! The mysterious qi between heaven and earth madly rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's body, melted into his blood, and gathered in the heart palace of martial arts. Ning Xiaochuan has reached the 4th level of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan was badly hurt. Ming Yang's sword qi almost crushed his body. Although he broke through the realm, he felt great pain all over and fainted at any time. There was a whoosh wind in my ears. He could feel his body falling rapidly. No, I don't want to die. I can't die. Ning Xiaochuan's body gave birth to a strong desire for survival, and he shouted, "Wings of angry wind." The mysterious qi in the body runs madly and condenses behind Ning Xiaochuan. The xuanqi on Ning Xiaochuan's back extended to both sides and degenerated into a pair of nearly transparent light wings, which were 4 meters long. When Ning Xiaochuan controlled the operation of xuanqi, the light wings fanned slowly, like a big bird, slowing down Ning Xiaochuan's falling speed. This is the 4th magical power born by Ning Xiaochuan, the wing of angry wind. Lightning, thunder, heavy rain, strong wind. If there is lightning, there will be thunder. If there is heavy rain, the wind is bound to follow. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth tightly, and with his last will, he tried to control the wings of angry wind, gradually stabilizing his body, making the falling speed slower and slower, and even being able to use his wings to slide on the void. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he hugged his life and didn't fall to death. That would be too oppressive. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy object fell from above and hit Ning Xiaochuan's back. It's Princess Lanfei. She was also seriously injured, and fell off the cliff a moment later than Ning Ogawa. At this moment, she fell on Ning Xiaochuan's back, instinctively opened her hands to hold Ning Xiaochuan's body, and made a dying voice in her mouth, "Save me. Save me." Originally, Ning Xiaochuan was seriously injured. At the moment, she was smashed by Princess Lanfei. Her forehead was black and she was knocked unconscious alive. The two fell straight to the bottom of the mountain. Halfway up the Blood Mountain, there is a steep stone wall with a huge cave cut on it. Mother-in-law, someone fell from it again. No, it's Ogawa, mother-in-law, you hurry to save him. Yusasai stood on the stone wall and looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei who fell down, so she hurriedly begged. The ugly old woman didn't slow down and said, "Why should I save him? How can you be so indifferent?" Royal Sissy said. The ugly old woman said, "Well, if you kneel down to save me, I'll save him." Yusasai's status is noble and her heart is higher than heaven. Even if she sees King Jinping and Emperor Yulan, she can avoid kneeling. She has hardly knelt for anyone since she was young. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei were about to disappear from sight, she was extremely anxious and knelt directly on the ground, asked her mother-in-law to save him. "You are too cheap on your knees. Only stupid women kneel for men." Royal Sissy did not refute but stared at the ugly old woman eagerly. The ugly old woman stood next to Yusasai, bent and as thin as firewood, and slowly stretched out a withered palm. On the palm, a breath escaped, condensing a palm print dozens of meters long, extending to the void, holding Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei in the palm print, and then taking it back to the cave and putting it on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan only felt the extreme pain in his brain. His eyes were dark and his body was cold. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into his body, reducing the pain of his brain. Gradually, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes, and light appeared in front of him. "Ogawa, are you awake?" Yu Cici's fingers pressed on Ning Xiaochuan's wrist, helping him lose gas. Seeing that he woke up, she quietly took back her jade hand and secretly hid it behind her back. Ning Xiaochuan slowly sat up, observed the surrounding scene, and his thoughts slowly returned to his brain. "I didn't die when I fell from the top of the Blood Mountain? Your Highness, you saved me?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Royal Sissy shook her head, looked into the depths of the cave and said, "No, it's my mother-in-law who saved you." Ning Xiaochuan looked down Yu Cici's eyes, and saw the ugly old woman sitting in the cave. In front of her stood a red ancient tripod, which was more than 2 meters high, and flames were burning under the tripod stove. Morong Matchless is adding firewood to the bottom of the danding one by one, complaining about something in his mouth, looking unwilling. Ning Xiaochuan recognized the cauldron, which was the ancient Dan cauldron brought out by him and Princess Lanfei from the demon palace. After hitting the cliff, it unexpectedly fell into the hands of the ugly old woman. This Dan tripod became more and more dazzling under the baking of the flame. On the tripod wall, there were dragon and snake lines, just like hundreds of dragons and snakes walking upstream of the tripod wall. Things brought out of the demon palace are naturally top treasures. Ning Xiaochuan was seriously injured, stopped talking, closed his eyes, turned the dark qi in his body, and began to recover from the injury. There is a mass of medicinal gas in the body. Obviously, this is the healing intermediate pill taken by Yusasai to him. The medicine and Dan qi of this intermediate pill have not been completely dissolved. Under the impact of Ning Xiaochuan's use of xuanqi, the melting speed of intermediate Dan suddenly became faster. With the help of healing intermediate Dan, Ning Xiaochuan's injury will recover faster. The value of an intermediate healing pill is not low. Ning Xiaochuan silently remembered this favor in his heart and thanked Yu Cici. When Ning Xiaochuan completely controlled the injury, he opened his eyes again. The sky had completely darkened, and the cold wind was blowing in the whole Blood Mountain. In the demon palace on the top of the mountain, the cries of Yin soldiers and dragon souls came, which made people have a kind of awe from the heart. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the ugly old woman again. Who is this old woman? Why live alone in this bloody mountain? And she can actually turn the dead into corpse slaves. What does she have to do with the demon palace on the top of the mountain? The old woman is riddled with mysteries. Ning Xiaochuan walked over, bowed respectfully to the ugly old woman and said, "Thank you for saving your life, elder." The ugly old woman slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and said faintly, "Don't thank me. If the girl hadn't knelt down and begged me, I wouldn't save you. If you want to thank her, thank her." Ning Xiaochuan's heart shook and stared at Yusasai. Yusasai's heart was a little flustered, but she still pretended to be calm and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm because you risked your life to go to the demon palace to get the ancient Dan tripod, which can be regarded as saving my life. You save my life, I save your life, we're equal, and no one owes anyone. Brother Chuan, I owe you my life." Morong Wushuang was still chopping firewood, and put the firewood under the tripod. He was so tired that he was sweating, just like a coolie. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes still stared at Yu Cici, deeply bowed, and said, "The kindness of your highness, the princess, Ning Xiaochuan will never forget, and this kindness will be returned to your highness in the future." Yu Cici was a little secretly happy, and let him owe himself a favor. It seemed good, pretending to be indifferent. "This is what you said, I didn't force you." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the ancient tripod and asked, "What is refined in that tripod?" Morong unparalleled look strange, exaggerated expression, people. Refining people? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Morong matchless nodded and continued to add firewood under the tripod, Princess Lanfei. Morong unparalleled voice just fell, inside the Dan Ding, emitting a faint fragrance that is the same as the Dan Qi. The ugly old woman opened her eyes, and two fine rays shot out of her muddy eyes. With a wave of her arm, the Dan Ding cover flew up, and rays of light shot out of it. Bang! Princess Lanfei slowly flew up from the tripod, and her slender and soft body was covered with a layer of Dan fog, suspended above the ancient tripod, her eyes closed, and her pink nose tip was breathing gently. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Elder, is it necessary to refine her into a human pill?" The ugly old woman glanced at him and said, "Didn't you say that I can't completely revive the dead? I'm going to completely refine the corpse gas from her body now, so that she can become a real living person." For a mental therapist, the greatest honor is to have the means to bring the dead back to life. Every major mental therapist is working hard for this goal. The ugly old woman is also a great spiritual trainer. Naturally, she hopes that she can really bring people back to life, which will be a proof of strength for her. Use the power of ancient Dan Ding to refine the corpse qi on the half-corpse slave. Princess Lanfei's body slowly fell to the ground. Royal Sissy quickly wrapped a robe around her, and then put her down on the stone bed and lay down smoothly. With another wave of the ugly old woman's arm, the Dan Ding cover fell back and restrained the Dan Ding again. Although it was already dark, Ning Xiaochuan left this cave and came to the blood pool at the foot of the blood mountain. Standing by the blood pool, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at the waterfall flying down from the clouds. "Xiner, even if you are dead, brother will find your body and take you back to the marquee house of the sword pavilion." Ning Xiaochuan's feet sent out mysterious qi. His body jumped more than 6 meters high and fell between the cliffs to find Ning Xiner's bones. At the edge of the 5-color miasma forest, Ning Xiaochuan found a female corpse whose flesh and blood were blurred. Most of her body was eaten by beasts, and she could not distinguish her appearance completely. No. Not Xiner. Ning Xiaochuan continued to search, and found several female corpses, some of which were poisoned by highly toxic drugs, and some of which were killed by other martial artists. I searched for it in the middle of the night and found nothing. When Ning Xiaochuan returned to the blood pool again, he suddenly saw a red light floating above the blood pool, and his mouth issued a cry of resistance. "Ow, ow." It's the red dragon, covered with auspicious clouds, with a pair of flesh wings on its back, gently fanning in the air. It flies above the blood pool, and its eyes are patrolling around, as if looking for something. When Ning Xiaochuan found it, his eyes also stared at Ning Xiaochuan. He was immediately happy and made a "ow, ow" sound in his mouth. Huh? In the past, this little dragon would be quite afraid to see him. Why is he so happy today? The red dragon stretched out a small claw and pointed in a direction in the night, and made a "ow, ow" sound in his mouth. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan couldn't understand his voice, he was so anxious that he kept scratching his head, and then flew in the direction it just pointed. "Does it want to take me somewhere?" Ning Xiaochuan's back condensed a pair of fuzzy wings, flapping the wings, catching up with the red dragon. The red dragon flew faster and faster, shuttling between the dangerous cliffs and cliffs, flying to the top of a girl's head, staring at the girl below with joy, and uttering another cry. The girl standing below was Ning Xiner, who was wearing thin clothes and long black hair. She raised her small face and said, "Xiao Hong, have you found my brother's bones?" Red Bruce Lee was so angry that he smoked on his head that he shook his head hard and nodded hard again. Ning Xiner frowned her lovely eyebrows and said, "Why do you shake your head and nod your head? Xiao Hong, what are you going to say?" "Ow, ow." The red dragon opened his eyes, was very angry, made a hard gesture, and uttered a cry. Ning Xiner seemed to understand something and said, well, I won't call you Xiaohong in the future. By the way, Xiaohong, what did you mean by nodding just now? Did you find my brother's bones? Red Bruce Lee was so angry that he almost fainted. He really didn't like others to call him Little Red, but he was helpless. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to be determined to call him this name, and couldn't change it at all. Xiaohong had to nod in frustration. You really found my brother's bones? Where? You take me. Ning Xiaochuan's flat lips, a pair of round eyes with water droplets, voiced some sobs, very unwilling to accept this fact. Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan caught up, put away the wings of the angry wind, fell to the ground, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan from a distance. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's cry, Ning Xiaochuan quickly wiped away her tears. She couldn't believe it. She turned her head and stared at the floating boy standing in the distance. The tears in her eyes couldn't help flowing down. Brother! Ning Xiaochuan flew into Ning Xiaochuan's arms and held Ning Xiaochuan tightly with a pair of small hands, as if she was afraid that her brother would disappear if she let go. Brother, is it really you? Aren't you kidding, Xiaochuan? Aren't you turning into a ghost to scare Xiaochuan? Ning Xiaochuan raised her tearful face, stared at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, and then stretched out her hand to constantly touch Ning Xiaochuan's face. After confirming that Ning Xiaochuan was really alive, she burst into tears. I overheard those martial artists who participated in the examination say that you were killed by a sword of the most kendo martial artist, and fell down from the top of the mountain, leaving no bones. But I didn't believe it, so I searched and searched in the mountain every day, trying to find the bones of my brother and bring them back to the Marquis house for burial. Xiaochuan couldn't give up her brother, and Xiaochuan wouldn't leave her brother, absolutely not. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was moved, his fingers gently touched her hair and said, I was saved by an elder expert and didn't fall to death in the mountains. By the way, you weren't knocked down the waterfall by Yao Jindao, Zhuichan and Hua Ruyue. Why did you escape from death? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Xiaohong and said, when I fell from the top of the waterfall, I just fell on Xiaohong's back, so I escaped. What a coincidence. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the red dragon, caught it, pinched its neck, and asked in a deep voice, what is your intention? Why do you deliberately approach my sister? As soon as the red dragon froze, a pair of small claws kept gesturing, and his mouth made a ow-ow sound, as if he was explaining something. Ning Xiaochuan said, brother, don't be so fierce, to Xiaohong. I asked him. He was bathing under the waterfall and was accidentally hit by me. In the final analysis, I have to thank him. Red Bruce Lee nodded hard and stared at Ning Xiaochuan complaining. It was like saying, you really misunderstood, Ben Long is innocent. Ning Xiaochuan no longer quarrels with the red dragon. Since Xiaochuan is still alive, it's the best thing. The dark night sky suddenly became more and more red, like being rendered into the color of blood. In the demon palace at the top of the Blood Mountain, the shrill cries of corpse slaves, soldiers, and giant dragons were crying. Their eyes were staring at the blood-red sky, and their voices spread all over the fire demon mountains. Hell! Those mysterious beasts in the fire demon mountain seemed to sense something, and howled loudly into the sky. The whole Homa mountain is boiling. Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Xiaochuan both looked up at the sky. An hour ago, the sky was still black. Now, the sky has completely turned blood red, scarlet, and frightening. A force that oppresses people's hearts emanates from the demon palace and spreads throughout the Homa mountains, and even extends to the entire Yulan Empire. Yulan Empire, the strong ones who have reached the cultivation of Wuzun, all feel the terrible smell from the fire demon mountain. One after another, the old warriors walked out of the closed pass and stood high to look at the direction of the fire demon mountains. They saw a blood-red cloud condensing in the sky, forming the shape of a huge heart, like a magic fire burning. This is a bad omen. It seems that after 800 years of prosperity, the Yulan Empire will not be peaceful at last. In the imperial city, an old Taoist stood on the top of a vermilion palace, with a thick sadness in his eyes. At the same time, an order was sent from the Heavenly Emperor Academy to the Fire Demon Mountain. The 1-month assessment period is over. At the bottom of the Blood Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan also had an ominous feeling in his eyes. He took Ning Xiner's hand and said, "Go. Leave here first. I feel that something big will happen soon." Ning Xiaochuan took Ning Xiner to the cliff cave where the ugly old woman lived. The ugly old woman stood on the edge of the cave and looked at the blood-red sky. Her face was dignified. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said solemnly, "Where did you get the pills in the ancient tripod when you took it?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I was eaten by a huge heart." After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, the ugly old woman was not surprised at all, but sighed, "It's true. It seems that it is going to break through the suppression of the demon palace and run out in advance." Ning Xiaochuan asked, curiously, "What do you mean by it?" The ugly old woman didn't answer Ning Xiaochuan, and her temper became cold and fierce again. She said, "You leave tomorrow and leave the Homa Mountains. This is not the place you should come." With these words, the ugly old woman took the ancient tripod, left a stone cave and disappeared into the darkness. I don't know where she went. She didn't come back until dawn. "Brother, ugly mother-in-law, where has she gone?" Ning Xiner asked. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. "We can't guess what she does. Since she told us to leave the Homa Mountain, we'd better leave early. The demon palace at the top of the mountain has subsided, and the sky has returned to its original color, but Ning Xiaochuan always feels that the Homa Mountain has become different from before, and it will be quite dangerous to stay here again." Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiner, Morong Wushuang, Yusasai, and of course Princess Lanfei, a group of 5 people, shuttled through the 5-color miasma forest and walked carefully outside the vein of the burning demon mountain. There is a corpse slave guarding the underground cave leading to the Dragon Meteor Valley. Inside the cave, there was always the howling of corpse slaves, which cracked the hole and seemed to rush out of it at any time. Naturally, the 5 people did not dare to go through that stone cave again. They could only break through the 5-color miasma forest. Fortunately, the cultivation of the 5 of them was not weak, and they did not encounter any danger along the way. Princess Lanfei's state was very strange. She was refined by the ancient Dan tripod and absorbed a lot of ancient Dan qi into her body. Her cultivation unexpectedly improved to a level, reaching the 4th level of the divine body. However, she didn't speak all the way, but occasionally stared at Ning Xiaochuan with hate eyes and kept grinding her teeth. Ning Xiaochuan always felt his vest chilly. Every time he turned his head, he could see Princess Lanfei's angry eyes, as if Ning Xiaochuan owed her a lot of money. Has she remembered that she had her head cut off with a knife that night? The ugly old woman said that Princess Lanfei would completely become a living person from a half-corpse slave after being refined in the ancient Dan Ding, so it was normal for her to remember her last death at the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. But what Ning Xiaochuan didn't know was that Princess Lanfei did recover a lot of memories, but her memory was only restored to the moment when Ning Xiaochuan picked up her skirt with a sword. That is to say, after Ning Xiaochuan picked her skirt with a sword whether to kill her or sleep her, she didn't know at all. All she knew was that when she woke up again, she would lie on the stone bed, aching all over and weak limbs. Moreover, she also found her clothes not far from the stone cave, which became very ragged with blood stains. She went crazy when she saw the blood on her clothes. She will understand. She will understand it all. It was for this reason that her heart was quite angry, and she wanted to break Ning Xiaochuan, who had taken her virginity. But her injury hasn't healed yet. Now she can only bear it. When she returns to the imperial city, there will be many ways to kill Ning Xiaochuan. When the 5 people walked out of the 5-color miasma forest and came to the assembly place designated at the beginning of the Tiandi Academy, the assessment was over, so the assessors had been picked up. We're late. I'm afraid everyone thinks we've died in the Fire Demon Mountain. Brother Chuan, what should we do now? Morong Wushuang asked. Ning Xiaochuan said, we can only rush back to the imperial city by ourselves, and we must be fast. Once the examination is over, the gate of heaven will be closed. Even if we have black fire wooden beads, we can't become disciples of the Emperor's Academy. Ning Xiaochuan took out a cloth bag, which contained a total of 85 black firewood beads, 6 of which were obtained from the nest of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion, 20 were borrowed from the natural enemy, and the rest were found from the second leader of the Dark Imperial City and Princess Lan Fei. Ning Xiaochuan gave Yusasai and Morong matchless a black fire wooden bead respectively. As long as you have black fire wooden beads, you can enter the Tiandi Academy. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a while, and finally gave Princess Lan Fei a black fire wooden bead. Although Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lan Fei are in a hostile relationship, Ning Xiaochuan killed her once after all. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, the gratitude and resentment between the two have been cleared. If she dares to fight against Ning Xiaochuan again, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't mind killing her again. After Princess Lan Fei accepted the black fire wooden bead, she stared at Ning Xiaochuan fiercely and said, I deserve this black fire wooden bead. Ning Xiaochuan, we are not finished yet, and I will make you regret what you did to me that night. With these words, Princess Lan Fei dodged and disappeared into the jungle. Morong Wushuang and Yusasai stared at Ning Xiaochuan curiously, their eyes were a little ponderous and full of questions. Brother Chuan, what happened that night? Did you do something else before you cut off her neck? Did you deliberately not tell us that paragraph? Morong Wushuang showed considerable interest. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, Princess Lan Fei's state is very unstable, and she may still be a half-corpse slave, so her mind should be greatly damaged. It's normal for her to say some strange words. Let's stop worrying about this matter and leave the Fire Demon Mountain first. The 4 of them hurried out of the Huama Mountains and rushed to the Imperial City. A red dragon followed them furtively, and also walked out of the Huama Mountains. He looked up at the 4 people in front of him, and also flew towards the Imperial City. Ow, ow. After the 10 chapters are updated, everyone give the monthly ticket to Lao Jiao. If the monthly ticket exceeds 100 chapters, it will continue to explode tomorrow. Life never ends, writing never ends. At the end of the 1-month assessment period, all the young talents who participated in the assessment returned to the Imperial City and gathered outside the Tianmen Gate again. It was a sea of people. Outside the Tianmen Gate, on a jade platform, this is the Shintai that opened the Tianmen Gate, which has a history of thousands of years. On the jade, there are many seats, gathered countless big people. They all looked down. The patriarch of the sect, the head of the Wu mansion, the kings and marquis, and even the Jade Orchid Emperor all arrived in person, sitting at the top of the jade platform, with a sense of majesty in the world. Of course, in addition to these big men, some scholars from the Emperor's Academy also appeared on the jade platform, one by one with extraordinary bearing, looking at the young martial artists below, looking for excellent seedlings. There are people at the level of vice president in the 4 courtyards of the Tiandi Academy. On the square, more than 30,000 young fighters stood. They have just returned to the Imperial City, and most of them are very embarrassed. Some are seriously injured, some become disabled, and some are dead and wrapped in a shroud. Only a few top players can't see the injury. On the jade platform, the kings and princes gathered together, wearing luxurious robes and sitting on chairs. The strength of the earth force on their bodies escaped, distorting the surrounding air. Therefore, those martial artists under the jade platform can't see the real bodies of those big people at all. With a shallow smile on his face, Tiang Xianghe talked to a prince sitting next to him. Just now I have asked the young martial artist of Tiang Xianghe Mansion. This time, 2 people in our Tiangxianghe mansion got black fire wooden beads and could enter the Tiandi Academy. These 2 people are the 2 heroes I was optimistic about at the beginning, and really didn't disappoint me. Zhen Tianhao laughed and said, our Zhen Tianhao mansion will shine brightly this time. I'm afraid there are 4 children entering the Tiandi Academy. The Marquis of Heaven motioned to Zhen Tianhao to look to the left. Zhen Tianhao glanced at Jiang Ho sitting in the upper corner of the left side, with a thoughtful smile on his face. He nodded with Tianxianghe with deep meaning, and whispered, I heard that Jiang Ho's house was in great trouble and was nearly killed by Yun Tianho's house. Look at old Ning's face, ha ha. I'm afraid he will become angry and hurt internally this time. Do you think you will fight Yu Wuyang? The Marquis of the Sky smiled and said, Yu Wuyang may not feel good either. The Marquis in the Clouds originally had a weak foundation, but several elites who were hard to cultivate were killed by the little tuberculosis of the Marquis in the Sword Pavilion. It is said that even the legitimate disciples of Yu Wuyang were killed by the little tuberculosis. Zhen Tianhao said, shouldn't Jiang Ho cry more? Ning Xiaochuan's brother and sister are all extremely talented people who have hit the top 10 of this year. If they grow up in the future, the strength of Jiang Ho's mansion may expand a lot. Unfortunately, both of them died in the Homa Mountains, which is a huge blow to Jiang Ho. Ning Xiaochuan killed 5 masters of the younger generation, the second leader of the Dark Imperial City, Tianling, Yao Jindao, Zhuichan, and Hua Ruyue. This made Ning Xiaochuan's name spread to the ears of all kings and lords, and became a synonym for supreme genius. However, such a genius did not shine, and had fallen into the Fire Demon Mountains, but achieved the reputation of another outstanding man. Famous Sheep, the most kendo successor. With one sword, Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Lanfei were killed, which made them famous all over the world. Become the most eye-catching person among the candidates this year. Jiang Ho sat on his seat and stopped listening to the voices around him, but he seemed very calm and suppressed the anger and pain in his heart. He loves Ning Shiner and Ning Xiaochuan most. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's recovery from fetal disease, he was inexplicably happy and looked forward to this assessment. But what he didn't expect was that their brother and sister both died in the Homa Mountain. If they had known such an outcome, they should not have been allowed to participate in the assessment. Ming Yang, it's really not easy for this boy to cultivate the most kendo, but this time he also offended a big man in Jiang'a Marquis Mansion and the royal family. I'm afraid someone will assassinate him. Zhen Tianhao said. Marquis Tianxiang laughed and said, Famous Sheep has been taken in by a master of the Academy of the Emperor of Heaven. He should be brought into the gate of heaven today. I'm afraid it's not easy for the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion to kill him. This kind of extreme genius is the pet that everyone strives for. This assessment can be described as several joys and several sorrows. There are enough dozens of people from some major forces who have been admitted to the Tiandi Academy, which makes everyone happy. But like the Marquis in the Sword Pavilion, the Marquis in the Cloud, and the Heavenly Sound sect, they all suffered heavy losses. How can they be in the mood to laugh? A brave man in white armor stood in the middle of the jade platform, holding a just-counted booklet in his hand, and read out, the assessment of the Heavenly Emperor Academy was successfully completed, with 84,570 participants. After the assessment, 35,847 survived. A total of 1685 martial artists were assessed to enter the Heavenly Emperor Academy. Tomorrow morning, the Tiandi Academy will publish the list to the world. The list of the top 10 will also be published at the same time. All martial artists who are assessed to enter the Tiandi Academy will have a 7-day holiday. After 7 days, if they have not entered the Tianmen Academy, they will be regarded as automatically giving up becoming students of the Tiandi Academy. Yinggu Man closed the booklet in his hand and presented it to Emperor Yulan. Emperor Yulan simply glanced at the list on the booklet, wrote down the top 10 names, then closed the booklet and said, I declare that this examination of the Heavenly Emperor Academy is officially over. Everyone began to leave. Some royal mansions were discussing inviting guests, and a celebration banquet was held tonight. Some sect elders are discussing how to reward the disciples who are close to the Heavenly Emperor Academy. This is a crazy feast, but for many people, it is not a happy person. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, a person from the Marquis of Jiangya entered the Tiandi Academy. This is really a great event. With a cold smile on his face, the leader of Lingxi sect paid homage to the sword pavilion. Yu Wuyang walked with Lingxi Patriarch, with a cold expression on his face. Everyone knows that Lord Lingxi is sarcastic about the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. There is only one martial artist in such a large Jiangya Marquis mansion who has been admitted to the Tiandi Academy. What is it worth congratulating? A total of 75 people took part in the examination in the Marquis of Jiangya, and only 6 people came back alive, which was a huge blow to the Marquis of Jiangya. The forces hostile to the Marquis of Jiangya naturally came to ridicule. The Marquis of Jiangya coldly stared at the leader of Lingxi sect and said, "You are in a happy mood? Your first young master of Lingxi sect has not been killed by our descendants of the Marquis of Jiangya. How many people of Lingxi sect have been admitted to the Heavenly Emperor Academy?" Lingxi sect also suffered heavy losses in this assessment. The top master was almost killed by Ning Xiaochuan. Lingxi sect leader sneered, "At least many disciples of Lingxi sect are alive. Unlike your generation of geniuses in Jiangya Marquis Mansion, they are almost dead. I'm afraid that Jiangya Marquis Mansion is going to decline. Then we'll see." The cold way of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Just when everyone began to leave one after another, a golden lion with a roaring moon rushed into the imperial city with an ancient car, smashed countless stalls on the street, and sped away in the direction of Tianmen. Not long after, this ancient car came to the gate of heaven and stopped. Roar! Morong's unparalleled arm tightly pulled the iron chain, and the roaring moon, golden lion, pulled the car suddenly stopped fiercely. The 2 hoofs in front of him raised, almost standing up, and his mouth gave a long roar up to the sky. Morong Wuxuan jumped out of the ancient car and shouted in the direction of the white jade platform, "The assessment is not over yet, and there are still people coming back from the assessment." Hearing this long howl, all the people who were going to leave stared at Morong unparalleled. Lingxi Patriarch was competing with Jiangya Ho in terms of language. He was very unhappy. When he heard a hairy boy shouting outside the gate of heaven, he immediately shouted to Morong Wuxuan regardless of his identity and said, "Don't you know that loud noise is forbidden outside the gate of heaven?" Morong Wuxuan was not afraid at all and said, "Aren't you also making a noise?" Lingxi sect leader was speechless for a moment, and consciously had a share in quarreling with the younger generation. As soon as blush, he stopped talking, but gave Morong unparalleled a fierce stare. A vice president of the Tiandi Academy was interested in Morong Wuxuan. It was rare for such a brave young man to dare to scold a person at the level of the patriarch, so he said kindly, "Young man, are you also the examiner of the Fire Demon Mountain?" Morong unparalleled nodded and took out the number plate in his arms, "Examiner 250, Morong unparalleled." The vice president of the Tiandi Academy slightly motioned to let people check the number plate in Morong Wuxuan's hand. After checking Morong's matchless number plate, the martial artist nodded to the deputy hospital master. The vice president of Tiandi Academy said curiously, "You didn't arrive at the meeting place at the specified time, so you came back from the Fire Demon Mountain by yourself?" "A little late." Morong Matchless said, something embarrassed. "Hey! You're a little late." The eyes of the vice president of Tiandi Academy were helpless. This situation was unexpected. Emperor Yulan had announced that the examination was over, so even if someone came back from the Homa Mountain, he was naturally not qualified to become a student of Tiandi Academy. Just when everyone didn't know whether to collect Morong unparalleled. Another 3 ancient cars sped into the imperial city one after another and came to the gate of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan, UCC, and Ning Xiaochuan came down from the ancient car one after another and walked quickly in the direction of the jade platform. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth burst into a thunder-like voice, and he said in a long voice, "The assessment is not over yet, and there are still people who have participated in the assessment and come back." After Ning Xiaochuan and others walked out of the Huama Mountains, they immediately rushed to the nearest town, bought 4 ancient cars, and hurried back to the imperial city crazily. The roaring moon lion car driven by Murong Unparalleled was the fastest, so it entered the imperial city one step ahead of Ning Xiaochuan and others. Kneel for a monthly ticket. The return of Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiaochuan, UCC, and others was beyond everyone's expectation, which made the martial artists outside the gate of heaven look at each other, and even those princes and patriarchs felt surprised. Some people are shocked, some people are overjoyed. Boom! After a long time, the fighters in the whole square were boiling. Princess Cici came back alive. Didn't Ning Xiaochuan be killed by famous sheep? It is said that Ning Xiaochuan was not beaten down by the 3 masters, and her bones did not exist. Why did she also come back? Everyone looked at the 4 young talents standing on the square, all talking, and their faces were full of unbelievable expressions. The happiest person present was the old Marquis of Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. The wrinkles on his old face were completely stretched out, like 10 years younger, twisting his beard and laughing. "My lord," the old minister felt that although their 4 children came back a step late, they could walk out of the fire demon mountains alone. This courage and belief is quite commendable, and they should be given a chance. The leaders of several major forces who made friends with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion also spoke to Emperor Yulan one after another. The Duke of Nanyang Marquis said, "The Emperor of Heaven Academy should have selected the best talents and included the top talents. Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Xiaochuan of Jiangnan Marquis are well-deserved young heroes, and their talents should not be wasted." The head of the 6th Xuanwu Mansion said, "The time for the end of the examination is today, and now the sun is not setting, which shows that they are back at the right time. It is all providence." Yu Wuyang was quite unhappy, and said in righteous words, "Since the emperor has announced the end of the examination, then the examination is over. Don't joke, do you understand?" King Jinping stood on the jade platform, wearing Jinping magic armor, and his body exuded a momentum of rough waves. Just a cold hum shocked Yu Wuyang to step back. Seeing this scene, those big men dared not speak, knowing that King Dajinping was about to speak. In the Yulan Empire, few people dare to challenge King Dajinping. Even the domineering Marquis Yu Wuyang in the cloud is still not enough to see in front of King Dajinping. Yu Sisai walked up to King Dajinping, bowed down and said, "Daughter, I've seen my father. Just come back, just come back." King Dajinping doted on Yu Sisi very much. Seeing that she didn't come back from the fire demon mountains, he was actually very sad. At this moment, seeing that his favorite daughter came back safely, the haze in King Dajinping's heart was naturally swept away, and he was very happy. There is no need for King Dajinping to speak at all. Those princes in the first series of King Dajinping's mansion have already begun to intercede for Yu Sisai, Ning Xiaochuan and others, and have made long speeches, hoping that Emperor Yulan can give them a chance. Boom! At this time a green deer carriage sped into the square. Princess Lanfei got down from the car and went straight to the white jade platform. She knelt down in front of Emperor Yulan and said, "My son, see my father." When Yulan saw Princess Lanfei, a smile finally appeared on his face and said, "Princess Feier has also come back, which makes this matter even more difficult for the emperor." The emperor should not have intervened in the enrollment of students in the emperor's academy, but today, the civil and military officials of the Manchu dynasty all said that they would give them a chance, or there would be 4 vice-presidents to rule on this matter. Since Emperor Yulan announced that the examination was over, he could not take back this sentence. However, if he pushes this matter to the 4 vice presidents of the Tiandi Academy, how the 4 vice presidents make decisions is no longer his business. Although the status of the 4 vice hospital owners is transcendent, they don't dare to know the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion and the King of the Great Jinping at the same time, not to mention the Jade Orchid Emperor who has a clear attitude. Therefore, when Yulan Emperor handed over the decision to them, everyone understood that Princess Lanfei, Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Sisai, and others had the qualification to enter the Tiandi Academy. One of the vice hospital owners came out and announced that the 5 of them could enter the Tiandi Academy to practice. Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Siner, Yu Sisai, Princess Lanfei, and Murong Peerless all presented their collected black fire wooden beads and officially became a member of the Emperor of Heaven Academy. After saying goodbye to Murong Matchless for a while, Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Shiner both walked in front of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, deeply bowed to the old Marquis, and said, "Grandpa, just come back. If you have anything to say, wait until you return to the Marquis." At the moment, the Marquis of Jianghe was in a very happy mood. Facing the Marquis of Nanyang and the head of the 6 Xuanwu mansion in the distance, he said, "Brother Nanyang, the head of the mansion, tonight, the Marquis of Jianghe mansion is having a big celebration banquet. Why don't we have a drink together?" The South Ape Ho and the head of the 6 Xuanwu mansion shook their heads with a smile and said, "We're going to have a celebration banquet tonight, so we won't go." The Marquis of the Sword Pavilion was not reluctant. A pair of old eyes stared at the Lingxi Patriarch and said, "Patriarch, don't you congratulate me?" Lingxi Lord was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and left. Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Shiner followed behind the Marquis of Jianghe, and were about to return to the Marquis house. A young man in golden armor came face to face. "It is the natural enemy." The Emperor's eyes fixed on Ning Xiaochuan, and calmly said, "After entering the Emperor's Academy, there will be a battle to determine the final strength ranking of this year's candidates, and this year's leader will also be born at that time. You will be my strong enemy, and I hope you can become stronger at that time." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I thought you would target famous sheep." The natural enemy said, "Ming Yang's talent and cultivation exceed us too much. It's unrealistic to want to defeat him in a short time." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I lost my sword in his hand, and I will return it in the future. See you at the beginning of school." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan turned and left. The natural enemy stared at Ning Xiaochuan's leaving figure, with a faint smile on his face. What a good Ning Xiaochuan, but a good opponent. Ning Xiaochuan dares to take famous sheep as the goal of struggle, why don't I dare? Yudi's eyes became especially firm, and then he left, surrounded by a group of servants. That night, a celebration banquet was held in the Marquis's mansion in the Jianghe, and countless guests were invited. The lights were bright and lively. In addition to Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Shiner, there is also a genius who was also admitted to the Emperor of Heaven Academy. She is the second favorite daughter of the Marquis of Jianghe, Ning Meyer. In the Fire Demon Mountain, she achieved the first level of spiritual cultivation. The party didn't end until after midnight. The servants of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion sent all the guests away. Ning Xiaochuan naturally drank too, but he didn't drink much. After returning to his residence, he didn't lie in bed to sleep, but took out the ice jade bottle and poured a drop of Wu Zun's blood from it. A drop of Wu Zun's blood, suspended in the palm of his hand, absorbed into his body and began to harden. Wu Daoxian Qi wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body and turned into a huge Xian balloon. There are 7 days before entering the Tiandi Academy. If you can grasp these 7 days, you should still be able to make great progress in cultivation. At the beginning of the school war, it is likely to have a head-on collision with famous sheep, which makes Ning Xiaochuan's heart stronger and more urgent. With the character of Ming Yang, even the princess of the current dynasty dares to kill. In the war of opening school, it is likely to kill Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to be able to defeat Ming Yang, but wants to cultivate in 7 days to the extent that he can save his life under the sword of Ming Yang. The next day, in the morning. Dong dong. The door was knocked. Ning Xiaochuan opened the door and saw a graceful woman standing outside the door. She was slightly surprised and said, Ning Meyer. Ning Meyer is actually very beautiful. Although she can't compare with Royal Sissy and Princess Lanfei, she is definitely a beauty sought after by many men. She is 1 year older than Ning Xiaochuan, and can be regarded as Ning Xiaochuan's cousin. She has a sexy and ready lips, and her eyes are particularly bright. She said, Xiaochuan, the teachers of the Heavenly Emperor Academy should have published the list of examinations. Why don't we go outside the gate of heaven to have a look? Ning Meyer had never seen Ning Xiaochuan before. This was her first time to the house where Ning Xiaochuan lived. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, no. Anyway, the list published now is only for outsiders to see, and there is no reference value. At the beginning of school, there will be a school war. That time is the time to really test the strength of students. During this period, you should also work hard to improve your accomplishments and achieve excellent results in the school war. A servant has copied back the list. Brother, you have a total of 82 black fire wooden beads, ranking 7th in this year's candidates. Ning Xiaochuan came to the door holding the list, and stared at Ning Meyer with some displeasure. How did this annoying woman come to her brother? Before Ning Xiaochuan's fetal disease recovered, Ning Meyer was not less cynical about Ning Xiaochuan, and Ning Xiaochuan naturally had no good feelings for her. Wow! Ogawa, you're great! You've won great honor for our Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. The old man of Marquis Mansion will certainly give you a lot of rewards. Ning Meyer said happily. The list published now, although not the most fair presentation of the strength of each candidate, is a great honor for the candidate's family and clan. This is a big happy event, just as exciting as being admitted to a champion. Not surprisingly, many people will come to the door today to congratulate. In the evening, the Marquis of Jiangnan will also hold a celebration banquet, and I'm afraid more guests will be invited. Ning Xiaochuan came over from a distance and said with a smile, it's great that you three are here, so that I don't have to look for you separately. Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Meyer, and Ning Xiaochuan all bowed to Ning Xiaochuan and respectfully shouted, Third Uncle. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Ning Xiaochuan with an expression of appreciation in his eyes and said, Good boy, good. It's a huge face for us to be admitted to the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. However, you have to continue to refuel. With your talent, it's a shame if you don't enter the top 3. The third uncle taught me very well. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, his face became serious, and said, You have all been admitted to the Tiandi Academy, which is the honor of our Marquis House of Jiangnan. Naturally, the Marquis House will not treat you badly. Each of you can get a xuanqi as a reward. As for the xuanqi of what grade you can get, it depends on your eyesight and luck. Let's go. I'll take you to the 7-star treasure cave now. 7 days later, when you enter the Tiandi Academy, there will definitely be a war for the beginning of school. If you can find an ancient mysterious weapon in the 7-star treasure cave, your combat power will be greatly improved. There is a very depressing thing. Lao Jiao will explain it here. It was the service area of the bookstore that broke down, so that the first chapter on the shelves became the comments on the shelves written by Lao Jiao. Therefore, many book friends did not understand why Princess Lanfei was beheaded, but was actually skipped by the server. This matter makes me mad and almost swear. Now 10,000 grass mud horses are crawling in my heart. If you don't see chapter 90, you can go and read it now. Now it's changed. Here, Lao Jiao carefully apologizes to everyone. The 7-star treasure cave, which is left by the ancestors of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion, has a history of thousands of years. Since ancient times, the ancestors of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion fought in the south and north, killed the enemy and wiped out many hostile forces. After that, they stored the soldiers they got in the 7-star treasure cave. Over time, no one knows how many soldiers are there in the 7-star treasure cave. Among them, there are precious ancient Xian ware, as well as vulgar ware made of ordinary iron. Only truly outstanding talents and heroes who have made great contributions to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion are eligible to enter the 7-star treasure cave for treasure hunting. What level of treasure can you find? It all depends on luck and eyesight. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan will take Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Shiner and Ning Meyer to the outside of the 7-star treasure hunt cave. Outside the cave, under the ancient Wutong tree, there are 2 stone platforms on which 2 old men in cloth clothes sit. These 2 old men are over 100 years old, white-haired, wrinkled, with a thick layer of dust on their clothes, and spider webs on their necks, ears and collars. They didn't know how long they had sat under the tree. It was estimated that they hadn't moved their bodies for several months. They closed their eyes tightly, like 2 rocks that never moved. Ning Xiaochuan bowed to the 2 old men, then turned around and said to Ning Xiaochuan, "You can now enter the 7-star treasure cave. Remember that there is no danger in the cave. Some powerful mysterious weapons have been spirited, and even take the initiative to attack people. Ning Xiaochuan has seen the highest grade Xuanqi is 4 grade Xuanqi, but it was seen in the Xuanqi Hall of Jinping Yangxin Hall, and he didn't even have a chance to touch it. But Ning Xiaochuan can be sure that the 4th grade Xuanqi has certainly not reached the level of channeling. Grade, how high is the Xuanqi that can communicate spiritually and attack people actively?" Ning Xiaochuan walked into the 7-star treasure hunt cave with a curious heart. After entering, there were 7 doors in it. The 3 of them each chose a door to go in, and Ning Xiaochuan chose the left door. Walking into the cave, it was dark in front of me. My fingers could only touch the cold stone wall, and I heard the echo of footsteps. Ning Xiaochuan deeply sniffed the air in the cave, smelled a pungent smell of corpses, and felt gloomy around. It was not like coming to the treasure cave, but like entering a Millennium Corpse cave. Walking about 30 meters in front, I saw half of the body lying on the ground. The blood and flesh had been withered, and a war sword was still inserted on the body. This sword is 4 feet long and dark. 9 basalt particles are embedded on the handle, emitting a faint light. Choke. Ning Xiaochuan took the sword out of the body, pinched the handle of the sword, and felt a faint warmth. Although the sword has been placed in the cave for many years, it is still as bright and clean as new without any rust. Good sword. But it's only a vulgar weapon, and it hasn't reached the level of Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan inserted the sword back into the body, and then continued to move forward. Along the way, I saw several bodies, each of which had a weapon, including a wide back ring knife, which reached the level of Xuanqi. But it's just a mysterious tool, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't choose it. Ning Xiaochuan felt that the corpse gas in the cave was getting stronger and stronger. He stopped and looked at the dense bones in front of him, and his heart was a little cold. There are a lot of bones in front of me. The books are not clear, and they are simply piled into a corpse mountain. Some of these bones have been dead for hundreds of years, leaving only a skeleton. Some of them have only been dead for a few months, and their bodies still emit a strong stench. As previously seen, each skeleton has 1 or 2 soldiers. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dense bones and soldiers in front of him, which was like an abandoned battlefield, or rather, like a random burial cemetery. He sighed in his heart, those predecessors of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion are really lazy enough to put the soldiers into the 7-star treasure cave, and even move the bodies into the cave. Is it so difficult to pull the soldiers out of the bones? No. I see. The bodies of the masters lying in this cave must have been the masters of the soldiers. The ancestors of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion did this to tell the descendants who entered the 7-star treasure hunt cave that if they were not strong, they would be killed and the soldiers would be robbed by others. Only when you become stronger can you guard. The weak will only be robbed. In the mess of corpses, there are several pieces of soldiers whose surfaces are puffed with air, as if they are breathing, emitting abnormal sounds. The mysterious essence emanates from the surface of the soldiers. In the cave, the mysterious bridge, pattern, ghost fire, and human form condense. These are the essence and Xuanli of the soldiers. Ning Xiaochuan came to a long gun. The spear is as thick as an arm and up to 5 meters long. It is forged from silver carbide. Patterns of pine, bamboo, and plum are burned on the surface of the gun. It was written in a small line, electric light poison dragon gun. Ning Xiaochuan's fingers haven't touched the gun body yet. Across a centimeter distance, a tiny current flows from the gun body and is connected to Ning Xiaochuan's fingers. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the spear and felt the weight of the spear, about 800 jin. The tip of the gun is very sharp. It spits out electric snakes automatically. The gun is a good gun. If it is combined with my magic power, lightning beast, it should be able to burst out with great power. But this gun is only a third-class mysterious weapon, which has not met my requirements. Please look again. Ning Xiaochuan put back his long gun. Sanpin Xuanqi is quite good. It is expensive and powerful. It is a very handy weapon. However, this is the 7-star treasure cave, which has hidden the war treasures collected by the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion for thousands of years. If you take a 3-level mysterious weapon and go out, Ning Xiaochuan is still a little unwilling. Continue to search in the cave. Ning Xiaochuan came to a skeleton, which had been dead for at least 300 years and was nailed to death by a white jade dagger. The dagger stabbed from the top of the head, and the skull was broken. On the dagger, there are circles of mysterious auras, condensed into a lotus-shaped halo, which looks beautiful. Ning Xiaochuan's finger touched the dagger, and the dagger immediately trembled slightly, making a harsh sound, and a cold air rushed out. Wow! That cold air wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's arm and condensed a layer of white frost on the surface of the skin. The bones were numb with cold, and the blood seemed to coagulate. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly ran Wu Daoxian Qi, and the blood flow speed increased more than 10 times, and a hot force automatically emitted from the blood, expelling the cold. Wow! The white jade dagger automatically flew out from the skull of the skull, suspended in the void, like a blooming Lingguang lotus platform, gave a shriek, and then stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan. It's really a psychic mystery. Xianbing, who has given birth to a weak intelligence, can take the initiative to attack people. Lightning. Ning Xiaochuan's arm stretched out. In the distance, the electric light dragon gun flew into his hand, and a thick flash of lightning burst out, forming dozens of electric snakes. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Xiaochuan waved his spear with fierce momentum and fought with the white jade dagger. Under the traction of the power of lightning, the psychic mystics in the whole cave howled and trembled violently, and then they all flew up from the bones. An ancient sword, a bronze mirror, and an iron hand. A total of 3 psychic metaphysical instruments burst out with mysterious light, joining the sequence of besieging Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan threw the spear out, hit the bronze mirror, and beat the bronze mirror out. However, a golden halo was emitted on the bronze mirror, which shook the electro-optical poison dragon gun away, and a column of light was sent out on the mirror, hitting Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan felt a huge crisis. If he was besieged by several mysterious weapons and died in the cave, it would be too oppressive. Thunder and thunder. Ning Xiaochuan gave a long whistle and spit out a big clock, which shattered the light column. World-destroying kendo. A surging sword intention erupted from Ning Xiaochuan's body, making his breath change instantly, just like a sword god born, with the authority of king over the world. Voila! In the cave, those war swords inserted in the body flew up one after another, flying to the top of Ning Xiaochuan's head. There are 81 ancient swords in total. Some are dazzling, some are simple and thick, and some are as thin as fish intestines. 81 swords were mobilized by Ning Xiaochuan and rushed towards the four psychic Xuanqi. Bang! Bang! The war became intense and extraordinary. The mysterious Qi of Wu Dao impacted the whole cave and chopped many dead bodies to pieces. Dead bodies were lifted up and exposed on the ground floor. These dead bodies have been under pressure for hundreds of years, even thousands of years, all rotted into dead bones, leaving only Basin's skeleton. No. In the white skeleton, a dead body is still intact, and even the skin is not rotten. It looks like a living man sitting in a hole. However, he has indeed died for thousands of years. Why can the body of a person who has died for thousands of years be preserved so well? Ning Xiaochuan naturally saw this scene, and completely broke out the idea of the world-destroying sword in his body. The surface of 81 battle swords was covered with a halo, forming a sword array, which was inserted on the ground, and the four psychic soldiers were strongly suppressed. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief, moved his body, and came to the side of the dead body. The head of the dead body was smooth, without hair, but with 9 ring scars. He was wearing a red cassock, his hands folded, and a smile, which looked like a treasure and solemn. This time, it turned out to be a monk. Ning Xiaochuan has never seen a monk or temple since he came to this world. He thought that no one in this world believed in Buddhism, but now he actually sees the body of a monk who has died for thousands of years. No one in Yulan Empire believes in Buddhism and everyone practices martial arts. How can there be a monk's body? Is it possible that he also comes from the earth? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the monk's bones on the ground and thought so. If you still can't see the book Friends in chapter 90, please clean up the cache of your mobile phone. In addition, in order to apologize, Lao Jiu fought for 5 chapters today. Of course, many people know that Lao Jiu's code speed is slow. If there is no code to 5 chapters, please forgive me. Old 9, try your best to update it. The old monk was sitting on the ground, with a faint golden light flowing on his skin. His muscles were stiff, and his blood in his body was exhausted, but the expression on his face was very natural, which showed that he did not die in pain. Ning Xiaochuan felt too ridiculous and shook his head. The monk should not be from the earth. Maybe he also came from a place outside the Yulan Empire. After all, this continent is huge. There are no Buddhists in the Yulan Empire, and there may be Buddhists in other places. He died for thousands of years, and his body did not decay. Is there any strange treasure on him? Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, and his eyes saw a bulge in the old monk's arms. At this time, the bone bead in Ning Xiaochuan's arms flickered slightly, but Ning Xiaochuan's mind at the moment was completely attracted by the old monk in front of him, so he did not notice the subtle changes of the bone bead. Ning Xiaochuan folded his hands and bowed to the old monk. Then he carefully took out a palm-sized bone leaf from the cassock. This is a human fan bone, shaped like a fan. Holding his hand, I can feel a cold breath in the bone slip out and flow into the body. Pa! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan took the fan bone out of the cassock, the old monk's body immediately broke, like a ceramic, into a powder. This. It seems that the old monk's body can remain immortal for thousands of years, which is really related to this fan bone. There are 3 small characters engraved on the fan bone: Xian Beast Jian. Ning Xiaochuan injected Xuanqi into Xuanzhou Jian, and the fan bone did not change at all. Obviously, this is not a Xuanqi. Because Xuanqi will change under the urging of Xuanqi, which can at least resonate. Ning Xiaochuan drops blood in the Fang Mountains again, and there is no change at all. Put the fan bone on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the electro-optic poison dragon gun and severely bombarded the surface of the fan bone. There was no mark left on the fan bone, but the ground was cracked and sank. It's another bone that can't be broken, cut or burned. Why do I say it again? Ning Xiaochuan thought of something, took out the bone beads brought back from the fire demon mountains from his arms, and picked up the fan bones on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised to find that they were the same bone. Interesting, interesting, it seems that this bone bead and this fan bone are not ordinary things, but because my cultivation is still too low, I can't see the mystery they contain. Ning Xiaochuan also stopped searching, and walked out of the 7-star treasure hole, holding this fan bone. Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Meyer have long found their own mysterious utensils, and are waiting outside. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming out of the cave, Ning Meyer immediately asked, "Xiaochuan, what mysterious weapon are you looking for?" Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xian beast Jian and put it in the palm of his hand. Ning Meyer and Ning Xiaochuan were stunned. He actually picked out a bone from the 7-star treasure cave? There are thousands of bones in the 7-star treasure cave, which are all over the ground, more than soldiers. So many soldiers didn't choose, but he actually picked out a bone from it. Did he collect the special love of human bones? Everyone is puzzled. Ning Qianqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, "Xiaochuan, you wasted an opportunity." "It doesn't matter. I'm very satisfied with the treasure I chose." Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Ning Xiaochuan and Ling Meyer selected swords from the 7-star treasure cave, and they were all Xuanqi-level war swords. Ning Xiaochuan, in particular, was very lucky to find a psychic mysterious weapon. They all took the war swords they found in the 7-star treasure cave to practice in the martial arts arena. They wanted to use these 7 days to thoroughly refine the Xuanqi war swords and make a big splash in the war of the beginning of school. At this time, a servant girl came to Ning Xiaochuan's back, bowed respectfully, and said, "Young master, someone outside the door asked to see you." "Who?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. "She claims to be the servant girl of Princess Cece in King Dajinpeng's mansion. She says it's the mysterious medicine you're looking for. Her Highness has found it for you, and now it's delivered to you." Ning Xiaochuan was so happy that he hurried to the gate of Ho's mansion. A servant girl of 14 or 5 years old was standing outside the door. She looked beautiful. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming out of the marquee, she immediately asked the servant to pass a jade box to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan asked Yusasai to help him find a rare mysterious medicine, Millennium Sleep, which is extremely rare and expensive, but he didn't expect Yusasai to find this kind of mysterious medicine so soon, which was simply beyond his expectation. Ning Xiaochuan opened a gap in the jade box, and a faint fragrance of medicine rushed out of it immediately. After smelling the fragrance of medicine, the flow speed of Wu Daoxian qi in his body obviously became slow. Ning Xiaochuan determined that it was the mysterious medicine he was looking for, so he immediately closed the box and said, "Say thank you to your princess for me. It's bothering her. This 1,000-year-old coin will be handed over to her the next time we meet." The little servant girl said with some disdain, "Our princess has gone to the secret place of the royal residence this morning. She won't care about this little money. I don't know which eye of the princess is blind, but she is still helping you, a heartless thief." After the servant girl sent the mysterious medicine to Ning Xiaochuan, she went up to the ancient car and disappeared at the end of the street. Ning Xiaochuan stood in place with the jade box in his hand. After a long time, he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling. He ordered the servant girl behind him, "Tell the old marquis that I'll go back to Haitang Manor, and I can come back tomorrow at the latest." Ning Xiaochuan said this, and then stepped on the green deer carriage outside the marquis house, driving the carriage to the Haitang Manor outside the city. The begonia flowers in the begonia manor are in full bloom all year round. The petals are flying all over the sky, and the springs and streams are like a quiet town and a Xanadu. Yu Yan, the little housekeeper, kept the Haitang Manor in good order, so he didn't have to worry about those trivial things at all. However, Ning Xiaochuan obviously felt some strange places when he came back this time. For example, the guards in the manor had completely become strange faces. Although they all hid their martial arts accomplishments well, Ning Xiaochuan still saw that their martial arts accomplishments were at least several levels higher than those of the previous guards. It's weird. Ning Xiaochuan became cautious and asked, Yuyan, nothing happened to Haitang Manor during my absence? Nothing. Oh. By the way, half a month ago, Lord Tian brought back a large number of martial artists from outside and replaced the original guards of the manor. Young master, you don't know, those martial artists brought back by Lord Tian are all very disciplined and disciplined. In the morning, they have been patrolling the manor before dawn, in the evening, they absolutely don't gamble or detain prostitutes, and they are all cultivating the mysterious spirit of martial arts. I don't know where Lord Tian comes from bring back such a well-trained group of people. The Lord of Heaven in her mouth refers to the ministers of heaven. Yu Yan can't cultivate the mysterious qi of martial arts. Naturally, he can't see the power of these guards. He only knows that these guards are disciplined and polite, not as lazy and mixed as those guards before. Elite, absolutely elite. Ning Xiaochuan silently observed the guards of Haitang Manor, and found that their eyes were quite firm, their steps were neat, and even the beat of their heartbeat was the same. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, they made a standard kneeling ceremony and then continued to patrol. This is a group of dead men. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. Tian Chenzi is in a high position in the dark imperial city, and his power can be called below one person and above 10,000 people. He must cultivate his own confidence, and it is quite normal to secretly manage a group of dead men. He actually brought a group of dead men to Haitang Manor. What on earth did he want to do? Ning Xiaochuan is naturally quite alert to Tian Chenzi, but now he has no time to pay attention to him, because he has more important things to do now. What? Brother Chuan, have you found the precious mysterious medicine 1,000-year sleep? It's really great. Morong Wushuang was very happy after hearing the news, because he knew that Ning Xiaochuan was looking for this mysterious medicine to cure his grandfather. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, Take me to see your grandpa and try to get him out of his bed tonight. Morong's unparalleled grandfather, Morong Hua, was originally a dragon warrior and a top power. But he was cut off by Yu Wuyang and sealed the mysterious qi of Wu Dao in his blood, resulting in paralysis and suffering from pain for 10 years. Ning Xiaochuan asked Yusasai to help find Millennium Sleep in order to cure Morong Hua. The medicine of Millennium Sleep can make the mysterious qi in the warrior completely sleep for an hour, and it is in a dormant state. Ning Xiaochuan will use this hour to help Morong Hua continue to connect his blood. Blades, needles and thread, clear water, gauze, mysterious medicine, these must have been prepared long ago. Ning Xiaochuan put Millennium Sleep into the heart-nourishing tripod and refined it into 3 intermediate pills. Millennium Sleeping Pill. Take one of the Millennium Sleeping Pills to Morong Hua until the mysterious qi in his body completely subsides. Ning Xiaochuan's 5 fingers overflowed with 5 blood gases, which converged into a blood-red magic sword. Only with the power of the magic sword can the seal left by Yu Wuyang in Morong Hua's body be broken. This step is also the most critical one. If you are careless, Ning Xiaochuan and Morong Hua are in danger. Morong Wushuang stood outside, waiting anxiously. He knew that it would be dangerous to break the seal left by Yu Wuyang in Morong Hua's body, so he was very worried. Lin Sanji sat on the chair, looking very leisurely, and said, It's no use worrying there. You should have confidence in Ning Xiaochuan. This boy is much calmer than you. The confidence on his body is emitted from the inside out, which makes it difficult for people not to believe him. About an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan opened the door and came out, his face full of fatigue. Morong Matchless hurried up and nervously asked, Brother Chuan, how's it going? How's my grandpa? Ning Xiaochuan looked serious and shook his head. Yu Yan came out of the room with a basin of blood. Morong Unparalleled immediately froze, and said to himself, How could this be? Unexpectedly, a basin of blood. A basin of blood, Grandpa, Grandpa. Tears came from his eyes, Grandpa, but his only relative. Don't get me wrong, this is the water for me to wash my hands. I have connected the blood in your grandfather's body, but the mysterious qi in his body has been sealed for too long. Without a few months of cultivation, it is difficult to recover to the peak. Ning Xiaochuan rode. In the room, a deafening cold hum came out, showing Gu's sharp and powerful momentum. My cultivation will recover sooner or later. When I recover, it is time to take Yu Wuyang's life. After all, Miranghua was once a dragon warrior. Once the seal on his body was broken, it was like a diving dragon going to sea, and his powerful momentum came back. Miranghua's cultivation is extremely high, and his body is also very strong. Once the blood is connected, the mysterious qi of Wu Dao flows all over the body, and the wound on the body can be quickly recovered. The old man came out of the house, wearing a gray robe. Although his cultivation has not fully recovered, he has been able to walk down to Ning Xiaochuan, walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan, deeply bowed to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Thank you, young Master Ning, for saving him. I owe your father a life, and now I owe you a life. This favor is still unclear for a lifetime." Lin Sanji was also excited, and his heart was full of war. In the past 10 years, they have suffered all kinds of grievances, lived a rather oppressive life and suffered a great deal of pain, while the culprit Yu Wuyang has lived a prosperous life and enjoyed a decade of prosperity. The good days of Yu Wuyang are over. When your cultivation recovers, we will join hands to fight into the marquee in the clouds and take Yu Wuyang's life. Lin San pointed. A hoarse voice sounded in the courtyard, sneering. They all say that Miranghua and Lin Xiao are the heroes of the dragon warriors and worthy of admiration. At first sight today, it's really disappointing. It turned out to be just two reckless men. Tian Chenzi was wrapped in black robes, like a ghost, standing on the vermilion glazed tiles on the top of the pavilion, with a pair of green eyes staring at the people below. Lin Sanji sneered, "I've long found a ghost in Haitang Manor, but one didn't catch him. Since you take the initiative to drill out now, I'll play a ghost-catching master today." Lin Sanji is blind, and his arm is disabled, but his cultivation is unpredictable. His fingers point towards the roof, and a sword-light column flies out. Wow! Tian Chenzi's mouth gave out a giggle laughter, and a huge black gang cover condensed between his hands, which was shaped like a black unbreakable god tower. Bang! Lin San pointed out that the finger sword was more powerful than Tian Chenzi imagined, and directly turned into a spirit snake, smashing the black Xuanqi tower and bombarding Tian Chenzi. "Have you reached the land of honor?" With a surprise, Tian Chenzi launched his ghostly body method, avoided the attack of this finger sword, and flew to the ground. Lin Sanji's speed was not slower than Tian Chenzi's. He caught up and was ready to fight against Tian Chenzi again. "No war, I decided to talk to you about some business. If you still want to kill Yu Wuyang, you'd better stop first." Knowing that he was not Lin Sanji's opponent, Tian Chenzi stopped fighting. In fact, the most powerful of Tian Chenzi is not the cultivation of martial arts. His martial arts cultivation cannot even rank in the top 5 in the Dark Imperial City, but his power can mobilize those figures at the martial zone level whose cultivation is stronger than him. With strong force, a country can be established. But force alone cannot govern a country well. What Tian Chenzi played in the Dark Imperial City was the ability to govern a huge dark force. The Dark Imperial City can become so powerful now, and the heavenly ministers can't help it. However, it was precisely because Tian Chenzi knew too many secrets about the Dark Empire City that he did not dare to go back, for fear of being silenced by the Ghost City Lord. Lin San pointed, "Who the hell are you?" "He is the heavenly minister of the Dark Imperial City." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "People of the Dark Imperial City." Lin Sanji's body once again exudes earthly vitality, ready to kill Tian Chenzi. There are no good people in the Dark Imperial City, not to mention a big man in the Dark Imperial City, so he changed to kill. Tian Chenzi was extremely calm and said with a smile, I'm not from the Dark Imperial City now. To be exact, now the masters of the Dark Imperial City are still looking for me everywhere to get rid of me. All this is thanks to Yu Wuyang, so Yu Wuyang is our common enemy. Ning Xiaochuan also doesn't want the two masters to fight in Haitang Manor. If they really fight, they will certainly destroy the whole Haitang Manor. So he told everyone about the heavenly ministers. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Lin San picked up the strength of the earth force in his body and sneered, I didn't expect that the famous Tian Chenzi would also fall to this point. Aren't you worse now? The people of the Dark Imperial City will kill you, and the people of the Imperial Court will also kill you. Once you show up, you will die. Tian Chenzi said, therefore, we need more cooperation. Only when we work together can we get rid of Yu Wuyang, the common enemy. Why should we join hands with you? Lin San pointed. The heavenly minister said, 10 years. You know how much Yu Wuyang has improved in his cultivation over the past 10 years? Do you really think that with the strength of you two, you can kill him in the Marquis House in the clouds? With the current huge power of the Marquis House in the clouds, only 1 or 2 people can shake it. If you want to kill Yu Wuyang, you must take a long-term view, or you will just die. Lin Sanji and Morong Hua were silent. Tian Chenzi is right. In the past 10 years, Yu Wuyang has been more than 10 times stronger than 10 years ago, both in his cultivation and in his development. It is as difficult as heaven to kill him. Morong Hua said, so what do you mean? Tian Chenzi was waiting for Morong Hua's words, so he talked boldly and said, we need to build our own forces, secretly develop our own forces, and finally reach the level that we can compete with the Marquis in the cloud, and even compete with the Imperial Court. Morong Hualing snorted and said, just a few of us? The Minister of Heaven smiled hoarsely, isn't it enough for us? One Wuzun can open up a Wu mansion. Brother Lin has reached the realm of Wuzun, and both of us are quasi-Wuzun. With the 3 of us in charge, it is enough to show the grand plan for the villa leader. Within 5 years, the power of Haitang Villa must be huge enough to compete with the Marquis in the clouds. Do you have this confidence? Ning Xiaochuan smiled coldly, Master Tian Chenzi, are you sure you're helping me expand my ambitions, not yourself? You want to build Haitang Manor into another dark imperial city. Tian Chenzi laughed, the villa master has a life-saving grace for me, and it's natural for me to give advice for the villa master. Moreover, now the dark tide is surging in the imperial city, and there are many big forces that want to be unfavorable to the Marquis Jianga mansion. Don't the villa master want to do something for the Marquis Jianga mansion? Only by building Haitang Villa into a huge force can he have a certain say in the whirlpool of the imperial city. Only the power of Haitang Manor is large enough, it's so huge that even the imperial power can be ignored. It's not easy to rescue the girl Yuningxing in the Jade Tower? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed, and Tian Chenzi's news was too well informed. He must know what happened in the Homa Mountain, so he would say what he just said. However, I can't help saying that Tian Chenzi really moved him. There are indeed many strong enemies under the trees of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. On the surface, it seems that the scenery is infinite, but in fact, it is already in the midst of wind and rain. If you hold a huge force in your hands, you are qualified to talk to the leaders of all parties, and even challenge the princes. Tian Chenzi continued, Haitang Manor is a good place to hide people's eyes and ears. We can develop it into the headquarters, and then expand its influence to the whole Bianji, the whole imperial city, and the whole Yulan Empire. Morong Wushuang didn't have as many concerns as Ning Xiaochuan, Morong Hua, and others. He was excited by Tian Chenzi and wanted to show his ambition. I think this idea is good, very good, but we have too many strong enemies now, so we can only develop quietly in the dark. The name of Haitang Manor must not be used, and we have to change another overbearing name. Spirit Mountain Manor. How about it? Tianchenzi stared at Ning Xiaochuan, Lin Sanji, and Muronghua. Morong Matchless asked, "Why is it called Spirit Mountain Manor?" Tianchenzi laughed and said, "Because I, Brother Lin, Brother Morong, and the villa leader all died once. Although I live in this world, I can't appear in front of the people in the world with our original identity. Isn't it like a ghost?" Morong's unparalleled eyes lit up and said, "After Brother Chuan, isn't he the owner of Spirit Mountain Manor?" Tianchenzi nodded and said, "Lord of Spirit Mountain Manor, Child Chuan." This name must be heard throughout the imperial city in the future, and become the existence of fear and awe of countless people. At the same time, Brother Lin and Brother Morong are the left and right Dharma guardians of Spirit Mountain Manor, and I can seal a spirit messenger. Lord, what do you think of the arrangement of my subordinates? Ning Xiaochuan knew that Tianchenzi must have planned everything well. This old guy was thoughtful and scheming deeply, which was absolutely watertight. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is still too low, and it is impossible to control the whole Spirit Mountain Manor. The person who finally gives orders is Tianchenzi. However, Ning Xiaochuan believed that his talent would surpass his heavenly ministers within 5 years. At that time, if Tianchenzi doesn't have a different heart, let him continue to be a ghost messenger. If he dares to have other ideas, Ning Xiaochuan is also able to get rid of him. The most important thing is that Lin Sanji and Muronghua are both strong. With their 2 masters in charge, they are not afraid that Tianchenzi can cover up the sky. Ning Xiaochuan decided to establish Spirit Mountain Manor. Begging for monthly tickets. It is natural for Tianchenzi, Lin Sanji, and Muronghua to operate the establishment of Spirit Mountain Manor, while what Ning Xiaochuan needs to do is to strive to improve his cultivation and strive to make brilliant achievements in the war of opening school. Not long after returning to the Marquis mansion in Jiangya, the old Marquis came to Ning Xiaochuan's residence. "Follow me to the sword pavilion, where you may be able to improve your cultivation." The old Marquis stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, with a happy look in his eyes, and was quite satisfied with Ning Xiaochuan's performance in the Homa Mountains. Before taking part in the examination of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, the old Marquis said that anyone who can enter the top 10 of this year is eligible to enter the Sword Pavilion for 5 days. Jian Pavilion is the most mysterious place in the Marquis mansion of Jian Pavilion. In terms of importance, it is still above the 7-star treasure cave. It's just that few people have entered the Jian Pavilion, and they don't even know where the Jian Pavilion is. The Sword Pavilion was passed down to be magical. Ning Xiaochuan was naturally very curious about the Sword Pavilion and asked, "Where is the Sword Pavilion?" The old Marquis took Ning Xiaochuan to the depths of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion, and walked into a magnificent golden hall, in the center of which hung a white ancient tower. The height of the tower is about 1 meter, with a total of 9 floors, emitting a white halo. It is as bright and clean as crystal jade, which is particularly miraculous. In the 4 directions of the tower, there are 4 old people sitting on the white futon, all with white hair and wrinkles on their faces. There is a strong mysterious air in their bodies. They are wearing clean white robes. The Marquis is coming. Is he Ning Xiaochuan? One of the eyebrows dropped to the corner of his mouth. The old man opened his eyes and stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. His pupils emitted golden light. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan for a long time and then nodded slowly. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that the old man's eyes saw through every part of his body. He must be another Marquis master with profound cultivation, so he bowed respectfully to the old man. There was a smile on the corner of the old man's mouth and an expression of appreciation in his eyes. He was a polite child. It's not because of his excellent talent that he is arrogant, neither arrogant nor rash, neither humble nor arrogant. This is the person who can really become great. The old Marquis said, "For clan uncles, open the Jiangya Tower." This white tower is the legendary Sword Pavilion. Jiang Tower, a 9-grade mysterious weapon, was obtained by the first-generation ancestors of Jiang Marquis Mansion and has been retained until now. It is the most powerful war soldier of Jiang Marquis Mansion. As long as the Jiang Tower is still there, if someone wants to move the Jiang Marquis Mansion, he will certainly pay a heavy price. Jiang Pagoda is refined from 9 small ruins to form a whole. Inside, there are 9 layers of small worlds, and each layer of small worlds is full of many mysteries. If you are lucky enough to get a big opportunity in it, of course, there are also great dangers in it. With each layer up, the degree of danger will increase by 1 point. Wow! The 4 old men all opened their eyes at the same time, and a white dark light hit the Jiang Tower. Jiang Tower began to rotate, and the light became brighter and brighter. Boom! The tower door, suddenly opened, overflowed with a column of light, forming a door arc in the air. Ning Xiaochuan stepped into the light gate of nothingness, and his body disappeared from the original place. The light gate also continued to shrink into a light spot, and flew into the small gate on the first floor of the Jiang Tower. After Ning Xiaochuan disappeared in the main hall, the white tower gradually returned to a stable and static state. However, Jiang Tower is still absorbing basalt, and thousands of inferior basalt will be absorbed every hour. It can be seen from this that to open the Jiang Tower for 5 days will consume a huge amount of resources. Only real top talent can have such treatment. Among them, an old man said, Ning Xiaochuan is a plastic talent. In his early years, he had fetal disease, suffered from the coldness and warmth of the world, and his mind was far better than his peers. Now, the fetal disease has healed, and he reached the 4th weight of the divine body in less than half a year. This talent has been chasing his father directly, and can be called our once-in-a-century genius in Jiang Mansion. It depends on how many floors he can reach. Some people are talented and intelligent, but their bad luck will still kill them halfway. The old Marquis carried his hands on his back and said, he must be able to break into the 2nd floor. Difficult. Ning Xiaochuan, the first genius of the Marquis of Jiang in the past 10 years, broke into the junction of the 1st floor and the 2nd floor when he last came. He failed before he could open the door of the 2nd floor. The Marquis was quite confident in Ning Xiaochuan and said, Ning Xiaochuan can certainly do what Ning Xiaochuan can't do. Let's wait and see. If Ning Xiaochuan can break into the 2nd floor at the age of 16, he will certainly get great benefits. For him, for the Marquis of Jiang, it is a great good thing, and it's not worth spending a lot of resources to open the Jiang Tower for him. In the air, there is a ripple, which gradually spreads out and forms a door. Shwa! Ning Xiaochuan came out of the door and fell to the ground. This is a desolate world. At a glance, it is full of yellow sand next door. There is no grass on the ground. The air is very dry, and there is hardly any water. This is the Sword Pavilion? Ning Xiaochuan always felt that he had come to the wrong place, which was too far from the Jiang in his imagination. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind swept over in the distance, forming a huge tornado with a diameter of 10 meters, which swept the surrounding Yellowstone into the sky with a tearing force. The sound of the wind is like a monster roaring. Are you kidding? I met such a terrible hurricane since I came here. Doesn't it say that the Sword Pavilion is a holy land for cultivation? Ning Xiaochuan ran his dark qi to his legs, and lightning flashed on his legs. His speed became extremely fast, and he ran in one direction. Roar! In the strong wind, he stretched out a huge claw, which was as big as a dustpan, completely covered by scales, and looked very ferocious. He grabbed it over Ning Xiaochuan's head. It turned out to be a mysterious beast living in yellow sand, which caused a hurricane. This must be a powerful Xian beast. Wings of angry wind. Ning Xiaochuan's back condensed 2 streams of air, which turned into a pair of translucent wings. When the wings fanned, his body took off and flew to the horizon. On the desert, the tornado subsided, and a lizard with a length of more than 20 meters was lying in the sand. With red eyes staring at Ning Xiaochuan flying in the air, his mouth made a huge roar, shaking the sand and stones around his body out of the air. This is a rock iron scorpion, which is an extremely powerful existence among the Sanpingshuan beasts. The adult rock iron scorpion can easily tear up the fourth weight warrior of the divine body, and even kill the fifth weight warrior of the divine body. But the rock iron scorpion can only move on the surface and under the desert, and can't fly, so after Ning Xiaochuan's body takes off, it has no way to take Ning Xiaochuan completely. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth sent out a thunder roar, and the sound wave condensed into a huge 7-meter-high bell, which bombarded the rock iron scorpion's back, immediately hit the rock iron scorpion's body to sink, and his mouth sent out a wail. Roar. The rock iron scorpion was completely angry, and his body became more and more red, like turning into a piece of charcoal, spitting out a pillar of fire in his mouth, and spraying it at Ning Xiaochuan flying above. Ning Xiaochuan condensed a lightning shield, wrapped his body, and resisted the pillar of fire. Lightning beast. Ning Xiaochuan condensed a huge lightning ball, turned into a divine beast formed by lightning, and bombarded the top of the rock iron scorpion. Poof! The head of the rock iron scorpion was torn out, and crimson plasma flowed inside. Ning Xiaochuan flew in the sky, constantly playing lightning balls and bombarding the rock iron scorpion, which can be hit hard every time. Yantai scorpion's combat power is stronger than Ning Xiaochuan, but because it can't fly, it can only be passively beaten. Yantai scorpion was beaten black and blue by Ning Xiaochuan, and kept howling. He wanted to escape to the bottom of the desert and no longer compete with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't give it a chance to escape. The body fell directly on the top of the rock iron scorpion, and a sword wave hit the top of the rock iron scorpion, cutting a hole the size of a bowl in the forehead of the rock iron scorpion, and a blood column gushed out of it. Hell! The rock iron scorpion held at last, and then fell heavily to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan jumped from the back of the rock iron scorpion and was planning to use the power of the magic sword to absorb the blood of the rock iron scorpion to improve his cultivation. But just then, a change happened. The huge body of Yantai scorpion turned into a mass of blood gas and flew directly into Ning Xiaochuan's body, integrating into Ning Xiaochuan's muscles, bones, meridians, and viscera. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation did not improve, but the strength of the body suddenly increased by a large part, and the pure strength of the body also increased significantly. On the ground, the rock iron scorpion disappeared completely, leaving no bone or scale. If it weren't for the scorched earth here, Ning Xiaochuan would really doubt whether all that just happened was a mirage. How can the body of a Sanpingshuan beast suddenly disappear? Is it completely turned into a mass of blood gas to strengthen my body? I understand that this is the world in the Jiangya Tower, and everything here can't be guessed by common sense. Maybe the Xian beast here is not a real Xian beast originally, but a special energy. Once I kill the Xian beast, this special energy can be integrated into my body and increase my physical strength. I finally understand why the Sword Pavilion is called a holy land of cultivation. It's really a rare place of cultivation. If I kill enough Xian beasts, my body will be able to stop cutting, burning, painful skin and iron bone, and King Kong. Ning Xiaochuan became excited. If it was really the same as his guess, then this trip to the Sword Pavilion must be fruitful. The book Close-Up Master of School Flower, which is recommended by Child Qian, is a very good urban novel, including Lori and Imperial Sister. Many people forget that the body is the root of the warrior in order to practice magic. As a result, many people have powerful magical powers and fragile bodies, so they are more and more biased on the road of martial arts and are separated from the martial arts itself. Ning Xiaochuan also encountered this situation. In order to quickly improve his realm, his physical strength was not proportional to his accomplishments. If the experience in the sword pavilion can really make people's physical body strong, it will be a huge benefit for themselves. In order to confirm the conjecture in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan went to look for other Xian beasts. Soon Ning Xiaochuan found a silver centipede in the desert. The centipede is also a tripod Xian beast, which is highly toxic. Where the centipede crawled, even the sand turned black. Ning Xiaochuan has been able to reach the point of inviolability to all poisons. Naturally, he is not afraid of the poisonous fog of the foot centipede. He wasted his hands and feet and killed this foot centipede. Wow! Sure enough, the body of the foot centipede also turned into a blood-red fog, flying into Ning Xiaochuan's body and integrating into all parts of the body. The body makes a crackling sound, just like frying beans. There are some subtle changes in the body, with tiny blood-red veins formed in the bones. Although these tiny veins are still very rare, this change is very shocking. In martial arts, there is a realm called broken lotus root and continuous silk. That is to say, even if someone cuts your body in two with a knife, there are still some tiny wires between your two bodies, connecting the two bodies. As long as these threads continue, the body can regroup again. Of course, this is a legendary martial arts realm. Even if Wu Zun was cut off, his body would still die, so Wu Zun did not reach that realm. Ning Xiaochuan did find some tiny silk in his bones at the moment. Of course, this does not mean that he has reached the state of broken ties, but that he has the possibility to reach that state in the future. This is a potential. Ning Xiaochuan walked all the way in the desert, looking for mysterious beasts everywhere. There are only 5 days in total. The more Xian beasts are hunted, the stronger their bodies will be. This is an opportunity that can't be found. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that 5 days was not enough at all, quite enough. On the first day, Ning Xiaochuan killed a total of 6 Xian beasts, 4 of which were 3 Xian beasts and 2 were 2 Xian beasts, both of which were turned into blood gas and integrated into his body. Of course, he also met a 4-winged eagle. This 4-winged eagle was far more powerful than him. He chased him for 2,000 miles and almost died in the beak. Finally, he escaped into the sand and picked up his life. At night, the temperature in the desert becomes extremely low, the cold wind howls, and snowflakes fall on the sky. All Xian beasts are dormant and disappear. Ning Xiaochuan came to the foot of a rocky mountain and planned to stay here for 1 night and hunt Xian beasts tomorrow. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan hit the stone wall with 1 punch, and made a big pit on the stone wall, with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of 1 meter. He didn't use xuanqi, just the power of his fist. If in the past, the pure power of his fist would never reach this level. Just staying in the sword pavilion for 1 day doubled his fist strength, which was something he had never imagined before. The improvement was too great. Boom! 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 3 punches in a row opened up a stone cave. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the cave, took out the cold jade bottle, poured a drop of Wu Zun's blood from it, and began to refine. Physical strength is very important, as is the realm of cultivation. Neither side can slack off. The second day. Ning Xiaochuan continued to hunt Xian beasts, cherished time more, and strived to find more Xian beasts. On the desolate desert, yellow sand flies, and the sound of battle keeps going. Ning Xiaochuan is fighting with a boa constrictor with a bucket of water. Python has wings on its back, and its body can take off, so Ning Xiaochuan's air superiority will disappear. This time, the battle was unprecedented difficult. The python's tail pulled on Ning Xiaochuan's back and made a shocking blood mark, which made Ning Xiaochuan spit out a mouthful of dark red blood. Who? The python's neck was raised, and its body was like a pillar. The scarlet snake letter came out of its mouth, and it opened its mouth to bite off Ning Xiaochuan's head. The huge snake head pressed on Ning Xiaochuan's head, spitting out a pungent smell, and drops of viscous corrosive liquid dripped from his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan stood upright in the desert, stretched out 2 arms, grabbed the 2 fangs of the python, and stretched out its mouth. Lightning. Ning Xiaochuan's body erupted countless lightning, extended to a pair of arms, penetrated the 2 fangs of the python, and spread throughout the python's body. Python became crazy, bent his body, and wanted to throw Ning Xiaochuan out. But Ning Xiaochuan's arms tightly pinched its 2 teeth, supported its mouth, and gave a thunder roar to the python's mouth. Thunder and bell. The huge and incomparable sound spread into the python's body, shaking the whole snake straight and rotting the internal organs in its body. Under the power of lightning, the python gradually stopped struggling and fell softly in the yellow sand. Wow! The python turned into a mass of blood gas, and rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's body, making Ning Xiaochuan's bones have a few more strands of filaments, and the body strength increased by another section. Kill another mysterious beast. When Ning Xiaochuan was going to look for other Xian beasts, he felt an extremely dangerous breath approaching quickly, and his body suddenly dodged to the left. Shua! A white shadow flew by Ning Xiaochuan's neck. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't been alert in advance, I'm afraid his head would have flown out of his neck now. The white shadow fell to the ground, turned around, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with amber eyes. A spotted fox marten is only half a meter long, with extremely sharp claws and teeth. Although its body is not big, it emits a smell more dangerous than the python just now. The flower fox marten is a 4-grade Xian beast. At present, this flower fox marten is not yet an adult, but its combat effectiveness is stronger than any Sanpingxuan beast. A pair of eyes are staring at Ning Xiaochuan, and its mouth is adding claws. It will attack again at any time. Ning Xiaochuan ran away without any hesitation. After Ning Xiaochuan's body became strong, his speed was fully twice as fast as before. It was like a high wind, and he could stride 6 or 7 meters in one step. After catching up, the flower fox mink actually grew a pair of wings on its back. It was 3 meters high and flew at a speed no slower than that of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to use the wings of Wrathwind. Now this kind of magic power has not been completed, and the flight speed is no better than these mysterious beasts with innate flight ability. If you spread the wings of Wrathwind, you will be caught up by the flower fox mink behind you in an instant, and then be torn by its claws. Ning Xiaochuan escaped 800 miles in a row and ran to the end of the desert without losing the flower fox marten. At the end of the desert is a cliff. Above the cliff, there is a portal formed by halo. This should be the end of the first floor of Jiangya Tower, which is the gateway to the second floor tower. Seeing hope, Ning Xiaochuan hit the door formed by the halo directly, trying to escape to the second floor of the Jiangya Tower, but his body did not enter the door, but was bounced back by a force on the door. No. To open this door, I must need a certain degree of physical strength. My physical strength has not met the requirements, so I can't open the door on the second floor. Ning Xiaochuan's body was bounced back, and his body just collided with the chasing flower fox marten. The flower fox mink's eyes showed a cruel look, licked its sharp claws, and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Destruction sword wave. Ning Xiaochuan pointed out, and a sword wave condensed from his fingertips. The sword wave flew out and collided with a claw of the spotted fox marten. Bang! The claws of the spotted fox marten were smashed and turned into blood mist, and its body fell to the ground, staring at Ning Xiaochuan covetously. Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground again and stared at the injured mink. He became a little afraid and decided to fight. Voila! As Ning Xiaochuan's momentum climbed, water mist condensed in the sky, and a heavy rain fell, covering the desert with a radius of 100 meters. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the rain, stretched out a finger and pointed to the sky. The moisture condensed 100 sword chi virtual shadows, flying around his body. 10,000 swords melt into rain. 100 sword chi virtual shadows formed a sword array, wrapped the flower fox mink, and all the sword chi rushed towards it. The flower fox marten has the body of a 4-grade Xian beast. These sword chi can only hurt its fur, and it can't be hit hard at all. However, there are too many swords. When it rushes out of the sword array, it is still full of wounds, especially a pair of wings. Although these injuries are not fatal, they make it unable to fly. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan showed his wings of wind rage, and his body flew off the ground, hitting lightning balls one after another, constantly bombarding the spotted fox mink. The spotted fox marten can only be beaten passively and has no power to fight back. Knowing that it was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent, the flower fox mink directly got into the sand and planned to escape from the ground. When the injury healed, it would find Ning Xiaochuan for revenge. But its body just got into the sand and was caught out by a lightning claw. Pa. After being bombarded by lightning for more than 300 times, this immature Sipin Xian beast finally died, turned into a blood mist, and flew into Ning Xiaochuan's body. The blood gas formed by the flower fox marten after death is extremely thick, which is almost equivalent to the blood gas of 5 3-grade Xian beasts. Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength soared a large part, almost doubled. I should be able to open the door to the second floor of Jiangya Tower now. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the light door suspended on the cliff, squeezed his fist tightly, his eyes were firm, and walked slowly. Steep cliffs, suspended above a halo, forming a door. This is the gate to the second floor of Jiangya Tower. The cultivation of Jiangya Tower focuses on improving the physical strength of martial artists, so if you want to open the door of the second floor, you must be strong enough. Only when you meet the requirements of Jiangya Tower can you open the door. This is also an assessment of martial artists. Ning Xiaochuan knew that it was not easy to open the light door. He clenched his fists, made a cluck sound between his fingers, spread his feet, and his body looked like a bow. Dang! Ning Xiaochuan kicked fiercely on the ground, and his body rushed up wildly, hitting the light door with a fist, and the strength of muscles, bones, and blood vessels completely burst out. This punch is already quite powerful. Only with the power of the flesh, it can be hard to shake with the fourth heaviest warrior of other gods. Bang! The light gate was hit hard, and layers of ripples appeared on the surface, like the water disturbed by a stone. But soon, these ripples contracted back, and a huge force fought back to Ning Xiaochuan's fist, which was twice as powerful as the punch that Ning Xiaochuan just hit out. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan only felt a strong force coming from his arm, and his body involuntarily flew backward, shaking his viscera. If it weren't for the double increase in physical strength in these 2 days, I'm afraid I would be shattered by this anti-shock force at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that half of his body was unconscious, and his blood rolled in his body. Wow! Spit out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, I immediately felt much better. The arm began to slowly recover its perception, and the 5 internal organs were no longer burning pain. Ning Xiaochuan used Wu Daoxian Qi to recuperate for half an hour, his body completely recovered, and his eyes stared at the door again. Is my current physical strength not enough to open the door on the second floor? Ning Xiaochuan decided to hunt Xian beast again, to increase his physical strength. 7 Xian beasts were also killed, 6 of which were 3 Xian beasts, and 1 was 2 Xian beasts. The 7 groups of blood were collected into Ning Xiaochuan's body, making Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength 4 times that when he entered the Jiangya Tower. Now, even if Ning Xiaochuan doesn't use martial magic, he can fight with the 4th strongest of other gods. His body is a kind of magic power. At dusk on the 3rd day, Ning Xiaochuan came to the gate leading to the 2nd floor of Jiangya Tower again. Lift up the whole body strength, the momentum climbed, and then hit out with a full punch. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan was shocked back by the power of Guangmen again, and was injured more seriously. The skin on his arm was cracked, dripping blood, and his bones seemed to be breaking. Ning Xiaochuan climbed up hard from the ground, stared at the light door, and clenched his teeth. It's impossible, impossible, my physical strength has exceeded 4 times that of martial artists in the same realm, and it's impossible that I can't open this door, which is definitely not the reason for my strength. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized Wu Daoxian Qi to recover from the injury, and began to reflect at the same time. I see. Every time my power bombards out, a circle of ripples will appear on the light door to disperse my power, and these scattered forces will be gathered by the light door to form a wave current. When the wave current resonates, it will double my own power, and then attack me. This is simply to use force to fight, and treat others in their own way. It's like 1,000 soldiers riding war horses across the bridge. If war horses' steps are inconsistent, they can naturally cross the bridge. However, if all war horses' steps are consistent, the bridge deck will resonate, layer by layer, and several times, dozens of times of gravity will explode, thus breaking the bridge. If I can also master a kind of power of Guanmen, then when an opponent hits me with a fist, I can easily take his fist, and then use the power of 2 fists to fight back on him, and even turn back to 3 or 4 times the power. Yes. That's it. After Ning Xiaochuan figured out the reason, he was overjoyed. After raising the injury to 7788, he immediately went to catch a fire tiger and fought with it. The fire tiger beast was originally sleeping in the tiger's den, but was dragged out of the cave by Ning Xiaochuan. Naturally, he was very upset. He raised his head to the sky with a roar, and then grabbed Ning Xiaochuan with a claw. Ning Xiaochuan is like a motionless ancient pine, standing where he is, drawing circles with his hands in the air, constantly colliding with the edge of the tiger's claws, dispersing the power of the tiger's claws. The airflow drawn by a pair of arms is like a circle of ripples. Suddenly, the ripple began to shrink towards the center, and the ripple had a weak resonance, which shook the fire tiger beast out. The fire tiger retreated 3 meters in a row. Its paws were very painful, and its mouth made a more angry sound. It just reverses the power of the fire tiger beast, and does not stack the power. Come again. Ning Xiaochuan knows that he has not mastered the real power of ripple. The real power is to multiply the power and then apply it to the opponent. Bang! The fire tiger was shocked back once. Bang! The fire tiger was shaken back for the 2nd time. The fire tiger beast was shaken back for the 31st time. The claws of the fire tiger beast were broken and covered with black and blue wounds. It has a crying heart. Who has provoked me? The fire tiger turned and ran away, not playing with Ning Xiaochuan. But Ning Xiaochuan didn't let it go. He used his speed to catch up with it and blocked its way. He said, "You are the king of beasts. You can't be so timid. You should move forward bravely. Let's fight again." Ning Xiaochuan has now been able to reverberate back with 1.5 times his strength and steadily improve in the continuous battle. Naturally, he will not set fire to the tiger beast like this. The fire tiger roared, then turned around and ran away, ignoring his image as the king of beasts. Anyway, he was determined not to play with Ning Xiaochuan again, and always felt that Ning Xiaochuan was bullying him. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. This fire tiger beast is useless. Ning Xiaochuan rushed up and killed the fire tiger beast. The corpse of the fire tiger turned into a mass of blood gas and integrated into his body. It's already nightfall, and it's beautiful in the desert. It's snowing heavily, and the air is freezing. Ow! A 3-armed bear was still mating with another 3-armed bear, but in the middle, it was dragged out of the cave by Ning Xiaochuan. The 3-armed bear pulled the female 3-armed bear's legs hard, but it was useless. Ning Xiaochuan's strength was too strong, even stronger than that of the bear. Ning Xiaochuan threw the 3-armed bear into the ice and snow, splashed a large snowflake, and said, "Brother Bear, if you have anger in your heart, burst out." Ow! Naturally, the three-armed bear was furious and rushed directly at Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's arms drew circles, forming ripples that scattered the power of the three-armed bear, and then these ripples began to shrink, bursting out with 1.5 times the anti-shock force. The bear with three arms was blown out, and immediately got up from the ground and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan beat it up again. Until the three-armed bear was beaten out 26 times, the three-armed bear bled in its 7 orifices, turned around and ran away, and it didn't play with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan slapped it to death, then dragged the female three-armed bear out of the hole and continued to practice this martial art. Ning Xiaochuan called this kind of martial art the transformation of the stars. When he reached a very high level of cultivation, even if a meteorite hit the ground, he could beat this meteorite back into the sky. The female bear with three arms couldn't get up after being put down by Ning Xiaochuan 18 times. Ning Xiaochuan was disappointed with the combat effectiveness of the mother three-armed bear. Indeed, if she did more, she would be weak and her combat effectiveness would be significantly reduced. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan hit a lightning claw and broke the head of the female three-armed bear. The body of the female bear with three arms was turned into a mass of blood gas and integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body. After a whole night of practice, Ning Xiaochuan has cultivated the transformation of the stars to be able to fight back with 2.1 times the strength, which has exceeded twice the strength that Guanmin can play. Ning Xiaochuan came to the edge of the cliff again, staring at the light door suspended above, and the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Bang! The body, like a shell, catapulted up, gathered all the strength of the body, and hit the light door with one punch. Ripples appeared on the light door, trying to disperse the power on Ning Xiaochuan's arm. But Ning Xiaochuan's palm also appeared circles of ripples, pushing those waves towards the 4 directions, and giving no chance for the ripples on the light door to shrink. The palm slowly sank. Boom! The light door is broken into drops of light. These light spots are integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body, and fly directly into the heart palace of Wudao, integrating into the Xuanqi of Wudao. Ning Xiaochuan's Wudao Xianqi increased rapidly, and the density of Xianqi also became higher, and soon broke through a boundary. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's 4th divine power, Mahayana, reached the peak of the 4th weight of the divine body. Wings of angry wind. On his back, he rushed out a pair of Xianqi wings, which were 7 meters long. This pair of wings became more condensed and could clearly distinguish each feather. Lightning light flowed on the feathers, which was like a pair of Thor wings. Ning Xiaochuan spread his wings and flew directly into the 2nd floor of the Jiangya Tower. At this time, a light came on the 2nd floor of the Jiangya Tower. In the tower, there is a bell. The old marquis and the 4 elders in the hall suddenly opened their eyes and stared at the Jian Pavilion Tower in the center of the suspended hall, with strong shock and surprise in their eyes. He broke into the 2nd floor of Jiangya Tower. This is his first time to enter the Jiangya Tower. It only took him 3 days. He actually did it. The old marquis's face also showed a happy look and said, "I thought he would not understand the true meaning of Jiangya Tower until the 5th day. I didn't expect him to be better than I expected. The rise of Jiangya Marquis Mansion is expected. I wonder if he can break into the 3rd floor." The old marquis shook his head and said, "It's absolutely impossible. The 2nd floor is already very dangerous. If he can persist for a long time, it will be very adverse. Be ready to rescue at any time. The 2nd floor is too dangerous." The angry wind wing of Mahayana, after unfolding, emits cyan light, flowing with snake-shaped lightning. After unfolding, it is 7 meters long, just like the wings of Thor. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan flapped his wings, flew out of the light gate, circled in mid-air, and then fell steadily to the ground. Jiang Tower, 2nd floor. This is a dilapidated world, full of abandoned streets, ragged walls, black stumps, showing a sense of dilapidation, desolation and desolation. A gust of wind blew, blowing a leaf, making it more desolate here. Ning Xiaochuan carefully walked into this abandoned ancient city. There was always the roar of mysterious beasts and the collapse of buildings in the city. His eyes were alert around, and a ball of lightning condensed in his hands, ready to take action at any time. Not far away, behind a blue stone wall, there was a black wolf, 5 times larger than an ordinary wolf, with hair like human hair, a pair of blood-red eyes, red light in the pupils, and 2 sharp fangs in his mouth. Its eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who slowly walked in, and its claws were thrown on the ground, becoming restless. Just when Ning Xiaochuan came to a distance of less than 10 meters from the blue stone wall, this black wolf tore the blue stone wall to pieces, as fast as lightning, and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart with 5 sharp claws. In just a moment, the black wolf's claws came to Daning Ogawa's face, like 5 sharp knives. Ning Xiaochuan has telepathy, and has long been aware of the danger. At the moment when the black wolf rushed out from behind the blue stone, he hit the lightning ball in his hand for a long time, turning it into a lightning beast. Ow! The black wolf's mouth sent out a deafening roar, with a cruel killing intention in his eyes, smashing the lightning beast. But the current carried by the lightning beast also made its action slow for a moment. Ning Xiaochuan immediately hit the black wolf on the forehead with pure physical strength. Click! The black wolf's frontal bone was broken, and a painful howl came out of his mouth, and he rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan's punch just now has been used with all his strength. If it hits a warrior with the 4th heaviest divine body, it can seriously hurt that warrior, but it only makes the black wolf suffer a slight injury. The black wolf's body is indeed much better than the warrior. The stars change. Ning Xiaochuan's hands began to draw circles, forming 2 homeopathic air currents, which lifted the black wolf out, and his body hit a mud hut, which collapsed. Ning Xiaochuan can counterattack with 2.1 times the attack power by using the star's change. The power of this attack just now is equivalent to 2.1 times the attack power of the black wolf itself. Naturally, it is quite unbearable, and its claws feel like they are going to break. The black wolf became cautious and stood in the rubble with blood dripping on his claws. He felt that Ning Xiaochuan was very difficult to provoke. Ow! Ow! Suddenly, a large wolf howling came from the ruins of the ancient city, and the howling became louder and louder, approaching here quickly. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly. Looking around, the shadow of the black wolf appeared in all directions. Some walked out of the street, some jumped on the roof, and some walked in the ruins, all around Ning Xiaochuan. Wei Giant Wolf, one of the most terrifying creatures in the Sanpingshuan beast, is no less powerful than Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, 70 or 80 mighty wolves suddenly appeared, not to mention Ning Xiaochuan. Even the warrior with the 5th and 6th weight of the divine body can only escape. Ning Xiaochuan was planning to spread the wings of the angry wind and escape from the sky, but he immediately gave up his idea. On the top of the 6-story building not far away, there stood a huge wolf with blood hair all over, with a pair of wings on its back, staring at Ning Xiaochuan covetously. This is a wolf king, reaching the level of the 4th grade Xian beast, and it is also a powerful presence in the 4th grade Xian beast. The combat power of the 4th level Xian beast is at least comparable to the 7th level warrior of the divine body, and even some powerful 4th level Xian beasts can compete with the 9th level figure of the divine body. If Ning Xiaochuan unfolds the wings of Wrath Wind at this moment, the speed can be faster than the flying speed of Sanpingshuan beast, but it is definitely not fast enough for the flying speed of Wolf King. If you fight with the Wolf King, you will surely die. After Ning Xiaochuan figured this out, he quickly ran his brain to find a way to live. Yes. Bang! He smashed into the wooden building on the left side of the avenue, broke into the wooden building, then knocked out from the other side of the wooden building and continued to run into another building. The Wolf King stood at the top of the pavilion and shouted. Below, those mighty wolves immediately divided into 9 groups, chased Ning Xiaochuan, smashed houses, and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan everywhere. But half an hour later, these mighty wolves found Ning Xiaochuan missing. This dilapidated city became even more dilapidated, full of sawdust and debris, broken walls, it was impossible to see a complete building, which was smashed by Ning Xiaochuan and wolves. All the black wolves stopped and stared at the Wolf King, waiting for the Wolf King's next instructions. Wolf King has been watching Ning Xiaochuan, but so chasing, Ning Xiaochuan disappeared, as if he had escaped from the soil. The wolves searched for half an hour in the ruins, but they found no trace of Ning Xiaochuan. Finally, they retreated like a tide. After a long time, Ning Xiaochuan crawled out of a ruin, shook the dust on his body, and said to himself, "Such a large ruin is simply a natural hiding place. It's strange that you can find me." Ning Xiaochuan left the ruins and walked towards the depths of the ancient city. This ancient city is quite huge, which is a little larger than the imperial city of Yulan Empire. I don't know what age it is, but everyone in this ancient city has disappeared. Instead, it has been occupied by Shan beasts and become the master of this ancient city. This ancient city is also divided into the outer city, the inner city, and the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan is only in the outer city now, and the lowest he meets is the Sanpingshuan beast. Among them, many 4-grade Shan beasts occupy a city and occupy it as king. All creatures that break into their territory will be attacked. After the last lesson, Ning Xiaochuan became more cautious and made a quick decision when he met the mysterious beast. If he didn't take down the mysterious beast with more than 10 moves, he would immediately run away. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by a large group of mysterious beasts again, and it would be difficult to say whether he could escape by luck. Ning Xiaochuan has killed 7 Sanpingshuan beasts in a row, all of which are Huang boa constrictors. Obviously, this city is a big snake nest. Every time a 3rd-grade Shan beast is killed, the dead body of the Shan beast will be turned into blood and gas and integrated into his body, making his strength stronger. After hunting the 7-headed Huang python, Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength has taken another big step, reaching 5 times that of the martial artist in the same realm. In other words, without the use of xuanqi and magical powers, the power of his fist is 5 times that of the 4th heavy warrior of the divine body. The power of the martial art of Dozhuan Xingyi has also been improved, and it can return with 2.3 times the power of the counter shock. In other words, a person's arm strength is 300 jin. If you hit Ning Xiaochuan with a punch, Ning Xiaochuan will be able to bounce back to 690 jin. Even if this person is not beaten and maimed, he will certainly be unbearable. At dusk, a strange howl came from the abandoned city, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and spread across the city more than a dozen miles around. Ning Xiaochuan found that many Huang boa snakes were crawling towards that city, so he was curious and sneaked into that city. Ning Xiaochuan's movements are sensitive and vigorous, and he doesn't use the mysterious qi of martial arts, so he easily deceived those Huang python snakes, entered this area of the city, got into a tower, and walked to the highest tower. Ning Xiaochuan opened a corner of the window of the tower, glanced at the square in the distance, and immediately took a breath. On the wide square, there are hundreds of Huang boa constrictors, each of which is at least more than 10 meters long, some of which are more than 30 meters long, which is simply a huge snake nest. In the center of the square, there is a huge nest, in which lies a silver giant snake more than 50 meters long. There are 9 protrusions under the belly. Through the snake's skin, you can see 9 halos, bright and bright. The silver snake screamed loudly, as if it was suffering from some great pain. The body of the silver snake sent out lightning and thunder, smashing many buildings, and the earth was shaking gently. Finally, the first silver light fell from its body and rolled into the nest. That is a huge Xian beast egg, which is as big as a wash basin. Ning Xiaochuan hid in the tower and quietly watched the scene. It was the first time to see the scene of Xian beast spawning. The scene was so spectacular. That silver giant snake is a Wupingxuan beast, which is extremely powerful. In the process of laying eggs, it stimulates all the magic powers in its body, which naturally leads to the scene of lightning and thunder. If I can absorb an egg of a 5-grade Xian beast, the effect will be many times better than that of a 3-grade Xian beast, and it may even directly raise my body to a large level. Ning Xiaochuan was quite interested in the eggs of Wupingxuan beast, but there were too many huang boas in the square. They were all guarding the mother snake in the center and wanted to take eggs from the snake nest, which was simply as difficult as heaven. Besides, even if he steals the eggs in the snake's den, he will certainly be chased to death by these crazy huang boa constrictors, and he can't escape at all. Eggs? Or dead? Ning Xiaochuan decided to have both. Ning Xiaochuan thought of an idea in his heart, and with a slight hook at the corner of his mouth, he quietly left this tower. Today, a leader of the god demon Tianzuan specially came to Chengdu from Luoyang to play. Lao Jiao is going to receive her in the evening, so the update time of Chapter 3 is relatively late. It is estimated that it will be early in the morning. I suggest you see it tomorrow morning. Hey! Lao Jiao and his book friends have always been very generous. All book friends who come to Chengdu can come to Lao Jiao for a treat. Lao Jiao is in charge of having enough to eat. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan quickly left the city occupied by Huang Python and rushed to an adjacent city, which is the territory of Wei Giant Wolf. Hundreds of powerful wolves at the level of Sanpingxuan beast are entrenched here, becoming a king. At this moment, the sky has gradually darkened, making this ancient city almost like a ghost city. A black mighty wolf walked among the ruins, as if looking for a hunting target. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the roof and slapped on the top of Wei Julang's head. The speed was so fast that Wei Julang didn't even have a chance to react. The palm of his hand sent out a dense flash of lightning, which electrified the mighty wolf and fainted to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan condensed a Xuanqi sword and peeled off the skin of the mighty wolf. As long as the Xian beast is not killed, the Xian beast will turn into a mass of blood gas, and its skin will naturally be preserved. Ning Xiaochuan's goal is not to kill this mighty wolf, but to get its skin. After taking away the skin of Wei Giant Wolf, Ning Xiaochuan quickly returned to the tower, put the complete wolf skin on the ground, and looked at the center of the square again. In the nest, the silver snake has laid 8 Xian beast eggs, and only the last Xian beast egg is left in the abdomen. Because laying eggs consumes too much energy, the silver giant snake is a little exhausted at the moment, its hissing sound becomes low, and there is no lightning and thunder in the air. Only its huge body is still struggling to lay the last Xian beast egg. A good opportunity is now. Ning Xiaochuan draped the wolf skin on the ground and soon became a man in wolf skin, just like a black mighty wolf. The mighty wolf spread its wings on its back, directly smashed into the wall of the tower, flew over the square with lightning speed, and fell into a huge nest in the center of the square. Wei Giant Wolf picked up a mysterious beast egg the size of a wash basin at a very fast speed, then spread its wings again and flew away immediately. In this series of actions, it was found that in a very short time, when the Huang Python in the square reacted, Wei Giant Wolf had fallen to the ground outside the square with Xian beast eggs, and then ran frantically towards the city where Wei Giant Wolf was located. Ow! The Huang boa constrictors made strange noises in their mouths, and they were very angry, and chased after the mighty wolf. Ning Xiaochuan hid in the wolf's skin, folded his wings, and ran quickly. Behind him, dozens of Huang pythons caught up and knocked down rows of buildings, boom, collapsed. The dozens of Huang pythons rushed into the city of Wei Giant Wolf, which immediately aroused the anger of the Wei Giant Wolf in the city. Even the Wolf King was startled and led hundreds of Wei giant wolves to fight with the dozens of Huang pythons. Ow! The two great Xian beast races began to fight. Ning Xiaochuan fled to the distance and sat on the top of an abandoned palace, tearing off the wolf's skin and holding a huge Xian beast egg in his hand. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't wait, slapped his hand on the Xian beast egg, and immediately cracked the Xian beast egg into a gap, which flowed with crystal clear egg white, emitting a strong fragrance to the extreme, like manna jade paste. Pa! Ning Xiaochuan slapped his hand on the eggshell again, and the whole Xuanzhou egg cracked, and then turned into a blood-red gas, and got into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Xian beast eggs also have life, just like Xian beast cubs. Once the eggshell is broken and life is exhausted, it will naturally turn into blood gas. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body was wrapped by blood gas. The blood gas of this Xian beast egg was really too huge, comparable to the blood gas of 23 grade Xian beasts. Ning Xiaochuan's bones, muscles, and viscera are undergoing drastic changes. Dozens of tiny veins grow in the bones, and glittering red filaments flow in the muscles. The viscera have also become unprecedentedly tough. 7 times the power of the 4th heavy warrior of the divine body. If it's just fighting the physical body, I can already compare with the 6th heavy warrior of the divine body. By surprise, I can hit the 6th heavy warrior of the divine body hard. Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was full of explosive power and wanted to fight with someone. Ning Xiaochuan stood up and looked at the distant city, where the smoke of gunpowder billowed, and the battle became more and more intense. The two Xian beast races were fighting, and all the pavilions were lifted out. Boom! The silver giant snake laid the last Xian beast egg, looked at dozens of Huang boa constrictors killed by the Wolf King, and gave an angry roar in its mouth. A flash of lightning across the sky, like a silver sky knife, knocked down a tower. The Wolf King was not willing to be outdone, and his mouth also gave a roar, spit out a flame, and burned the 3 Huang pythons to death, turning them into coke. The silver giant snake was completely angry and crawled out of the nest. Its body speed was very fast. It knocked down buildings and killed it in the direction of the Wolf King. The silver giant snake is a 5-grade Xian beast, with its own arrogant posture. It will never allow a 4-grade Xian beast to challenge itself. Not to be outdone, the Wolf King spread a pair of blood-red wings, flew above the head of the silver giant snake, spit out a large flame in his mouth, and ignited wooden buildings. A wolf and a snake fight like this. Because the silver giant snake has just given birth to 9 eggs, and is still very weak, although it is a 5-grade Xian beast, it can only compete with the Wolf King. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was overjoyed. This was a good opportunity. If he could take advantage of the war between the silver giant snake and the Wolf King to attack the nest of the silver giant snake and take away the remaining 8 Xian beast eggs, how terrible would the physical strength be? Sooner or later, Ning Xiaochuan jumped down from the temple and rushed to the nest of the silver giant snake. However, when Ning Xiaochuan broke into the nest again, he didn't see a Xian beast egg. How could this happen? Where are the Xian beast eggs? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the silver snake fighting with the mighty wolf in the distance, and found that there were 8 round protrusions on the silver snake, emitting white light. It turns out that it hid the Xian beast egg in its stomach. The wisdom of Xian beast is very high, especially the wisdom of Wuping Xian beast is no lower than that of human beings. After the first Xian beast egg was robbed, it naturally became alert and could not make the same thing happen again. Ning Xiaochuan was quite disappointed, but he had no choice but to leave the nest of the golden giant snake and look for other opportunities. The battle between the Wolf King and the silver giant snake lasted for 3 hours. As the strength in the silver giant snake recovered, the Wolf King gradually lost. Finally, the silver serpent severely damaged the Wolf King. The Wolf King escaped. The silver giant snake returns to the square with the Huang python group. The Wolf King was really badly injured. One wing was torn off by the silver giant snake, and his body was bombarded by lightning dozens of times. He was blackened, and black blood flowed from his pores. The Wolf King fled all the way and was exhausted. Seeing that the silver giant snake didn't catch up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and gradually slowed down. Just then, it saw a man on the road ahead. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of the avenue, blocking the way of Wolf King, with a ball of electricity in his hand. "Wolf King, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The Wolf King's eyes glowed with blood, and his mouth roared. A small human dared to provoke it, which made him feel extremely angry. The Wolf King's bloody claws grabbed the slate on the ground into stone powder and grabbed it towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's current physical strength is comparable to the sixth heaviest warrior of the divine body. Naturally, he is not afraid of the Wolf King. He hits the lightning ball in his hand and turns it into a lightning beast that strikes the Wolf King. The Wolf King has been split by lightning today. At the moment when the lightning struck him, he became a little slow around and trembled all over. Ning Xiaochuan rushed up and hit the Wolf King on the head with a punch, which knocked the Wolf King upside down. The Wolf King got up from the ground and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan drew a circle with both hands and used the martial arts of the transformation of the stars, hitting 2.3 times the power to burst out the Wolf King, with several more wounds on his body. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the Wolf King step by step and said, "You are at the end of your rope." The Wolf King's mouth kept bleeding, no longer continued to fight, and ran away directly. Ning Xiaochuan finally caught this great opportunity, and naturally he couldn't allow it to escape. He spread the wings of the angry wind on his back and flew in the low altitude. Lightning kept hitting the Wolf King on his palm, making his injury more and more serious. The Wolf King's wings were torn off by a silver giant snake. He couldn't fly, so he had to be beaten passively. He let out a wail in his mouth and ran around. After being bombarded by lightning for hundreds of times, the Wolf King finally fell silently. Ning Xiaochuan fell from the air, folded the wings of the angry wind, glanced at the Wolf King faintly, and a sword wave condensed from the tip of his finger, smashing the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King's head exploded, splashing plasma. The Wolf King's body gradually became blurred and turned into a huge cloud of blood and gas, which wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body with a trace of fiery power and integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that his strength was becoming stronger and stronger. The blood contained in this Wolf King was simply comparable to a 5-grade Shan beast egg. Before Ning Xiaochuan completely digested the blood gas on the Wolf King, a huge silver snake head stretched out behind a house, highlighting the 3-meter-long red snake letter, revealing 2 sharp and icy fangs. Hiss! The head of the silver giant snake is much larger than Ning Xiaochuan's body. Its eyes are like 2 big lanterns, staring at Ning Xiaochuan viciously and angrily. Ning Xiaochuan is absorbing the blood gas of the Wolf King, but he hasn't completely absorbed it. He didn't expect the silver giant snake to appear at this time. It must be his fight with the Wolf King, which startled him. The silver snake has a ferocious face, a huge head, countless lightning flowing on its body, many blood stains on its silver scales, many scales falling off, and blood-red paw prints. Obviously, these scars were left by it during the previous war with the Wolf King. Although they are not fatal, they are enough to reduce its combat effectiveness by a large margin. After Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the blood gas from the Wolf King, his physical strength increased by a large part again, reaching 9 times that of the 4th heavy warrior of the divine body. Wow! With the silver giant snake spitting out a poisonous fog, in the fog, a lightning fell and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body was wrapped by lightning, his body was split by lightning, his hair stood up, and smoke was still emitting from his hair. However, in fact, he did not suffer multiple injuries, and some of the current entered his body, which made his first magical power more powerful. Lightning Beast. Ning Xiaochuan's back, spread a pair of wings, take off. Between his hands, dozens of lightning condensed into a huge lightning beast. The lightning beast, which is 8 meters tall, becomes more condensed, and its head, eyes, claws, and scales become clear, condensed by countless currents. The clearer the shape of the beast, the less it will be broken, the more stable it will be, and the greater its power will be. When the lightning beast is cultivated to the extreme, it can even summon a real Thor war beast. God blocks gods, ghosts block ghosts, and tear up gods. Boom! The lightning beast tore off the 5 scales of the silver giant snake with one claw and grabbed a shocking wound. But the lightning beast was also broken by the angry silver snake and turned into a current again. Bang down! The silver giant snake constantly spits out lightning and bombards Ning Xiaochuan's body. Although Ning Xiaochuan can absorb some lightning, he is also being bombarded by lightning, and his body is scarred. Ning Xiaochuan's body was blackened by lightning, and blood flowed out of his pores. The blood turned into black mud, and finally formed a hard shell, which was extremely badly injured. The silver giant snake was also uncomfortable. It was injured again and again by the magic power played by Ning Xiaochuan. The scales on its body were caught by the lightning beast, and the blood rolled and held constantly. They are simply fighting for endurance to see who kills each other first. Ning Xiaochuan was more seriously injured than the silver giant snake. He spit blood in his mouth. If he hadn't entered the sword pavilion and his body was 9 times stronger, I'm afraid he would have been killed by the lightning spit out by the silver giant snake. Ning Xiaochuan's angry wind wing on his back appeared lax, which seemed to dissipate at any time, making him fall from the sky. Boom! Just when he felt that he could not hold on and was about to die under the lightning emitted by the silver giant snake, a huge roar came out of his body. The 5th divine source has been turned. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation reached the 5th level of the divine body. When the gate leading to the 2nd floor of Jiang'e was broken, the gate turned into a light spot and flew into Ning Xiaochuan's body, making Ning Xiaochuan's 4th magical power Mahayana and the birth of the 5th divine source. After being split by the silver giant snake with lightning for hundreds of times, Ning Xiaochuan's potential in the body was stimulated, and the divine source was immediately opened, giving birth to the 5th kind of divine power. The mysterious qi poured into Ning Xiaochuan's body, and all gathered towards Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and gathered into a bright light spot. The light spot became brighter and brighter, and the power contained became stronger and stronger. The 5th kind of magic power is formed. The scorching sun burns the sky. Lightning, thunder, heavy rain, angry wind, scorching sun. After the wind and rain, the clouds cleared and the fog dispersed, and the scorching sun appeared. The scorching sun in Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows became very hot, forming a golden spot, and a golden light flew out of it, bombarding the silver snake, and immediately hit one of the silver snake's eyes. The golden light, bright and hot, with a powerful destructive force, seems to be able to destroy everything in the world. Bang! The eyes of the silver giant snake burst into a blood mist, and a whine came out of its mouth. Although Ning Xiaochuan broke through the realm, he was seriously injured and consumed a lot. He saw the eyeball of the silver giant snake burst, and 5 fingers overflowed with wisps of blood-red gas, condensed into a magic sword. This is the essence of the magic sword, not the sword meaning of the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan gathered all his strength before he lifted the demon sword hard. A domineering and ferocious breath emanated from the demon sword, which made the mysterious beasts around within 100 miles anxious. Shwa! A sword cleaved at the silver giant snake, sending out a devastating sword spirit, and immediately twisted the silver giant snake's body to pieces. On the ground, there was a sword pit hundreds of meters long. The deepest point was 7 meters. A large area of buildings were torn to pieces by the sword gas and turned into rubble. This is a terrible sword. The sword pit on the ground alone is enough to scare many martial artists. This is the first time that Ning Xiaochuan really used the magic sword to fight, and he didn't expect the power of the magic sword to be so terrible. With his cultivation, he couldn't control the power of the magic sword at all, and was almost controlled by the power of the magic sword. After chopping this sword, the magic sword automatically became 5-sword qi, flew into Ning Xiaochuan's heart, and resuspended in the blood orifices. After Ning Xiaochuan split the sword, he only felt that half of the blood gas in his body had been pumped away, and finally he couldn't hold on. His eyes were black, he fell head heavy on the ground and fainted. If Ning Xiaochuan is still the 4th level of the divine body, and he has not improved his physical strength in the sword pavilion, I'm afraid that if he splits a sword, the magic sword can suck up his blood. The beheaded silver snake turned into a mass of blood and wrapped Ning Xiaochuan, slowly integrating into Ning Xiaochuan's body. A 5-grade Xian beast has 8 or 9 times more blood gas than a 4-grade Xian beast. This is a huge force to the extreme. I don't know what amazing changes will be made by integrating into the body. When Ning Xiaochuan woke up again, he was no longer in the sword pavilion and returned to his room. Is the practice over? Ning Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes and stared at the old marquis standing in the dim light. The old marquis was tall and straight, with his hands on his back, looking out the window, as if thinking about something. Seeing you, Ning Xiaochuan woke up, he slowly turned around, stared at him deeply, and said, "It's been 2 days. If I hadn't been hurt too badly in the battle with the silver giant snake, I would have broken into the 3rd floor." Ning Xiaochuan has this confidence. The old marquis said, "In your current state, it's more amazing to kill the Wupingshuan beast than to break into the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. The combat power of the Wupingshuan beast is comparable to the martial artist in the refined state. Just good luck." Ning Xiaochuan said modestly. The old marquis said, "Good luck is also a kind of strength. And good luck also needs to be fought for by yourself, otherwise it will become good luck for others." Ning Xiaochuan agreed with the old marquis. If he hadn't disguised himself as a mighty wolf and stole the silver snake's eggs, the silver snake wouldn't have fought with the wolf king, and they wouldn't have lost both sides. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan picked up benefits. All this can be attributed to good luck, but good luck still needs to be fought for by yourself. Luck will not appear out of thin air. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what happened after syncope, but he found that his physical body was a little stronger. If it was just about physical strength, he could be comparable with the 7th heaviest warrior of the divine body. Of course, in terms of combat effectiveness, he is still far inferior to the 7th heaviest warrior of the divine body. After all, the most powerful warrior of the 7th heaviest of the divine body is divine power and xuanqi. It's like boat and oar. The body is a boat. Xuanqi and shintong are oars. Ning Xiaochuan's current boat is as strong as the 7th weight warrior of the divine body. However, Ning Xiaochuan's oar is far less powerful than the 7th weight warrior of the divine body. If you really compete with the 7th weight warrior of the divine body, you will only be defeated completely. This is a gap in realm, which cannot be filled at all. However, in just 5 days, Ning Xiaochuan gained a lot, and his combat effectiveness increased by at least 5 times. In addition, he also understood the martial arts of changing the stars. Even if he meets a martial artist whose cultivation is stronger than his own, he may not be without the strength of a war. The only regret, perhaps, is that I didn't break into the 3rd tier of Jianghe Tower. However, after listening to the old duke's talk to the Jianghe Tower, Ning Xiaochuan's regret was gone. It turned out that to break the 3rd gate to the Jianghe Tower, you must cultivate the transformation of the stars to more than 3 times the counterattack. Ning Xiaochuan can only fight back 2.3 times now. Even if he reaches the 3rd gate of Jianghe Tower, it is impossible to open it. The more you go up, the more difficult it is to cultivate. If you want to cultivate to fight back 3 times, you can't do it without a few months of hard training. The Lord said, the power of the silver giant snake is too powerful. If it is completely absorbed by your body, it is enough to make your body reach the 9th weight of the divine body. Such a huge physical power can seriously hurt the 7th weight of the divine body with one punch. Such a huge combat power is not good for your cultivation. On the contrary, it will make you rely too much on physical strength, and thus ignore the martial arts realm. Once you ignore the martial arts realm, the improvement speed of your realm must become slow. Therefore, I will seal the remaining power in your martial heart palace, and your current physical body is equivalent to the physical strength of the 7th weight warrior of the divine body. When your cultivation reaches the 6th weight of the divine body, the seal will naturally open. Ning Xiaochuan said, so once my cultivation reaches the 6th weight of the divine body, I can immediately have the 9th weight of the divine body, and can seriously hurt the 7th weight of the divine body with one punch. Wait until your cultivation reaches the 6th level of the divine body. The higher the level of martial arts, the slower the cultivation speed. Don't slack off. By the way, tomorrow you will go to the Tiandi Academy to report, and the competition inside is even more brutal. Once the Tianmen gate is closed, it will not be opened for 5 years. That is to say, you can only spend these 5 years in the Tiandi Academy, and the Marquis can no longer be your backup, can't provide you with any help and shelter, and everything can only depend on yourself. After saying these words, the old Marquis walked out, stopped at the door, didn't turn around, and said, when you get out of the Tiandi Academy, I will have some important things to talk to you. With this last sentence, he completely disappeared into the night.